Chapter 1 of North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 1. Haste to the Wedding. Wooed and married and ah. "Edith," said Margaret gently. "Edith." But, as Margaret half suspected, Edith had fallen asleep. She lay curled up on the sofa in the back drawing-room in Harley Street, looking very lovely in her white muslin and blue ribbons. If Titania had ever been dressed in white muslin and blue ribbons, and had fallen asleep on a crimson damask sofa in a back drawing-room, Edith might have been taken for her. Margaret was struck afresh by her cousin's beauty. They had grown up together from childhood, and all along Edith had been remarked upon by everyone, except Margaret, for her prettiness, but Margaret had never thought about it until the last few days, when the prospect of soon losing her companion seemed to give force to every sweet quality and charm which Edith possessed. They had been talking about wedding dresses and wedding ceremonies, and Captain Lennox, and what he had told Edith about her future life at Corfu, where his regiment was stationed, and the difficulty of keeping a piano in good tune, a difficulty which Edith seemed to consider as one of the most formidable that could befall her in her married life, and what gowns she should want in the vistas of Scotland, which would immediately succeed her marriage. But the whispered tone had latterly become more drowsy, and Margaret, after a pause of a few minutes, found, as she fancied, that in spite of the buzz in the next room, Edith had rolled herself up into a soft ball of muslin and ribbon and silken curls, and gone off into a peaceful little after-dinner nap. Margaret had been on the point of telling her cousin of some of the plans and visions which she entertained as to her future life in the country parsonage, where her father and mother lived, and where her bright holidays had always been passed, though for the last 10 years her Aunt Shaw's house had been considered as her home. But in default of a listener, she had to brood over the change in her life silently, as heretofore. It was a happy brooding, although tinged with regret at being separated for an indefinite time from her gentle aunt and dear cousin. As she thought of the delight of filling the important post of only daughter in a Helstone parsonage, pieces of the conversation out of the next room came upon her ears. Her Aunt Shaw was talking to the 5 or 6 ladies who had been dining there, and whose husbands were still in the dining-room. They were the familiar acquaintances of the house, neighbors whom Mrs. Shaw called friends, because she happened to dine with them more frequently than with any other people, and because if she or Edith wanted anything from them, or they from her, they did not scruple to make a call at each other's houses before luncheon. These ladies and their husbands were invited, in their capacity of friends, to eat a farewell dinner in honor of Edith's approaching marriage. Edith had rather objected to this arrangement, for Captain Lennox was expected to arrive by a late train this very evening. But, although she was a spoiled child, she was too careless and idle to have a very strong will of her own, and gave way when she found that her mother had absolutely ordered those extra delicacies of the season which are always supposed to be efficacious against immoderate grief at farewell dinners. She contented herself by leaning back in her chair, merely playing with the food on her plate, and looking grave and absent, while all around her were enjoying the mots of Mr. Gray, the gentleman who always took the bottom of the table at Mrs. Shaw's dinner parties, and asked Edith to give them some music in the drawing-room. Mr. Gray was particularly agreeable over this farewell dinner, and the gentlemen stayed downstairs longer than usual. It was very well they did, to judge from the fragments of conversation which Margaret overheard. "I suffered too much myself, not that I was not extremely happy with the poor dear General, but still disparity of age is a drawback, one that I was resolved that Edith should not have to encounter. Of course, without any maternal partiality, I foresaw that the dear child was likely to marry early. Indeed, I had often said that I was sure she would be married before she was 19. I had quite a prophetic feeling when Captain Lennox— And here the voice dropped into a whisper, but Margaret could easily supply the blank. The course of true love, in Edith's case, had run remarkably smooth. Mrs. Shaw had given way to the presentiment, as she expressed it, and had rather urged on the marriage, although it was below the expectations which many of Edith's acquaintances had formed for her, a young and pretty heiress. But Mrs. Shaw said that her only child should marry for love, and sighed emphatically, as if love had not been her motive for marrying the General. Mrs. Shaw enjoyed the romance of the present engagement rather more than her daughter. Not but that Edith was very thoroughly and properly in love. Still, she would certainly have preferred a good house in Belgravia to all the picturesqueness of the life which Captain Lennox described at Corfu. The very parts which made Margaret glow as she listened, Edith pretended to shiver and shudder at, partly for the pleasure she had in being coaxed out of her dislike by her fond lover, and partly because anything of a gipsy or makeshift life was really distasteful to her. Yet had anyone come with a fine house, and a fine estate, and a fine title to boot, Edith would still have clung to Captain Lennox, while the temptation lasted. When it was over, it is possible she might have had little qualms of ill-concealed regret that Captain Lennox could not have united in his person everything that was desirable. In this she was but her mother's child, who, after deliberately marrying General Shaw with no warmer feeling than respect for his character and establishment, was constantly, though quietly, bemoaning her hard lot in being united to one whom she could not love. "I have spared no expense in her trousseau," were the next words Margaret heard. "She has all the beautiful Indian shawls and scarfs the General gave to me, but which I shall never wear again." "She is a lucky girl," replied another voice, which Margaret knew to be that of Mrs. Gibson, a lady who was taking a double interest in the conversation, from the fact of one of her daughters having been married within the last few weeks. "Helen had set her heart upon an Indian shawl, but really when I found what an extravagant price was asked, I was obliged to refuse her. She will be quite envious when she hears of Edith having Indian shawls. What kind are they? Delhi, with the lovely little borders?" Margaret heard her aunt's voice again, but this time it was as if she had raised herself up from her half-recumbent position, and were looking into the more dimly lighted back drawing-room. "Edith! Edith!" cried she, and then she sank, as if wearied by the exertion. Margaret stepped forward. "Edith is asleep, Aunt Shaw. Is it anything I can do?" All the ladies said, "Poor child," on receiving this distressing intelligence about Edith, and the minute lapdog in Mrs. Shaw's arms began to bark, as if excited by the burst of pity. "Hush, Tiny, you naughty little girl, you will waken your mistress. It was only to ask Edith if she would tell Newton to bring down her shawls. Perhaps you would go, Margaret dear." Margaret went up into the old nursery at the very top of the house, where Newton was busy getting up some laces which were required for the wedding. While Newton went, not without a muttered grumbling, to undo the shawls, which had already been exhibited 4 or 5 times that day, Margaret looked round upon the nursery. The first room in that house, with which she had become familiar 9 years ago, when she was brought, all untamed from the forest, to share the home, the play, and the lessons of her cousin Edith. She remembered the dark, dim look of the London nursery, presided over by an austere and ceremonious nurse, who was terribly particular about clean hands and torn frocks. She recollected the first tea up there, separate from her father and aunt, who were dining somewhere down below an infinite depth of stairs. For unless she were up in the sky, the child thought, they must be deep down in the bowels of the earth. At home, before she came to live in Harley Street, her mother's dressing-room had been her nursery, and as they kept early hours in the country parsonage, Margaret had always had her meals with her father and mother. Oh, well did the tall, stately girl of 18 remember the tears shed with such wild passion of grief by the little girl of 9, as she hid her face under the bedclothes in that first night, and how she was bidden not to cry by the nurse because it would disturb Miss Edith, and how she had cried as bitterly, but more quietly, till her newly seen, grand, pretty aunt had come softly upstairs with Mr. Hale to show him his little sleeping daughter. Then the little Margaret had hushed her sobs and tried to lie quiet as if asleep, for fear of making her father unhappy by her grief, which she dared not express before her aunt, and which she rather thought it was wrong to feel at all, after the long hoping and planning and contriving they had gone through at home, before her wardrobe could be arranged so as to suit her grander circumstances, and before papa could leave his parish to come up to London, even for a few days. Now she had got to love the old nursery, though it was but a dismantled place, and she looked all round with a kind of cat-like regret at the idea of leaving it forever in 3 days. "Ah, Newton," said she, "I think we shall all be sorry to leave this dear old room." "Indeed, miss, I shan't for one. My eyes are not so good as they were, and the light here is so bad that I can't see to mend laces, except just at the window, where there's always a shocking draught, enough to give one's death of cold." "Well, I dare say you will have both good light and plenty of warmth at Naples. You must keep as much of your darning as you can till then. Thank you, Newton. I can take them down. You're busy." So Margaret went down, laden with shawls, and snuffing up their spicy Eastern smell. Her aunt asked her to stand as a sort of lay figure on which to display them, as Edith was still asleep. No one thought about it, but Margaret's tall, finely made figure, in the black silk dress which she was wearing as mourning for some distant relative of her father's, set off the long, beautiful folds of the gorgeous shawls that would have half smothered Edith. Margaret stood right under the chandelier, quite silent and passive, while her aunt adjusted the draperies. Occasionally, as she was turned round, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror over the chimney-piece, and smiled at her own appearance there, the familiar features in the usual garb of a princess. She touched the shawls gently as they hung around her, and took a pleasure in their soft feel and their brilliant colours, and rather liked to be dressed in such splendour, enjoying it much as a child would do, with a quiet, pleased smile on her lips. Just then the door opened, and Mr. Henry Lennox was suddenly announced. Some of the ladies started back, as if half ashamed of their feminine interest in dress. Mrs. Shaw held out her hand to the newcomer. Margaret stood perfectly still, thinking she might be yet wanted as a sort of block for the shawls, but looking at Mr. Lennox with a bright, amused face, as if sure of his sympathy in her sense of the ludicrousness at being thus surprised. Her aunt was so much absorbed in asking Mr. Henry Lennox, who had not been able to come to dinner, all sorts of questions about his brother the bridegroom, his sister the bridesmaid, coming with the captain from Scotland for the occasion, and various other members of the Lennox family, that Margaret saw she was no more wanted as shawl-bearer, and devoted herself to the amusement of the other visitors, whom her aunt had for the moment forgotten. Almost immediately Edith came in from the back drawing-room, winking and blinking her eyes at the stronger light, shaking back her slightly ruffled curls, and altogether looking like the sleeping beauty just startled from her dreams. Even in her slumber she had instinctively felt that a Lennox was worth rousing herself for, and she had a multitude of questions to ask about dear Janet, the future unseen sister-in-law, for whom she professed so much affection, that if Margaret had not been very proud, she might have almost felt jealous of the mushroom rival. As Margaret sank rather more into the background on her aunt's joining the conversation, she saw Henry Lennox directing his look towards a vacant seat near her, and she knew perfectly well that as soon as Edith released him from her questioning, he would take possession of that chair. She had not been quite sure, from her aunt's rather confused account of his engagements, whether he would come that night. It was almost a surprise to see him, and now she was sure of a pleasant evening. He liked and disliked pretty nearly the same things that she did. Margaret's face was lightened up into an honest, open brightness. By and by he came. She received him with a smile which had not a tinge of shyness or self-consciousness in it. "Well, I suppose you are all in the depths of business. Ladies' business, I mean. Very different to my business, which is the real true law business. Playing with shawls is very different work to drawing up settlements." "Ah, I knew how you would be amused to find us all so occupied in admiring finery, but really Indian shawls are very perfect things of their kind." "I have no doubt they are. Their prices are very perfect, too, nothing wanting." The gentlemen came dropping in one by one, and the buzz and noise deepened in tone. "This is your last dinner-party, is it not? There are no more before Thursday?" "No, I think after this evening we shall feel at rest, which I am sure I have not done for many weeks. At least that kind of rest when the hands have nothing more to do, and all the arrangements are complete for an event which must occupy one's head and heart. I shall be glad to have time to think, and I am sure Edith will." "I am not so sure about her, but I can fancy that you will. Whenever I have seen you lately, you have been carried away by a whirlwind of some other person's making." "Yes," said Margaret, rather sadly, remembering the never-ending commotion about trifles that had been going on for more than a month past. "I wonder if a marriage must always be preceded by what you call a whirlwind, or whether in some cases there might not rather be a calm and peaceful time just before it." "Cinderella's godmother ordering the trousseau, the wedding breakfast, writing the notes of invitation, for instance," said Mr. Lennox, laughing. "But are all these quite necessary troubles?" asked Margaret, looking up straight at him for an answer. A sense of indescribable weariness of all the arrangements for a pretty effect, in which Edith had been busied as supreme authority for the last 6 weeks, oppressed her just now, and she really wanted some one to help her to a few pleasant, quiet ideas connected with a marriage. "Oh, of course," he replied, with a change to gravity in his tone. "There are forms and ceremonies to be gone through, not so much to satisfy oneself as to stop the world's mouth, without which stoppage there would be very little satisfaction in life. But how would you have a wedding arranged?" "Oh, I have never thought much about it, only I should like it to be a very fine summer morning, and I should like to walk to church through the shade of trees, and not to have so many bridesmaids, and to have no wedding breakfast. I dare say I am resolving against the very things that have given me the most trouble just now." "No, I don't think you are. The idea of stately simplicity accords well with your character." Margaret did not quite like this speech. She winced away from it more, from remembering former occasions on which he had tried to lead her into a discussion, in which he took the complimentary part, about her own character and ways of going on. She cut his speech rather short by saying, "It is natural for me to think of Helstone Church and the walk to it, rather than driving up to a London church in the middle of a paved street." "Tell me about Helstone. You have never described it to me. I should like to have some idea of the place you will be living in when 96 Harley Street will be looking dingy and dirty, and dull and shut up. Is Helstone a village or a town in the first place?" "Oh, only a hamlet. I don't think I could call it a village at all. There is the church, and a few houses near it on the green, cottages rather, with roses growing all over them." "And flowering all the year round, especially at Christmas. Make your picture complete," said he. "No," replied Margaret, somewhat annoyed. "I am not making a picture. I am trying to describe Helstone as it really is. You should not have said that." "I am penitent," he answered. "Only it really sounded like a village in a tale, rather than in real life." "And so it is," replied Margaret eagerly. "All the other places in England that I have seen seem so hard and prosaic-looking, after the New Forest. Helstone is like a village in a poem, in one of Tennyson's poems. But I won't try and describe it any more. You would only laugh at me if I told you what I think of it, what it really is." "Indeed, I would not, but I see you are going to be very resolved. Well, then, tell me that which I should like still better to know, what the parsonage is like." "Oh, I can't describe my home. It is home, and I can't put its charm into words." "I submit. You are rather severe tonight, Margaret." "How?" said she, turning her large, soft eyes round full upon him. "I did not know I was." "Why, because I made an unlucky remark, you will neither tell me what Helstone is like, nor will you say anything about your home, though I have told you how much I want to hear about both, the latter especially." "But indeed I cannot tell you about my own home. I don't quite think it is a thing to be talked about, unless you knew it." "Well, then," pausing for a moment, "tell me what you do there. Here you read, or have lessons, or otherwise improve your mind till the middle of the day. Take a walk before lunch, go a drive with your aunt after, and have some kind of engagement in the evening. There, now, fill up your day at Helstone. Shall you ride, drive, or walk?" "Walk, decidedly. We have no horse, not even for papa. He walks to the very extremity of his parish. The walks are so beautiful, it would be a shame to drive, almost a shame to ride." "Shall you garden much? That, I believe, is a proper employment for young ladies in the country." "I don't know. I am afraid I shan't like such hard work." "Archery parties, picnics, race balls, hunt balls?" "Oh, no," said she, laughing. "Papa's living is very small, and even if we were near such things, I doubt if I should go to them." "I see. You won't tell me anything. You will only tell me that you are not going to do this and that. Before the vacation ends, I think I shall pay you a call, and see what you really do to employ yourself in." "I hope you will. Then you will see for yourself how beautiful Helstone is. Now I must go. Edith is sitting down to play, and I just know enough of music to turn over the leaves for her. And besides, Aunt Shaw won't like us to talk." Edith played brilliantly. In the middle of the piece the door half opened, and Edith saw Captain Lennox hesitating whether to come in. She threw down her music and rushed out of the room, leaving Margaret standing confused and blushing to explain to the astonished guests what vision had shown itself to cause Edith's sudden flight. Captain Lennox had come earlier than was expected, or was it really so late? They looked at their watches, were duly shocked, and took their leave. Then Edith came back, glowing with pleasure, half shyly, half proudly leading in her tall, handsome captain. His brother shook hands with him, and Mrs. Shaw welcomed him in her gentle, kindly way, which had always something plaintive in it, arising from the long habit of considering herself a victim to an uncongenial marriage. Now that, the general being gone, she had every good of life, with as few drawbacks as possible, she had been rather perplexed to find an anxiety, if not a sorrow. She had, however, of late settled upon her own health as a source of apprehension, and she had a nervous little cough whenever she thought about it, and some complacent doctor ordered her just what she desired, a winter in Italy. Mrs. Shaw had as strong wishes as most people, but she never liked to do anything from the open and acknowledged motive of her own good-will and pleasure. She preferred being compelled to gratify herself by some other person's command or desire. She really did persuade herself that she was submitting to some hard external necessity, and thus she was able to moan and complain in her soft manner, all the time she was in reality doing just what she liked. It was in this way she began to speak of her own journey to Captain Lennox, who assented, as in duty bound, to all his future mother-in-law said, while his eyes sought Edith, who was busying herself in rearranging the tea-table, and ordering up all sorts of good things, in spite of his assurances that he had dined within the last 2 hours. Mr. Henry Lennox stood leaning against the chimney-piece, amused with the family scene. He was close by his handsome brother. He was the plain one in a singularly good-looking family, but his face was intelligent, keen, and mobile, and now and then Margaret wondered what it was that he could be thinking about, while he kept silence, but was evidently observing, with an interest that was slightly sarcastic, all that Edith and she were doing. The sarcastic feeling was called out by Mrs. Shaw's conversation with his brother. It was separate from the interest which was excited by what he saw. He thought it a pretty sight to see the two cousins so busy in their little arrangements about the table. Edith chose to do most herself. She was in a humour to enjoy showing her lover how well she could behave as a soldier's wife. She found out that the water in the urn was cold, and ordered up the great kitchen tea-kettle, the only consequence of which was that when she met it at the door and tried to carry it in, it was too heavy for her, and she came in pouting, with a black mark on her muslin gown, and a little round white hand indented by the handle, which she took to show to Captain Lennox, just like a hurt child, and of course the remedy was the same in both cases. Margaret's quickly adjusted spirit-lamp was the most efficacious contrivance, though not so like the gipsy encampment which Edith, in some of her moods, chose to consider the nearest resemblance to a barrack life. After this evening, all was bustle till the wedding was over. End of Chapter 1. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on May 3rd, 2007, in Oceanside, California.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Chapter 2 of North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 2. Roses and Thorns. By the soft green light in the woody glade, on the banks of moss where thy childhood played, by the household trees through which thine eye first looked in love to the summer sky. Mrs. Hemans. Margaret was once more in her mourning dress, travelling quietly home with her father, who had come up to assist at the wedding. Her mother had been detained at home by a multitude of half-reasons, none of which anybody fully understood except Mr. Hale, who was perfectly aware that all his arguments in favour of a grey satin gown, which was midway between oldness and newness, had proved unavailing, and that, as he had not the money to equip his wife afresh, from top to toe, she would not show herself at her only sister's only child's wedding. If Mrs. Shaw had guessed at the real reason why Mrs. Hale did not accompany her husband, she would have showered down gowns upon her, but it was nearly 20 years since Mrs. Shaw had been the poor, pretty Miss Beresford, and she had really forgotten all grievances except that of the unhappiness arising from disparity of age and married life, on which she could descant by the half hour. Dearest Maria had married the man of her heart, only 8 years older than herself, with the sweetest temper and that blue-black hair one so seldom sees. Mr. Hale was one of the most delightful preachers she had ever heard, and a perfect model of a parish priest. Perhaps it was not quite a logical deduction from all these premises, but it was still Mrs. Shaw's characteristic conclusion as she thought over her sister's lot. Married for love, What can dearest Maria have to wish for in this world? Mrs. Hale, if she spoke truth, might have answered with a ready-made list. A silver-grey glaced silk, a white chip bonnet, oh, dozens of things for the wedding, and hundreds of things for the house. Margaret only knew that her mother had not found it convenient to come, and she was not sorry to think that their meeting and greeting would take place at Helstone parsonage, rather than during the confusion of the last 2 or 3 days in the house in Harley Street, where she herself had to play the part of Figaro, and was wanted everywhere at one and the same time. Her mind and body ached now with the recollection of all she had done and said within the last 48 hours. The farewells so hurriedly taken, amongst all the other good-byes, of those she had lived with so long, oppressed her now with a sad regret for the times that were no more. It did not signify what those times had been. They were gone never to return. Margaret's heart felt more heavy than she could ever have thought it possible in going to her own dear home, the place in the life she had longed for years, at that time of all times for yearning and longing, just before the sharp senses lose their outlines in sleep. She took her mind away with a wrench from the recollection of the past to the bright, serene contemplation of the hopeful future. Her eyes began to see, not visions of what had been, but the sight actually before her. Her dear father leaning back asleep in the railway carriage. His blue-black hair was grey now, and lay thinly over his brows. The bones of his face were plainly to be seen, too plainly for beauty, if his features had been less finely cut. As it was, they had a grace, if not a comeliness, of their own. The face was in repose, but it was rather rest after weariness than the serene calm of the countenance of one who led a placid, contented life. Margaret was painfully struck by the worn, anxious expression, and she went back over the open and avowed circumstances of her father's life, to find the cause for the lines that spoke so plainly of habitual distress and depression. Poor Frederick, thought she, sighing. Oh, if Frederick had but been a clergyman instead of going into the Navy and being lost to us all! I wish I knew all about it. I never understood it from Aunt Shaw. I only knew he could not come back to England because of that terrible affair. Poor dear papa, how sad he looks. I am so glad I am going home, to be at hand to comfort him and mamma. She was ready with a bright smile, in which there was not a trace of fatigue, to greet her father when he awakened. He smiled back again, but faintly, as if it were an unusual exertion. His face returned into its lines of habitual anxiety. He had a trick of half-opening his mouth as if to speak, which constantly unsettled the form of the lips and gave the face an undecided expression. But he had the same large, soft eyes as his daughter, eyes which moved slowly and almost grandly round in their orbits, and were well veiled by their transparent white eyelids. Margaret was more like him than like her mother. Sometimes people wondered that parents so handsome should have a daughter who was so far from regularly beautiful. Not beautiful at all, was occasionally said. Her mouth was wide, no rosebud that could only open just enough to let out a yes and no and "An't please you, sir." But the wide mouth was one soft curve of rich red lips, and the skin, if not white and fair, was of an ivory smoothness and delicacy. If the look on her face was, in general, too dignified and reserved for one so young, now, talking to her father, it was bright as the morning, full of dimples and glances that spoke of childish gladness and boundless hope in the future. It was the latter part of July when Margaret returned home. The forest trees were all one dark, full, dusky green. The fern below them caught all the slanting sunbeams. The weather was sultry and broodingly still. Margaret used to tramp along by her father's side, crushing down the fern with a cruel glee as she felt it yield under her light foot and send up the fragrance peculiar to it, out on the broad commons into the warm scented light, seeing multitudes of wild, free, living creatures, reveling in the sunshine and the herbs and flowers it called forth. This life, at least these walks, realized all Margaret's anticipations. She took a pride in her forest. Its people were her people. She made hearty friends with them, learned and delighted in using their peculiar words, took up her freedom amongst them, nursed their babies, talked or read with slow distinctness to their old people, carried dainty messes to their sick, resolved before long to teach at the school, where her father went every day as to an appointed task, but she was continually tempted off to go and see some individual friend, man, woman, or child, in some cottage in the green shade of the forest. Her out-of-doors life was perfect. Her indoors life had its drawbacks. With the healthy shame of a child, she blamed herself for her keenness of sight, in perceiving that all was not as it should be there. Her mother always so kind and tender towards her, seemed now and then so much discontented with their situation, thought that the bishop strangely neglected his episcopal duties, in not giving Mr. Hale a better living, and almost reproached her husband because he could not bring himself to say that he wished to leave the parish and undertake the charge of a larger. He would sigh aloud as he answered that if he could do what he ought in little Helstone, he should be thankful, but every day he was more overpowered, the world became more bewildering. At each repeated urgency of his wife that he would put himself in the way of seeking some preferment, Margaret saw that her father shrank more and more, and she strove at such times to reconcile her mother to Helstone. Mrs. Hale said that the near neighbourhood of so many trees affected her health, and Margaret would try to tempt her forth onto the beautiful, broad, upland, sun-streaked, cloud-shadowed common, for she was sure that her mother had accustomed herself too much to an indoors life, seldom extending her walks beyond the church, the school, and the neighbouring cottages. This stood good for a time, but when the autumn drew on and the weather became more changeable, her mother's idea of the unhealthiness of the place increased, and she repined even more frequently that her husband, who was more learned than Mr. Hume, a better parish priest than Mr. Holdsworth, should not have met with the preferment that these two former neighbours of theirs had done. This marring of the peace of home by long hours of discontent was what Margaret was unprepared for. She knew, and had rather revelled in the idea that she should have to give up many luxuries, which had only been troubles and trammels to her freedom in Harley Street. Her keen enjoyment of every sensuous pleasure was balanced finely, if not overbalanced, by her conscious pride in being able to do without them all, if need were. But the cloud never comes in that quarter of the horizon for which we watch for it. There had been slight complaints and passing regrets on her mother's part over some trifle connected with Helstone and her father's position there, when Margaret had been spending her holidays at home before. But in the general happiness of the recollection of those times, she had forgotten the small details which were not so pleasant. In the latter half of September the autumnal rains and storms came on, and Margaret was obliged to remain more in the house than she had hitherto done. Helstone was at some distance from any neighbours of their own standard of cultivation. "It is undoubtedly one of the most out-of-the-way places in England," said Mrs. Hale in one of her plaintive moods. "I can't help regretting constantly that Papa has really no one to associate with here. He is so thrown away, seeing no one but farmers and labourers from week's end to week's end. If we only lived at the other side of the parish it would be something. There we should be almost within walking distance of the Stansfields. Certainly the Gormans would be within a walk." "Gormans," said Margaret. "Are those the Gormans who made their fortunes in trade at Southampton? Oh, I'm glad we don't visit them. I don't like shoppy people. I think we are far better off, knowing only cottagers and labourers, and people without pretence." "You must not be so fastidious, Margaret dear," said her mother, secretly thinking of a young and handsome Mr. Gorman whom she had once met at Mr. Hume's. "No, I call mine a very comprehensive taste. I like all people whose occupations have to do with land. I like soldiers and sailors and the three learned professions, as they call them. I'm sure you don't want me to admire butchers and bakers and candlestick makers, do you, mamma?" But the Gormans were neither butchers nor bakers, but very respectable coach-builders. "Very well. Coach-building is a trade all the same, and I think a much more useless one than that of butchers or bakers. Oh, how tired I used to be of the drives every day in Aunt Shaw's carriage, and how I longed to walk." And walk Margaret did, in spite of the weather. She was so happy out of doors at her father's side that she almost danced, and with the soft violence of the west wind behind her, as she crossed some heath, she seemed to be borne onwards as lightly and easily as the fallen leaf that was wafted along by the autumnal breeze. But the evenings were rather difficult to fill up agreeably. Immediately after tea her father withdrew into his small library, and she and her mother were left alone. Mrs. Hale had never cared much for books, and had discouraged her husband, very early in their married life, in his desire of reading aloud to her while she worked. At one time they had tried backgammon as a resource, but as Mr. Hale grew to take an increasing interest in his school and his parishioners, he found that the interruptions which arose out of these duties were regarded as hardships by his wife, not to be accepted as the natural conditions of his profession, but to be regretted and struggled against by her as they severally arose. So he withdrew, while the children were yet young, into his library, to spend his evenings, if he were at home, in reading the speculative and metaphysical books which were his delight. When Margaret had been here before, she had brought down with her a great box of books, recommended by masters or governess, and had found the summer's day all too short to get through the reading she had to do before her return to town. Now there were only the well-bound little red English classics, which were weeded out of her father's library to fill up the small bookshelves in the drawing-room. Thomson's Seasons, Haley's Cowper, Middleton's Cicero were by far the lightest, newest, and most amusing. The bookshelves did not afford much resource. Margaret told her mother every particular of her London life, to all of which Mrs. Hale listened with interest, sometimes amused and questioning, at others a little inclined to compare her sister's circumstances of ease and comfort with the narrower means at Helstone Vicarage. On such evenings Margaret was apt to stop talking rather abruptly, and listen to the drip-drip of the rain upon the leads of the little bow window. Once or twice Margaret found herself mechanically counting the repetition of the monotonous sound, while she wondered if she might venture to put a question on a subject very near to her heart, and ask where Frederick was now, what he was doing, how long it was since they had heard from him. But a consciousness that her mother's delicate health and positive dislike to Helstone all dated from the time of the mutiny in which Frederick had been engaged, the full account of which Margaret had never heard, and which now seemed doomed to be buried in sad oblivion, made her pause and turn away from the subject each time she approached it. When she was with her mother, her father seemed the best person to apply to for information, and when with him she thought that she could speak more easily to her mother. Probably there was nothing much to be heard that was new. In one of the letters she had received before leaving Harley Street, her father had told her that they had heard from Frederick. He was still at Rio, and very well in health, and sent his best love to her, which was dry bones, but not the living intelligence she longed for. Frederick was always spoken of, in the rare times when his name was mentioned, as "poor Frederick." His room was kept exactly as he had left it, and was regularly dusted and put into order by Dixon, Mrs. Hale's maid, who touched no other part of the household work, but always remembered the day when she had been engaged by Lady Beresford as lady's maid to Sir John's wards, the pretty Miss Beresfords, the belles of Rutlandshire. Dixon had always considered Mr. Hale as the blight which had fallen upon her young lady's prospects in life. If Miss Beresford had not been in such a hurry to marry a poor country clergyman, there was no knowing what she might not have become. But Dixon was too loyal to desert her in her affliction and downfall, alias her married life. She remained with her and was devoted to her interests, always considering herself as the good and protecting fairy whose duty it was to baffle in the malignant giant Mr. Hale. Master Frederick had been her favourite and pride, and it was with a little softening of her dignified look and manner that she went in weekly to arrange the chamber as carefully as if he might be coming home that very evening. Margaret could not help believing that there had been some late intelligence of Frederick, unknown to her mother, which was making her father anxious and uneasy. Mrs. Hale did not seem to perceive any alteration in her husband's looks or ways. His spirits were always tender and gentle, readily affected by any small piece of intelligence concerning the welfare of others. He would be depressed for many days after witnessing a deathbed or hearing of any crime, but now Margaret noticed an absence of mind, as if his thoughts were preoccupied by some subject, the oppression of which could not be relieved by any daily action, such as comforting the survivors or teaching at the school in hope of lessening the evils in the generation to come. Mr. Hale did not go out among his parishioners as much as usual. He was more shut up in his study, was anxious for the village postman, whose summons to the household was a rap on the back kitchen window shutter, a signal which at one time had often to be repeated before anyone was sufficiently alive to the hour of the day to understand what it was and attend to him. Now Mr. Hale loitered about the garden if the morning was fine, and if not, stood dreamily by the study window until the postman had called or gone down the lane, giving a half-respectful, half-confidential shake of the head to the parson, who watched him away beyond the sweetbriar hedge and past the great arbutus before he turned into the room to begin his day's work, with all the signs of a heavy heart and an occupied mind. But Margaret was at an age when any apprehension, not absolutely based on a knowledge of facts, is easily banished for a time by a bright sunny day or some happy outward circumstance. And when the brilliant 14 fine days of October came on, her cares were all blown away as lightly as thistledown, and she thought of nothing but the glories of the forest. The fern harvest was over, and now that the rain was gone, many a deep glade was accessible, into which Margaret had only peeped in July and August weather. She had learnt drawing with Edith, and she had sufficiently regretted, during the gloom of the bad weather, her idle revelling in the beauty of the woodlands while it had yet been fine, to make her determined to sketch what she could before winter fairly set in. Accordingly, she was busy preparing her board one morning, when Sarah, the housemaid, threw wide open the drawing-room door and announced, "Mr. Henry Lennox." End of Chapter 2. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Chapter 3. North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 3. The more haste, the worse speed. Learn to win a lady's faith nobly, as the thing is high, bravely, as for life and death, with a loyal gravity. Lead her from the festive boards, point her to the starry skies, guard her by your truthful words, pure from courtship's flatteries. Mrs. Browning. Mr. Henry Lennox. Margaret had been thinking of him only a moment before, and remembering his inquiry into her probable occupations at home, it was parler du soleil et l'on envoie les rayons, and the brightness of the sun came over Margaret's face as she put down her board, and went forward to shake hands with him. "Tell mamma, Sarah," said she. "Mamma and I want to ask you so many questions about Edith." "I am so much obliged to you for coming." "Did not I say that I should?" asked he, in a lower tone than that in which she had spoken. "But I heard of you so far away in the Highlands that I never thought Hampshire could come in." "Oh," said he, more lightly, "our young couple were playing such foolish pranks, running all sorts of risks, climbing this mountain, sailing on that lake, that I really thought they needed a mentor to take care of them. And indeed they did. They were quite beyond my uncle's management, and kept the old gentleman in a panic for 16 hours out of the 24. Indeed, when I once saw how unfit they were to be trusted alone, I thought it my duty not to leave them till I had seen them safely embarked at Plymouth." "Have you been at Plymouth?" "Oh, Edith never named that. To be sure, she has written in such a hurry lately. Did they really sail on Tuesday?" "Really sailed, and relieved me from many responsibilities. Edith gave me all sorts of messages for you. I believe I have a little diminutive note somewhere. Yes, here it is." "Oh, thank you!" exclaimed Margaret, and then, half wishing to read it alone and unwatched, she made the excuse of going to tell her mother again. Sarah surely had made some mistake, that Mr. Lennox was there. When she had left the room, he began in his scrutinizing way to look about him. The little drawing-room was looking its best in the streaming light of the morning sun. The middle window in the bow was open, and clustering roses and the scarlet honeysuckle came peeping round the corner. The small lawn was gorgeous with verbenas and geraniums of all bright colours, but the very brightness outside made the colours within seem poor and faded. The carpet was far from new. The chintz had been often washed. The whole apartment was smaller and shabbier than he had expected, as background and framework for Margaret, herself so queenly. He took up one of the books lying on the table. It was the Paradiso of Dante, in the proper old Italian binding of white vellum and gold. By it lay a dictionary, and some words copied out in Margaret's handwriting. They were a dull list of words, but somehow he liked looking at them. He put them down with a sigh. The living is evidently as small as she said. It seems strange, for the Beresfords belonged to a good family. Margaret meanwhile had found her mother. It was one of Mrs. Hale's fitful days, when everything was a difficulty and a hardship, and Mr. Lennox's appearance took this shape, although secretly she felt complimented by his thinking it worth while to call. "It is most unfortunate. We are dining early today, and having nothing but cold meat, in order that the servants may get on with their ironing, and yet, of course, we must ask him to dinner, Edith's brother-in-law and all. And your papa is in such low spirits this morning about something, I don't know what. I went into the study just now, and he had his face on the table, covering it with his hands. I told him I was sure Helstone air did not agree with him any more than with me, and he suddenly lifted up his head, and begged me not to speak a word more against Helstone. He could not bear it. If there was one place he loved on earth, it was Helstone. But I am sure, for all that, it is the damp and relaxing air." Margaret felt as if a thin cold cloud had come between her and the sun. She had listened patiently, in hopes that it might be some relief to her mother to unburden herself, but now it was time to draw her back to Mr. Lennox. "Papa likes Mr. Lennox. They got on together famously at the wedding breakfast. I daresay his coming will do papa good. And never mind the dinner, dear mamma. Cold meat will do capitally for lunch, which is the light in which Mr. Lennox will most likely look upon a 2 o'clock dinner. But what are we to do with him till then? It is only 10:30 now." "I'll ask him to go out sketching with me. I know he draws, and that will take him out of your way, mamma. Only do come in now. He will think it is so strange if you don't." Mrs. Hale took off her black silk apron, and smoothed her face. She looked a very pretty lady-like woman, as she greeted Mr. Lennox with the cordiality due to one who was almost a relation. He evidently expected to be asked to spend the day, and accepted the invitation with a glad readiness that made Mrs. Hale wish she could add something to the cold beef. He was pleased with everything, delighted with Margaret's idea of going out sketching together, would not have Mr. Hale disturbed for the world, with the prospect of so soon meeting him at dinner. Margaret brought out her drawing materials for him to choose from, and after the paper and brushes had been duly selected, the two set out in the merriest spirits in the world. "Now, please, just stop here for a minute or two," said Margaret. "These are the cottages that haunted me so during the rainy fortnight, reproaching me for not having sketched them, before they tumbled down and were no more seen. Truly, if they are to be sketched, and they are very picturesque, we had better not put it off till next year. But where shall we sit? Oh, you might have come straight from chambers in the Temple, instead of having been 2 months in the Highlands. Look at this beautiful trunk of a tree, which the woodcutters have left just in the right place for the light. I will put my plaid over it, and it will be a regular forest throne, with your feet in that puddle for a regal footstool. Stay, I will move, and then you can come nearer this way. Who lives in these cottages?" "They were built by squatters 50 or 60 years ago. One is uninhabited. The foresters are going to take it down, as soon as the old man who lives in the other is dead. Poor old fellow! Look, there he is. I must go and speak to him. He is so deaf, you will hear all our secrets." The old man stood bareheaded in the sun, leaning on his stick at the front of his cottage. His stiff features relaxed in a slow smile as Margaret went up and spoke to him. Mr. Lennox hastily introduced the two figures into his sketch, and finished up the landscape with a subordinate reference to them, as Margaret perceived, when the time came for getting up, putting away water and scraps of paper, and exhibiting to each other their sketches. She laughed and blushed. Mr. Lennox watched her countenance. "Now, I call that treacherous," said she. "I little thought you were making old Isaac and me into subjects, when you told me to ask him the history of these cottages. It was irresistible. You can't know how strong a temptation it was. I hardly dare tell you how much I shall like this sketch." He was not quite sure whether she heard this latter sentence before she went to the brook to wash her palette. She came back rather flushed, but looking perfectly innocent and unconscious. He was glad of it, for the speech had slipped from him unawares, a rare thing in the case of a man who premeditated his actions so much as Henry Lennox. The aspect of home was all right and bright when they reached it. The clouds on her mother's brow had cleared off under the propitious influence of a brace of carp, most opportunely presented by a neighbour. Mr. Hale had returned from his morning's round, and was awaiting his visitor just outside the wicket gate that led into the garden. He looked a complete gentleman in his rather threadbare coat and well-worn hat. Margaret was proud of her father. She had always a fresh and tender pride in seeing how favourably he impressed every stranger. Still, her quick eye sought over his face, and found there traces of some unusual disturbance, which was only put aside, not cleared away. Mr. Hale asked to look at their sketches. "I think you have made the tints on the thatch too dark, have you not?" as he returned Margaret's to her, and held out his hand for Mr. Lennox's, which was withheld from him one moment, no more. "No, papa, I don't think I have. The house leek and stone crop have grown so much darker in the rain. Is it not like, papa?" said she, peeping over his shoulder, as he looked at the figures in Mr. Lennox's drawing. "Yes, very like. Your figure and way of holding yourself is capital, and it is just poor old Isaac's stiff way of stooping his long rheumatic back. What is this hanging from the branch of the tree? Not a bird's nest, surely?" "Oh no, that is my bonnet. I never can draw with my bonnet on. It makes my head so hot. I wonder if I could manage figures. There are so many people about here whom I should like to sketch." "I should say that a likeness you very much wish to take, you would always succeed in," said Mr. Lennox. "I have great faith in the power of will. I think myself I have succeeded pretty well in yours." Mr. Hale had preceded them into the house, while Margaret was lingering to pluck some roses, with which to adorn her morning gown for dinner. A regular London girl would understand the implied meaning of that speech, thought Mr. Lennox. She would be up to looking through every speech that a young man made her for the arrière-pensée of a compliment. "But I don't believe Margaret. Stay," exclaimed he, "let me help you," and he gathered for her some velvety cramsor roses that were above her reach, and then dividing the spoil he placed two in his buttonhole, and sent her in, pleased and happy, to arrange her flowers. The conversation at dinner flowed on quietly and agreeably. There were plenty of questions to be asked on both sides, the latest intelligence which each could give of Mrs. Shaw's movements in Italy to be exchanged, and in the interest of what was said, the unpretending simplicity of the parsonage ways above all, in the neighbourhood of Margaret. Mr. Lennox forgot the little feeling of disappointment with which he had at first perceived that she had spoken but the simple truth when she had described her father's living as very small. "Margaret, my child, you might have gathered up some pears for our dessert," said Mr. Hale, as the hospitable luxury of a freshly decanted bottle of wine was placed on the table. Mrs. Hale was hurried. It seemed as if desserts were impromptu and unusual things at the parsonage, whereas, if Mr. Hale would only have looked behind him, he would have seen biscuits and marmalade, and what not, all arranged in formal order on the sideboard. But the idea of pears had taken possession of Mr. Hale's mind, and was not to be got rid of. "There are a few brown burrs against the south wall, which are worth all foreign fruits and preserves. Run, Margaret, and gather us some. I propose that we adjourn into the garden, and eat them there," said Mr. Lennox. "Nothing is so delicious as to set one's teeth into the crisp, juicy fruit, warm and scented by the sun. The worst is, the wasps are impudent enough to dispute it with one, even at the very crisis and summit of enjoyment." He rose as if to follow Margaret, who had disappeared through the window. He only waited Mrs. Hale's permission. She would rather have wound up the dinner in the proper way, and with all the ceremonies which had gone on so smoothly hitherto, especially as she and Dixon had got out the finger-glasses from the storeroom, on purpose to be as correct as became General Shaw's widowed sister. But as Mr. Hale got up directly, and prepared to accompany his guest, she could only submit. "I shall arm myself with a knife," said Mr. Hale. "The days of eating fruit so primitively as you described are over with me. I must pare it and quarter it before I can enjoy it." Margaret made a plate for the pears out of a beetroot leaf, which threw up their brown gold colour admirably. Mr. Lennox looked more at her than at the pears, but her father, inclined to cull fastidiously the very zest and perfection of the hour he had stolen from his anxiety, chose daintily the ripest fruit, and sat down on the garden bench to enjoy it at his leisure. Margaret and Mr. Lennox strolled along the little terrace walk under the south wall, where the bees still hummed and worked busily in their hives. "What a perfect life you seem to live here! I have always felt rather contemptuously towards the poets before, with their wishes, 'Mine be a cot beside a hill,' and that sort of thing. But now I am afraid that the truth is, I have been nothing better than a cockney. Just now I feel as if 20 years' hard study of law would be amply rewarded by 1 year of such an exquisite serene life as this, such skies, looking up, such crimson and amber foliage, so perfectly motionless as that," pointing to some of the great forest trees which shut in the garden as if it were a nest. "You must please to remember that our skies are not always as deep a blue as they are now. We have rain, and our leaves do fall and get sodden, though I think Helstone is about as perfect a place as any in the world. Recollect how you rather scorned my description of it one evening in Harley Street, a village in a tale." "Scorned? Margaret, that is rather a hard word." "Perhaps it is. Only I know I should have liked to have talked to you of what I was very full at the time, and you, what must I call it, then? Spoke disrespectfully of Helstone as a mere village in a tale. I will never do so again, said he, warmly. They turned the corner of the walk. I could almost wish, Margaret. He stopped and hesitated. It was so unusual for the fluent lawyer to hesitate that Margaret looked up at him, in a little state of questioning wonder, but in an instant, from what about him she could not tell, she wished herself back with her mother, her father, anywhere away from him, for she was sure he was going to say something to which she should not know what to reply. In another moment the strong pride that was in her came to conquer her sudden agitation, which she hoped he had not perceived. Of course she could answer, and answer the right thing, and it was poor and despicable of her to shrink from hearing any speech, as if she had not power to put an end to it with her high maidenly dignity. Margaret, said he, taking her by surprise, and getting sudden possession of her hand, so that she was forced to stand still and listen, despising herself for the fluttering at her heart all the time. Margaret, I wish you did not like Helstone so much, did not seem so perfectly calm and happy here. I have been hoping for these 3 months past to find you regretting London, and London friends, a little enough to make you listen more kindly, for she was quietly but firmly striving to extricate her hand from his grasp. To one who has not much to offer, it is true, nothing but prospects in the future. But who does love you, Margaret? Almost in spite of himself. Margaret, I have startled you too much. Speak. For he saw her lips quivering almost as if she were going to cry. She made a strong effort to be calm. She would not speak till she had succeeded in mastering her voice, and then she said, I was startled. I did not know that you cared for me in that way. I have always thought of you as a friend, and, please, I would rather go on thinking of you so. I don't like to be spoken to as you have been doing. I cannot answer you as you want me to do, and yet I should feel so sorry if I vexed you. Margaret, said he, looking into her eyes, which met his with their open, straight look, expressive of the utmost good faith and reluctance to give pain. Do you, he was going to say, love anyone else? But it seemed as if this question would be an insult to the pure serenity of those eyes. Forgive me, I have been too abrupt. I am punished. Only let me hope. Give me the poor comfort of telling me you have never seen anyone whom you could. Again a pause. He could not end his sentence. Margaret reproached herself acutely as the cause of his distress. Ah, if you had but never got this fancy into your head, it was such a pleasure to think of you as a friend. But I may hope, may I not, Margaret, that some time you will think of me as a lover? Not yet. I see, there is no hurry, but some time. She was silent for a minute or two, trying to discover the truth as it was in her own heart, before replying. Then she said, I have never thought of you but as a friend. I like to think of you so, but I am sure I could never think of you as anything else. Pray, let us both forget that all this disagreeable she was going to say, but stopped short. Conversation has taken place. He paused before he replied. Then, in his habitual coldness of tone, he answered, Of course, as your feelings are so decided, and as this conversation has been so evidently unpleasant to you, It had better not be remembered. That is all very fine in theory, that plan of forgetting whatever is painful, but it will be somewhat difficult for me, at least, to carry it into execution." "You are vexed," said she, sadly. "Yet how can I help it?" She looked so truly grieved as she said this, that he struggled for a moment with his real disappointment, and then answered more cheerfully, but still with a little hardness in his tone: "You should make allowances for the mortification, not only of a lover, Margaret, but of a man not given to romance, in general prudent, worldly, as some people call me, who has been carried out of his usual habits by the force of a passion. Well, we will say no more of that, but in the one outlet which he has formed for the deeper and better feelings of his nature, he meets with rejection and repulse. I shall have to console myself with scorning my own folly, a struggling barrister to think of matrimony." Margaret could not answer this. The whole tone of it annoyed her. It seemed to touch on and call out all the points of difference which had often repelled her in him, while yet he was the pleasantest man, the most sympathizing friend, the person of all others who understood her best in Harley Street. She felt a tinge of contempt mingle itself with her pain at having refused him. Her beautiful lip curled in a slight disdain. It was well that, having made the round of the garden, they came suddenly upon Mr. Hale, whose whereabouts had been quite forgotten by them. He had not yet finished the pear, which he had delicately peeled in one long strip of silver paper thinness, and which he was enjoying in a deliberate manner. It was like the story of the Eastern king, who dipped his head into a basin of water at the magician's command, and ere he instantly took it out went through the experience of a lifetime. Margaret, felt stunned, and unable to recover her self-possession enough to join in the trivial conversation that ensued between her father and Mr. Lennox. She was grave, and little disposed to speak, full of wonder when Mr. Lennox would go, and allow her to relax into thought on the events of the last quarter of an hour. He was almost as anxious to take his departure as she was for him to leave, but a few minutes' light and careless talking, carried on at whatever effort, was a sacrifice which he owed to his mortified vanity, or his self-respect. He glanced from time to time at her sad and pensive face. "I am not so indifferent to her as she believes," thought he to himself. "I do not give up hope." Before a quarter of an hour was over, he had fallen into a way of conversing with quiet sarcasm, speaking of life in London and life in the country, as if he were conscious of his second mocking self, and afraid of his own satire. Mr. Hale was puzzled. His visitor was a different man to what he had seen him before at the wedding breakfast, and at dinner to-day. A lighter, cleverer, more worldly man, and, as such, dishonour to Mr. Hale. It was a relief to all three when Mr. Lennox said that he must go directly if he meant to catch the 5 o'clock train. They proceeded to the house to find Mrs. Hale, and wish her good-bye. At the last moment, Henry Lennox's real self broke through the crust. "Margaret, don't despise me. I have a heart, notwithstanding all this good-for-nothing way of talking. As a proof of it, I believe I love you more than ever, if I do not hate you for the disdain with which you have listened to me during this last half-hour. Good-bye, Margaret, Margaret." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 4. Doubts and Difficulties. Cast me upon some naked shore, where I may track only the print of some sad wrack. If thou be there, though the seas roar, I shall no gentler calm implore. Habington. He was gone. The house was shut up for the evening. No more deep blue skies or crimson and amber tints. Margaret went up to dress for the early tea, finding Dixon in a pretty temper from the interruption which a visitor had naturally occasioned on a busy day. She showed it by brushing away viciously at Margaret's hair, under pretence of being in a great hurry to go to Mrs. Hale. Yet, after all, Margaret had to wait a long time in the drawing-room before her mother came down. She sat by herself at the fire, with unlighted candles on the table behind her, thinking over the day, the happy walk, happy sketching, cheerful pleasant dinner, and the uncomfortable, miserable walk in the garden. How different men were to women! Here was she disturbed and unhappy, because her instinct had made anything but a refusal impossible, while he, not many minutes after he had met with a rejection of what ought to have been the deepest, holiest proposal of his life, could speak, as if briefs, success, and all its superficial consequences of a good house, clever and agreeable society, were the sole avowed objects of his desires. Oh dear, how she could have loved him if he had been but different, with a difference which she felt, on reflection, to be one that went low, deep down. Then she took it into her head that, after all, his lightness might be but assumed, to cover a bitterness of disappointment which would have been stamped on her own heart if she had loved and been rejected. Her mother came into the room before this whirl of thoughts was adjusted into anything like order. Margaret had to shake off the recollections of what had been done and said through the day, and turn a sympathising listener to the account of how Dixon had complained that the ironing blanket had been burnt again, and how Susan Lightfoot had been seen with artificial flowers in her bonnet, thereby giving evidence of a vain and giddy character. Mr. Hale sipped his tea in abstracted silence. Margaret had the response all to herself. She wondered how her father and mother could be so forgetful, so regardless of their companion through the day, as never to mention his name. She forgot that he had not made them an offer. After tea Mr. Hale got up, and stood with his elbow on the chimney-piece, leaning his head on his hand, musing over something, and from time to time sighing deeply. Mrs. Hale went out to consult with Dixon about some winter clothing for the poor. Margaret was preparing her mother's worsted work, and rather shrinking from the thought of the long evening, and wishing bedtime were come that she might go over the events of the day again. "Margaret," said Mr. Hale, at last, in a sort of sudden desperate way, that made her start, "is that tapestry thing of immediate consequence? I mean, can you leave it and come into my study? I want to speak to you about something very serious to us all." Very serious to us all. Mr. Lennox had never had the opportunity of having any private conversation with her father after her refusal, or else that would indeed be a very serious affair. In the first place, Margaret felt guilty and ashamed of having grown so much into a woman as to be thought of in marriage, and secondly, she did not know if her father might not be displeased that she had taken upon herself to decline Mr. Lennox's proposal. But she felt it was not about anything, which having only lately and suddenly occurred, could have given rise to any complicated thoughts that her father wished to speak to her. He made her take a chair by him, he stirred the fire, snuffed the candles, and sighed once or twice before he could make up his mind to say, and it came out with a jerk after all, "Margaret, I am going to leave Helstone." "Leave Helstone, papa? But why?" Mr. Hale did not answer for a minute or two. He played with some papers on the table in a nervous and confused manner, opening his lips to speak several times, but closing them again without having the courage to utter a word. Margaret could not bear the sight of the suspense, which was even more distressing to her father than to herself. "But why, dear papa? Do tell me." He looked up at her suddenly, and then said with a slow and enforced calmness, "Because I must no longer be a minister in the Church of England." Margaret had imagined nothing less than that some of the preferments which her mother so much desired had befallen her father at last, something that would force him to leave beautiful, beloved Helstone, and perhaps compel him to go and live in some of the stately and silent closes which Margaret had seen from time to time in cathedral towns. They were grand and imposing places, but if, to go there, it was necessary to leave Helstone as a home for ever, that would have been a sad, long-lingering pain, but nothing to the shock she received from Mr. Hale's last speech. What could he mean? It was all the worse for being so mysterious. The aspect of piteous distress on his face, almost as imploring a merciful and kind judgment from his child, gave her a sudden sickening. Could he have become implicated in anything Frederick had done? Frederick was an outlaw. Had her father, out of natural love for his son, connived at any? "Oh, what is it? Do speak, papa. Tell me all. Why can you no longer be a clergyman? Surely, if the bishop were told all we know about Frederick, and the hard, unjust—" "It is nothing about Frederick. The bishop would have nothing to do with that. It is all myself. Margaret, I will tell you about it. I will answer any questions this once, but after tonight let us never speak of it again. I can meet the consequences of my painful, miserable doubts, but it is an effort beyond me to speak of what has caused me so much suffering." "Doubts, papa? Doubts as to religion?" asked Margaret, more shocked than ever. "No, not doubts as to religion, not the slightest injury to that." He paused. Margaret sighed, as if standing on the verge of some new horror. He began again, speaking rapidly, as if to get over a set task. "You could not understand it all, if I told you. My anxiety, for years past, to know whether I had any right to hold my living, my efforts to quench my smouldering doubts by the authority of the Church. Oh, Margaret, how I love the Holy Church, from which I am to be shut out." He could not go on for a moment or two. Margaret could not tell what to say. It seemed to her as terribly mysterious as if her father were about to turn Mohammedan. "I have been reading today of the 2,000 who were ejected from their churches," continued Mr. Hale, smiling faintly, "trying to steal some of their bravery. but it is of no use. No use. I cannot help feeling it acutely." "But, papa, have you well considered?" "Oh, it seems so terrible, so shocking," said Margaret, suddenly bursting into tears. The one staid foundation of her home, of her idea of her beloved father, seemed reeling and rocking. What could she say? What was to be done? The sight of her distress made Mr. Hale nerve himself, in order to try and comfort her. He swallowed down the dry choking sobs which had been heaving up from his heart hitherto, and going to his bookcase he took down a volume which he had often been reading lately, and from which he thought he had derived strength to enter upon the course in which he was now embarked. "Listen, dear Margaret," said he, putting one arm round her waist. She took his hand in hers and grasped it tight, but she could not lift up her head, nor indeed could she attend to what he read, so great was her internal agitation. This is the soliloquy of one who was once a clergyman in a country parish, like me. It was written by a Mr. Oldfield, minister of Carsington, in Derbyshire, 160 years ago, or more. His trials are over. He fought the good fight. These last two sentences he spoke low, as if to himself. Then he read aloud: "When thou canst no longer continue in thy work without dishonour to God, discredit to religion, foregoing thy integrity, wounding conscience, spoiling thy peace, and hazarding the loss of thy salvation, in a word, when the conditions upon which thou must continue, if thou wilt continue, in my employments are sinful, and unwarranted by the word of God, thou mayest, yea, thou must, believe that God will turn thy very silence, suspension, deprivation, and laying aside, to his glory and the advancement of the gospel's interest. When God will not use thee in one kind, yet he will in another. A soul that desires to serve and honour him shall never want opportunity to do it, nor must thou so limit the Holy One of Israel, as to think he hath but one way in which he can glorify himself by thee. He can do it by thy silence as well as by thy preaching, thy laying aside as well as thy continuance in thy work. It is not pretence of doing God the greatest service, or performing the weightiest duty, that will excuse the least sin, though that sin capacitated or gave us the opportunity for doing that duty. Thou wilt have little thanks, O my soul, if, when thou art charged with corrupting God's workship, falsifying thy vows, thou pretendest a necessity for it in order to a continuance in the ministry." As he read this, and glanced at much more which he did not read, he gained resolution for himself, and felt as if he too could be brave and firm in doing what he believed to be right. But as he ceased he heard Margaret's low convulsive sob, and his courage sank down under the keen sense of suffering. "Margaret, dear," said he, drawing her closer, "think of the early martyrs, think of the thousands who have suffered." "But, father," said she, suddenly lifting up her flushed, tear-wet face, "the early martyrs suffered for the truth, while you, oh, dear, dear papa!" "I suffer for conscience' sake, my child," said he, with a dignity that was only tremulous from the acute sensitiveness of his character. "I must do what my conscience bids. I have borne long with self-reproach that would have roused any mind less torpid and cowardly than mine." He shook his head as he went on. "Your poor mother's fond wish, gratified at last in the mocking way in which over-fond wishes are too often fulfilled, Sodom apples as they are, has brought on this crisis, for which I ought to be, and I hope I am thankful. It is not a month since the bishop offered me another living. If I had accepted it, I should have had to make a fresh declaration of conformity to the liturgy at my institution. Margaret, I tried to do it. I tried to content myself with simply refusing the additional preferment, and stopping quietly here, strangling my conscience now, as I had strained it before. God forgive me." He rose and walked up and down the room, speaking low words of self-reproach and humiliation, of which Margaret was thankful to hear but few. At last he said, "Margaret, I return to the old sad burden. We must leave Helstone." "Yes, I see. But when?" "I have written to the bishop. I dare say I have told you so, but I forget things just now," said Mr. Hale, collapsing into his depressed manner as soon as he came to talk of hard matter-of-fact details, informing him of my intention to resign this vicarage. "He has been most kind. He has used arguments and expostulations, all in vain, in vain. They are but what I have tried upon myself, without avail. I shall have to take my deed of resignation, and wait upon the bishop myself, to bid him farewell. That will be a trial, but worse, far worse, will be the parting from my dear people. There is a curate appointed to read prayers, a Mr. Brown. He will come to stay with us tomorrow. Next Sunday I preach my farewell sermon." Was it to be so sudden then? Thought Margaret. And yet perhaps it was as well. Lingering would only add stings to the pain. It was better to be stunned into numbness by hearing of all these arrangements, which seemed to be nearly completed before she had been told. "What does mamma say?" asked she, with a deep sigh. To her surprise, her father began to walk about again before he answered. At length he stopped and replied, "Margaret, I am a poor coward after all. I cannot bear to give pain. I know so well your mother's married life has not been all she hoped, all she had a right to expect, and this will be such a blow to her, that I have never had the heart, the power to tell her. She must be told though, now," said he, looking wistfully at his daughter. Margaret was almost overpowered with the idea that her mother knew nothing of it at all, and yet the affair was so far advanced. "Yes, indeed she must," said Margaret. "Perhaps, after all, she may not. Oh yes, she will. She must be shocked," as the force of the blow returned upon herself in trying to realize how another would take it. "Where are we to go to?" said she at last, struck with a fresh wonder as to their future plans, if plans indeed her father had. "To Milton Northern," he answered, with a dull indifference, for he had perceived that, although his daughter's love had made her cling to him, and for a moment strive to soothe him with her love, yet the keenness of the pain was as fresh as ever in her mind. "Milton Northern, the manufacturing town in Berkshire?" "Yes," said he, in the same despondent, indifferent way. "Why there, papa?" asked she. "Because there I can earn bread for my family, because I know no one there, and no one knows Helstone, or can ever talk to me about it." "Bread for your family? I thought you and mamma had—" and then she stopped, checking her natural interest regarding their future life, as she saw the gathering gloom on her father's brow. But he, with his quick intuitive sympathy, read in her face, as in a mirror, the reflections of his own moody depression, and turned it off with an effort. "You shall be told all, Margaret. Only help me to tell your mother. I think I could do anything but that. The idea of her distress turns me sick with dread. If I tell you all, perhaps you could break it to her tomorrow. I am going out for the day, to bid Farmer Dobson and the poor people on Bracy Common good-bye. Would you dislike breaking it to her very much, Margaret?" Margaret did dislike it, did shrink from it more than from anything she had ever had to do in her life before. She could not speak all at once. Her father said, "You dislike it very much, don't you, Margaret?" Then she conquered herself and said, with a bright strong look on her face, "It is a painful thing, but it must be done, and I will do it as well as ever I can. You must have many painful things to do." Mr. Hale shook his head despondingly. He pressed her hand in token of gratitude. Margaret was nearly upset again into a burst of crying. To turn her thoughts, she said, "Now tell me, Papa, what our plans are. You and Mamma have some money, independent of the income from the living, have not you? Aunt Shaw has, I know." "Yes, I suppose we have about £170 a year of our own. 70 of that has always gone to Frederick, since he has been abroad. I don't know if he wants it all," he continued in a hesitating manner. "He must have some pay for serving with the Spanish army." "Frederick must not suffer," said Margaret, decidedly, "in a foreign country so unjustly treated by his own. 100 is left. Could not you, and I, and Mamma live on 100 a year in some very cheap, very quiet part of England? Oh, I think we could." "No," said Mr. Hale, "that would not answer. I must do something. I must make myself busy, to keep off morbid thoughts. Besides, in a country parish, I should be so painfully reminded of Helstone, and my duties here. I could not bear it, Margaret. And 100 a year would go a very little way, after the necessary wants of housekeeping are met, towards providing your mother with all the comforts she has been accustomed to, and ought to have. No, we must go to Milton. That is settled. I can always decide better by myself, and not influenced by those whom I love," said he, as a half apology for having arranged so much before he had told any one of his family of his intentions. "I cannot stand objections, they make me so undecided." Margaret resolved to keep silence. After all, what did it signify where they went, compared to the one terrible change? Mr. Hale continued, "A few months ago, when my misery of doubt became more than I could bear without speaking, I wrote to Mr. Bell. You remember Mr. Bell, Margaret?" "No, I never saw him, I think. But I know who he is, Frederick's godfather, your old tutor at Oxford, don't you mean?" "Yes, he is a fellow of Plymouth College there. He is a native of Milton Northern, I believe. At any rate, he has property there, which has very much increased in value since Milton has become such a large manufacturing town. Well, I had reason to suspect, to imagine. I had better say nothing about it, however, but I felt sure of sympathy from Mr. Bell. I don't know that he gave me such strength. He has lived an easy life in his college all his days, but he has been as kind as can be, and it is owing to him we are going to Milton." "How?" said Margaret. "Why, he has tenants and houses and mills there, so, though he dislikes the place, too bustling for one of his habits, he is obliged to keep up some sort of connection, and he tells me that he hears there is a good opening for a private tutor there." "A private tutor?" said Margaret, looking scornful. "What in the world do manufacturers want with the classics, or literature, or the accomplishments of a gentleman?" "Oh," said her father, "some of them really seem to be fine fellows, conscious of their own deficiencies, which is more than many a man at Oxford is. Some want resolutely to learn, though they have come to a man's estate. Some want their children to be better instructed than they themselves have been. At any rate, there is an opening, as I have said, for a private tutor. Mr. Bell has recommended me to a Mr. Thornton, a tenant of his, and a very intelligent man, as far as I can judge from his letters. And in Milton, Margaret, I shall find a busy life, if not a happy one, and people and scenes so different that I shall never be reminded of Helstone." There was a secret motive, as Margaret knew from her own feelings. It would be different. Discordant as it was, with almost a detestation for all she had ever heard of the north of England, the manufacturers, the people, the wild and bleak country, there was this one recommendation: it would be different from Helstone, and could never remind them of that beloved place. "When do we go?" asked Margaret, after a short silence. "I do not know exactly. I wanted to talk it over with you. You see, your mother knows nothing about it yet, but I think, in a fortnight, after my deed of resignation is sent in, I shall have no right to remain." Margaret was almost stunned. "In a fortnight?" No, not exactly to a day. Nothing is fixed," said her father with anxious hesitation, as he noticed the filmy sorrow that came over her eyes, and the sudden change in her complexion, but she recovered herself immediately. "Yes, papa, it had better be fixed soon and decidedly, as you say. Only mamma to know nothing about it, it is that is the great perplexity." "Poor Maria," replied Mr. Hale, tenderly. "Poor Maria! Oh, if I were not married, if I were but myself in the world, how easy it would be! As it is, Margaret, I dare not tell her." "No," said Margaret sadly, "I will do it. Give me till tomorrow evening to choose my time." "Oh, papa!" cried she, with sudden passionate entreaty, tell me it is a nightmare, a horrid dream, not the real waking truth. You cannot mean that you are really going to leave the church, to give up Helstone, to be for ever separate from me, from mamma, led away by some delusion, some temptation. You do not really mean it?" Mr. Hale sat in rigid stillness while she spoke. Then he looked her in the face, and said in a slow, horse-measured way, "I do mean it, Margaret. You must not deceive yourself into doubting the reality of my words, my fixed intention and resolve." He looked at her in the same steady, stony manner, for some moments after he had done speaking. She, too, gazed back with pleading eyes, before she would believe that it was irrecoverable. Then she arose and went, without another word or look, towards the door. As her fingers were on the handle, he called her back. He was standing by the fireplace, shrunk and stooping, but as she came near, he drew himself up to his full height, and, placing his hands on her head, he said solemnly, The blessing of God be upon thee, my child." "And may he restore you to his church," responded she, out of the fullness of her heart. The next moment she feared lest this answer to his blessing might be irreverent. Wrong might hurt him as coming from his daughter, and she threw her arms round his neck. He held her to him for a minute or two. She heard him murmur to himself, "The martyrs and confessors had even more pain to bear. I will not shrink." They were startled by hearing Mrs. Hale inquiring for her daughter. They started asunder in the full consciousness of all that was before them. Mr. Hale hurriedly said, "Go, Margaret, go. I shall be out all tomorrow. Before night you will have told your mother." "Yes," she replied, and she returned to the drawing-room in a stunned and dizzy state. End of chapter 4.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Read for LibriVox by Madame Tusk. www.rlowalrus.sitesled.com. Chapter 5. Decision. I ask thee for a thoughtful love, through constant watching wise, to meet the glad with joyful smiles, and to wipe the weeping eyes, and a heart at leisure from itself to soothe and sympathize. Anon. Margaret made a good listener to all her mother's little plans for adding some small comforts to the lot of the poorer parishioners. She could not help listening, though each new project was a stab to her heart. By the time the frost had set in, they should be far away from Helstone. Old Simon's rheumatism might be bad, and his eyesight worse. There would be no one to go and read to him, and comfort him with little porringers of broth and good red flannel. Or if there was, it would be a stranger, and the old man would watch in vain for her. Mary Domville's little crippled boy would crawl in vain to the door and look for her coming through the forest. These poor friends would never understand why she had forsaken them, and there were many others besides. Papa has always spent the income he derived from his living in the parish. I am perhaps encroaching upon the next dues, but the winter is likely to be severe, and our poor old people must be helped. "Oh, mamma, let us do all we can," said Margaret eagerly, not seeing the prudential side of the question, only grasping at the idea that they were rendering such help for the last time. "We may not be here long." "Do you feel ill, my darling?" asked Mrs. Hale anxiously, misunderstanding Margaret's hint of the uncertainty of their stay at Helstone. "You look pale and tired. It is this soft, damp, unhealthy air." No, mamma, it is not that. It is delicious air. It smells of the freshest, purest fragrance after the smokiness of Harley Street. But I am tired. It surely must be near bedtime." "Not far off. It is 9:30. You had better go to bed at once, dear. Ask Dixon for some gruel. I will come in and see you as soon as you are in bed. I am afraid you have taken cold, or this bad air from one of the stagnant ponds." "Oh, mamma," said Margaret, faintly smiling as she kissed her mother, "I am quite well. Don't alarm yourself about me. I am only tired." Margaret went upstairs. To soothe her mother's anxiety, she submitted to a basin of gruel. She was lying languidly in bed when Mrs. Hale came in to make some last inquiries and kiss her before going to her own room for the night. But the instant she heard her mother's door locked, she sprang out of bed, and throwing her dressing-gown on, she began to pace up and down the room, until the creaking of one of the boards reminded her that she must make no noise. She went and curled herself up on the window-seat in the small, deeply recessed window. That morning, when she had looked out, her heart had danced at seeing the bright, clear lights on the church tower, which foretold a fine and sunny day. This evening, 16 hours at most had passed by. She sat down, too full of sorrow to cry, but with a dull, cold pain which seemed to have pressed the youth and buoyancy out of her heart, never to return. Mr. Henry Lennox's visit, his offer, was like a dream, a thing beside her actual life. The hard reality was that her father had so admitted tempting doubts into his mind as to become a schismatic, an outcast. All the changes subsequent upon this grouped themselves around that one great, blighting fact. She looked out upon the dark grey lines of the church tower, square and straight in the centre of the view, cutting against the deep blue transparent depths beyond, into which she gazed, and felt that she might gaze forever, seeing at every moment some farther distance, and yet no sign of God. It seemed to her, at the moment, as if the earth was more utterly desolate than if girt in by an iron dome, beyond which there might be the ineffaceable peace and glory of the Almighty. Those never-ending depths of space in their still serenity were more mocking to her than any material bounds could be, shutting in the cries of earth's sufferers, which now might ascend into that infinite splendour of vastness and be lost for ever, before they reached his throne. In this mood, her father came in unheard. The moonlight was strong enough to let him see his daughter in her unusual place and attitude. He came to her and touched her shoulder, before she was aware that he was there. "Margaret, I heard you were up. I could not help coming in to ask you to pray with me, to say the Lord's Prayer. That will do good to both of us." Mr. Hale and Margaret knelt by the window-seat, he looking up, she bowed down in humble shame. God was there, close around them, hearing her father's whispered words. Her father might be a heretic, but had not she, in her despairing doubts not 5 minutes before, shown herself a far more utter sceptic? She spoke not a word, but stole to bed after her father had left her, like a child ashamed of its fault. If the world was full of perplexing problems, she would trust, and only ask to see one step needful for the hour. Mr. Lennox, his visit, his proposal, the remembrance of which had been so rudely pushed aside by the subsequent events of the day, haunted her dreams that night. He was climbing up some tree of fabulous height to reach the branch whereon was slung her bonnet. He was falling, and she was struggling to save him, but held back by some invisible, powerful hand. He was dead. And yet, with a shifting of the scene, she was once more in the Harley Street drawing-room, talking to him as of old, and still with a consciousness all the time that she had seen him killed by that terrible fall. Miserable, unresting night! Ill preparation for the coming day. She awoke with a start, unrefreshed, and conscious of some reality worse even than her feverish dreams. It all came back upon her. Not merely the sorrow, but the terrible discord in the sorrow. Where, to what distance apart, had her father wandered, led by doubts which were to her temptations of the evil one? She longed to ask, and yet would not have heard for all the world. The fine, crisp morning made her mother feel particularly well and happy at breakfast-time. She talked on, planning village kindnesses, unheeding the silence of her husband and the monosyllabic answers of Margaret. Before the things were cleared away, Mr. Hale got up. He leaned one hand on the table, as if to support himself. "I shall not be home till evening. I am going to Bracy Common, and will ask Farmer Dobson to give me something for dinner. I shall be back to tea at 7. He did not look at either of them, but Margaret knew what he meant. By 7 the announcement must be made to her mother. Mr. Hale would have delayed making it till 6:30, but Margaret was of different stuff. She could not bear the impeding weight on her mind all the day long. Better get the worst over. The day would be too short to comfort her mother. But while she stood by the window, thinking how to begin, and waiting for the servant to have left the room, her mother had gone upstairs to put on her things to go to the school. She came down, ready equipped, in a brisker mood than usual. "Mother, come round to the garden with me this morning, just one turn," said Margaret, putting her arm around Mrs. Hale's waist. They passed through the open window. Mrs. Hale spoke, said something, Margaret could not tell what. Her eye caught on a bee entering a deep-belled flower. When that bee flew forth with his spoils, she would begin. That should be the sign. Out he came. "Mamma, Papa is going to leave Helstone," she blurted forth. "He is going to leave the church and live in Milton Northern." There were the 3 hard facts, hardly spoken. "What makes you say so?" asked Mrs. Hale in a surprised, incredulous voice. "Who has been telling you such nonsense?" "Papa himself," said Margaret, longing to say something gentle and consoling, but literally not knowing how. They were close to a garden bench. Mrs. Hale sat down and began to cry. "I don't understand you," she said. "Either you have made some great mistake, or I don't quite understand you." "No, mother, I have made no mistake. Papa has written to the bishop, saying that he has such doubts that he cannot conscientiously remain a priest of the Church of England, and that he must give up Helstone. He has also consulted Mr. Bell, Frederick's godfather, you know, mamma, and it is arranged that we go to live in Milton Northern." Mrs. Hale looked up in Margaret's face all the time she was speaking these words. The shadow on her countenance told that she, at least, believed in the truth of what she said. "I don't think it can be true," said Mrs. Hale at length. "He would surely have told me before it came to this." It came strongly upon Margaret's mind that her mother ought to have been told, that whatever her faults of discontent and repining might have been, it was an error in her father to have left her to learn his change of opinion, and his approaching change of life, from her better-informed child. Margaret sat down by her mother, and took her unresisting head on her breast, bending her own soft cheeks down caressingly to touch her face. "Dear darling mamma, we were so afraid of giving you pain. Papa felt so acutely. You know you are not strong, and there must have been such terrible suspense to go through." "When did he tell you, Margaret?" "Yesterday, only yesterday," replied Margaret, detecting the jealousy which prompted the inquiry. "Poor papa!" Trying to divert her mother's thoughts into compassionate sympathy for all her father had gone through, Mrs. Hale raised her head. "What does he mean by having doubts?" she asked. "Surely he does not mean that he thinks differently, that he knows better than the Church?" Margaret shook her head, and the tears came into her eyes as her mother touched the bare nerve of her own regret. "Can't the bishop set him right?" asked Mrs. Hale, half impatiently. "I am afraid not," said Margaret. "But I did not ask. I could not bear to hear what he might answer. It is all settled, at any rate. He is going to leave Helstone in a fortnight. I am not sure if he did not say he had sent in his deed of resignation." "In a fortnight!" exclaimed Mrs. Hale. "I do think this is very strange. Not at all right. I call it very unfeeling," said she, beginning to take relief in tears. "He has doubts, you say, and gives up his living, and all without consulting me. I dare say if he had told me his doubts at the first, I could have nipped them in the bud." Mistaken as Margaret felt her father's conduct to have been, she could not bear to hear it blamed by her mother. She knew that his very reserve had originated in a tenderness for her, which might be cowardly, but was not unfeeling. "I almost hoped you might have been glad to leave Helstone, mamma," said she after a pause. "You have never been well in this air, you know." "You can't think the smoking air of a manufacturing town, all chimneys and dirt like Milton Northern, would be better than this air, which is pure and sweet, if it is so soft and relaxing. Fancy living in the middle of factories and factory people! Though, of course, if your father leaves the Church, we shall not be admitted into society anywhere. It will be such a disgrace to us. Poor dear Sir John! It is well he is not alive to see what your father has come to. Every day after dinner, when I was a girl, living with your Aunt Shaw at Beresford Court, Sir John used to give for the first toast, Church and King, and down with the rump." Margaret was glad that her mother's thoughts were turned away from the fact of her husband's silence to her on the point which must have been so near his heart. Next to the serious, vital anxiety as to the nature of her father's doubts, this was the one circumstance of the case that gave Margaret the most pain. "You know we have very little society here, mamma. The Gormans, who are our nearest neighbours to call society, and we hardly ever see them, have been in trade just as much as these Milton Northern people." "Yes," said Mrs. Hale, almost indignantly. "But, at any rate, the Gormans made carriages for half the gentry of the county, and were brought into some kind of intercourse with them. But these factory people, who on earth wears cotton that can afford linen?" "Well, mamma, I give up the cotton spinners. I am not standing up for them, any more than for any other tradespeople, only we shall have little enough to do with them." "Why on earth has your father fixed on Milton Northern to live in?" "Partly," said Margaret, sighing, "because it is so very different from Helstone. Partly because Mr. Bell says there is an opening there for a private tutor." "Private tutor in Milton? Why can't he go to Oxford and be a tutor to gentlemen?" "You forget, mamma, he is leaving the Church on account of his opinions. His doubts would do him no good at Oxford." Mrs. Hale was silent for some time, quietly crying. At last she said, And the furniture. How in the world are we to manage the removal? I never removed in my life, and only a fortnight to think about it." Margaret was inexpressibly relieved to find that her mother's anxiety and distress was lowered to this point, so insignificant to herself, and on which she could do so much to help. She planned and promised, and led her mother on to arrange fully as much as could be fixed before they knew somewhat more definitively what Mr. Hale intended to do. Throughout the day, Margaret never left her mother, bending her whole soul to sympathize in all the various turns of her feelings. Towards evening, especially, as she became more and more anxious that her father should find a soothing welcome awaiting him after his return from his day of fatigue and distress, she dwelt upon what he must have borne in secret for long. Her mother only replied coldly that he ought to have told her, and that then, at any rate, he would have had an adviser to give him counsel. And Margaret turned faint at heart when she heard her father's step in the hall. She dared not go to meet him and tell him what she had done all day, for fear of her mother's jealous annoyance. She heard him linger, as if waiting for her, or some sign of her, and she dared not stir. She saw by her mother's twitching lips and changing colour that she too was aware that her husband had returned. Presently he opened the room door, and stood there, uncertain whether to come in. His face was grey and pale. He had a timid, fearful look in his eyes, something almost pitiful to see in a man's face. But that look of despondent uncertainty, of mental and bodily languor, touched his wife's heart. She went to him and threw herself on his breast, crying out, "Oh, Richard, Richard, you ought to have told me sooner!" And then, in tears, Margaret left her, as she rushed upstairs to throw herself on her bed and hide her face in the pillows, to stifle the hysteric sobs that would force their way at last, after the rigid self-control of the whole day. How long she lay thus, she could not tell. She heard no noise, though the housemaid came in to arrange the room. The affrighted girl stole out again, on tiptoe, and went and told Mrs. Dixon that Miss Hale was crying as if her heart would break. She was sure she would make herself deadly ill if she went on at that rate. In consequence of this, Margaret felt herself touched, and started up into a sitting posture. She saw the accustomed room, the figure of Dixon in shadow, as the latter stood holding the candle a little behind her for fear of the effect on Miss Hale's startled eyes, swollen and blinded as they were. "Oh, Dixon, I did not hear you come into the room," said Margaret, resuming her trembling self-restraint. "Is it very late?" continued she, lifting herself languidly off the bed, yet letting her feet touch the ground without fairly standing down, as she shaded her wet, ruffled hair off her face, and tried to look as though nothing were the matter, as if she had only been asleep. "I hardly can tell what time it is," replied Dixon in an aggrieved tone of voice. "Since your mamma told me this terrible news when I dressed her for tea, I have lost all count of time. I am sure I don't know what is to become of us all. When Charlotte told me just now that you were sobbing, Miss Hale, I thought no wonder, poor thing, and master thinking of turning dissenter at his time of life, when, if it is not to be said he's done well in the church, he's not done badly after all. I had a cousin, miss, who turned Methodist preacher after he was 50 years of age, and a tailor all his life. But then he had never been able to make a pair of trousers to fit for as long as he had been in the trade, so it was no wonder. But for master, as I said to Mrs., what would poor Sir John have said? He never liked your marrying Mr. Hale, but if he could have known what it would have come to this, he would have sworn worse oaths than ever, if that was possible." Dixon had been so much accustomed to comment upon Mr. Hale's proceedings to her mistress, who listened to her, or not, as she was in humour, that she never noticed Margaret's flashing eye and dilating nostril. To hear her father talked of in this way, by a servant, to her face! "Dixon," she said, in the low tone she always used when much excited, which had a sound in it as of some distant turmoil or threatening storm breaking far away. "Dixon, you forget to whom you are speaking." She stood upright and firm on her feet now, confronting the waiting maid and fixing her with her steady, discerning eye. "I am Mr. Hale's daughter. Go. You have made a strange mistake, and one that I am sure your own good feeling will make you sorry for when you think about it." Dixon hung irresolutely about the room for a minute or two. Margaret repeated, "You may leave me, Dixon. I wish you to go." Dixon did not know whether to resent these decided words or to cry. Either course would have done with her mistress, but, as she said to herself, "Miss Margaret has a touch of the old gentleman about her, as well as poor Master Frederick. I wonder where they get it from." and she, who would have resented such words from anyone less haughty and determined in manner, was subdued enough to say, in a half-humble, half-injured tone, "Mayn't I unfasten your gown, miss, and do your hair?" "No, not to-night, thank you." And Margaret gravely lighted her out of the room and bolted the door. From henceforth, Dixon obeyed and admired Margaret. She said it was because she was so like poor Master Frederick, but the truth was that Dixon, as do many others, liked to feel herself ruled by a powerful and decided nature. Margaret needed all Dixon's help in action and silence in words, for some time, the latter thought it her duty to show her sense of affront by saying as little as possible to her young lady, so the energy came out in doing rather than in speaking. A fortnight was a very short time to make arrangements for so serious removal. As Dixon said, anyone but a gentleman, indeed almost any other gentleman, but catching a look at Margaret's straight, stern brow just here, she coughed the remainder of the sentence away, and meekly took the horehound drop that Margaret offered her to stop the little tickling in me chest, miss. But almost anyone but Mr. Hale would have had practical knowledge enough to see that in so short a time it would be difficult to fix on any house in Milton Northern, or indeed elsewhere, to which they could remove the furniture that had of necessity to be taken out of Helstone Vicarage. Mrs. Hale, overpowered by all the troubles and necessities for immediate household decisions that seemed to come upon her at once, became really ill, and Margaret almost felt it as a relief when her mother fairly took to her bed and left the management of affairs to her. Dixon, true to her post of bodyguard, attended most faithfully to her mistress, and only emerged from Mrs. Hale's bedroom to shake her head and murmur to herself in a manner which Margaret did not choose to hear. For the one thing clear and straight before her was the necessity for leaving Helstone. Mr. Hale's successor in the living was appointed, and, at any rate, after her father's decision, there must be no lingering now, for his sake as well as from every other consideration. For he came home every evening more and more depressed after the necessary leave-taking which he had resolved to have with every individual parishioner. Margaret, inexperienced as she was in all the necessary matter-of-fact business to be got through, did not know to whom to apply for advice. The cook and Charlotte worked away with willing arms and stout hearts at all the moving and packing, and, as far as that went, Margaret's admirable sense enabled her to see what was best, and to direct how it should be done. But where were they to go? In a week they must be gone. Straight to Milton, or where? So many arrangements depended upon this decision that Margaret resolved to ask her father one evening, in spite of his evident fatigue and low spirits. He answered, "My dear, I have really had too much to think about to settle this. What does your mother say? What does she wish, poor Maria?" He met with an echo even louder than his sigh. Dixon had just come into the room for another cup of tea for Mrs. Hale, and, catching Mr. Hale's last words, and protected by his presence from Margaret's upbraiding eyes, made bold to say, "My poor mistress!" "You don't think her worse to-day?" said Mr. Hale, turning hastily. "I am sure I can't say, sir. It is not for me to judge. The illness seems so much more on the mind than on the body." Mr. Hale looked infinitely distressed. "You had better take mamma her tea while it is hot, Dixon," said Margaret in a tone of quiet authority. "Oh, I beg your pardon, miss. My thoughts was otherwise occupied in thinking of my of Mrs. Hale." "Papa," said Margaret, "it is the suspense that is bad for you both. Of course, mamma must feel your change of opinions. We can't help that," she continued softly. "But now the course is clear, at least, to a certain point. And I think, papa, that I could get mamma to help me in planning, if you could tell me what to plan for. She has never expressed any wish in any way, and only thinks of what can't be helped. Are we to go straight to Milton? Have you taken a house there?" "No," he replied. "I suppose we must go into lodgings and look about for a house." "And pack up the furniture so that it can be left at the railway station till we have met with one?" "I suppose so. Do what you think best. Only remember, we shall have much less money to spend." They had never had much superfluity, as Margaret knew. She felt that it was a great weight suddenly thrown upon her shoulders. 4 months ago, all the decisions she needed to make were what dress she would wear for dinner, and to help Edith to draw out the lists of who should take down whom in the dinner parties at home. Nor was the household in which she lived one that called for much decision, except in the one grand case of Captain Lennox's offer, Everything went on with the regularity of clockwork. Once a year there was a long discussion between her aunt and Edith as to whether they should go to the Isle of Wight, abroad, or to Scotland. But at such times Margaret herself was secure of drifting, without any exertion of her own, into the quiet harbour of home. Now, since that day when Mr. Lennox came and startled her into a decision, every day brought some question, momentous to her and to those whom she loved, to be settled. Her father went up after tea to sit with his wife. Margaret remained alone in the drawing-room. Suddenly she took a candle and went into her father's study for a great atlas, and lugging it back into the drawing-room, she began to pore over the map of England. She was ready to look up brightly when her father came downstairs. "I have hit upon such a beautiful plan. Look here, in Berkshire, hardly the breadth of my finger from Milton, is Helstone, which I have often heard of from people living in the north as such a pleasant little bathing place. Now, don't you think we could get Mamma there with Dixon, while you and I go and look for houses, and get one all ready for her in Milton? She would get a breath of sea air to set her up for the winter, and be spared all the fatigue, and Dixon would enjoy taking care of her." "Is Dixon to go with us?" asked Mr. Hale in a kind of helpless dismay. "Oh, yes," said Margaret. "Dixon quite intends it, and I don't know what Mamma would do without her." "But we shall have to put up with a very different way of living, I am afraid. Everything is so much dearer in a town. I doubt if Dixon can make herself comfortable. To tell you the truth, Margaret, I sometimes feel as if that woman gave herself airs." "To be sure she does, Papa," replied Margaret, "and if she has to put up with a different style of living, we shall have to put up with her airs, which will be worse. But she really loves us all, and would be miserable to leave us, I am sure, especially in this change. So for Mamma's sake, and for the sake of her faithfulness, I do think she must go." "Very well, my dear, go on. I am resigned. How far is Helstone from Milton? The breadth of one of your fingers does not give me a very clear idea of distance." "Well, then, I suppose it is 30 miles. That is not much." "Not in distance, but in— Never mind. If you really think it will do your mother good, let it be fixed so." This was a great step. Now Margaret could work and act and plan in good earnest, and now Mrs. Hale could rouse herself from her languor and forget her real suffering in thinking of the pleasure and the delight of going to the seaside. Her only regret was that Mr. Hale could not be with her all the fortnight she was to be there, as he had been for a whole fortnight once, when they were engaged, and she was staying with Sir John and Lady Beresford at Torquay. End of Chapter 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Read for LibriVox by Madame Tusk. www.rlowalrus.sitesled.com. Chapter 6. Farewell. Unwatched, the garden boughs shall sway, the tender blossoms flutter down. Unloved, that beech will gather brown, the maple burn itself away. Unloved, the sunflower, shining fair, ray round with flames her disk of seed, and many a rose carnation feed with summer spice the humming air. Till from the garden and the wild a fresh association blow, and year by year the landscape grow familiar to the stranger's child. As year by year the labourer tills his wonted glebe or lops the glades, and year by year our memory fades from all the circle of the hills. Tennyson. The last day came. The house was full of packing cases, which were being carted off at the front door to the nearest railway station. Even the pretty lawn at the side of the house was made unsightly and untidy by the straw that had been wafted upon it through the open door and windows. The rooms had a strange echoing sound in them, and the light came harshly and strongly in through the uncurtained windows, seeming already unfamiliar and strange. Mrs. Hale's dressing-room was left untouched to the last, and there she and Dixon were packing up clothes and interrupting each other every now and then to exclaim at and turn over with fond regard some forgotten treasure in the shape of some relic of the children while they were yet little. They did not make much progress with their work. Downstairs, Margaret stood calm and collected, ready to counsel or advise the men who had been called in to help the cook and Charlotte. These two last, crying between whiles, wondered how the young lady could keep up so this last day, and settled it between them that she was not likely to care much for Helstone, having been so long in London. There she stood, very pale and quiet, with her large grey eyes observing everything, up to every present circumstance, however small. They could not understand how her heart was aching all the time with a heavy pressure that no sighs could lift off or relieve, and how constant exertion of her perceptive faculties was the only way to keep herself from crying out with pain. Moreover, if she gave herself away, who was to act? Her father was examining papers, books, registers, what not, in the vestry with the clerk, and when he came in, there were his own books to pack up, which no one but himself could do to his satisfaction. Besides, was Margaret one to give way before strange men, or even household friends like the cook and Charlotte? Not she. But at last the four packers went into the kitchen to their tea, and Margaret moved stiffly and slowly away from the place in the hall where she had been standing so long, out through the bare echoing drawing-room, into the twilight of the early November evening. There was a filmy veil of soft, dull mist, obscuring, but not hiding, all objects, giving them a lilac hue, for the sun had not yet fully set. A robin was singing, perhaps, Margaret thought, the very robin that her father had so often talked of as his winter pet, and for which he had made, with his own hands, a kind of robin-house by his study window. The leaves were more gorgeous than ever. The first touch of frost would lay them all low on the ground. Already one or two kept constantly floating down, amber and golden in the low, slanting sun-rays. Margaret went along the walk under the pear-tree wall. She had never been along it since she paced it at Henry Lennox's side. Here, at this bed of time, he began to speak of what she must not think of now. Her eyes were on that late blowing rose as she was trying to answer, and she had caught the idea of the vivid beauty of the feathery leaves of the carrots in the very middle of his last sentence. Only a fortnight ago, and all so changed. Where was he now? In London, going through the old round, dining with the old Harley Street set, or with the gayer young friends of his own. Even now, while she walked sadly through that damp, drear garden in the dusk, with everything falling and fading and turning to decay around her, he might be gladly putting away his law-books after a day of satisfactory toil, and freshening himself up, as he had told her he often did, by a run in the Temple Gardens, taking in the while the grand, inarticulate, mighty roar of tens of thousands of busy men, nigh at hand, but not seen, and catching ever at his quick turns glimpses of the lights of the city coming up out of the depths of the river. He had often spoken to Margaret of these hasty walks, snatched in the interval between study and dinner. At his best times, and in his best moods, had he spoken of them, and the thought of them had struck upon her fancy. Here there was no sound. The robin had gone away into the vast stillness of night. Now and then a cottage door in the distance was opened and shut, as if to admit the tired labourer to his home, but that sounded very far away. A stealthy, creeping, cranching sound among the crisp fallen leaves of the forest, beyond the garden, seemed almost close at hand. Margaret knew it was some poacher. Sitting up in her bedroom this past autumn with the light of her candle extinguished, and purely revelling in the solemn beauty of the heavens and the earth, she had many a time seen the light, noiseless leap of the poachers over the garden fence, their quick tramp across the dewy moonlit lawn, their disappearances in the black, still shadow beyond. The wild, adventurous freedom of their life had taken her fancy. She felt inclined to wish them success. She had no fear of them. But tonight she was afraid. She knew not why. She heard Charlotte shutting the windows and fastening up for the night, unconscious that anyone had gone out into the garden. A small branch, it might be of rotten wood, or it might be broken by force, came heavily down in the nearest part of the forest. Margaret ran, swift as Camilla, down to the window and rapped at it with a hurried tremulousness which startled Charlotte within. "Let me in! Let me in! It is only me, Charlotte!" Her heart did not still its fluttering till she was safe in the drawing-room with the windows fastened and bolted and the familiar walls hemming her round and shutting her in. She sat upon a packing-case, cheerless. Chill was the dreary and dismantled room. No fire, nor other light, at Charlotte's long, unsnuffed candle. Charlotte looked at Margaret with surprise, and Margaret, feeling it rather than seeing it, rose up. "I was afraid you were shutting me out altogether, Charlotte," said she, half smiling, "and then you would never have heard me in the kitchen, and the doors into the lane and churchyard are locked long ago." "Oh, miss, I should have been sure to have missed you soon. The men would have wanted you to tell them how to go on, and I have put tea in master's study, as being the most comfortable room, so to speak." "Thank you, Charlotte. You are a kind girl. I shall be sorry to leave you. You must try and write to me. If I can ever give you any little help or good advice, I shall always be glad to get a letter from Helstone, you know. I shall be sure to send you my address when I know it." The study was all ready for tea. There was a good blazing fire and unlighted candles on the table. Margaret sat down on the rug, partly to warm herself, for the dampness of the evening hung about her dress, and over-fatigue had made her chilly. She kept herself balanced by clasping her hands together around her knees, her head dropped a little towards her chest. The attitude was one of despondency, whatever her frame of mind might be. But when she heard her father's step on the gravel outside, she started up, and hastily shaking her heavy black hair back, and wiping a few tears away that had come on her cheeks, she knew not how, she went out to open the door for him. He showed far more depression than she did. She could hardly get him to talk, although she tried to speak on subjects that would interest him, at the cost of an effort every time, which she thought would be her last. "Have you been a very long walk to-day?" asked she, on seeing his refusal to touch food of any kind. "As far as Fordham Beeches. I went to see Widow Maltby. She is sadly grieved at not having wished you good-bye. She says little Susan has kept watch down the lane for you for days past." "Nay, Margaret, what is the matter, dear?" The thought of the little child watching for her, and continually disappointed, from no forgetfulness on her part, but from sheer inability to leave home, was the last drop in poor Margaret's cup, and she was sobbing away as if her heart would break. Mr. Hale was distressingly perplexed. He rose and walked nervously up and down the room. Margaret tried to check herself, but would not speak until she could do so with firmness. She heard him talking as if to himself. "I cannot bear it. I cannot bear to see the sufferings of others. I think I could go through my own with patience. Oh, is there no going back?" "No, father," said Margaret, looking straight at him, and speaking low and steadily. "It is bad to believe you in error. It would be infinitely worse to have known you a hypocrite." She dropped her voice at the last few words, as if entertaining the idea of hypocrisy for a moment in connection with her father savoured of irreverence. "Besides," she went on, "it is only that I am tired tonight. I don't think that I am suffering from what you have done. Dear papa, we can't either of us talk about it tonight. I believe," said she, finding that tears and sobs would come in spite of herself, "I had better go and take mamma up this cup of tea. She had hers very early when I was too busy to go to her, and I am sure she will be glad of another now." Railroad time inexorably wrenched them away from lovely, beloved Helstone the next morning. They were gone. They had seen the last of the long, low parsonage home, half covered with china roses and pyrosanthus, more homelike than ever in the morning sun that glittered on its windows, each belonging to some well-loved room. Almost before they had settled themselves into the car sent from Southampton to fetch them to the station, they were gone away to return no more. A sting at Margaret's heart made her strive to look out to catch the last glimpse of the old church tower at the turn where she knew it might be seen above a wave of the forest trees. But her father remembered this too, and she silently acknowledged his greater right to the one window from which it could be seen. She leant back and shut her eyes, and the tears welled forth and hung glittering for an instant on shadowing eyelashes before rolling slowly down her cheeks and dropping unheeded on her dress. They were to stop in London all night at some quiet hotel. Poor Mrs. Hale had cried in her way nearly all day long, and Dixon showed her sorrow by extreme crossness and a continual irritable attempt to keep her petticoats from even touching the unconscious Mr. Hale, whom she regarded as the origin of all this suffering. They went through the well-known streets, past houses which they had often visited, past shops in which she had lounged impatient by her aunt's side while that lady was making some important and interminable discussion, nay, absolutely past acquaintances in the streets, for though the morning had been of an incalculable length to them, and they felt as if it ought long ago to have closed in for the repose of darkness, it was the very busiest time of a London afternoon in November when they arrived there. It was long since Mrs. Hale had been in London, and she roused up, almost like a child, to look about her at the different streets, and to gaze after and exclaim at the shops and carriages. "Oh, there's Harrison's, where I bought so many of my wedding things. Dear, how altered! They've got immense plate-glass windows, larger than Crawford's in Southampton. Oh, and there, I declare! No, it is not. Yes, it is. Margaret, we have just passed Mr. Henry Lennox. Where can he be going among all these shops?" Margaret started forwards, and as quickly fell back, half smiling at herself for the sudden motion. They were 100 yards away by this time, but he seemed like a relic of Helstone. He was associated with a bright morning and eventful day, and she should have liked to have seen him without his seeing her, without the chance of their speaking. The evening, without employment, passed in a room high up in a hotel, was long and heavy. Mr. Hale went out to his bookseller's, and to call on a friend or two. Everyone they saw, either in the house or out in the streets, appeared hurrying to some appointment, expected by or expecting somebody. They alone seemed strange and friendless and desolate. Yet within a mile Margaret knew of house after house where she, for her own sake, and her mother for her Aunt Shaw's, would be welcomed, if they came in gladness, or even in peace of mind. If they came sorrowing and wanting sympathy in a complicated trouble like the present, then they would be felt as a shadow in all these houses of intimate acquaintances, not friends. London life is too whirling and full to admit of even an hour of that deep silence of feeling which the friends of Job showed when they sat with him on the ground 7 days and 7 nights, and none spake a word unto him, for they saw that his grief was very great. End of chapter 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Read for LibriVox by Madame Tusk. www.rlowalrus.sitesled.com. Chapter 7. New Scenes and Faces. Mist clogs the sunshine, smoky dwarf houses have we round on every side. Matthew Arnold. The next afternoon, about 20 miles from Milton Northern, they entered on the little branch railway that led to Helstone. Helstone itself was one long, straggling street, running parallel to the seashore. It had a character of its own, as different from the little bathing places in the south of England as they again from those of the continent. To use a Scotch word, everything looked more purpose-like. The county cars had more iron and less wood and leather about the horse-gear. The people in the streets, although on pleasure bent, had yet a busy mind. The colours looked greyer, more enduring, not so gay and pretty. There were no smock frocks, even among the country folk. They retarded motion, and were apt to catch on machinery, and so the habit of wearing them had died out. In such towns in the south of England, Margaret had seen the shopmen, when not employed in their business, lounging a little at their doors, enjoying the fresh air and the look up and down the street. Here, if they had any leisure from customers, they made themselves business in the shop, even, Margaret fancied, to the unnecessary rolling and re-rolling of ribbons. All these differences struck upon her mind as she and her mother went out next morning to look for lodgings. Their 2 nights at hotels had cost more than Mr. Hale had anticipated, and they were glad to take the first clean, cheerful rooms they met with that were at liberty to receive them. There, for the first time for many days, did Margaret feel at rest. There was a dreaminess in the rest, too, which made it still more perfect and luxurious to repose in. The distant sea, lapping the sandy shore with measured sound, the nearer cries of the donkey boys, the unusual scenes moving before her like pictures which she cared not, in her laziness, to have fully explained before they passed away. The stroll down to the beach to breathe the sea air, soft and warm on that sandy shore, even to the end of November, the great, long, misty sea-line touching the tender-coloured sky, the white sail of a distant boat turning silver in some pale sunbeam, It seemed as if she could dream her life away in such luxury of pensiveness, in which she made her present all in all, from not daring to think of the past, or wishing to contemplate the future. But the future must be met, however stern and iron it be. One evening it was arranged that Margaret and her father should go the next day to Milton Northern, and look out for a house. Mr. Hale had received several letters from Mr. Bell, and one or two from Mr. Thornton, and he was anxious to ascertain at once a good many particulars respecting his position and chances of success there, which he could only do by an interview with the latter gentleman. Margaret knew that they ought to be removing, but she had a repugnance to the idea of a manufacturing town, and believed that her mother was receiving benefit from the Easton air, so she would willingly have deferred the expedition to Milton. For several miles before they reached Milton, they saw a deep lead-coloured cloud hanging over the horizon in the direction in which it lay. It was all the darker for the contrast with the pale grey blue of the wintry sky, for in Easton there had been the earliest signs of frost. Nearer to the town, the air had a faint taste and smell of smoke, perhaps, after all, more a loss of the fragrance of grass and herbage than any positive taste or smell. Quick, they were whirled over long, straight, hopeless streets of regularly built houses, all small and of brick. Here and there a great oblong, many-windowed factory stood up, like a hen among her chickens, puffing out black, unparliamentary smoke, and sufficiently accounting for the cloud which Margaret had taken to foretell rain. As they drove through the larger and wider streets from the station to the hotel, they had to stop constantly. Great loaded lorries blocked up the not over-wide thoroughfares. Margaret had now and then been into the city in her drives with her aunt, but the heavy lumbering vehicles seemed various in their purposes and intent. Here, every van, every wagon and truck bore cotton, either in the raw shape, in bags, or the woven shape, in bales of calico. People thronged the footpaths, most of them well dressed, as regarded the material, but with a slovenly looseness which struck Margaret as different from the shabby, threadbare smartness of a similar class in London. "New Street," said Mr. Hale. "This, I believe, is the principal street in Milton. Bell has often spoken to me about it. It was the opening of this street from a lane into a great thoroughfare 30 years ago, which has caused his property to rise so much in value. Mr. Thornton's mill must be somewhere not very far off. He is Mr. Bell's tenant, but I fancy he dates from his warehouse." "Where is our hotel, Papa?" "Close to the end of this street, I believe. Shall we have lunched before or after we have looked for the houses we marked in the Milton Times?" "Oh, let us get our work done first." "Very well. Then I will only see if there is a note or a letter for me from Mr. Thornton, who said he would let me know anything he might hear about these houses, and then we will set off. We will keep the cab. It will be safer than losing ourselves and being too late for the train this afternoon." There were no letters awaiting him. They set out on their house hunting. £30 a year was all they could afford to give, but in Hampshire they could have met with a roomy house and pleasant garden for the money. Here, even the necessary accommodation of 2 sitting-rooms and 4 bedrooms seemed unattainable. They went through their list, rejecting each as they visited it, and then they looked at each other in dismay. "We must go back to the second, I think. That one in Crampton, don't they call the suburb? There were 3 sitting-rooms. Don't you remember how we laughed at the number compared with the 3 bedrooms? But I have planned it all. The front room downstairs is to be your study and our dining-room, poor Papa. For, you know, we settled Mamma's to have as cheerful a sitting-room as we can get. And the front room upstairs, with the atrocious blue and pink paper and heavy cornice, had really a pretty view over the plain, with a great bend of river or canal or whatever it is down below. And then I could have the little bedroom behind, in that projection at the head of the first flight of stairs, over the kitchen, you know. And you and Mamma, the room behind the drawing-room, and that closet in the roof will make you a splendid dressing-room." "But Dixon and the girl we are to have to help?" "Oh, wait a minute. I am overpowered by the discovery of my own genius for management. Dixon is to have, let me see, I had it once, the back sitting-room. I think she will like that. She grumbles so much about the stairs at Helstone, and the girl is to have that sloping attic over your room and Mamma's. Won't that do?" "I dare say it will. But the papers, what taste, and the overloading such a house with the colour and such heavy cornices." "Never mind, Papa. Surely you can charm the landlord into repapering 1 or 2 of the rooms? The drawing-room and your bedroom for mamma will come most into contact with them, and your bookshelves will hide a great deal of that gaudy pattern in the dining-room." "Then you think it best? If so, I had better go at once and call on this Mr. Donkin, to whom the advertisement refers me. I will take you back to the hotel, where you can order lunch and rest, and by the time it is ready I shall be with you. I hope I shall be able to get new papers." Margaret hoped so too, though she said nothing. She had never come fairly in contact with the taste that loves ornament, however bad, more than the plainness and simplicity which are of themselves the framework of elegance. Her father took her through the entrance of the hotel, and leaving her at the foot of the staircase, went to the address of the landlord of the house they had fixed upon. Just as Margaret had her hand on the door of their sitting-room, she was followed by a quick-stepping waiter. "I beg your pardon, ma'am. The gentleman was gone so quickly I had no time to tell him. Mr. Thornton called almost directly after you left, and as I understood from what the gentleman said you would be back in an hour, I told him so, and he came again about 5 minutes ago and said he would wait for Mr. Hale. He's in your room now, miss." "Thank you. My father will return soon, and then you can tell him." Margaret opened the door and went in with that straight, fearless, dignified presence habitual to her. She felt no awkwardness. She had too much the habits of society for that. Here was a person come on business to her father, and as he was one who had shown himself obliging, she was disposed to treat him with a full measure of civility. Mr. Thornton was a good deal more surprised and discomfited than she. Instead of a quiet, middle-aged clergyman, a young lady came forward with frank dignity, a young lady of a very different type to most of those he was in habit of seeing. Her dress was very plain. A close straw bonnet of the best material and shape, trimmed with white ribbon, a dark silk gown without any trimming or flounce, a large Indian shawl which hung about her in long, heavy folds, and which she wore as an empress wears her drapery. He did not understand who she was, as he caught the simple, straight, unabashed look, which showed that his being there was of no concern to the beautiful countenance, and called up no flush of surprise to the pale ivory of the complexion. He had heard that Mr. Hale had a daughter, but he had imagined that she was a little girl. "Mr. Thornton, I believe," said Margaret, after half an instant's pause, during which his unready words would not come. "Will you sit down? My father brought me to the door not a minute ago, but unfortunately he was not told that you were here, and he has gone away on some business. But he will come back almost directly. I am sorry you have had the trouble of calling twice." Mr. Thornton was in habits of authority himself, but she seemed to assume some kind of rule over him at once. He had been getting impatient at the loss of his time on a market day, the moment before she appeared, yet now he calmly took a seat at her bidding. "Do you know where it is that Mr. Hale has gone to? Perhaps I might be able to find him." "He has gone to a Mr. Donkin's in Cannot Street. He is the landlord of the house my father wishes to take in Crampton." Mr. Thornton knew the house. He had seen the advertisement, and been to look at it in compliance with a request of Mr. Bell's that he would assist Mr. Hale to the best of his power, and also instigated by his own interest in the case of a clergyman who had given up his living under circumstances such as Mr. Hale. Mr. Thornton had thought the house in Crampton was really just the thing, but now that he saw Margaret, with her superb ways of moving and looking, he began to feel ashamed of having imagined that it would do very well for the Hales, in spite of a certain vulgarity in it which had struck him at the time of his looking it over. Margaret could not help her looks, but the short, curled upper lip, the round, massive, upturned chin, the manner of carrying her head, her movements full of a soft, feminine defiance, always gave strangers the impression of haughtiness. She was tired now, and would rather have remained silent and taken the rest her father had planned for her, but, of course, she owed it to herself to be a gentlewoman, and to speak courteously from time to time to this stranger, not over-brushed nor over-polished, it must be confessed, after his rough encounter with Milton streets and crowds. She wished that he would go, as he had once spoken of doing, instead of sitting there answering with curt sentences all the remarks she made. She had taken off her shawl and hung it over the back of her chair. She sat facing him and facing the light. Her full beauty met his eye, her round, white, flexile throat rising out of the full yet lithe figure, her lips moving so slightly as she spoke, not breaking the cold, serene look of her face with any variation from the one lovely, haughty curve, her eyes, with their soft gloom, meeting his with quiet maiden freedom. He almost said to himself that he did not like her, before their conversation ended, He tried so to compensate himself for the mortified feeling that while he looked upon her with an admiration he could not repress, she looked at him with proud indifference, taking him, he thought, for what in his irritation he told himself he was, a great rough fellow with not a grace or a refinement about him. Her quiet coldness of demeanour he interpreted into contemptuousness, and resented it in his heart to the pitch of almost inclining him to get up and go away, and have nothing more to do with these Hales and their superciliousness. Just as Margaret had exhausted her last subject of conversation, and yet conversation that could hardly be called which consisted of so few and such short speeches, her father came in, and with his pleasant gentlemanly courteousness of apology reinstated his name in Thornton's good opinion. Mr. Hale and his visitor had a good deal to say respecting their mutual friend, Mr. Bell, and Margaret, glad that her part of entertaining the visitor was over, went to the window to try and make herself more familiar with the strange aspect of the street. She got so much absorbed in watching what was going on outside that she hardly heard her father when he spoke to her, and he had to repeat what he said. "Margaret, the landlord will persist in admiring that hideous paper, and I am afraid we must let it remain." "Oh, dear, I am sorry," she replied, and began to turn over in her mind the possibility of hiding part of it, at least, by some of her sketches, but gave up the idea at last as likely only to make bad worse. Her father, meanwhile, with his kindly country hospitality, was pressing Mr. Thornton to stay to luncheon with them. It would have been very inconvenient to him to do so, yet he felt that he should have yielded, if Margaret, by word or look, had seconded her father's invitation. He was glad she did not, and yet he was irritated at her for not doing it. She gave him a low, grave bow when he left, and he felt more awkward and self-conscious in every limb than he had ever done in all his life before. "Well, Margaret, now to luncheon, as fast as we can. Have you ordered it?" "No, Papa, that man was here when I came home, and I had never had opportunity." "Then we must take anything we can get. He must have been waiting a long time, I am afraid." "It seemed exceedingly long to me. I was just at the last gasp when you came in. He never went on with any subject, but gave little, short, abrupt answers." "Very much to the point, though, I should think. He's a clear-headed fellow. He said, did you hear, that Crampton is on gravelly soil, and by far the most healthy suburb in the neighbourhood of Milton." When they returned to Helstone, there was the day's account to be given to Mrs. Hale, who was full of questions which they answered in the intervals of tea-drinking. "And what is your correspondent, Mr. Thornton, like?" "Ask Margaret," said her husband. "She and he had a long attempt at conversation while I was away speaking to the landlord." "Oh, I hardly know what he is like," said Margaret lazily, too tired to tax her powers of description much. And then, rousing herself, she said, "He is a tall, broad-shouldered man, about— how old, Papa?" "I should guess about 30. "About 30, with a face that is neither exactly plain nor yet handsome. Nothing remarkable. Not quite a gentleman, but that was hardly to be expected." "Not vulgar or common, though," put in her father, rather jealous of any disparagement of the sole friend he had in Milton. "Oh, no," said Margaret, with such an expression of resolution and power, no face, however plain in feature, could be either vulgar or common. "I should not like to have to bargain with him. He looks very inflexible. Altogether, a man who seems made for his niche, Mamma, sagacious and strong, as becomes a great tradesman." "Don't call the Milton manufacturers tradesmen, Margaret," said her father. "They are very different." "Are they? I apply the word to all who have something tangible to sell. But if you think the term is not correct, Papa, I won't use it. But, oh, Mamma, speaking of vulgarity and commonness, you must prepare yourself for our drawing-room paper. Pink and blue roses with yellow leaves, and such a heavy cornice around the room." But when they removed to their new house in Milton, the obnoxious papers were gone. The landlord received their thanks very composedly, and let them think, if they liked, that he had relented from his expressed determination not to repaper. There was no particular need to tell them that what he did not care to do for a Reverend Mr. Hale, unknown in Milton, he was only too glad to do at the one short, sharp remonstrance of Mr. Thornton, the wealthy manufacturer. End of chapter 7.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Megan Olson in Waxhaw, North Carolina, September 2007. North and South, by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 8. Homesickness. And it's home, 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 home fain would I be. It needed the pretty light papering of the rooms to reconcile them to Milton. It needed more that could not be had. The thick yellow November fogs had come on, and the view of the plain in the valley, made by the sweeping bend of the river, was all shut out when Mrs. Hale arrived at her new home. Margaret and Dixon had been at work for 2 days, unpacking and arranging, but everything inside the house still looked in disorder, and outside a thick fog crept up to the very windows, and was driven in to every open door in choking white wreaths of unwholesome mist. "Oh, Margaret, are we to live here?" asked Mrs. Hale in blank dismay. Margaret's heart echoed the dreariness of the tone in which this question was put. She could scarcely command herself enough to say, "Oh, the fogs in London are sometimes far worse." "But then you knew that London itself and friends lay behind it. Here, well, we are desolate. Oh, Dixon, what a place this is!" "Indeed, ma'am, I'm sure it will be your death before long, and then I know who'll stay. Miss Hale, that's far too heavy for you to lift." "Not at all, thank you, Dixon," replied Margaret coldly. "The best thing we can do for Mamma is to get her room quite ready for her to go to bed, while I go and bring her a cup of coffee." Mr. Hale was equally out of spirits, and equally came upon Margaret for sympathy. "Margaret, I do believe this is an unhealthy place. Only suppose that your mother's health or yours should suffer. I wish I had gone into some country place in Wales. This is really terrible," said he, going up to the window. There was no comfort to be given. They were settled in Milton, and must endure smoke and fogs for a season. Indeed, all other life seemed shut out from them by as thick a fog of circumstance. Only the day before, Mr. Hale had been reckoning up with dismay how much their removal and fortnight at Helstone had cost, and he had found it had absorbed nearly all his little stock of ready money. No, here they were, and here they must remain. At night, when Margaret realized this, she felt inclined to sit down in a stupor of despair. The heavy, smoky air hung about her bedroom, which occupied the long, narrow projection at the back of the house. The window, placed at the side of the oblong, looked to the blank wall of a similar projection, not above 10 feet distant. It loomed through the fog like a great barrier to hope. Inside the room, everything was in confusion. All their efforts had been directed to make her mother's room comfortable. Margaret sat down on a box, the direction card upon which struck her as having been written at Helstone. Beautiful, beloved Helstone. She lost herself in dismal thought. But at last she determined to take her mind away from the present, and suddenly remembered that she had a letter from Edith, which she had only half read in the bustle of the morning. It was to tell of their arrival at Corfu, their voyage along the Mediterranean, their music and dancing on board ship, the gay new life opening before her, her house with its trellised balcony, and its views over white cliffs and deep blue sea. Edith wrote fluently and well, if not graphically. She could not only seize the salient and characteristic points of a scene, but she could enumerate enough of indiscriminate particulars for Margaret to make it out for herself. Captain Lennox and another lately married officer shared a villa, high up on the beautiful precipitous rocks overhanging the sea. Their days, late as it was in the year, seemed spent in boating or land picnics, all out of doors. Pleasure-seeking and glad, Edith's life seemed like the deep vault of blue sky above her. Free, utterly free, from fleck or cloud. Her husband had to attend drill, and she, the most musical officer's wife there, had to copy the new and popular tunes out of the most recent English music, for the benefit of the bandmaster, Those seemed their most severe and arduous duties. She expressed an affectionate hope that, if the regiment stopped another year at Corfu, Margaret might come and pay her a long visit. She asked Margaret if she remembered the day, 12th, on which she, Edith, wrote, how it rained all day long in Harley Street, and how she would not put on her new gown to go to a stupid dinner, and get it all wet and splashed in going to the carriage, and how, at that very dinner, they had first met Captain Lennox. Yes, Margaret remembered it well. Edith and Mrs. Shaw had gone to dinner. Margaret had joined the company in the evening. The recollection of the plentiful luxury of all the arrangements, the stately handsomeness of the furniture, the size of the house, the peaceful, untroubled ease of the visitors, all came vividly before her, in strange contrast to the present time. The smooth sea of that old life closed up, without a mark left to tell where they had all been. The habitual dinners, the calls, the shopping, the dancing evenings were all going on forever, though her Aunt Shaw and Edith were no longer there, and she, of course, was even less missed. She doubted if any one of that old set ever thought of her, except Henry Lennox. He, too, she knew, would strive to forget her, because of the pain she had caused him. She had heard him often boast of his power of putting any disagreeable thought far away from him. Then she penetrated farther into what might have been. If she had cared for him as a lover, and had accepted him, and this change in her father's opinions and consequent station had taken place, she could not doubt but that it would have been impatiently received by Mr. Lennox. It was a bitter mortification to her in one sense, but she could bear it patiently, because she knew her father's purity of purpose, and that strengthened her to endure his errors, grave and serious though in her estimation they were. But the fact of the world esteeming her father degraded, in its rough wholesale judgment, would have oppressed and irritated Mr. Lennox. As she realized what might have been, she grew to be thankful for what was. They were at the lowest now. They could not be worse. Edith's astonishment and her Aunt Shaw's dismay would have to be met bravely when their letters came. So Margaret rose up and began slowly to undress herself, feeling the full luxury of acting leisurely, late as it was, after all the past hurry of the day. She fell asleep, hoping for some brightness, either internal or external. But if she had known how long it would be before the brightness came, her heart would have sunk low down. The time of the year was most unpropitious to health, as well as to spirits. Her mother caught a severe cold, and Dixon herself was evidently not well, although Margaret could not insult her more than by trying to save her, or by taking any care of her. They could hear of no girl to assist her. All were at work in the factories. At least, those who applied were well scolded by Dixon, for thinking that such as they could ever be trusted to work in a gentleman's house. So they had to keep a charwoman in almost constant employ. Margaret longed to send for Charlotte, but besides the objection of her being the better servant than they could now afford to keep, the distance was too great. Mr. Hale met with several pupils, recommended to him by Mr. Bell, or by the more immediate influence of Mr. Thornton. They were mostly of the age when many boys would still be at school, but, according to the prevalent and apparently well-founded notions of Milton, to make a lad into a good tradesman, he must be caught young, and acclimated to the life of the mill, or office, or warehouse. If he were sent to even the Scotch universities, he came back unsettled for commercial pursuits. How much more so if he went to Oxford or Cambridge, where he could not be entered till he was 18? So most of the manufacturers placed their sons in sucking situations, at 14 or 15 years of age, unsparingly cutting away all offshoots in the direction of literature, or high mental cultivation. in hopes of throwing the whole strength and vigour of the plant into commerce. Still, there were some wiser parents, and some young men, who had sense enough to perceive their own deficiencies, and strive to remedy them. Nay, there were a few no longer youths, but men in the prime of life, who had the stern wisdom to acknowledge their own ignorance, and to learn late what they should have learnt early. Mr. Thornton was perhaps the oldest of Mr. Hale's pupils. He was certainly the favourite. Mr. Hale got into the habit of quoting his opinions so frequently, and with such regard, that it became a little domestic joke to wonder what time, during the hour appointed for instruction, could be given to absolute learning. So much of it appeared to have been spent in conversation. Margaret rather encouraged this light, merry way of viewing her father's acquaintance with Mr. Thornton, because she felt that her mother was inclined to look upon this new friendship of her husband's with jealous eyes. As long as his time had been solely occupied with his books and his parishioners, as at Helstone, she had appeared to care little whether she saw much of him or not. But now that he looked eagerly forward to each renewal of his intercourse with Mr. Thornton, she seemed hurt and annoyed, as if he were slighting her companionship for the first time. Mr. Hale's overpraise had the usual effect of overpraise upon his auditors. They were a little inclined to rebel against Aristide's always being called the just. After a quiet life in a country parsonage for more than 20 years, there was something dazzling to Mr. Hale in the energy which conquered immense difficulties with ease. The power of the machinery of Milton, the power of the men of Milton, impressed him with a sense of grandeur, which he yielded to without caring to inquire into the details of its exercise. But Margaret went less abroad, among machinery and men, saw less of power in its public effect, and, as it happened, she was thrown in with one or two of those who, in all measures of affecting masses of people, must be acute sufferers for the good of many. The question always is, has everything been done to make the sufferings of these exceptions as small as possible? Or, in the triumph of the crowded procession, have the helpless been trampled on, instead of being gently lifted aside out of the roadway of the conqueror, whom they have no power to accompany on his march? It fell to Margaret's share to have to look out for a servant to assist Dickson, who had at first undertaken to find just the person she wanted to do all the rough work of the house. But Dickson's ideas of helpful girls were founded on the recollection of tidy elder scholars at Helstone school, who were only too proud to be allowed to come to the parsonage on a busy day, and treated Mrs. Dickson with all the respect, and a good deal more of fright, which they paid to Mr. and Mrs. Hale. Dickson was not unconscious of this awed reverence which was given to her, nor did she dislike it. It flattered her much as Louis XIV was flattered by his courtiers, shading their eyes from the dazzling light of his presence. But nothing short of her faithful love for Mrs. Hale could have made her endure the rough, independent way in which all the Milton girls who made application for the servant's place replied to her inquiries respecting their qualifications. They even went the length of questioning her back again, having doubts and fears of their own as to the solvency of a family who lived in a house of £30 a year, and yet gave themselves airs, and kept 2 servants, one of them so very high and mighty. Mr. Hale was no longer looked upon as vicar of Helstone, but as a man who only spent at a certain rate. Margaret was weary and impatient of the accounts which Dickson perpetually brought to Mrs. Hale of the behaviour of these would-be servants. Not but what Margaret was repelled by the rough, uncourteous manners of these people, not but what she shrunk with fastidious pride from their hail-fellow accost, and severely resented their unconcealed curiosity as to the means and position of any family who lived in Milton, and yet were not engaged in trade of some kind. But the more Margaret felt impertinence, the more likely she was to be silent on the subject. and, at any rate, if she took upon herself to make inquiry for a servant, she could spare her mother the recital of all her disappointments and fancied or real insults. Margaret accordingly went up and down to butchers and grocers, seeking for a nonpareil of a girl, and lowering her hopes and expectations every week, as she found the difficulty of meeting with anyone in a manufacturing town who did not prefer the better wages and greater independence of working in a mill. It was something of a trial to Margaret to go out by herself in this busy, bustling place. Mrs. Shaw's ideas of propriety, and her own helpless dependence on others, had always made her insist that a footman should accompany Edith and Margaret in Harley Street, or the immediate neighbourhood. The limits by which this rule of her aunt's had circumscribed Margaret's independence had been silently rebelled against at the time, and she had doubly enjoyed the free walks and rambles of her forest life, from the contrast which they presented. She went along there with a bounding, fearless step, that occasionally broke out into a run, if she were in a hurry, and occasionally was stilled into perfect repose, as she stood listening to or watching any of the wild creatures who sang in the leafy courts, or gazed out with their keen bright eyes from the narrow brushwood or tangled furze. It was a trial to come down from such motion or such stillness, only guided by her own sweet will, to the even and decorous pace necessary in the streets. But she could have laughed at herself for minding this change, if it had not been accompanied by what was a more serious annoyance. The side of town on which Crampton lay was especially a thoroughfare for the factory people. In the back streets around them there were many mills, out of which poured streams of men and women 2 or 3 times a day. Until Margaret had learnt the times of their ingress and egress, she was very unfortunate in constantly falling in with them. They came rushing along with bold, fearless faces, and loud laughs and jests, particularly aimed at all those who appeared to be above them in rank or station. The tones of their unrestrained voices, and their carelessness of all common rules of street politeness, frightened Margaret a little at first. The girls, with their rough but not unfriendly freedom, would comment on her dress, even touch her shawl or gown to ascertain the exact material. Nay, once or twice she was asked questions relative to some article which they particularly admired. There was such a simple reliance on her womanly sympathy with their love of dress, and on her kindliness, that she gladly replied to these inquiries as soon as she understood them, and half smiled back at their remarks. She did not mind meeting any number of girls, loud-spoken and boisterous though they might be. But she alternately dreaded and fired up against the workmen, who commented not on her dress, but on her looks, in the same open, fearless manner. She, who had hitherto felt that even the most refined remark on her personal appearance was an impertinence, had to endure undisguised admiration from these outspoken men. But the very outspokenness marked their innocence of any intention to hurt her delicacy, as she would have perceived if she had been less frightened by the disorderly tumult. Out of her fright came a flash of indignation, which made her face scarlet, and her eyes gather flame, as she heard some of their speeches. Yet there were other sayings of theirs, which, when she reached the quiet safety of her home, amused her, even while they irritated her. For instance, one day, after she had passed a number of men, several of whom had paid her the not unusual compliment of wishing she were their sweetheart, one of the lingerers added, "Your bonny face, my lass, makes the day look brighter." And another day, as she was unconsciously smiling at some passing thought, she was addressed by a poorly dressed, middle-aged workman with, "You may well smile, my lass. Many a one would smile to have such a bonny face." This man looked so careworn that Margaret could not help giving him an answering smile, glad to think that her looks, such as they were, should have had the power to call up a pleasant thought. He seemed to understand her acknowledging glance, and a silent recognition was established between them whenever the chance of the day brought them across each other's paths. They had never exchanged a word. Nothing had been said but that first compliment. Yet somehow Margaret looked upon this man with more interest than upon anyone else in Milton. Once or twice, on Sundays, she saw him walking with a girl, evidently his daughter, and, if possible, still more unhealthy than he was himself. One day Margaret and her father had been as far as the fields that lay around the town. It was early spring, and she had gathered some of the hedge and ditch flowers, dog violets and lesser celandines, and the like, with an unspoken lament in her heart for the sweet profusion of the south. Her father had left her to go into Milton upon some business, and on the road home she met her humble friends. The girl looked wistfully at the flowers, and, acting on a sudden impulse, Margaret offered them to her. Her pale blue eyes lightened up as she took them, and her father spoke for her.
"Thank you, miss. Bessie, you'll think a deal o' them flowers, that who will, and I shall think a deal o' your kindness. You're not of this country, I reckon?"
"No," said Margaret, half sighing. "I come from the south, from Hampshire," she continued, a little afraid of wounding his consciousness of ignorance if she used a name which he did not understand.
"That's beyond London, I reckon. And I come from Burnley ways, and 40 mile to the north. And yet, you see, north and south has both met and made a kind of friends in this big, smoky place."
Margaret had slackened her pace to walk alongside of the man and his daughter, whose steps were regulated by the feebleness of the latter. She now spoke to the girl, and there was a sound of tender pity in the tone of her voice, as she did so, that went right to the heart of the father. "I am afraid you are not very strong." "No," said the girl. "No, never will be." "Spring is coming," said Margaret, as if to suggest pleasant, hopeful thoughts. "Spring nor summer will do me good," said the girl quietly. Margaret looked up at the man, almost expecting some contradiction from him, or at least some remark that would modify his daughter's utter hopelessness. But instead he added, "I'm afeard who speaks truth. I'm afeard who's too far gone in a waste." "I shall have a spring where I'm bound to, and flowers and amaranths, and shining robes besides."
"Ah, poor lass," said her father in a low tone. "I'm none so sure o' that. But it's a comfort to thee, poor lass, poor lass. Poor father, it'll be soon."
Margaret was shocked by his words, shocked, but not repelled, rather attracted and interested. "Where do you live? I think we must be neighbours. We meet so often on the road."
"We put up at 9 Francis Street. Second turn to the left, after you've passed the Golden Dragon."
"And your name? I must not forget that."
"I'm not ashamed o' my name. It's Nicholas Higgins, who's called Bessie Higgins. What'n you asking for?"
Margaret was surprised at this last question, for at Helstone it would have been an understood thing, after the inquiries she had made, that she intended to come and call upon any poor neighbour whose name and habitation she had asked for. I meant to come and see you." She suddenly felt rather shy of offering the visit, without having any reason to give for her wish to make it, beyond a kindly interest in a stranger. It seemed all at once to take the shape of an impertinence on her part. She read this meaning, too, in the man's eyes.
"I'm none so fond of having strange folk in my house." But then, relenting, as he saw her heightened colour, he added, "You're a foreigner, as one may say, and maybe don't know many folks here, and you've given my wench here flowers out of your own hand. You may come if you like."
Margaret was half amused, half nettled at this answer. She was not sure if she would go where permission was given so like a favour conferred. But when they came to the town into Francis Street, the girl stopped a minute and said, "You'll not forget you're to come and see us?"
Aye, said the father, impatiently. "Who'll come? Who's a bit set up now, because who thinks I might have spoken more civilly. But who will think better on it, and come. I can read her proud, bonny face like a book. Come along, Bess. There's the mill bell ringing." Margaret went home, wondering at her new friends, and smiling at the man's insight into what had been passing in her mind. From that day, Milton became a brighter place to her. It was not the long, bleak, sunny days of spring, nor yet was it that time was reconciling her to the town of her habitation. It was that in it she had found a human interest. End of chapter 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Megan Olson in Waxhaw, North Carolina, September 2007. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 9. Dressing for Tea. Let China's earth, enriched with colored stains, penciled with gold, and streaked with azured veins, the grateful flavor of the Indian leaf, or Mocho's sunburnt berry, glad receive. Mrs. Barbauld. The day after this meeting with Higgins and his daughter, Mr. Hale came upstairs into the little drawing-room at an unusual hour. He went up to different objects in the room, as if examining them, but Margaret saw that it was merely a nervous trick, a way of putting off something he wished, yet feared to say. Out it came at last. "My dear, I've asked Mr. Thornton to come to tea tonight." Mrs. Hale was leaning back in her easy-chair, with her eyes shut, and an expression of pain on her face, which had become habitual to her of late. But she roused up into querulousness at this speech of her husband's. "Mr. Thornton? And tonight? What in the world does the man want to come here for? And Dixon is washing my muslins and laces, and there is no soft water with these horrid east winds, which I suppose we shall have all the year round in Milton." "The wind is veering round, my dear," said Mr. Hale, looking out at the smoke, which drifted right from the east, only he did not yet understand the points of the compass, and rather arranged them ad libitum, according to circumstances. "Don't tell me," said Mrs. Hale, shuddering up, and wrapping her shawl about her still more closely. "But east or west wind, I suppose this man comes." "Oh, mamma, that shows you never saw Mr. Thornton. He looks like a person who would enjoy battling with every adverse thing he could meet with, enemies, winds, or circumstances. The more it rains and blows, the more certain we are to have him. But I'll go and help Dixon. I'm getting to be a famous clear-starcher, and he won't want any amusement beyond talking to Papa. Papa, I am really longing to see the Pythias to your Damon. You know I never saw him but once, and then we were so puzzled to know what to say to each other that we did not get on particularly well."
"I don't know that you ever would like him or think him agreeable, Margaret. He is not a lady's man."
Margaret wreathed her throat in a scornful curve. "I don't particularly admire ladies' men, Papa. But Mr. Thornton comes here as your friend, as one who has appreciated you." "The only person in Milton," said Mrs. Hale. "So we will give him a welcome, and some coconut cakes. Dixon will be flattered if we ask her to make some, and I will undertake to iron your caps, mamma." Many a time that morning did Margaret wish Mr. Thornton far enough away. She had planned other employments for herself, a letter to Edith, a good piece of Dante, a visit to the Higginses. But instead she ironed away, listening to Dixon's complaints, and only hoping that by an excess of sympathy she might prevent her from carrying the recital of her sorrows to Mrs. Hale. Every now and then Margaret had to remind herself of her father's regard for Mr. Thornton, to subdue the irritation of weariness that was stealing over her, and bringing on one of the bad headaches to which she had lately become liable. She could hardly speak when she sat down at last, and told her mother that she was no longer Peggy the laundry-maid, but Margaret Hale the lady. She meant this speech for a little joke, and was vexed enough with her busy tongue when she found her mother taking it seriously.
Yes, if anyone had told me when I was Miss Beresford, and one of the belles of the country, that a child of mine would have to stand half a day in a little poky kitchen, working away like a servant, that we might prepare properly for the reception of a tradesman, and that this tradesman should be the only— "Oh, mamma," said Margaret, lifting herself up, "don't punish me so for a careless speech. I don't mind ironing, or any kind of work, for you and papa. I am myself a born and bred lady through it all, even though it comes to scouring a floor, or washing dishes. I am tired now, just for a little while, but in half an hour I shall be ready to do the same over again. And as to Mr. Thornton's being in trade, why, he can't help that now, poor fellow. I don't suppose his education would fit him for much else." Margaret lifted herself slowly up, and went to her own room, for just now she could not bear much more. In Mr. Thornton's house, at this very same time, a similar, yet different scene was going on. A large-boned lady, long past middle age, sat at work in a grim, handsomely furnished dining-room. Her features, like her frame, were strong and massive, rather than heavy. Her face moved slowly from one decided expression to another, equally decided. There was no great variety in her countenance, but those who looked at it once generally looked at it again. Even the passers-by in the street half turned their heads to gaze an instant longer at the firm, severe, dignified woman, who never gave way in street courtesy, or paused in her straight onward course to the clearly defined end which she proposed to herself. She was handsomely dressed in stout black silk, of which not a thread was worn or discoloured. She was mending a large, long tablecloth of the finest texture, holding it up against the light occasionally to discover thin places which required her delicate care. There was not a book about in the room, with the exception of Matthew Henry's Bible commentaries, 6 volumes of which lay in the centre of the massive sideboard, flanked by a tea-urn on one side and a lamp on the other. In some remote apartment there was exercise upon the piano going on. Someone was practising up a Mercure de Salon, playing it very rapidly, every third note, on an average, being either indistinct or wholly missed out, and the loud chords at the end being half of them false, but not the less satisfactory to the performer. Mrs. Thornton heard a step, like her own, in its decisive character, pass the dining-room. "John, is that you?" Her son opened the door and showed himself. "What has brought you home so early? I thought you were going to tea with that friend of Mr. Bell's, that Mr. Hale." "So I am, mother. I am come home to dress." "Dress? Humph! When I was a girl, young men were satisfied with dressing once in a day. Why should you go and dress to take a cup of tea with an old parson?" "Mr. Hale is a gentleman, and his wife and daughter are ladies." "Wife and daughter? Do they teach too? What do they do? You have never mentioned them." "No, mother, because I have never seen Mrs. Hale, and I have only seen Miss Hale for half an hour." "Take care you don't get caught by a penniless girl, John." "I am not easily caught, mother, as I think you know. But I must not have Miss Hale spoken of in that way, which, you know, is offensive to me. I never was aware of any young lady trying to catch me yet, nor do I believe that anyone has ever given themselves that useless trouble." Mrs. Thornton did not choose to yield the point to her son, or else she had, in general, pride enough for her sex. "Well, I only say take care. Perhaps our Milton girls have too much spirit and good feeling to go angling after husbands.
But this Miss Hale comes out of the aristocratic countries, where, if at all tales be true, rich husbands are reckoned prizes." Mr. Thornton's brow contracted, and he came a step forward into the room. "Mother," with a short, scornful laugh, "you will make me confess. The only time I saw Miss Hale, she treated me with a haughty civility, which had a strong flavour of contempt in it. She held herself aloof from me as if she had been a queen, and I, her humble, unwashed vassal. Be easy, mother." "No, I am not easy, nor content either. What business had she, a renegade clergyman's daughter, to turn up her nose at you? I would dress for none of them, a saucy set, if I were you." As he was leaving the room, he said, "Mr. Hale is a good and gentle and learned man. He is not saucy. As for Mrs. Hale, I will tell you what she is like tonight, if you care to hear." He shut the door and was gone. Despise my son. Treat him as her vassal, indeed. Humph! I should like to know where she could find such another. Boy and man, he's the noblest, stoutest heart I ever knew. I don't care if I'm his mother. I can see what's what, and not be blind. I know what Fanny is, and I know what John is. Despise him. I hate her.
End of Chapter 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Megan Olson in Waxhaw, North Carolina, September 2007. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 10. Wrought Iron and Gold. We are the trees, whom shaking fastens more. George Herbert. Mr. Thornton left the house without coming into the dining-room again. He was rather late, and walked rapidly out to Crampton. He was anxious not to slight his new friend by any disrespectful unpunctuality. The church clock struck 7:30 as he stood at the door awaiting Dixon's slow movements, always doubly slow when she had to degrade herself by answering the door-bell. He was ushered into the little drawing-room, and kindly greeted by Mr. Hale, who led him up to his wife, whose pale face and shawl-draped figure made a silent excuse for the cold languor of her greeting. Margaret was lighting the lamp when he entered, for the darkness was coming on. The lamp threw a pretty light into the centre of the dusky room, from which, with country habits, they did not exclude the night skies, and the outer darkness of air. Somehow, that room contrasted itself with the one he had lately left, handsome, ponderous, with no sign of feminine habitation, except in the one spot where his mother sat, and no convenience for any other employment than eating and drinking. To be sure, it was a dining-room. His mother preferred to sit in it, and her will was a household law. But the drawing-room was not like this. It was 20 times as fine, not 1/4 as comfortable. Here were no mirrors, not even a scrap of glass to reflect the light, and answer the same purpose as water in a landscape. No gilding, a warm, sober breadth of colouring, well relieved by the dear old Helstone chintz curtains and chair-covers. An open davenport stood in the window opposite the door, from which drooped wreaths of English ivy, pale green birch, and copper-coloured beech leaves. Pretty baskets of work stood about in different places, and books, not cared for on account of their binding solely, lay on one table, as if recently put down. Behind the door was another table, decked out for tea, with a white tablecloth, on which flourished the cocoanut cakes, and a basket piled with oranges and ruddy American apples, heaped on leaves. It appeared to Mr. Thornton that all these graceful cares were habitual to the family, and especially of a piece with Margaret. She stood by the table, in a light-coloured muslin gown, which had a good deal of pink about it. She looked as if she was not attending to the conversation, but solely busy with the teacups, among which her round ivory hands moved with pretty, noiseless daintiness. She had a bracelet on one taper arm, which would fall down over her round wrist. Mr. Thornton watched the replacing of this troublesome ornament with far more attention than he listened to her father. It seemed as if it fascinated him to see her push it up impatiently until it tightened her soft flesh, and then to mark the loosening, the fall. He could almost have exclaimed, "There it goes again." There was so little left to be done after he arrived at the preparation for tea that he was almost sorry, for the obligation of eating and drinking came so soon to prevent his watching Margaret. She handed him his cup of tea, with the proud air of an unwilling slave, but her eye caught the moment when he was ready for another cup, and he almost longed to ask her to do for him what he saw her compelled to do for her father, who took her little finger and thumb in his masculine hand, and made them serve as sugar-tongs. Mr. Thornton saw her beautiful eyes lifted to her father, full of light, half laughter and half love, as this bit of pantomime went on between the two, unobserved, as they fancied, by any. Margaret's head still ached, as the paleness of her complexion and her silence might have testified, but she was resolved to throw herself into the breach, if there was any long untoward pause, rather than that her father's friend, pupil, and guest should have cause to think himself in any way neglected. But the conversation went on, and Margaret drew into a corner, near her mother, with her work, after the tea-things were taken away, and felt that she might let her thoughts roam without fear of being suddenly wanted to fill up a gap. Mr. Thornton and Mr. Hale were both absorbed in the continuation of some subject which had been started at their last meeting. Margaret was recalled to a sense of the present by some trivial, low-spoken remark of her mother's, and on suddenly looking up from her work, her eye was caught by the differences of outward appearance between her father and Mr. Thornton, as betokening such distinctly opposite natures. Her father was of a slight figure, which made him appear taller than he really was, when not contrasted, as at this time, with the tall, massive frame of another. The lines in her father's face were soft and waving, with a frequent undulating kind of trembling movement passing over them, showing every fluctuating emotion. The eyelids were large and arched, giving to the eyes a peculiar, languid beauty, which was almost feminine. The brows were finely arched, but were, by the very size of the dreamy lids, raised to a considerable distance from the eyes. Now, in Mr. Thornton's face, the straight brows fell low over the clear, deep-set, earnest eyes, which, without being unpleasantly sharp, seemed intent enough to penetrate into the very heart and core of what he was looking at. The lines in the face were few, but firm, as if they were carved in marble, and lay principally about the lips, which were slightly compressed over a set of teeth so faultless and beautiful as to give the effect of sudden sunlight when the rare bright smile, coming in an instant and shining out of the eyes, changed the whole look from the severe and resolved expression of a man ready to do and dare everything, to the keen, honest enjoyment of the moment, which is seldom shown so fearlessly and instantaneously, except by children. Margaret liked the smile. It was the first thing she had admired in this new friend of her father's, and the opposition of character, shown in all these details of appearance she had been just noticing, seemed to explain the attraction they evidently felt towards each other. She rearranged her mother's worsted work, and fell back into her own thoughts, as completely forgotten by Mr. Thornton as if she had not been in the room. So thoroughly was he occupied in explaining to Mr. Hale the magnificent power, yet delicate adjustment of the knight of the steam-hammer, which was recalling to Mr. Hale some of the wonderful stories of subservient genii in the Arabian Nights, one moment stretching from earth to sky and filling all the width of the horizon, at the next
obediently compressed into a vase small enough to be borne in the hand of a child.
And this imagination of power, this practical realization of a gigantic thought, came out of one man's brain in our good town. That very man has it within him to mount, step by step, on each wonder he achieves to higher marvels still. And I'll be bound to say, we have many among us who, if he were gone, could spring into the breach and carry on the war which compels, and shall compel, all material power to yield to science. Your boast reminds me of the old lines, "I've 100 captains in England," he said, "as good as ever was he." At her father's quotation, Margaret looked suddenly up with inquiring wonder in her eyes. How in the world had they got from cogwheels to Chevy Chase? "It is no boast of mine," replied Mr. Thornton. "It is plain matter of fact. I won't deny that I am proud of belonging to a town, or perhaps I should rather say a district, the necessities of which gave birth to such grandeur of conception. I would rather be a man, toiling, suffering, nay, failing and successless here, than lead a dull, prosperous life in the old worn grooves of what you call a more aristocratic society down in the south, with their slow days of careless ease. One may be clogged with honey and unable to rise and fly." "You are mistaken," said Margaret, roused by the aspersion on her beloved south to a fond vehemence of defence, that brought the colour into her cheeks and the angry tears into her eyes. "You do not know anything about the south. If there is less adventure or less progress, I suppose I must not say less excitement, from the gambling spirit of trade, which seems requisite to force out these wonderful inventions, there is less suffering also. I see some men here going about in the streets who look ground down by some pinching sorrow or care, who are not only sufferers, but haters. Now, in the south we have our poor, but there is not that terrible expression in their countenances of a sullen sense of injustice which I see here. You do not know the south, Mr. Thornton," she concluded, collapsing into a determined silence, and angry with herself for having said so much. "And may I say, you do not know the north?" asked he, with an inexpressible gentleness in his tone, as he saw that he had really hurt her. She continued resolutely silent, yearning after the lovely haunts that she had left far away in Hampshire, with a passionate longing that made her feel her voice would be unsteady and trembling if she spoke. "At any rate, Mr. Thornton," said Mrs. Hale, "you will allow that Milton is much more smoky, dirty town than you will ever meet with in the south." "I'm afraid we must give up its cleanliness," said Mr. Thornton, with a quick gleaming smile. "But we are bidden by Parliament to burn our own smoke, so I suppose, like good little children, we shall do as we are bid, sometime." "But I think you told me you had altered your chimney so as to consume the smoke, did you not?" asked Mr. Hale. "Mine were altered by my own mill, before Parliament meddled with the affair. It was an immediate outlay, but it repaid me in the saving of coal. I am not sure whether I should have done it, if I had waited until the act was passed. At any rate, I should have waited to be informed against and fined, and given all the trouble in yielding that I legally could. But all laws which depend for their enforcement upon informers and fines become inert from the odiousness of the machinery. I doubt if there has been a chimney in Milton informed against for 5 years past, although some are constantly sending out 1/3 of their coal in what is called here unparliamentary smoke."
"I only know it is impossible to keep the muslin blinds clean here above a week together, and at Helstone we have had them for a month or more, and they have not looked dirty at the end of that time. As for hands, Margaret, how many times did you say you had washed your hands this morning before 12 o'clock? 3 times, was it not?" "Yes, mamma."
"You seem to have a strong objection to Acts of Parliament, and all legislation affecting your mode of management down here at Milton," said Mr. Hale. "Yes, I have, and many others have as well.
and with justice, I think. The whole machinery, I don't mean the wood and iron machinery now, of the cotton trade is so new that it is no wonder if it does not work well in every part all at once. 70 years ago, what was it? And now, what is it not? Raw, crude materials came together. Men of the same level, as regarded education and station, took suddenly the different positions of masters and men, owing to the mother wit, as regarded opportunities and probabilities, which distinguished some, and made them far-seeing as to what great future lay concealed in that rude model of Sir Richard Arkwright's. The rapid development of what might be called a new trade gave those early masters enormous power of wealth and command. I don't mean merely over the workmen, I mean over purchasers, over the whole world's market. Why, I may give you, as an instance, an advertisement, inserted not 50 years ago in Milton, that so-and-so, one of the half-dozen calico printers of the time, would close his warehouse at noon each day, therefore that all purchasers must come before that hour. Fancy a man dictating in this manner the time which he would sell, and when he would not sell. Now, I believe, if a good customer chose to come at midnight, I should get up, and stand hat in hand to receive his orders.
Margaret's lip curled, but somehow she was compelled to listen. She could no longer abstract herself in her own thoughts.
I only name such things to show what almost unlimited power the manufacturers had about the beginning of this century. The men were rendered dizzy by it. Because a man was successful in his ventures, there was no reason that in all other things his mind should be well balanced. On the contrary, his sense of justice and his simplicity were often utterly smothered under the glut of wealth that came down upon him, and they tell strange tales of the wild extravagance of living indulged in on gala days by those early cotton lords. There can be no doubt, too, of the tyranny they exercised over their work-people. You know the proverb, Mr. Hale, "Set a beggar on horseback, and he'll ride to the devil." Well, some of these early manufacturers did ride to the devil in a magnificent style, crushing human bone and flesh under their horses' hoofs without remorse. By and by came a reaction. There were more factories, more masters, more men were wanted. The power of masters and men became more evenly balanced. And now the battle is pretty fairly waged between us. We will hardly submit to the decision of an empire, much less to the difference of a meddler with only a smattering of the knowledge of the real facts of the case, even though that meddler be called a high court of Parliament.
"Is there necessary for calling it a battle between the two classes?" asked Mr. Hale.
I know, from your issuing the term, it is one which gives a true idea of the real state of things to your mind. It is true, and I believe it to be as much a necessity as that prudent wisdom and good conduct are always opposed to. And doing battle with ignorance and improvidence, it is one of the great beauties of our system, that a working man may rise himself into the power and position of a master by his own exertions and behaviour. That, in fact, every one who rules himself to decency and sobriety of conduct and attention to his duties comes over to our own ranks. It may not always be as a master, but as an overlooker, a cashier, a bookkeeper, a clerk, one on the side of authority and order.
"You consider all who are unsuccessful in raising themselves in the world, from whatever cause, as your enemies, then, if I understand you rightly," said Margaret in a clear, cold voice.
"As their own enemies, certainly," said he quickly, not a little piqued by the haughty disapproval her form of expression and tone of speaking implied.
But in a moment his straightforward honesty made him feel that his words were but a poor and quibbling answer to what she had said. And, be she as scornful as she liked, it was a duty he owed himself to explain, as truly as he could, what he did mean. Yet it was very difficult to separate her interpretation and keep it distinct from his meaning. He could best have illustrated what he wanted to say by telling them something of his own life. but it was not too personal a subject to speak about to strangers. Still, it was the simple, straightforward way of explaining his meaning. So, putting aside the touch of shyness that brought a momentary flush of colour into his dark cheek, he said, "I am not speaking without book. 16 years ago my father died under very miserable circumstances. I was taken from school, and had to become a man, as well as I could, in a few days. I had such a mother as few are blessed with, a woman of strong power and firm resolve. We went into a small country town, where living was cheaper than in Milton, and where I got employment in a draper's shop, a capital place, by the way, for obtaining a knowledge of goods. Week by week our income came to 15 shillings, out of which 3 people had to be kept. My mother managed so that I put by 3 out of these 15 shillings regularly. This made the beginning. This taught me self-denial. Now that I am able to afford my mother such comforts as her age, rather than her own wish, requires, I thank her silently on each occasion for the early training she gave me. Now, when I feel that in my own case it is no good luck, nor merit, nor talent, but simply the habits of life which taught me to despise indulgences, not thoroughly earned, indeed, never to think twice about them, I believe that this suffering, which Miss Hale says is impressed on the countenances of the people of Milton, is but the natural punishment of dishonestly enjoyed pleasure, at some former period in their lives. I do not look on self-indulgent, sensual people as worthy of my hatred. I simply look upon them with contempt for their poorness of character." "But you have had the rudiments of a good education," remarked Mr. Hale. "The quick zest with which you are now reading Homer shows me that you do not come to it as an unknown book. You have read it before, and are only recalling your old knowledge." "That is true. I had blundered along it at school. I dare say I was even considered a pretty fair classic in those days, though my Latin and Greek have slipped away from me since. But I ask you, what preparation they were for such a life as I have had to lead? None at all. Utterly none at all. On the point of education, any man who can read and write starts fair with me in the amount of really useful knowledge that I had at the time." "Well, I don't agree with you. But there I am, perhaps, somewhat of a pedant. Did not the recollection of the heroic simplicity of the Homeric life nerve you up?" "Not one bit," exclaimed Mr. Thornton, laughing. "I was too busy to think about any dead people, with the living pressing alongside of me, neck to neck, in the struggle for bread. Now that I have my mother safe in the quiet peace that becomes her age, and duly rewards her former exertions, I can turn to all that old narration, and thoroughly enjoy it." "I dare say my remark came from the professional feeling of there being nothing like leather," replied Mr. Hale. When Mr. Thornton rose up to go away, after shaking hands with Mr. and Mrs. Hale, he made an advance to Margaret to wish her good-bye in a similar manner. It was the frank, familiar custom of the place, but Margaret was not prepared for it. She simply bowed her farewell, although the instant she saw the hand half put out, quickly drawn back, she was sorry she had not been aware of the intention. Mr. Thornton, however, knew nothing of her sorrow, and, drawing himself up to his full height, walked off, muttering as he left the house, "A more proud, disagreeable girl I never saw. Even her great beauty is blotted out of one's memory by her scornful ways." End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 11. First Impressions. There is iron, they say, in all our blood, and a grain or two perhaps is good. But his, he makes me harshly feel, has got a little too much of steel. Anonymous. "Margaret," said Mr. Hale, as he returned from showing his guest downstairs, "I could not help watching your face with some anxiety when Mr. Thornton made his confession of having been a shop boy. I knew it all along from Mr. Bell, so I was aware of what was coming, but I half expected to see you get up and leave the room." "Oh, Papa, you don't mean that you thought me so silly. I really liked that account of himself better than anything else he said. Everything else revolted me, from its hardness. But he spoke about himself so simply, with so little of the pretence that makes the vulgarity of shop people, and with such tender respect for his mother, that I was less likely to leave the room than when he was boasting about Milton, as if there was not such another place in the world, or quietly professing to despise people for careless, wasteful improvidence, without ever seeming to think it his duty to try to make them different, to give them anything of the training which his mother gave him, and to which he evidently owes his position, whatever that may be. No, his statement of having been a shop boy was the thing I liked best of all." "I am surprised at you, Margaret," said her mother. "You who were always accusing people of being shoppy at Helstone. I don't. I think, Mr. Hale, you have done quite right in introducing such a person to us without telling us what he had been. I really was very much afraid of showing him how much shocked I was at some parts of what he said. His father, dying in miserable circumstances, why, it might have been in the workhouse." "I am not sure if it was not worse than being in the workhouse," replied her husband. "I heard a good deal of his previous life from Mr. Bell before we came here, and as he has told you apart, I will fill up what he left out. His father speculated wildly, failed, and then killed himself, because he could not bear the disgrace. All his former friends shrunk from the disclosures that had to be made of his dishonest gambling, wild, hopeless struggles, made with other people's money, to regain his own moderate portion of wealth. No one came forward to help the mother and this boy. There was another child, I believe, a girl, too young to earn money, but of course she had to be kept. At least, no friend came forwards immediately, and Mrs. Thornton is not one, I fancy, to wait till tardy kindness comes to find her out. So they left Milton. I knew he had gone into a shop, and that his earnings, with some fragment of property secured to his mother, had been made to keep them for a long time. Mr. Bell said they absolutely lived upon water porridge for years, how he did not know, but long after the creditors had given up hope of any payment of old Mr. Thornton's debts, if, indeed, they ever had hoped at all about it after his suicide, this young man returned to Milton and went quietly round to each creditor, paying him the first installment of the money owing to him. No noise, no gathering together of creditors. It was done very silently and quietly, but all was paid at last, helped on materially by the circumstances of one of the creditors, a crabbed old fellow, Mr. Bell says, taking in Mr. Thornton as a kind of partner. "That really is fine," said Margaret. "What a pity such a nature should be tainted by his position as a Milton manufacturer." "How tainted?" asked her father. "Oh, Papa, by that testing everything by the standard of wealth. When he spoke of the mechanical powers, he evidently looked upon them only as new ways of extending trade and making money. And the poor men around him, they were poor because they were vicious, out of the pale of his sympathies because they had not his iron nature, and the capabilities that it gives him for being rich." "Not vicious. He never said that. Improvident and self-indulgent were his words." Margaret was collecting her mother's working materials, and preparing to go to bed. Just as she was leaving the room, she hesitated. She was inclined to make an acknowledgment which she thought would please her father, but which, to be full and true, must include a little annoyance. However, out it came. "Papa, I do think Mr. Thornton a very remarkable man, but personally I don't like him at all." "And I do," said her father, laughing. "Personally, as you call it, and all. I don't set him up for a hero, or anything of that kind. But good night, child. Your mother looks sadly tired tonight, Margaret." Margaret had noticed her mother's jaded appearance with anxiety for some time past, and this remark of her father's sent her up to bed with a dim fear lying like a weight on her heart. The life in Milton was so different from what Mrs. Hale had been accustomed to live in Helstone, in and out perpetually into the fresh and open air. The air itself was so different, Deprived of all revivifying principle, as it seemed to be here, the domestic worries pressed so very closely, and in so new and sordid a form, upon all the women in the family, that there was good reason to fear that her mother's health might be becoming seriously affected. There were several other signs of something wrong about Mrs. Hale. She and Dixon held mysterious consultations in her bedroom, from which Dixon would come out crying and cross, as was her custom when any distress of her mistress called upon her sympathy. Once Margaret had gone into the chamber soon after Dixon left it, and found her mother on her knees, and as Margaret stole out she caught a few words, which were evidently a prayer for strength and patience to endure severe bodily suffering. Margaret yearned to reunite the bond of intimate confidence which had been broken by her long residence at her Aunt Shaw's, and strove by gentle caresses and softened words to creep into the warmest place in her mother's heart. But though she received caresses and fond words back again, in such profusion as would have gladdened her formerly, yet she felt that there was a secret withheld from her, and she believed it bore serious reference to her mother's help. She lay awake very long this night, planning how to lessen the evil influence of their Milton life on her mother. A servant to give Dixon permanent assistance should be got, if she gave up her whole time to the search, and then, at any rate, her mother might have all the personal attention she required, and had been accustomed to her whole life. Visiting register offices, seeing all manner of unlikely people, and very few in the least likely, absorbed Margaret's time and thoughts for several days. One afternoon she met Bessie Higgins in the street and stopped to speak to her. "Well, Bessie, how are you? Better, I hope, now the wind has changed." "Better and not better, if you know what that means." "Not exactly," replied Margaret, smiling. "I'm better in not being torn to pieces by coughing o' nights, but I'm weary and tired o' Milton, and longing to get away to the land o' Beulah, and when I think I'm farther and farther off, my heart sinks, and I'm no better, I'm worse." Margaret turned round to walk alongside of the girl in her feeble progress homeward. But for a minute or two she did not speak. At last she said in a low voice, "Bessie, do you wish to die?" For she shrank from death herself, with all the clinging to life so natural to the young and healthy. Bessie was silent in her turn for a minute or two. Then she replied, "If you'd led the life I have, and getten as weary of it as I have, and thought at times, maybe it'll last for 50 or 60 years, it does with some, and got dizzy and dazed and sick as each of them 60 years seemed to spin about me, and mock me with its length of hours and minutes and endless bits o' time, oh, wench, I tell thee thou'd been glad enough when the doctor said he feared thou'd never see another winter." "Why, Bessie, what kind of a life has yours been?" "Not worse than many others, I reckon, only I fretted again it, and they didn't." "But what was it? You know, I'm a stranger here, so perhaps I'm not so quick at understanding what you mean as if I'd lived all my life at Milton." "If you'd a come to our house when you said you would, I could maybe a told you. But father says you're just like the rest on 'em. It's out o' sight, out o' mind with you." "I don't know who the rest are, and I've been very busy, and to tell the truth I had forgotten my promise." "You offered it. We asked none of it." "I had forgotten what I said for the time," continued Margaret quietly. "I should have thought of it again when I was less busy. May I go with you now?" Bessie gave a quick glance at Margaret's face to see if the wish expressed was really felt. The sharpness in her eye turned to a wistful longing as she met Margaret's soft and friendly gaze. "I have none so many to care for me. If you'll care, you may come." So they walked on together in silence. As they turned up into a small court, opening out of a squalid street, Bessie said, "You'll not be daunted if father's at home, and speaks a bit gruffish at first. He took a mind to you see, and he thought a deal o' your coming to see us, and just because he liked you he were vexed and put about." "Don't fear, Bessie." But Nicholas was not at home when they entered. A great slatternly girl, not so old as Bessie, but taller and stronger, was busy at the wash-tub, knocking about the furniture in a rough, capable way, but altogether making so much noise that Margaret shrunk, out of sympathy with poor Bessie, who had sat down on the first chair as if completely tired out with her walk. Margaret asked the sister for a cup of water, and while she ran to fetch it, Knocking down the fire-irons and tumbling over a chair in her way, she unloosed Bessie's bonnet strings to relieve her catching breath. "Do you think such life as this is worth caring for?" gasped Bessie at last. Margaret did not speak, but held the water to her lips. Bessie took a long and feverish draught, and then fell back and shut her eyes. Margaret heard her murmur to herself, "They shall hunger no more, neither thirst any more, neither shall the sun light on them, nor any heat." Margaret bent over and said, "Bessie, don't be impatient with your life, whatever it is or may have been. Remember who gave it you, and made it what it is." She was startled by hearing Nicholas speak behind her. He had come in without her noticing him. "Now, I'll not have my wench preached to. She's bad enough as it is, with her dreams and her Methody fancies, and her visions of cities with golden gates and precious stones. But if it amuses her, I let it a-be, but I'm none going to have more stuff poured into her." "But surely," said Margaret, facing round, "you believe in what I said, that God gave her life and ordered what kind of life it was to be?" "I believe what I see, and no more. That's what I believe, young woman. I don't believe all I hear. No, not by a big deal. I did hear a young lass make an ado about knowing where we lived and coming to see us, and my wench here thought a deal about it, and flushed up many a time, when who little knew as I was looking at her at the sound of a strange step, but who's come at last, and who's welcome, as long as who'll keep from preaching on what who knows not about." Bessie had been watching Margaret's face. She half sat up to speak now, laying her hand on Margaret's arm with a gesture of entreaty. "Don't be vexed with him. There's many a one thinks like him, many and many a one here. If yo' could hear them speak, you'd not be shocked at him. He's a rare good man, his father, but oh," said she, falling back in despair, "what he says at times makes me long to die more than ever, for I want to know so many things, and am so tossed about with wonder." "Poor wench, poor old wench. I'm loath to vex thee, I am. But a man mun speak out for the truth, and when I see the world going all wrong at this time o' day, bothering itself with things it knows not about, and leaving undone all the things that lie in disorder close at its hand, why, I say, leave all this talk about religion alone, and set to work on what you see and know. That's my creed. It's simple, and not far to fetch, nor hard to work." But the girl only pleaded the more with Margaret. "Don't think hardly on him. He's a good man, he is. I sometimes think I should be moped with sorrow even in the city of God, if father is not there." The feverish colour came into her cheek, and the feverish flame into her eye. "But you will be there, father. You shall. Oh, my heart!" She put her hand to it, and became ghastly pale. Margaret held her in her arms, and put the weary head to rest upon her bosom. She lifted the thin soft hair from off the temples, and bathed them with water. Nicholas understood all her signs for different articles with the quickness of love, and even the round-eyed sister moved with laborious gentleness at Margaret's "hush." Presently the spasm that foreshadowed death had passed away, and Bessie roused herself and said, "I'll go to bed. It's best place, but," catching at Margaret's gown, "you'll come again. I know you will, but just say it." "I will come tomorrow," said Margaret. Bessie leant back against her father, who prepared to carry her upstairs, but as Margaret rose to go, he struggled to say something. "I could wish there were a God, if it were only to ask him to bless thee." Margaret went away very sad and thoughtful. She was late for tea at home. At Helstone unpunctuality at mealtimes was a great fault in her mother's eyes, but now this, as well as many other little irregularities, seemed to have lost their power of irritation, and Margaret almost longed for the old complainings. "Have you met with a servant, dear?" "No, mamma. That Anne Buckley would never have done." "Suppose I try," said Mr. Hale. "Everybody else has had their turn at this great difficulty. Now let me try. I may be the Cinderella to put on the slipper after all." Margaret could hardly smile at this little joke, so oppressed was she by her visit to the Higgins. "What would you do, papa? How would you set about it?" "Why, I would apply to some good house mother to recommend me one known to herself or her servants." "Very good, but we must first catch our house mother." "You have caught her. Or rather she is coming into the snare, and you will catch her tomorrow, if you're skilful." "What do you mean, Mr. Hale?" asked his wife, her curiosity aroused. "Why, my paragon pupil, as Margaret calls him, has told me that his mother intends to call on Mrs. and Miss Hale tomorrow." "Mrs. Thornton!" exclaimed Mrs. Hale. "The mother of whom he spoke to us?" said Margaret. "Mrs. Thornton, the only mother he has, I believe," said Mr. Hale quietly. "I shall like to see her. She must be an uncommon person," her mother added. "Perhaps she may have a relation who might suit us, and be glad of our place. She sounded to be such a careful, economical person that I should like any one out of the same family." "My dear," said Mr. Hale, alarmed, "pray don't go off on that idea. I fancy Mrs. Thornton is as haughty and proud in her way as our little Margaret here is in hers, and that she completely ignores that old time of trial and poverty and economy of which he speaks so openly. I am sure, at any rate, she would not like strangers to know anything about it." "Take notice that is not my kind of haughtiness, Papa, if I have any at all, which I don't agree to, though you're always accusing me of it." "I don't know positively that it is hers either, but from little things I have gathered from him, I fancy so." They cared too little to ask in what manner her son had spoken about her. Margaret only wanted to know if she must stay in to receive this call, as it would prevent her going to see how Bessie was until late in the day, since the early morning was always occupied in household affairs. And then she recollected that her mother must not be left to have the whole weight of entertaining her visitor. End of Chapter 11. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Chapter 12 of North and South. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 12. Morning Calls. Well, I suppose we must. Friends in Council. Mr. Thornton had had some difficulty in working up his mother to the desired point of civility. She did not often make calls, and when she did, it was in a heavy state that she went through her duties. Her son had given her a carriage, but she refused to let him keep horses for it. They were hired for the solemn occasions when she paid morning or evening visits. She had had horses for 3 days, not a fortnight before, and had comfortably killed off all her acquaintances, who might now put themselves to trouble and expense in their turn. Yet Crampton was too far off for her to walk, and she had repeatedly questioned her son as to whether his wish that she should call on the Hales was strong enough to bear the expense of cab hire. She would have been thankful if it had not, for, as she said, she saw no use in making up friendships and intimacies with all the teachers and masters in Milton. Why, he would be wanting her to call on Fanny's dancing-master's wife the next thing. "And so I would, Mother, if Mr. Mason and his wife were friendless in a strange place like the Hales." "Oh, you need not speak so hastily. I am going tomorrow. I only wanted you exactly to understand about it." "If you're going tomorrow, I shall order horses." "Nonsense, John. One would think you were made of money." "Not quite yet, but about the horses I'm determined. The last time you were out in a cab, you came home with a headache from the jolting." "I never complained of it, I'm sure." "No, my mother is not given to complaints," said he, a little proudly, "but so much the more I have to watch over you. Now as for Fanny there, a little hardship would do her good." "She is not made of the same stuff as you are, John. She could not bear it." Mrs. Thornton was silent after this, for her last words bore relation to a subject which mortified her. She had an unconscious contempt for a weak character, and Fanny was weak in the very points in which her mother and brother were strong. Mrs. Thornton was not a woman much given to reasoning. Her quick judgment and firm resolution served her in good stead of any long arguments and discussions with herself. She felt instinctively that nothing could strengthen Fanny to endure hardships patiently, or face difficulties bravely, and though she winced as she made this acknowledgment to herself about her daughter, it only gave her a kind of pitying tenderness of manner towards her, much of the same description of demeanour with which mothers are wont to treat their weak and sickly children. A stranger, a careless observer, might have considered that Mrs. Thornton's manner to her children betokened far more love to Fanny than to John. But such a one would have been deeply mistaken. The very daringness with which mother and son spoke out unpalatable truths, the one to the other, showed a reliance on the firm centre of each other's souls, which the uneasy tenderness of Mrs. Thornton's manner to her daughter, the shame with which she thought to hide the poverty of her child and all the grand qualities which she herself possessed unconsciously, and which she set so high a value upon in others, this shame, I say, betrayed the want of a secure resting-place for her affection. She never called her son by any name but John. Love and dear and such like terms were reserved for Fanny, but her heart gave thanks for him day and night, and she walked proudly among women for his sake. "Fanny, dear, I shall have horses to the carriage to-day to go and call on these Hales. Should not you go and see nurse? It's in the same direction, and she's always so glad to see you. You could go on there while I am at Mrs. Hale's." "Oh, mamma, it's such a long way, and I am so tired." "With what?" asked Mrs. Thornton, her brow slightly contracting. "I don't know. The weather, I think. It is so relaxing. Couldn't you bring nurse here, mamma? The carriage could fetch her, and she could spend the rest of the day here, which I know she would like." Mrs. Thornton did not speak, but she laid her work on the table and seemed to think. "It will be a long way for her to walk back at night," she remarked at last. "Oh, but I will send her home in a cab. I never thought of her walking." At this point Mr. Thornton came in, just before going to the mill. "Mother, I need hardly say that if there is any little thing that could serve Mrs. Hale as an invalid, you will offer it, I'm sure." "If I can find it out, I will. But I have never been ill myself, so I'm not much up to invalids' fancies." "Well, here is Fanny, then, who is seldom without an ailment. She will be able to suggest something, perhaps, won't you, Fan?" "I have not always an ailment," said Fanny pettishly, "and I am not going with mamma. I have a headache to-day, and I shan't go out." Mr. Thornton looked annoyed. His mother's eyes were bent on her work, at which she was now stitching away busily. "Fanny, I wish you to go," said he authoritatively. "It will do you good instead of harm. You will oblige me by going, without my saying anything more about it." He went abruptly out of the room after saying this. If he had stayed a minute longer, Fanny would have cried at his tone of command, even when he used the words, "You will oblige me." As it was, she grumbled. "John always speaks as if I fancied I was ill, and I am sure I never do fancy any such thing. Who are these Hales that he makes such a fuss about?" "Fanny, don't speak so of your brother. He has good reasons of some kind or other, or he would not wish us to go. Make haste and put your things on." But the little altercation between her son and her daughter did not incline Mrs. Thornton more favourably towards "these Hales." Her jealous heart repeated her daughter's questions. Who are they, that he is so anxious we should pay them all this attention? It came up like a burden to a song, long after Fanny had forgotten all about it in the pleasant excitement of seeing the effect of a new bonnet in the looking-glass. Mrs. Thornton was shy. It was only of late years that she had had leisure enough in her life to go into society, and as society she did not enjoy it. As dinner-giving, and as criticizing other people's dinners, she took satisfaction in it. But this going to make acquaintance with strangers was a very different thing. She was ill at ease, and looked more than usually stern and forbidding as she entered the Hales' little drawing-room. Margaret was busy embroidering a small piece of cambric for some little article of dress for Edith's expected baby. Flimsy, useless work, as Mrs. Thornton observed to herself. She liked Mrs. Hale's double knitting far better. That was sensible of its kind. The room altogether was full of knick-knacks, which must take a long time to dust, and time to people of limited income was money. She made all these reflections as she was talking in her stately way to Mrs. Hale, and uttering all the stereotyped commonplaces that most people can find to say with their senses blindfolded. Mrs. Hale was making rather more exertion in her answers, captivated by some real old lace which Mrs. Thornton wore. Lace, as she afterwards observed to Dixon, of that old English point, which has not been made for this 70 years, and which cannot be bought. It must have been an heirloom, and shows that she had ancestors. So the owner of the ancestral lace became worthy of something more than the languid exertion to be agreeable to a visitor by which Mrs. Hale's efforts at conversation would have been otherwise bounded. And presently Margaret, racking her brain to talk to Fanny, heard her mother and Mrs. Thornton plunge into the interminable subject of servants. "I suppose you are not musical," said Fanny, "as I see no piano." "I am fond of hearing good music. I cannot play well myself, and papa and mamma don't care much about it, so we sold our old piano when we came here." I wonder how you can exist without one. It almost seems to me a necessary of life." 15 shillings a week, and 3 saved out of them, thought Margaret to herself. But she must have been very young. She probably has forgotten her own personal experience. But she must know of those days. Margaret's manner had an extra tinge of coldness in it when she next spoke. "You have good concerts here, I believe." "Oh, yes, delicious. Too crowded, that is the worst. The directors admit so indiscriminately, but one is sure to hear the newest music there. I always have a large order to give to Johnson's the day after a concert." "Do you like new music simply for its newness, then?" "Oh, one knows it is the fashion in London, or else the singers would not bring it down here. You have been in London, of course?" "Yes," said Margaret, "I have lived there for several years." "Oh, London and the Alhambra are the 2 places I long to see." "London and the Alhambra?" "Yes, ever since I read the tales of the Alhambra. Don't you know them?" "I don't think I do. But surely it is a very easy journey to London." "Yes, but somehow," said Fanny, lowering her voice, "Mamma has never been to London herself, and can't understand my longing. She is very proud of Milton, dirty, smoky place as I feel it to be. I believe she admires it the more for those very qualities." "If it had been Mrs. Thornton's home for some years, I can well understand her loving it," said Margaret, in her clear, bell-like voice. "What are you saying about me, Miss Hale? May I inquire?" Margaret had not the words ready for an answer to this question, which took her a little by surprise, so Miss Thornton replied, "Oh, Mamma, we are only trying to account for your being so fond of Milton." "Thank you," said Mrs. Thornton. "I do not feel that my very natural liking for the place where I was born and brought up, and which has since been my residence for some years, requires any accounting for." Margaret was vexed. As Fanny had put it, it did seem as if they had been impertinently discussing Mrs. Thornton's feelings, but she also rose up against that lady's manner of showing that she was offended. Mrs. Thornton went on after a moment's pause. "Do you know anything of Milton, Miss Hale? Have you seen any of our factories, our magnificent warehouses?" "No," said Margaret, "I have not seen anything of that description as yet." Then she felt that by concealing her utter indifference to all such places she was hardly speaking with truth, so she went on. "I dare say Papa would have taken me before now if I had cared, but I really do not find much pleasure in going over manufactories." "They are very curious places," said Mrs. Hale, "but there is so much noise and dirt always. I remember once going in a lilac silk to see candles made, and my gown was utterly ruined." "Very probably," said Mrs. Thornton, in a short, displeased manner. "I merely thought that as strangers newly come to reside in a town which has risen to eminence in the country from the character and progress of its peculiar business, you might have cared to visit some of the places where it is carried on. Places unique in the kingdom, I am informed. If Miss Hale changes her mind and condescends to be curious as to the manufactures of Milton, I can only say I shall be glad to procure her admission to print works, or reed-making, or the more simple operations of spinning carried on in my son's mill. Every improvement of machinery is, I believe, to be seen there in its highest perfection." "I am so glad you don't like mills and manufactories and all those kind of things," said Fanny in a half-whisper as she rose to accompany her mother, who was taking leave of Mrs. Hale with rustling dignity. "I think I should like to know all about them if I were you," replied Margaret quietly. "Fanny," said her mother as they drove away, "we will be civil to these Hales, but don't form one of your hasty friendships with the daughter. She will do you no good, I see. The mother looks very ill, and seems a nice, quiet kind of person." "I don't want to form any friendship with Miss Hale, Mamma," said Fanny, pouting. "I thought I was doing my duty by talking to her and trying to amuse her." "Well, at any rate, John must be satisfied now." End of Chapter 12. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Chapter 13 of North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Gemma Blythe. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 13. A soft breeze in a sultry place. That doubt and trouble, fear and pain, and anguish all are shadows vain. That death itself shall not remain. That weary deserts we may tread, a dreary labyrinth may thread, through dark ways underground be led. Yet if we will one guide obey, The dreariest path, the darkest way, shall issue out in heavenly day, and we on diverse shores now cast shall meet our perilous voyage past, all in our Father's house at last. R.C. Trench. Margaret flew upstairs as soon as their visitors were gone, and put on her bonnet and shawl to run and inquire how Bessie Higgins was, and sit with her as long as she could before dinner. As she went along the crowded, narrow streets, she felt how much of interest they had gained by the simple fact of her having learnt to care for a dweller in them. Mary Higgins, the slatternly younger sister, had endeavoured as well as she could to tidy up the house for the expected visit. There had been rough stoning done in the middle of the floor, while the flags under the chairs and table and round the walls retained their dark, unwashed appearance. Although the day was hot, there burnt a large fire in the grate, making the whole place feel like an oven. Margaret did not understand that the lavishness of coals was a sign of hospitable welcome to her on Mary's part, and thought that perhaps the oppressive heat was necessary for Bessie. Bessie herself lay on a squab or short sofa, placed under the window. She was very much more feeble than on the previous day, and tired with raising herself at every step to look out and see if it was Margaret coming. And now that Margaret was there, and had taken a chair by her, Bessie lay back silent and content to look at Margaret's face and touch her articles of dress with a childish admiration of their fineness of texture. I never knew why folk in the Bible cared for soft raiment afore, but it must be nice to go dressed as you do. It's different for common. Most fine folk tire my eyes out with their colours, but somehow yours rests me. Where did you get this frock? In London, said Margaret, much amused. London? Have you been in London? Yes, I lived there for some years, but my home was in a forest in the country. Tell me about it, said Bessie. I like to hear speak of the country and trees and such like things. She leant back and shut her eyes and crossed her hands over her breast, lying at perfect rest, as if to receive all the ideas Margaret could suggest. Margaret had never spoken of Helstone since she left it, except just naming the place incidentally. She saw it in dreams more vivid than life, and as she fell away to slumber at nights, her memory wandered in all its pleasant places. But her heart was open to this girl. Oh, Bessie, I love the home we have left so dearly. I wish you could see it. I cannot tell you half its beauty. There are great trees standing all about it, with their branches stretching long and level and making a deep shade of rest even at noonday. And yet, though every leaf may seem still, there is a continual rushing sound of movement all around, not close at hand. Then sometimes the turf is as soft and fine as velvet, and sometimes quite lush with the perpetual moisture of a little hidden tinkling brook near at hand. And then in other parts there are billowy ferns, whole stretches of fern, some in the green shadow, some with long streaks of golden sunlight lying on them just like the sea. I have never seen the sea, murmured Bessie, but go on. Then, here and there are wide commons, high up as if above the very tops of the trees. I'm glad of that. I felt smothered like down below when I have gone for an out. I've always wanted to get high up and see far away, and take a deep breath of fullness in that air. I get smothered enough in Milton, and I think the sound you speak of among the trees, going on for ever and ever, would send me dazed. It's that made my head ache so in the mill. Now on those commons I reckon there is but little noise. No, said Margaret, nothing but here and there a lark high in the air. Sometimes I used to hear a farmer speaking sharp and loud to his servants, but it was so far away that it only reminded me pleasantly that other people were hard at work in some distant place, while I just sat on the heather and did nothing. I used to think once that if I could have a day of doing nothing, to rest me, a day of some quiet place like that you spoke on, it would maybe set me up. But now I've had many days of idleness, and I'm just as weary of them as I was of my work. Sometimes I'm so tired out I think I cannot enjoy heaven without a piece of rest first. I'm rather afeard of going straight there without getting a good sleep in the grave to set me up." "Don't be afraid, Bessie," said Margaret, laying her hand on the girl's. "God can give you more perfect rest than even idleness on earth or the dead sleep of the grave can do." Bessie moved uneasily. Then she said, "I wish father would not speak as he does. He means well, as I told you yesterday and tell you again and again. But you see, though I don't believe him a bit by day, yet by night, when I'm in a fever, half asleep and half awake, it comes back upon me, oh, so bad. And I think, if this should be the end of all, and if all I was born for is just to work my heart and my life away, and to sicken in this tree place, with the mill noise in my ears forever, until I could scream out for them to stop, and let me have a little piece of quiet, and with the fluff filling my lungs until I thirst to death for one long deep breath of the clear air you speak on, and my mother gone, and I never able to tell her again how I loved her, and all my troubles. I think if this life is the end, and that there's no God to wipe away all tears from all eyes—" "You wench, yo," said she, sitting up and clutching violently, almost fiercely, at Margaret's hand. "I could go mad and kill you. I could." She fell back, completely worn out with her passion. Margaret knelt down by her. "Bessie, we have a Father in heaven." I know it," moaned she, turning her head uneasily from side to side. "I'm very wicked. I've spoken very wickedly. Oh, don't be frightened by me, and never come again. I would not harm a hair on your head." And opening her eyes, and looking earnestly at Margaret, "I believe, perhaps more than you do, what's to come. I read the book of Revelations until I know it off by heart, and I never doubt when I'm wakened and in my senses of all the glory I'm to come to. Don't let us talk of what fancies come into your head when you are feverish. I would rather hear something about what you used to do when you were well. I think I was well when Mother died, but I have never been rightly strong since somewhere about that time. I began to work in a garden room soon after, and the fluff got into my lungs and poisoned me." "Fluff?" said Margaret inquiringly. "Fluff," repeated Bessie. "Little bits as fly off from the cotton when they're carding it, and fill the air till it looks all fine white dust. They say it winds round the lungs and tightens them up. Anyhow, there's many a one as works in a garden room that falls into a waste, coughing and spitting blood, because they're just poisoned by that fluff." "But can't it be helped?" asked Margaret. "I dunno. Some folk have a great wheel at one end of their garden rooms to make a draught, and carry off the dust, but that wheel costs a deal of money, 500 or 600 pound maybe, and brings in no profit, so it's but a few of the masters as will put 'em up. And I've heard tell a man who didn't like walking places where there was a wheel, because they said as how it made 'em hungry, and after they'd been long used to swallowing fluff, don't go without it, and that their wage ought to be raised if they were to work in such places. So between masters and men the wheels fall through. I know I wish there'd been a wheel in our place, though." "Did not your father know about it?" asked Margaret. "Yes, and he was sorry, but our factory were a good one on the whole, and a steady likely set of people, and father was afeard of letting me go to a strange place, for though you would ne'er think it now, many a one then used to call me a greatly lass enough, and I did not like to be reckoned nesh and soft, and Mary's schooling were to be kept up, mother said, and father he were always liking to buy books and go to lectures of one kind or another, all of which took money. So I just worked on till I should never get the word out of my ears or the fluff out of my throat in this world. That's all." "How old are you?" asked Margaret. 19 come July, and I too am 19. She thought more sorrowfully than Bessie did of the contrast between them. She could not speak for a moment or two for the emotion she was trying to keep down. "About Mary," said Bessie. "I wanted to ask you to be a friend to her. She's 17, but she's the last of us, and I don't want her to go to the mill, and yet I don't know what she's fit for." She could not do. Margaret glanced unconsciously at the unclean corners of the room. She could hardly undertake a servant's place, could she? "We have an old faithful servant, almost a friend, who wants help, but who is very particular, and it would not be right to plague her with giving her any assistance. That would really be an annoyance and an irritation. No, I see, I reckon you're right. Almira's a good wench. But who has she had to teach her what to do about a house? No, mother. And me at the mill till I were good for nothing but scolding her for doing badly what I didn't know how to do a bit. But I wish she could have lived with you, for all that. But even though she may not be exactly fitted to come and live with us as a servant, and I don't know about that, I will always try and be a friend to her for your sake, Bessie. And now I must go. I will come again as soon as I can. But if it should not be tomorrow or the next day or even a week or a fortnight hence, don't think I've forgotten you. I may be busy. I know you won't forget me again. I'll not mistrust you no more. But remember, in a week or a fortnight, I may be dead and buried. I'll come as soon as I can, Bessie, said Margaret, squeezing her hand tight. But you'll let me know if you are worse. That will I, said Bessie, returning the pressure. From that day forwards, Mrs. Hale became more and more of a suffering invalid. It was now drawing near to the anniversary of Edith's marriage, and looking back upon the year's accumulated heap of troubles, Margaret wondered how they had been borne. If she could have anticipated them, how she would have shrunk away and hid herself from the coming time, and yet day by day had, of itself and by itself, been very endurable. Small, keen, bright little spots of positive enjoyment having come sparkling into the very middle of sorrows a year ago, or when she first went to Helstone, and first became silently conscious of the querulousness of her mother's temper. She would have grown bitterly over the idea of a long illness to be borne in a strange, desolate, noisy, busy place, with diminished comforts on every side of the home life, but with the increase of serious and just ground of complaint, a new kind of patience had sprung up in her mother's mind. She was gentle and quiet in intense bodily suffering, almost in proportion as she had been restless and depressed when there had been no real cause for grief. Mr. Hale was in exactly that stage of apprehension which, in men of his stamp, take the shape of wilful blindness. He was more irritated than Margaret had ever known him at his daughter's expressed anxiety. Indeed, Margaret, you are grown fanciful. God knows I should be the first to take the alarm if your mother were really ill. We always saw when she had her headaches at Helstone, even without her telling us. She looks quite pale and white when she is ill, and now she has a bright, healthy color in her cheeks, just as she used to have when I first knew her. But, Papa, said Margaret with hesitation, do you know, I think that is the flush of pain. Nonsense, Margaret, I tell you, you are too fanciful. You are the person not well, I think. Send for the doctor tomorrow for yourself, and then, if it will make your mind easier, he can see your mother. Thank you, dear Papa, it will make me happier indeed. And she went up to him to kiss him, but he pushed her away, gently enough, but still as if she had suggested unpleasant ideas, which he should be glad to get rid of, as readily as he could of her presence. He walked uneasily up and down the room. Poor Maria, said he, half soliloquizing. I wish one could do right without sacrificing others. I shall hate this town and myself too if she... Pray, Margaret, does your mother often talk to you of the old places of Helstone? I mean... No, Papa, said Margaret sadly. Then you see, she can't be fretting after them, eh? It has always been a comfort to me to think that your mother was so simple and open that I knew every little grievance she had. She never would conceal anything seriously affecting her health from me. Would she, Margaret? I am quite sure she would not. So don't let me hear of these foolish, morbid ideas. Come, give me a kiss and run off to bed. But she heard him pacing about, raccooning, as she and Edith used to call it, long after her slow and languid undressing was finished, long after she began to listen as she lay in bed. End of Chapter 13, recorded by Gemma Blythe.
Chapter 14 of North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, October 2007. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 14. The Mutiny. I was used to sleep at nights as sweetly as a child. Now if the wind blew rough, it made me start, and think of my poor boy tossing about upon the roaring seas, and then I seemed to feel that it was hard to take him from me for such a little fault. Southey. It was a comfort to Margaret about this time to find that her mother drew more tenderly and intimately towards her than she had ever done since the days of her childhood. She had took her to her heart as a confidential friend, the post Margaret had always longed to fill, and had envied Dickson for being preferred to. Margaret took pains to respond to every call made upon her for sympathy, and they were many, even when they bore relation to trifles, which she would no more have noticed or regarded herself than the elephant would perceive the little pin at his feet, which yet he lifts carefully up at the bidding of his keeper. All unconsciously, Margaret drew near to a reward. One evening, Mr. Hale being absent, her mother began to talk to her about her brother Frederick, on the very subject on which Margaret had longed to ask questions, and almost the only one on which her timidity overcame her natural openness. The more she wanted to hear about him, the less likely she was to speak. "Oh, Margaret, it was so windy last night. It came howling down the chimney in our room. I could not sleep. I never can when there is such a terrible wind. I got into a wakeful habit when poor Frederick was at sea, and now, even if I don't waken all at once, I dream of him in some stormy sea, with great, clear, glass-green walls of waves on either side of his ship, but far higher than her very masts, curling over her with that cruel, terrible white foam, like some gigantic crested serpent. It is an old dream, but it always comes back on windy nights, till I am thankful to waken, sitting straight and stiff up in bed with my terror. Poor Frederick, he is on land now, so wind can do him no harm, though I did think it might shake down some of those tall chimneys." "Where is Frederick now, mamma? Our letters are directed to the care of Monsieur's barber at Cadiz, I know, but where is he himself?" "I can't remember the name of the place, but he is not called Hale, you must remember that, Margaret. Notice the F.D. in every corner of the letters. He has taken the name of Dickinson. I wanted him to have been called Beresford, to which he had a kind of right, but your father thought he had better not. He might be recognized, you know, if he were called by my name." "Mamma," said Margaret, "I was at Aunt Shaw's when it all happened, and I suppose I was not old enough to be told plainly about it. But I should like to know now, if I may, if it does not give you too much pain to speak about it." "Pain? No," replied Mrs. Hale, her cheek flushing. "Yet it is pain to think that perhaps I may never see my darling boy again. Or else he did right, Margaret. They may say what they like, but I have his own letters to show, and I will believe him, though he is my son, sooner than any court-martial on earth. Go to my little Japan cabinet, dear, and in the second left-hand drawer you will find a packet of letters." Margaret went. There were the yellow sea-stained letters, with the peculiar fragrance which ocean letters have. Margaret carried them back to her mother, who untied the silken string with trembling fingers, and, examining their dates, she gave them to Margaret to read, making her hurried, anxious remarks on their contents, almost before her daughter could have understood what they were. "You see, Margaret, how from the very first he disliked Captain Reed. He was second lieutenant in the ship, the Orion, in which Frederick sailed the very first time. Poor little fellow, how well he looked in his midshipman's dress, with his dirk in his hand, cutting open all the newspapers with it as if it were a paper knife. But this Mr. Reed, as he was then, seemed to take a dislike to Frederick from the very beginning. And then, stay, these are the letters he wrote on board the Russell, when he was appointed to her, and found his old enemy Captain Reed in command. He did mean to bear all his tyranny patiently. Look, this is the letter. Just read it, Margaret. Where is it he says, 'Stop. My father may rely upon me, that I will bear with all proper patience everything that one officer and gentleman can take from another. But from my former knowledge of my present captain, I confess I look forward with apprehension to a long course of tyranny on board the Russell. You see, he promises to bear patiently, and I am sure he did, for he was the sweetest-tempered boy, when he was not vexed, that could possibly be. Is that the letter in which he speaks of Captain Reed's impatience with the men, for not going through the ship's manoeuvres as quickly as the Avenger? You see, he says that they had many new hands on board the Russell, while the Avenger had been nearly 3 years on the station, with nothing to do but to keep slavers off, and work her men till they ran up and down the rigging like rats or monkeys. Margaret slowly read the letter, half illegible through the fading of the ink. It might be, it probably was, a statement of Captain Reed's imperiousness in trifles, very much exaggerated by the narrator, who had written it while fresh and warm from the scene of altercation. Some sailors being aloft in the main topsail rigging, the captain had ordered them to race down, threatening the hindmost with the cat of 9 tails. He who was farthest on the spar, feeling the impossibility of passing his companions, and yet passionately dreading the disgrace of the flogging, threw himself desperately down to catch a rope considerably lower, failed, and fell senseless on deck. He only survived for a few hours afterwards, and the indignation of the ship's crew was at boiling point when young Hale wrote. But we did not receive this letter till long, long after we heard of the mutiny. Poor Fred! I dare say it was a comfort to him to write it, even though he could not have known how to send it, poor fellow. And then we saw a report in the papers, that's to say, long before Fred's letter reached us, of an atrocious mutiny having broken out on board the Russell, and that the mutineers had remained in possession of the ship, which had gone off, it was supposed, to be a pirate, and that Captain Reed was sent adrift in a boat with some men, officers or something, whose names were all given, for they were picked up by a West Indian steamer. Oh, Margaret, how your father and I turned sick over that list, when there was no name of Frederick Hale. We thought it must be some mistake, for poor Fred was such a fine fellow, only perhaps rather too passionate, and we hoped that the name of Carr, which was in the list, was a misprint for that of Hale. Newspapers are so careless. And towards post-time the next day, Papa set off to work to Southampton to get the papers, and I could not stop at home, so I went to meet him. He was very late, much later than I thought he would have been, and I sat down under the hedge to wait for him. He came at last, his arms hanging loose down, his head sunk, and walking heavily along as if every step was a labour and a trouble. Margaret, I see him now. Don't go on, Mamma. I can understand it all, said Margaret, leaning up caressingly against her mother's side, and kissing her hand. No, you can't, Margaret. No one can who did not see him then. I could hardly lift myself up to go and meet him. Everything seemed so to reel around me all at once. And when I got to him, he did not speak, or seem surprised to see me there, more than 3 miles from home, beside the Oldham beech tree. But he put my arm in his, and kept stroking my hand, as if he wanted to soothe me to be very quiet under some great heavy blow. And when I trembled so all over that I could not speak, he took me in his arms, and stooped down his head on mine, and began to shake and to cry, in a strange muffled groaning voice, till I, for very fright, stood quite still, and only begged him to tell me what he had heard. And then, with his hand jerking, as if someone else moved it against his will, he gave me a wicked newspaper to read, calling our Frederick a traitor of the blackest dye, a base, ungrateful disgrace to his profession. Oh, I cannot tell what bad words they did not use. I took the paper in my hands as soon as I had read it. I tore it up to little bits. I tore it. Oh, believe it, Margaret, I tore it with my teeth. I did not cry. I could not. My cheeks were as hot as fire, and my very eyes burnt in my head. I saw your father looking grave at me. I said it was a lie, and so it was. Months after, this letter came, and you see what provocation Frederick had. It was not for himself or his own injuries he rebelled, but he would speak his mind to Captain Reed, and so it went on from bad to worse, and you see, most of the sailors stuck by Frederick. I think, Margaret, she continued after a pause, in a weak, trembling, exhausted voice, I am glad of it. I am prouder of Frederick standing up against injustice than if he had simply been a good officer. I am sure I am, said Margaret, in a firm, decided tone. "Loyalty and obedience to wisdom and justice are fine, but it is still finer to defy arbitrary power, unjustly and cruelly used, not on behalf of ourselves, but on behalf of others more helpless. For all that, I wish I could see Frederick once more, just once. He was my first baby, Margaret." Mrs. Hale spoke wistfully, and almost as if apologizing for the yearning, craving wish, as though it were a depreciation of her remaining child. But such an idea never crossed Margaret's mind. She was thinking how her mother's desire could be fulfilled. "It is 6 or 7 years ago. Would they still prosecute him, mother? If he came and stood his trial, what would be the punishment? Surely he must bring evidence of his great provocation." "It would do no good," replied Mrs. Hale. "Some of the sailors who accompanied Frederick were taken, and there was a court-martial held on them on board the Amachia. I believed all they said in their defence, poor fellows, because it just agreed with Frederick's story. But it was of no use, and for the first time during the conversation Mrs. Hale began to cry. Yet something possessed Margaret to force the information she foresaw, yet dreaded from her mother. "What happened to them, mamma?" asked she. "They were hung at the yard-arm," said Mrs. Hale solemnly, "and the worst was that the court, in condemning them to death, said they had suffered themselves to be led astray from their duty by their superior officers." They were silent for a long time. "And Frederick was in South America for several years, was he not?" "Yes, and now he is in Spain, at Cadiz, or somewhere near it. If he comes to England he will be hung. I shall never see his face again, for if he comes to England he will be hung." There was no comfort to be given. Mrs. Hale turned her face to the wall, and lay perfectly still in her mother's despair. Nothing could be said to console her. She took her hand out of Margaret's with a little impatient movement, as if she would fain be left alone with the recollection of her son. When Mr. Hale came in, Margaret went out, oppressed with gloom, and seeing no promise of brightness on any side of the horizon. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 15. Masters and Men. Thought fights with thought. Out springs a spark of truth from the collision of the sword and shield. W.S. Landor. "Margaret," said her father the next day, "we must return Mrs. Thornton's call. Your mother is not very well, and thinks she cannot walk so far, but you and I will go this afternoon." As they went, Mr. Hale began about his wife's health, with a kind of veiled anxiety which Margaret was glad to see awakened at last. "Did you consult the doctor, Margaret? Did you send for him?" "No, Papa. You spoke of his coming to see me. Now I was well, but if I only knew of some good doctor, I would go this afternoon and ask him to come, for I am sure Mamma is seriously indisposed." She put the truth thus plainly and strongly, because her father had so completely shut his mind against the idea when she had last named her fears. But now the case was changed. He answered in a despondent tone. "Do you think she has any hidden complaint? Do you think she is really very ill? Has Dixon said anything? Oh, Margaret, I am haunted by the fear that our coming to Milton has killed her, my poor Maria." "Oh, Papa, don't imagine such things," said Margaret, shocked. "She is not well, that is all. Many a one is not well for a time, and with good advice gets better and stronger than ever." "But has Dixon said anything about her?" "No. You know Dixon enjoys making a mystery out of trifles, and she has been a little mysterious about Mamma's health, which has alarmed me rather, that is all. Without any reason, I dare say. You know, Papa, you said the other day I was getting fanciful." "I hope and trust you are. But don't think of what I said then. I like you to be fanciful about your mother's health. Don't be afraid of telling me your fancies. I like to hear them, though. I dare say I spoke as if I was annoyed. But we will ask Mrs. Thornton if she can tell us of a good doctor. We won't throw away our money on any but someone first-rate. Stay, we turn up this street." The street did not look as if it could contain any house large enough for Mrs. Thornton's habitation. Her son's presence never gave any impression as to the kind of house he lived in, but unconsciously Margaret had imagined that tall, massive, handsomely dressed Mrs. Thornton must live in a house of the same character as herself. Now Marlborough Street consisted of long rows of small houses, with a blank wall here and there. At least that was all they could see from the point at which they entered it. "He told me he lived in Marlborough Street, I'm sure," said Mr. Hale, with a much perplexed air. "Perhaps it is one of the economies he still practises, to live in a very small house. But here are plenty of people about. Let me ask." She accordingly inquired of a passer-by, and was informed that Mr. Thornton lived close to the mill, and had the factory lodge door pointed out to her at the end of the long dead wall they had noticed. The lodge door was like a common garden door. On one side of it were great closed gates for the ingress and egress of lorries and wagons. The lodge-keeper admitted them into a great oblong yard, on one side of which were offices for the transaction of business, on the opposite an immense many-windowed mill, whence proceeded the continual clank of machinery and the long groaning roar of the steam engine, enough to deafen those who lived within the enclosure. Opposite to the wall, along which the street ran, on one of the narrow sides of the oblong, was a handsome stone-copped house, blackened, to be sure, by the smoke, but with paint, windows, and steps kept scrupulously clean. It was evidently a house which had been built some 50 or 60 years. The stone facings, the long, narrow windows, and the number of them, the flights of steps up to the front door, ascending from either side and guarded by railing, all witnessed to its age. Margaret only wondered why people who could afford to live in so good a house and keep it in such perfect order did not prefer a much smaller dwelling in the country, or even some suburb, not in the continual whir and din of the factory. Her unaccustomed ears could hardly catch her father's voice as they stood on the steps awaiting the opening of the door. The yard, too, with the great doors and the dead wall as a boundary, was but a dismal lookout for the sitting-rooms of the house, as Margaret found when they had mounted the old-fashioned stairs and been ushered into the drawing-room, the 3 windows of which went over the front door and the room on the right-hand side of the entrance. There was no one in the drawing-room. It seemed as though no one had been in it since the day when the furniture was bagged up with as much care as if the house was to be overwhelmed with lava and discovered 1,000 years hence. The walls were pink and gold. The pattern on the carpet represented bunches of flowers on a light ground, but it was carefully covered up in the center by a linen drugget, glazed and colorless. The window curtains were lace. Each chair and sofa had its own particular veil of netting or knitting. Great alabaster groups occupied every flat surface, safe from dust under their glass shades. In the middle of the room, right under the bagged-up chandelier, was a large circular table, with smartly bound books arranged at regular intervals round the circumference of its polished surface, like gaily colored spokes of a wheel. Everything reflected light, nothing absorbed it. The whole room had a painfully spotted, spangled, speckled look about it, which impressed Margaret so unpleasantly that she was hardly conscious of the peculiar cleanliness required to keep everything so white and pure in such an atmosphere, or of the trouble that must be willingly expended to secure that effect of icy, snowy discomfort. Wherever she looked there was evidence of care and labor, but not care and labor to procure ease, to help on habits of tranquil home employment, solely to ornament, and then to preserve ornament from dirt or destruction. They had leisure to observe and to speak to each other in low voices before Mrs. Thornton appeared. They were talking of what all the world might hear, but it is a common effect of such a room as this to make people speak low, as if unwilling to awaken the unused echoes. At last Mrs. Thornton came in, rustling in handsome black silk, as was her wont, her muslins and laces rivaling, not excelling, the pure whiteness of the muslins and netting of the room. Margaret explained how it was that her mother could not accompany them to return Mrs. Thornton's call. But in her anxiety not to bring back her father's fears too vividly, she gave but a bungling account, and left the impression on Mrs. Thornton's mind that Mrs. Hale's was some temporary or fanciful fine ladyish indisposition, which might have been put aside had there been a strong enough motive, or that if it was too severe to allow her to come out that day, the call might have been deferred. Remembering, too, the horses to her carriage, hired for her own visit to the Hales, and how Fanny had been ordered to go by Mr. Thornton in order to pay every respect to them, Mrs. Thornton drew up slightly offended, and gave Margaret no sympathy. Indeed, hardly any credit for the statement of her mother's indisposition. "How is Mr. Thornton?" asked Mr. Hale. "I was afraid he was not well from his hurried note yesterday." "My son is rarely ill, and when he is he never speaks about it, or makes it an excuse for not doing anything. He told me he could not get leisure to read with you last night, sir. He regretted it, I am sure. He values the hours spent with you." "I am sure they were equally agreeable to me," said Mr. Hale. "It makes me feel young again to see his enjoyment and appreciation of all that is fine in classical literature." "I have no doubt the classics are very desirable for people who have leisure, but I confess it was against my judgment that my son renewed his study of them. The time and place in which he lives seem to me to require all of his energy and attention. Classics may do very well for men who loiter away their lives in the country or in colleges, but Milton men ought to have their thoughts and powers absorbed in the work of today. At least that is my opinion." This last clause she gave out with the pride that apes humility. "But surely, if the mind is too long directed to one object only, it will get stiff and rigid and unable to take in many interests," said Margaret. "I do not quite understand what you mean by a mind getting stiff and rigid. Nor do I admire those whirligig characters that are full of this thing today, to be utterly forgetful of it in their new interest tomorrow. Having many interests does not suit the life of a Milton manufacturer. It is, or ought to be, enough for him to have one great desire, and to bring all the purposes of his life to bear on the fulfilment of that." "And that is?" asked Mr. Hale. Her sallow cheek flushed and her eyes lightened as she answered, "To hold and maintain a high, honourable place among the merchants of his country, the men of his town. Such a place my son has earned for himself. Go where you will, I don't say in England only, but in Europe, the name of John Thornton of Milton is known and respected amongst all men of business. Of course it is unknown in the fashionable circles," she continued scornfully. "Idle gentlemen and ladies are not likely to know much of a Milton manufacturer, unless he gets into Parliament or marries a lord's daughter." Both Mr. Hale and Margaret had an uneasy, ludicrous consciousness that they had never heard of this great name until Mr. Bell had written them word that Mr. Thornton would be a good friend to have in Milton. The proud mother's world was not their world of Harley Street gentilities on the one hand, or country clergymen and Hampshire squires on the other. Margaret's face, in spite of all her endeavours to keep it simply listening in its expression, told the sensitive Mrs. Thornton this feeling of hers. "You think you never heard of this wonderful son of mine, Miss Hale. You think I'm an old woman whose ideas are bounded by Milton and whose own crow is the widest ever seen." "No," said Margaret with some spirit. "It may be true that I was thinking I had hardly heard Mr. Thornton's name before I came to Milton, but since I have come here I have heard enough to make me respect and admire him, and to feel how much justice and truth there is in what you have said of him." "Who spoke to you of him?" asked Mrs. Thornton, a little mollified, yet jealous lest anyone else's words should not have done him full justice. Margaret hesitated before she replied. She did not like this authoritative questioning. Mr. Hale came in, as he thought, to the rescue. "It was what Mr. Thornton said himself that made us know the kind of man he was it not, Margaret?" Mrs. Thornton drew herself up and said, "My son is not the one to tell of his own doings. May I again ask you, Miss Hale, from whose account you formed your favourable opinion of him? A mother is curious and greedy of commendation of her children, you know." Margaret replied, "It was as much from what Mr. Thornton withheld of that which we had been told of his previous life by Mr. Bell. It was more that than what he said that made us all feel what reason you have to be proud of him." "Mr. Bell? What can he know of John? He living a lazy life in a drowsy college. But I'm obliged to you, Miss Hale. Many a missy young lady would have shrunk from giving an old woman the pleasure of hearing that her son was well spoken of." "Why?" asked Margaret, looking straight at Mrs. Thornton in bewilderment. "Why? Because I suppose they might have consciences that told them how surely they were making the old mother into an advocate for them, in case they had any plans on the son's heart." She smiled a grim smile, for she had been pleased by Margaret's frankness, and perhaps she felt that she had been asking questions too much, as if she had a right to catechize. Margaret laughed outright at the notion presented to her, laughed so merrily that it grated on Mrs. Thornton's ear, as if the words that called forth that laugh must have been utterly and entirely ludicrous. Margaret stopped her merriment as soon as she saw Mrs. Thornton's annoyed look. "I beg your pardon, madam, but I really am very much obliged to you for exonerating me from making any plans on Mr. Thornton's heart." "Young ladies have, before now," said Mrs. Thornton stiffly. "I hope Miss Thornton is well," put in Mr. Hale, desirous of changing the current of the conversation. "She is as well as she ever is. She is not strong," replied Mrs. Thornton shortly. "And Mr. Thornton? I suppose I may hope to see him on Thursday?" "Cannot answer for my son's engagements. There is some uncomfortable work going on in the town, a threatening of a strike. If so, his experience and judgment will make him much consulted by his friends. But I should think he could come on Thursday. At any rate, I am sure he will let you know if he cannot." "A strike?" asked Margaret. "What for? What are they going to strike for?" "For the mastership and ownership of other people's property," said Mrs. Thornton with a fierce snort. "That is what they always strike for. If my son's work people strike, I will only say they are a pack of ungrateful hounds, but I have no doubt they will." "They are wanting higher wages, I suppose?" asked Mr. Hale. "That is the face of the thing. But the truth is, they want to be masters and make the masters into slaves on their own ground. They are always trying at it. They always have it in their minds, and every 5 or 6 years there comes a struggle between masters and men. They'll find themselves mistaken this time, I fancy, a little out of their reckoning. If they turn out, they mayn't find it so easy to go in again. I believe the masters have a thing or two in their heads which will teach the men not to strike again in a hurry, if they try it this time." "Does it not make the town very rough?" asked Margaret. "Of course it does. But surely you are not a coward, are you? Milton is not the place for cowards. I have known the time when I have had to thread my way through a crowd of white, angry men, all swearing they would have Mackinson's blood as soon as he ventured to show his nose out of his factory, and he, knowing nothing of it, someone had to go and tell him or he was a dead man, and it needed to be a woman, so I went. And when I had got in I could not get out. It was as much as my life was worth. So I went up to the roof, where there were stones piled ready to drop on the heads of the crowd if they tried to force the factory doors, and I would have lifted those heavy stones and dropped them with as good an aim as the best man there, but that I fainted with the heat I have gone through. If you live in Milton, you must learn to have a brave heart, Miss Hale." "I would do my best," said Margaret, rather pale. "I do not know whether I am brave or not till I am tried, but I am afraid I should be a coward." "South country people are often frightened by what our Darkshire men and women only call living and struggling. But when you've been 10 years among a people who are always owing their betters a grudge, and only waiting for an opportunity to pay it off, you'll know whether you are a coward or not. Take my word for it." Mr. Thornton came that evening to Mr. Hale's. He was shown up into the drawing-room, where Mr. Hale was reading aloud to his wife and daughter. "I am come partly to bring you a note from my mother, and partly to apologize for not keeping to my time yesterday. The note contains the address you asked for, Dr. Donaldson." "Thank you," said Margaret hastily, holding out her hand to take the note, for she did not wish her mother to hear that they had been making any inquiry about a doctor. She was pleased that Mr. Thornton seemed immediately to understand her feeling. He gave her the note without another word of explanation. Mr. Hale began to talk about the strike. Mr. Thornton's face assumed a likeness to his mother's worst expression, which immediately repelled the watching Margaret. "Yes, the fools will have a strike. Let them. It suits us well enough. But we gave them a chance. They think trade is flourishing as it was last year. We see the storm on the horizon and draw in our sails, but because we don't explain our reasons, they won't believe we're acting reasonably. We must give them line and letter for the way we choose to spend or save our money. Henderson tried a dodge with his men out at Ashley and failed. He rather wanted a strike. It would have suited his book well enough. So when the men came to ask for the 5%, they are claiming he told them he'd think about it, and give them his answer on the payday, knowing all the while what his answer would be, of course, but thinking he'd strengthen their conceit of their own way. However, they were too deep for him, and heard something about the bad prospects of trade. So when they came on the Friday and drew back their claim, and now he's obliged to go on working. But we Milton masters have today sent in our decision. We won't advance a penny. We tell them we may have to lower wages, but can't afford to raise, so here we stand waiting for their next attack." "And what will that be?" asked Mr. Hale. "I conjecture a simultaneous strike. You'll see Milton without smoke in a few days, I imagine, Miss Hale." "But why?" asked she. "Could you not explain what good reason you have for expecting a bad trade? I don't know whether I use the right words, but you will understand what I mean." Do you give your servants reasons for your expenditure or your economy in the use of your own money? We, the owners of capital, have a right to choose what we will do with it." "A human right," said Margaret very low. "I beg your pardon. I did not hear what you said." "I would rather not repeat it," said she. "It related to a feeling which I do not think you would share." "Won't you try me?" pleaded he, his thoughts suddenly bent upon learning what she had said. She was displeased with his pertinacity, but did not choose to affix too much importance to her words. "I said you had a human right. I meant that there seemed no reason but religious ones why you should not do what you like with your own. I know we differ in our religious opinions, but don't you give me credit for having some, though not the same as yours?" He was speaking in a subdued voice, as if to her alone. She did not wish to be so exclusively addressed. She replied out in her usual tone. "I do not think that I have any occasion to consider your special religious opinions in the affair. All I meant to say is that there is no human law to prevent the employers from utterly wasting or throwing away all their money if they choose, but that there are passages in the Bible which would rather imply, to me at least, that they neglected their duty as stewards if they did so. However, I know so little about strikes and rate of wages and capital and labor that I had better not talk to a political economist like you." "Nay, the more reason," said he eagerly. "I should only be too glad to explain to you all that may seem anomalous or mysterious to a stranger, especially at a time like this, when our doings are sure to be canvassed by every scribbler who can hold a pen." "Thank you," she answered coldly. "Of course I shall apply to my father in the first instance for any information he can give me, if I get puzzled with living here amongst this strange society." "You think it strange? Why?" "I don't know. I suppose because, on the very face of it, I see two classes dependent on each other in every possible way, yet each evidently regarding the interests of the other as opposed to their own. I never lived in a place before where there were two sets of people always running each other down." "Who have you heard running the masters down? I don't ask who you have heard abusing the men, for I see you persist in misunderstanding what I said the other day. But who have you heard abusing the masters?" Margaret reddened, then smiled as she said, "I am not fond of being catechized." "I refuse to answer your question. Besides, it has nothing to do with the fact. You must take my word for it that I have heard some people, or it may be only someone of the work people, speak as though it were the interest of the employers to keep them from acquiring money, that it would make them too independent if they had a sum in the savings bank." "I dare say it was that man Higgins who told you all this," said Mrs. Hale. Mr. Thornton did not appear to hear what Margaret evidently did not wish him to know, but he caught it nevertheless. "I heard, moreover, that it was considered to the advantage of the masters to have ignorant workmen, not hedge lawyers, as Captain Lennox used to call those men in his company who questioned and would know the reason for every order." This latter part of her sentence she addressed rather to her father than to Mr. Thornton. "Who is Captain Lennox?" asked Mr. Thornton of himself, with a strange kind of displeasure that prevented him for the moment from replying to her. Her father took up the conversation. "You never were fond of schools, Margaret, or you would have seen and known before this how much is being done for education in Milton." "No," said she with sudden meekness, "I know I do not care enough about schools, but the knowledge and the ignorance of which I was speaking did not relate to reading and writing, the teaching or information one can give to a child. I am sure that what was meant was ignorance of the wisdom that shall guide men and women. I hardly know what that is, but he, that is my informant, spoke as if the masters would like their hands to be merely tall, large children, living in the present moment, with a blind, unreasoning kind of obedience." "In short, Miss Hale, it is very evident that your informant found a pretty ready listener to all the slander he chose to utter against the master," said Mr. Thornton in an offended tone. Margaret did not reply. She was displeased at the personal character Mr. Thornton affixed to what she had said. Mr. Hale spoke next. "I must confess that, although I have not become so intimately acquainted with any workman as Margaret has, I am very much struck by the antagonism between the employer and the employed, on the very surface of things. I even gather this impression from what you yourself have from time to time said." Mr. Thornton paused a while before he spoke. Margaret had just left the room, and he was vexed at the state of feeling between himself and her. However, the little annoyance, by making him cooler and more thoughtful, gave a greater dignity to what he said. "My theory is, that my interests are identical with those of my work people and vice versa. Miss Hale, I know, does not like to hear men called hands, so I won't use that word, though it comes most readily to my lips as the technical term, whose origin, whatever it was, dates before my time. On some future day, in some millennium, in Utopia, this unity may be brought into practice, just as I can fancy a republic the most perfect form of government. We will read Plato's Republic as soon as we have finished Homer. Well, in the Platonic year it may fall out that we are all, men and women and children, fit for a republic, but give me a constitutional monarchy in our present state of morals and intelligence. In our infancy we require a wise despotism to govern us. Indeed, long past infancy, children and young people are the happiest under the unfailing laws of a discreet, firm authority. I agree with Miss Hale so far as to consider our people in the condition of children, while I deny that we, the masters, have anything to do with the making or keeping them so. I maintain that despotism is the best kind of government for them, so that in the hours in which I come in contact with them I must necessarily be an autocrat. I will use my best discretion, from no humbug or philanthropic feeling, of which we have had rather too much in the North, to make wise laws and come to just decisions in the conduct of my business, laws and decisions which work for my own good in the first instance, for theirs in the second. But I will neither be forced to give my reasons, nor flinch from what I have once declared to be my resolution. Let them turn out. I shall suffer as well as they, but at the end they will find I have not bated nor altered one jot. Margaret had re-entered the room and was sitting at her work, but she did not speak. Mr. Hale answered. I dare say I am talking in great ignorance, but from the little I know, I should say that the masses were already passing rapidly into the troublesome stage which intervenes between childhood and manhood, in the life of the multitude as well as that of the individual. Now, the error which many parents commit in the treatment of the individual at this time is, insisting on the same unreasoning obedience as when all he had to do in the way of duty was to obey the simple laws of come when you're called and do as you're bid. But a wise parent humors the desire for independent action so as to become the friend and adviser when his absolute rule shall cease. If I get wrong in my reasoning, recollect it is you who adopted the analogy. Very lately, said Margaret, I heard a story of what happened in Nuremberg only 3 or 4 years ago. A rich man there lived alone in one of the immense mansions which were formerly both dwellings and warehouses. It was reported that he had a child, but no one knew of it for certain. For 40 years this rumor kept rising and falling, never utterly dying away. After his death it was found to be true. He had a son, an overgrown man with the unexercised intellect of a child, whom he had kept up in that strange way in order to save him from temptation and error. But of course, when this great old child was turned loose into the world, every bad counselor had power over him. He did not know good from evil. His father had made the blunder of bringing him up in ignorance and taking it for innocence, and after 14 months of riotous living, the city authorities had to take charge of him, in order to save him from starvation. He could not even use words effectively enough to be a successful beggar. I used the comparison, suggested by Miss Hale, of the position of the master to that of a parent. So I ought not to complain of your turning the simile into a weapon against me. But, Mr. Hale, when you were setting up a wise parent as a model for us, you said he humored his children in their desire for independent action. Now certainly the time has not come for the hands to have any independent action during business hours. I hardly know what you would mean by it then. And I say that the masters would be trenching on the independence of their hands in a way that I, for one, should not feel justified in doing if we interfered too much with the life they lead out of the mills. Because they labor 10 hours a day for us, I do not see that we have any right to impose leading strings upon them for the rest of their time. I value my own independence so highly that I can fancy no degradation greater than that of having another man perpetually directing and advising and lecturing me, or even planning too closely in any way about my actions. He might be the wisest of men or the most powerful. I should equally rebel and resent his interference. I imagine this is a stronger feeling in the north of England than in the south. I beg your pardon, but is not that because there has been none of the equality of friendship between the adviser and advised classes? Because every man has had to stand in an unchristian and isolated position, apart from and jealous of his brother man, constantly afraid of his rights being trenched upon? I only state the fact. I am sorry to say I have an appointment at 8 o'clock, and I must just take facts as I find them tonight, without trying to account for them, which, indeed, would make no difference in determining how to act as things stand. The facts must be granted. But, said Margaret in a low voice, "it seems to me that it makes all the difference in the world." Her father made a sign to her to be silent, and allow Mr. Thornton to finish what he had to say. He was already standing up and preparing to go. "You must grant me this one point. Given a strong feeling of independence in every Darkshire man, have I any right to obtrude my views of the manner in which he shall act upon another, hating it as I should do most vehemently myself, merely because he has labour to sell and I capital to buy?" "Not in the least," said Margaret, determined just to say this one thing. "Not in the least because of your labour and capital positions, whatever they are, but because you are a man, dealing with a set of men over whom you have, whether you reject the use of it or not, immense power, just because your lives and your welfare are so constantly and intimately interwoven. God has made us so that we must be mutually dependent. We may ignore our own dependence, or refuse to acknowledge that others depend upon us in more respects than the payment of weekly wages, but the thing must be nevertheless. Neither you nor any other master can help yourselves. The most proudly independent man depends on those around him for their insensible influence on his character, his life. And the most isolated of all your Darkshire egos has dependents clinging to him on all sides. He cannot shake them off, any more than the great rock he resembles can shake off. Pray don't go into similes, Margaret. You have let us off once already," said her father, smiling, yet uneasy at the thought that they were detaining Mr. Thornton against his will, which was a mistake, for he rather liked it as long as Margaret would talk, although what she said only irritated him. "Just tell me, Miss Hale, are you yourself ever influenced— no, that is not a fair way of putting it— but if you are ever conscious of being influenced by others, and not by circumstances, have those others been working directly or indirectly? Have they been laboring to exhort, to enjoin, to act rightly for the sake of example? Or have they been simple, true men, taking up their duty and doing it unflinchingly, without a thought of how their actions were to make this man industrious, that man saving? Why, if I were a workman, I should be 20 times more impressed by the knowledge that my master was honest, punctual, quick, resolute in all his doings, and hands are keener spies even than valets, than by any amount of interference, however kindly meant, with my ways of going on out of work hours. I do not choose to think too closely on what I am myself, but I believe, I rely on the straightforward honesty of my hands, and the open nature of their opposition, in contradistinction to the way in which the turnout will be managed in some mills, just because they know I scorn to take a single dishonourable advantage, or do an underhand thing myself. It goes farther than a whole course of lectures on honesty is the best policy, life diluted into words. No, no, what the master is, that will the men be, without overmuch taking thought on his part." "That is a great admission," said Margaret, laughing. "When I see men violent and obstinate in pursuit of their rights, I may safely infer that the master is the same, that he is a little ignorant of that spirit which suffereth long, and is kind, and seeketh not her own." "You are just like all strangers who don't understand the working of our system, Miss Hale," said he, hastily. "You suppose that our men are puppets of dough, ready to be moulded into any amiable form we please. You forget we have only to do with them for less than a third of their lives, and you seem not to perceive that the duties of a manufacturer are far larger and wider than those merely of an employer of labour. We have a wide commercial character to maintain, which makes us into the great pioneers of civilization." "It strikes me," said Mr. Hale, smiling, "that you might pioneer a little at home. They are a rough, heathenish set of fellows, these Milton men of yours." "They are that," replied Mr. Thornton. "Rosewater surgery won't do for them. Cromwell would have made a capital mill owner, Miss Hale. I wish we had him to put down this strike for us." "Cromwell is no hero of mine," said she, coldly, "but I am trying to reconcile your admiration of despotism with your respect for other men's independence of character." He reddened at her tone. "I choose to be the unquestioned and irresponsible master of my hands during the hours that they labour for me. But those hours past, our relation ceases, and then comes in the same respect for their independence that I myself exact." He did not speak again for a minute, he was too much vexed. But he shook it off and bade Mr. and Mrs. Hale good night. Then, drawing near to Margaret, he said in a lower voice, "I spoke hastily to you once this evening, and I am afraid rather rudely, but you know I am but an uncouth Milton manufacturer. Will you forgive me?" "Certainly," said she, smiling up in his face, the expression of which was somewhat anxious and oppressed, and hardly cleared away as he met her sweet, sunny countenance, out of which all the north wind effect of their discussion had entirely vanished. But she did not put out her hand to him, and again he felt the omission, and set it down to pride. End of chapter 15. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Chapter 16. North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 16. The Shadow of Death. Trust in that veiled hand, which leads none by the path that he would go, and always be for change prepared, for the world's law is ebb and flow. From the Arabic. The next afternoon Dr. Donaldson came to pay his first visit to Mrs. Hale. The mystery that Margaret hoped their late habits of intimacy had broken through was resumed. She was excluded from the room while Dickson was admitted. Margaret was not a ready lover, but where she loved passionately, and with no small degree of jealousy. She went into her mother's bedroom, just behind the drawing-room, and paced it up and down, while awaiting the doctor's coming out. Every now and then she stopped to listen. She fancied she heard a moan. She clenched her hands tight, and held her breath. She was sure she heard a moan. Then all was still for a few minutes more, and then there was the moving of chairs, the raised voices, all the little disturbances of leave-taking. When she heard the door open, she went quickly out of the bedroom. "My father is from home, Dr. Donaldson. He has to attend a pupil at this hour. May I trouble you to come into his room downstairs?" She saw and triumphed over all the obstacles which Dickson threw in her way, assuming her rightful position as daughter of the house in something of the spirit of their elder brother, which quelled the old servant's officiousness very effectually. Margaret's conscious assumption of this unusual dignity of demeanour towards Dickson gave her an instant's amusement in the midst of her anxiety. She knew, from the surprised expression on Dickson's face, how ridiculously grand she herself must be looking, and the idea carried her downstairs into the room. It gave her that length of oblivion from the keen sharpness of recollection of the actual business in hand. Now that came back, and seemed to take away her breath. It was a moment or two before she could utter a word. But she spoke with an air of command, as she asked, "What is the matter with mamma? You will oblige me by telling the simple truth." Then, seeing a slight hesitation on the doctor's part, she added, "I am the only child she has here. I mean, my father is not sufficiently alarmed, I fear, and therefore, if there is any serious apprehension, it must be broken to him gently. I can do this. I can nurse my mother. Pray, speak, sir. To see your face, and not be able to read it, gives me a worse dread than I trust any words of yours will justify." "My dear young lady, your mother seems to have a most attentive and efficient servant, who is more like her friend." "I am her daughter, sir." "But when I tell you she expressly desired that you might not be told." "I am not good or patient enough to submit to the prohibition. Besides, I am sure you are too wise, too experienced to have promised to keep the secret." "Well," said he, half smiling, though sadly enough, "there you are right. I did not promise. In fact, I fear the secret will be known soon enough without my revealing it." He paused. Margaret went very white, and compressed her lips a little more. Otherwise not a feature moved. With the quick insight into character without which no medical man can rise to the eminence of Dr. Donaldson, he saw that she would exact the full truth, that she would know if one iota was withheld, and that the withholding would be more torture, more acute than the knowledge of it. He spoke two short sentences in a low voice, watching her all the time, for the pupils of her eyes dilated into a black horror, and the whiteness of her complexion became livid. He ceased speaking. He waited for that look to go off, for her gasping breath to come. Then she said, "I thank you most truly, sir, for your confidence. That dread has haunted me for many weeks. It is a true, real agony. My poor, poor mother!" Her lips began to quiver, and he let her have the relief of tears, sure of her power of self-control to check them. A few tears, those were all she shed, before she recollected the many questions she longed to ask. "Will there be much suffering?" He shook his head. "That we cannot tell. It depends on constitution, on 1,000 things, but the late discoveries of medical science have given us large power of alleviation." "My father," said Margaret, trembling all over. "I do not know Mr. Hale. I mean, it is difficult to give advice. But I should say, bear on, with the knowledge you have forced me to give you so abruptly, till the fact which I could not withhold has become in some degree familiar to you, so that you may, without too great an effort, be able to give what comfort you can to your father. Before then, my visits, which, of course, I shall repeat from time to time, although I fear I can do nothing but alleviate, 1,000 little circumstances will have occurred to awaken his alarm, to deepen it, so that he will be all the better prepared." "Nay, my dear young lady, nay, my dear, I saw Mr. Thornton, and I honour your father for the sacrifice he has made, however mistaken I may believe him to be. Well, this once, if it will please you, my dear. Only remember, when I come again, I come as a friend, and you must learn to look upon me as such, because seeing each other, getting to know each other at such times as these, is worth years of morning calls." Margaret could not speak for crying, but she wrung his hand at parting. "That's what I call a fine girl," thought Dr. Donaldson, when he was seated in his carriage, and had time to examine his ringed hand, which had slightly suffered from her pressure. Who would have thought that little hand could have given such a squeeze? But the bones were well put together, and that gives immense power. What a queen she is, with her head thrown back at first to force me into speaking the truth, and then bent so eagerly forward to listen. Poor thing, I must see she does not overstrain herself, though it's astonishing how much those thoroughbred creatures can do and suffer. The girl's gained to the backbone. Another, who had gone that deadly colour, could never have come round without either fainting or hysterics. But she wouldn't do either, not she, and the very force of her will brought her round. Such a girl as that would win my heart, if I were 30 years younger. It's too late now. Aye, here we are at the Arches." So out he jumped, with thought, wisdom, experience, sympathy, and ready to attend to the calls made upon them by this family, just as if there were none other in the world. Meanwhile, Margaret had returned into her father's study for a moment, to recover strength before going upstairs into her mother's presence. "Oh, my God, but this is terrible. How shall I bear it? Such a deadly disease. No hope. Oh, mamma, I wish I had never gone to Aunt Shaw's, and been all those precious years away from you. Poor mamma! How much she must have borne. Oh, I pray thee, my God, that her sufferings may not be too acute, too dreadful. How shall I bear to see them? How can I bear papa's agony? He must not be told yet, not all at once. It would kill him, but I won't lose another moment of my dear, precious mother." She ran upstairs. Dixon was not in the room. Mrs. Hale lay back in an easy chair, with a soft white shawl wrapped around her, and a becoming cap put on, in expectation of the doctor's visit. Her face had a little faint colour in it, and the very exhaustion after the examination gave it a peaceful look. Margaret was surprised to see her look so calm. "Why, Margaret, how strange you look! What is the matter?" And then, as the idea stole into her mind of what was indeed the real state of the case, she added, as if a little displeased, "You have not been seeing Dr. Donaldson, and asking him any questions, have you, child?" Margaret did not reply, only looked wistfully towards her. Mrs. Hale became more displeased. "He would not, surely, break his word to me, and—" "Oh yes, mamma, he did. I made him. It was I, blame me." She knelt down by her mother's side, and caught her hand. She would not let it go, though Mrs. Hale tried to pull it away. She kept kissing it, and the hot tears she shed bathed it. "Margaret, it was very wrong of you. You knew I did not wish you to know, but," as if tired with the contest, she left her hand in Margaret's clasp, and by she returned the pressure faintly, that encouraged Margaret to speak. "Oh, mamma, let me be your nurse. I will learn anything Dixon can teach me, but you know I am your child, and I do think I have a right to do everything for you." "You don't know what you are asking," said Mrs. Hale, with a shudder. "Yes, I do. I know a great deal more than you are aware of. Let me be your nurse. Let me try, at any rate. No one shall ever try so hard as I will. It will be such a comfort, mamma." "My poor child." "Well, you shall try. Do you know, Margaret, Dixon and I thought you would quite shrink from me if you knew." "Dixon thought," said Margaret, her lip curling. "Dixon could not give me credit for enough true love, for as much as herself. She thought, I suppose, that I was one of those poor sickly women who like to lie on rose leaves, and be fanned all day. Don't let Dixon's fancies come any more between you and me, mamma. Don't, please," implored she. "Don't be angry with Dixon," said Mrs. Hale, anxiously. Margaret recovered herself. "No, I won't. I will try and be humble, and learn her ways, if you will only let me do all I can for you. Let me be in the first place, mother. I am greedy of that. I used to fancy you would forget me while I was away at Aunt Shaw's, and cry myself to sleep at nights with that notion in my head. And I used to think, how will Margaret bear our makeshift poverty after the thorough comfort and luxury in Harley Street, till I have many a time been more ashamed of your seeing our contrivances at Helstone than of any stranger finding them out." "Oh, mamma, and I did so enjoy them. They were so much more amusing than all the jog-trot Harley Street ways. The wardrobe shelf with handles, that served as a supper tray on grand occasions, and the old tea-chests stuffed and covered for ottomans. I think what you call the makeshift contrivances at dear Helstone were a charming part of the life there." "I shall never see Helstone again, Margaret," said Mrs. Hale, the tears welling up into her eyes. Margaret could not reply. Mrs. Hale went on. "While I was there, I was for ever wanting to leave it. Every place seemed pleasanter, and now I shall die far away from it. I am rightly punished." "You must not talk so," said Margaret impatiently. "He said you might live for years. Oh, mother, we will have you back at Helstone yet." "No, never. That I must take as a just penance." "But, Margaret, Frederick—" At the mention of that one word, she suddenly cried out loud, as in some sharp agony. It seemed as if the thought of him upset all her composure, destroyed the calm, overcame the exhaustion. Wild passionate cry succeeded to cry. "Frederick, Frederick, come to me. I am dying. Little first-born child, come to me once again." She was in violent hysterics. Margaret went and called Dixon in terror. Dixon came in a huff, and accused Margaret of having over-excited her mother. Margaret bore all meekly, only trusting that her father might not return. In spite of her alarm, which was even greater than the occasion warranted, she obeyed all Dixon's directions promptly and well, without a word of self-justification. By so doing she mollified her accuser. They put her mother to bed, and Margaret sat by her till she fell asleep, and afterwards till Dixon beckoned her out of the room, and, with a sour face, as if doing something against the grain, she bade her drink a cup of coffee which she had prepared for her in the drawing-room, and stood over her in a commanding attitude as she did so. "You shouldn't have been so curious, miss, and then you wouldn't have needed to fret before your time. It would have come soon enough. And now, I suppose, you'll tell master, and a pretty household I shall have of you." "No, Dixon," said Margaret, sorrowfully. "I will not tell papa. He could not bear it as I can." And by way of proving how well she bore it, she burst into tears. "Aye, I knew how it would be. Now you'll waken your mamma, just after she's gone to sleep so quietly." "Miss Margaret, my dear, I've had to keep it down this many a week, and though I don't pretend I can love her as you do, yet I loved her better than any other man, woman, or child. No one but Master Frederick ever came near her in my mind. Ever since Lady Bereford's maid first took me in to see her dressed out in white crape, and corn ears, and scarlet poppies, and I ran a needle down into my finger and broke it in, and she tore up her work pocket-handkerchief, after they'd cut it out, and came in to wet the bandages again with lotion when she returned from the ball, where she'd been the prettiest young lady of all. I've never loved anyone like her. I little thought then that I should live to see her brought so low. I don't mean no reproach to nobody. Many a one calls you pretty and handsome, and what not, even in this smoky place, enough to blind one's eyes. The owls can see that. But you'll never be like your mother for beauty, never, not if you live to be 100. Mamma is very pretty still. Poor mamma! Now don't ye set off again, or I shall give way at last," whimpering. You'll never stand master's coming home, and questioning at this rate. Go out and take a walk, and come in something like. Many's the time I've longed to walk it off, the thought of what was the matter with her, and how it must all end. Oh, Dixon, said Margaret, how often I've been cross with you, not knowing what a terrible secret you had to bear. Bless you, child, I like to see you showing a bit of a spirit. It's the good old Beresford blood. Why, the last Sir John but 2 shot his steward down, there where he stood, for just telling him that he'd raped the tenants. And he'd rape the tenants till he could get no more money off them than he could get skin off a flint. Well, Dixon, I won't shoot you, and I'll try not to be cross again. You never have. If I've said it at times, it has always been to myself, just in private, by way of making a little agreeable conversation, for there's no one here fit to talk to. And when you fire up, you're the very image of Master Frederick. I could find in my heart to put you in a passion any day, just to see his stormy look coming like a great cloud over your face. But now you go out, miss. I'll watch over missus, and as for master, his books are company enough for him, if he should come in. I will go, said Margaret. She hung about Dixon for a minute or so, as if afraid and irresolute. Then suddenly kissing her, she went quickly out of the room. Bless her, said Dixon. She's as sweet as a nut. There are 3 people I love. It's Mrs., Master Frederick, and her. Just them 3, that's all. The rest be hanged, for I don't know what they're in the world for. Master was born, I suppose, for to marry Mrs. If I thought he loved her properly, I might get to love him in time. But he shouldn't have made a deal more on her, and not been always reading, thinking. See what it has brought him to. Many a one who never reads nor thinks either, gets to be rector and dean and what not, and I dare say master might, if he just minded missus, and let the weary reading and thinking alone. There she goes, looking out of the window as she heard the front door shut. Poor young lady, her clothes looked shabby to what they did when she came to Helstone a year ago. Then she hadn't so much as a darn stocking or a clean pair of gloves in all her wardrobe. And now. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 17. What is a strike? There are briars besetting every path, which call for patient care. There is a cross in every lot, and an earnest need for prayer. Anon. Margaret went out heavily and unwillingly enough, but the length of a street, yes, the air of a Milton street, cheered her young blood before she reached her first turning. Her step grew lighter, her lip redder. She began to take notice, instead of having her thoughts turned so exclusively inward. She saw unusual loiterers in the streets, men with their hands in their pockets sauntering along, loud laughing and loud-spoken girls clustered together, apparently excited to high spirits and a boisterous independence of temper and behaviour. The more ill-looking of the men, the discreditable minority, hung about on the steps of the beer-houses and gin-shops, smoking and commenting pretty freely on every passer-by. Margaret disliked the prospect of the long walk through these streets before she came to the fields which she had planned to reach. Instead, she would go and see Bessie Higgins. It would not be so refreshing as a quiet country walk, but still it would perhaps be doing the kind of thing. Nicholas Higgins was sitting by the fire smoking. As she went in, Bessie was rocking herself on the other side. Nicholas took the pipe out of his mouth, and standing up, pushed his chair towards Margaret. He leant against the chimney-piece in a lounging attitude, while she asked Bessie how she was. "Who's rather down in the mouth in regard to spirits, but who's better in health? Who doesn't like this strike? Who's a deal too much set on peace and quietness at any price?" "This is the third strike I've seen," said she, sighing, as if that was answer and explanation enough. "Well, third time pays for all. See if we don't dang the masters this time. See if they don't come and beg us to come back at our own price. That's all. We've missed it afore time, I grant ya, but this time we've laid our plans desperate deep." "Why do you strike?" asked Margaret. "Striking is leaving off work till you get your own rate of wages, is it not? You must not wonder at my ignorance. Where I come from I never heard of a strike." "I wish I was there," said Bessie, wearily, "but it's not for me to get sick and tired of strikes. This is the last I'll see. Before it's ended, I shall be in the great city, the holy Jerusalem. Who's so full of the life to come, who cannot think of the present? Now I, you see, am bound to do the best I can here. I think a bird either hand is worth two either bush. So them's the different views we take on the strike question." "But," said Margaret, "if the people struck, as you call it, where I come from, as they are mostly all field labourers, the seed would not be sown, the hay got in, the corn reaped." "Well?" said he. He had resumed his pipe, and put his well in the form of an interrogation. "Why," she went on, "what would become of the farmers?" He puffed away. "I reckon they'd have either to give up their farms or to give fair rate of wage." "Suppose they could not, or would not do the last? They could not give up their farms all in a minute, however much they might wish to do so. But they would have no hay, nor corn to sell that year, and where would the money come from to pay the labourers' wages the next?" Still puffing away, at last he said, "I know naught of your ways down south. I have heard they're a pack of spiritless, downtrodden men, well eclemmed to death. Too much days wi' clemming to know when they're put upon. Now it's not so here. We known when we're put up upon, and we've too much blood in us to stand it. We just take our hands from our looms, and say, 'Yo may clemm us, but you'll not put upon us, my masters.' And be danged to 'em, they shan't this time." "I wish I lived down south," said Bessie. "There's a deal to bear there," said Margaret. "There are sorrows to bear everywhere. There is very hardly bodily labour to be gone through, with very little food to give strength." "But it's out of doors," said Bessie, "and away from the endless noise and sickening heat. It's sometimes in heavy rain, and sometimes in bitter cold. A young person can stand it, but an old man gets raked with rheumatism, and bent and withered before his time, yet he must just work on the same, or else go to the workhouse." "I thought yo were so taken with the ways of the south country." "So I am," said Margaret, smiling a little, as she found herself thus caught. "I only mean, Bessie, there's good and bad in everything in this world, and as you felt the bad up here, I thought it was but fair you should know the bad down there." "And yo, so they never strike down there?" asked Nicholas abruptly. "No," said Margaret, "I think they have too much sense." "And I think," replied he, dashing the ashes out of his pipe with so much vehemence that it broke, "it's not that they've too much sense, but that they've too little spirit." "Oh, father," said Bessie, "what have ye gained by striking? Think of the first strike when mother died, how we all had to clem, you the worst of all, and yet many a one went in every week at the same wage, till all were gone in that there was work for, and some went beggars all their lives at after." "Ay," said he, "that there strike was badly managed. Folk got into the management of it, as were either fools or not true men. You'll see, it'll be different this time." "But all this time you've not told me what you're striking for," said Margaret again. "Why, yo see, there's 5 or 6 masters who have set themselves again paying the wages they've been paying these 2 years past, and flourishing upon, and getting richer upon. And now they come to us, and say we're to take less, and we won't. We'll just clem them to death first, and see who'll work for 'em then. They'll have killed the goose that laid 'em the golden eggs, I reckon." "And so you plan dying, in order to be revenged upon them?" "No," he said, "I done it. I just look forward to the chance of dying at my post sooner than yield. That's what folk call fine and honourable in a soldier, and why not in a poor weaver chap?" "But," said Margaret, "a soldier dies in the cause of the nation, in the cause of others." He laughed grimly. "My lass," said he, "you're but a young wench, but don't you think I can keep 3 people, that's Bessie and Mary and me, on 16 shilling a week? Don't you think it's worth myself I'm striking work at this time? It's just as much in the cause of others as yon soldier, only m'appen the cause he dies for is just that of somebody he never clapped eyes on, nor heard on all his born days, while I take up John Butcher's cause, as lives next door but one, with a sickly wife and 8 childer, none of 'em factory age, and I don't take up his cause only, though he's a poor good for nought, as can only manage 2 looms at a time, but I take up the cause of justice. Why are we to have less wage now, I ask, than 2 year ago?" "Don't ask me," said Margaret. "I am very ignorant. Ask some of your masters. Surely they will give you a reason for it. It is not merely an arbitrary decision of theirs, come to without reason." "You're just a foreigner, and nothing more," said he, contemptuously. "Much you know about it. Ask the masters. They'd tell us to mind our own business, and they'd mind theirs. Our business being, you understand, to take the battered wage, and be thankful, and their business to bait us down to clemming point, to swell their profits. That's what it is." "But," said Margaret, determined not to give way, although she knew she was irritating him, "the state of trade may be such as not to enable them to give you the same remuneration." "State of trade, that's just a piece of master's humbug. It's rate of wages I was talking of. The masters keep the state of trade in their own hands, and just walk it forward like a black bugaboo, to frighten naughty children with into being good. I'll tell you it's their part, their cue, as some folks call it, to beat us down, to swell their fortunes, and it's ours to stand up and fight hard, not for ourselves alone, but for them round us, for justice and fair play. We help to make their profits, and we ought to help spend 'em. It's not that we want their brass so much this time, as we've done many a time afore. We're getting money laid by, and we're resolved to stand and fall together, Not a man on us will go in for less wage than the union says is our due. So I say, hooray for the strike, and let Thornton and Slickson and Hamper and their set look to it." "Thornton," said Margaret. "Mr. Thornton of Mulberry Street." "Aye, Thornton, of Mulberry Mill, as we call him. He is one of the masters you are striving with, is he not? What sort of a master is he?" "Did you ever see a bulldog? Set a bulldog on hind legs, and dress him up in a coat and breeches, and you're just getting John Thornton." "Nah," said Margaret, laughing. "I deny that. Mr. Thornton is plain enough, but he's not like a bulldog, with its short broad nose, and snarling upper lip. No, not in look, I grant you. But let John Thornton get hold on a notion, and he'll stick to it like a bulldog. You might pull him away with a pitchfork ere he'd leave go. He's worth fighting with, is John Thornton. As for Slickson, I take it, some of these days he'll wheedle his men back with fair promises, that they'll just get cheated out of as soon as they're in his power again. He'll work his fines well out of 'em, I'll warrant. He's as slippery as an eel, he is. He's like a cat, as sleek and cunning and fierce. It'll never be an honest up-and-down fight with him, as it will be with Thornton. Thornton's a dour as a doornail, an obstinate chap, every inch of him. The old bulldog." "Poor Bessie," said Margaret, turning round to her. "You sigh over it all. You don't like struggling and fighting as your father does, do you?" "No," said she, heavily. "I'm sick of it. I could have wished to have had other talk about me in my latter days, than just the clashing and clanging and clattering that has wearied a my life long, about work and wages and masters and hands and knobsticks. Poor wench, latter days be farred. Thou'rt looking a sight better already for a little stir change. Beside, I shall be a deal here to make it more lively for thee." "Tobacco smoke chokes me," said she, querulously. "Then I'll never smoke no more. I'd a house," he replied tenderly. "But why didst thou not tell me afore, thou foolish wench?" She did not speak for a while, and then so low that only Margaret heard her. "I reckon he'll want o' the comfort he can get out of either pipe or drink afore he's done." Her father went out of doors, evidently to finish his pipe. Bessie said passionately, "Now am I not a fool? Am I not, miss? There, I knew I ought for to keep father at home, and away from the folk that are always ready for to tempt him, in time o' strike, to go drink, and there my tongue must needs quarrel with this pipe of his'n, and he'll go off, I know he will, as often as he wants to smoke, and nobody knows where it'll end. I wish I'd letten myself be choked first." "But does your father drink?" asked Margaret. "No, not to say drink," replied she, still in the same wild, excited tone. "But what with you have? There are days with you, as with other folks, I suppose, when you get up and go through the hours, just longing for a bit of a change, a bit of a fillip, as it were. I know I have gone and bought a 4-pounder out of another baker's shop to common on such days, just because I sickened at the thought of going on forever with the same sight in my eyes, and the same sound in my ears, and the same taste in my mouth, and the same thought, or no thought for that matter, in my head, day after day, forever. I've longed for to be a man to go spreeing, even if it were only a tramp to some new place in search of work. And father, all men have it stronger in 'em than me to get tired of sameness and work forever. And what is 'em to do? It's little blame to them if they do go into the gin shop for to make their blood flow quicker, and more lively, and see things they never see at no other time, pictures, and looking-glass, and such like. But father never was a drunkard, though maybe he's got worse for drink, now and then, only you see," and now her voice took a mournful, pleading tone, "at times a strike, there's much to knock a man down, for all they start so hopefully, and where's the comfort to come from? He'll get angry and mad, they all do, and then they get tired out with being angry and mad, and maybe had done things in their passion they'd be glad to forget. Bless your sweet pitiful face, but you don't know what a strike is yet." "Come, Bessie," said Margaret, "I won't say you're exaggerating, because I don't know enough about it, but perhaps, as you're not well, you're only looking on one side, and there is another and a brighter to be looked to." "It's all well enough for you to say so, who have lived in pleasant green places all your life long, and never known want or care, or wickedness either, for that matter." "Take care," said Margaret, her cheek flushing, and her eye lightening, "how you judge, Bessie. I shall go home to my mother, who is so ill, Bessie, that there's no outlet but death for her out of the prison of her great suffering, and yet I must speak cheerfully to my father, who has no notion of her real state, and to whom the knowledge must come gradually. The only person, the only one who could sympathise with me and help me, whose presence could comfort my mother more than any other earthly thing, is falsely accused, would run the risk of death if he came to see his dying mother. This I tell you, only you, Bessie. You must not mention it. No other person in Milton, hardly any other person in England knows. Have I not care? Do I not know anxiety, though I go about well dressed and have food enough? Oh, Bessie, God is just, and our lots are well portioned out by him, although none but he knows the bitterness of our souls." "I ask your pardon," replied Bessie, humbly. "Sometimes when I've thought of my life and the little pleasures I've had in it, I've believed that maybe I was one of those doomed to die by the falling of a star from heaven, and the name of the star is called wormwood, and the third part of the waters became wormwood, and the men died of the waters, because they were made bitter. One can bear pain and sorrow better if one thinks it has been prophesied long before for one. Somehow, then it seems as if my pain was needed for the fulfilment. Otherwise, it seems all sent for nothing." "Nay, Bessie, think," said Margaret. "God does not willingly afflict. Don't dwell so much on the prophecies, but read the clearer parts of the Bible." "I dare say it would be wiser, but where would I hear such grand words of promise? Hear tell o' anything so far different fro this dreary world, and this town of bother, as in Revelations. Many's the time I've repeated the verses in the 7th chapter to myself, just for the sound. It's as good as an organ, and as different from every day too. No, I cannot give up Revelations. It gives me more comfort than any other book in the Bible. Let me come and read you some of my favourite chapters." "Ay," said she, greedily, "come, father will maybe hear you. He's deed with me talking. He says it's all naught to do with the things of to-day, and that's his business." "Where is your sister?" "Gone fusty and cutting. I were loath to let her go, but somehow we must live, and the union can't afford us much. Now I must go. You have done me good, Bessie." "I done you good?" "Yes, I came here very sad, and rather too apt to think my own cause for grief was the only one in the world, and now I hear how you have had to bear for years, and that makes me stronger. Bless you, I thought other good doing was on the side of gentlefolk. I shall get proud if I think I can do good to you. You won't do it if you think about it, but you'll only puzzle yourself if you do. That's one comfort. You're not like no one I ever seed. I don't know what to make of you. Nor I of myself. Goodbye." Bessie stilled her rocking to gaze after her. "I wonder if there are many folk like her down south. She's like a breath of country air, somehow. She freshes me up above a bit. Who'd have thought that face, as bright as strong as the angel I dream of, could have known the sorrow she speaks on? I wonder how she'll sin. All on us must sin. I think a deal on her, for sure. But father does the like, I see, and Mary even. It's not often who's stirred up to notice much." End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 18. Likes and Dislikes. My heart revolts within me, and two voices make themselves audible within my bosom. Wallenstein. On Margaret's return home she found 2 letters on the table. One was a note for her mother. The other, which had come by the post, was evidently from her Aunt Shaw, covered with foreign postmarks, thin, silvery, and rustling. She took up the other and was examining it, when her father came in suddenly. "So your mother is tired and gone to bed early. I'm afraid such a thundery day was not the best in the world for the doctor to see her. What did he say? Dixon tells me he spoke to you about her." Margaret hesitated. Her father's looks became more grave and anxious. "He does not think her seriously ill?" "Not at present. She needs care, he says. He was very kind, and said he would call again and see how his medicines worked." Only care. He did not recommend change of air? He did not say this smoky town was doing her any harm, did he, Margaret? "No, not a word," she replied gravely. "He was anxious, I think." "Doctors have that anxious manner. It's professional," said he. Margaret saw, in her father's nervous ways, that the first impression of possible danger was made upon his mind, in spite of all his making light of what she told him. He could not forget the subject, could not pass from it to other things. He kept recurring to it through the evening, with an unwillingness to receive even the slightest unfavourable idea, which made Margaret inexpressibly sad. "This letter is from Aunt Shaw, Papa. She has got to Naples and finds it too hot, so she has taken apartments at Sorrento. But I don't think she likes Italy." "He did not say anything about diet, did he?" "It was to be nourishing and digestible. Mamma's appetite is pretty good, I think." "Yes, and that makes it all the more strange he should have thought of speaking about diet." "I asked him, Papa." Another pause. Then Margaret went on. "Aunt Shaw says she has sent me some coral ornaments, Papa, but," added Margaret, half smiling, "she's afraid the Milton dissenters won't appreciate them. She has got all her ideas of dissenters from the Quakers, has not she?" "If ever you hear or notice that your mother wishes for anything, be sure to let me know. I am so afraid she does not tell me always what she would like. Pray, see after that girl Mrs. Thornton named. If we had a good, efficient house servant, Dixon could be constantly with her, and I'd answer for it we'd soon set her up amongst us, if care will do it. She's been very much tired of late with the hot weather and the difficulty of getting a servant. A little rest will put her quite to rights, eh, Margaret?" "I hope so," said Margaret, but so sadly that her father took notice of it. He pinched her cheek. "Come, if you look so pale as this, I must rouge you up a little. Take care of yourself, child, or you'll be wanting the doctor next." But he could not settle to anything that evening. He was continually going backwards and forwards on laborious tiptoe to see if his wife was still asleep. Margaret's heart ached at his restlessness. his trying to stifle and strangle the hideous fear that was looming out of the dark places of his heart. He came back at last, somewhat comforted. "She's awake now, Margaret. She quite smiled as she saw me standing by her, just her old smile, and she says she feels refreshed and ready for tea. Where's the note for her? She wants to see it. I'll read it to her while you make tea." The note proved to be a formal invitation from Mrs. Thornton to Mr., Mrs., and Miss Hale to dinner on the 21st instant. Margaret was surprised to find an acceptance contemplated. After all, she had learnt of sad probabilities during the day. But so it was. The idea of her husband's and daughter's going to this dinner had quite captivated Mrs. Hale's fancy, even before Margaret had heard the contents of the note. It was an event to diversify the monotony of the invalid's life, and she clung to the idea of their going with even fretful pertinacity when Margaret objected. "Nay, Margaret? If she wishes it, I'm sure we'll both go willingly. She never would wish it unless she felt herself really stronger, really better than we thought she was, eh, Margaret?" said Mr. Hale anxiously as she prepared to write the note of acceptance the next day. "Eh, Margaret?" questioned he with a nervous motion of his hands. It seemed cruel to refuse him the comfort he craved for, and besides, his passionate refusal to admit the existence of fear almost inspired Margaret herself with hope. "I do think she is better since last night," said she. "Her eyes look brighter and her complexion clearer." "God bless you," said her father earnestly. "But is it true? Yesterday was so sultry everyone felt ill. It was a most unlucky day for Mr. Donaldson to see her on." So he went away to his day's duties, now increased by the preparation of some lectures he had promised to deliver to the working people at a neighbouring lyceum. He had chosen ecclesiastical architecture as his subject, rather more in accordance with his own taste and knowledge than as falling in with the character of the place or the desire for particular kinds of information among those to whom he was to lecture. And the institution itself, being in debt, was only too glad to get a gratis course from an educated and accomplished man like Mr. Hale, let the subject be what it might. "Well, mother," asked Mr. Thornton that night, "who have accepted your invitations for the 21st? "Fanny, where are the notes? The Slicksons accept, Collingbrooks accept, Stevensons accept, Browns decline, Hales, father and daughter come, mother too great an invalid, Macphersons come, and Mr. Horsfall, and Mr. Young. I was thinking of asking the Porters, as the Browns can't come." "Very good. Do you know, I'm really afraid Mrs. Hale is very far from well, from what Dr. Donaldson says." "It's strange of them to accept a dinner invitation if she's very ill," said Fanny. "I didn't say very ill," said her brother rather sharply. "I only said very far from well. They may not know it either." And then he suddenly remembered that, from what Dr. Donaldson had told him, Margaret, at any rate, must be aware of the exact state of the case. "Very probably they are quite aware of what you said yesterday, John, of the great advantage it would be to them, to Mr. Hale, I mean, to be introduced to such people as the Stevensons and the Collingbrooks." "I'm sure that motive would not influence them. No, I think I understand how it is." "John," said Fanny, laughing in her little weak, nervous way, "how you profess to understand these Hales, and how you never will allow that we can know anything about them. Are they really so very different to most people one meets with?" She did not mean to vex him, but if she had intended it, she could not have done it more thoroughly. He chafed in silence, however, not deigning to reply to her question. "They do not seem to me out of the common way," said Mrs. Thornton. "He appears a worthy kind of man enough, rather too simple for trade, so it's perhaps as well he should have been a clergyman first, and now a teacher. She's a bit of a fine lady, with her invalidism, and as for the girl, she's the only one who puzzles me when I think about her, which I don't often do. She seems to have a great notion of giving herself airs, and I can't make out why. I could almost fancy she thinks herself too good for her company at times, and yet they're not rich, from all I can hear they never have been." "And she's not accomplished, mamma. She can't play." "Go on, Fanny. What else does she want to bring her up to your standard?" "Nay, John," said his mother, "that speech of Fanny's did no harm. I myself heard Miss Hale say she could not play. If you would let us alone, we would perhaps like her and see her merits." "I'm sure I never could," murmured Fanny, protected by her mother. Mr. Thornton heard, but did not care to reply. He was walking up and down the dining-room, wishing that his mother would order candles and allow him to set to work at either reading or writing, and so put a stop to the conversation. But he never thought of interfering in any of the small domestic regulations that Mrs. Thornton observed in habitual remembrance of her old economies. "Mother," said he, stopping and bravely speaking out the truth, "I wish you would like Miss Hale." "Why?" asked she, startled by his earnest yet tender manner. "You're never thinking of marrying her, a girl without a penny." "She would never have me," said he, with a short laugh. "No, I don't think she would," answered his mother. "She laughed in my face when I praised her for speaking out something Mr. Bell had said in your favor. I liked the girl for doing it so frankly, for it made me sure she had no thought of you, and the next minute she vexed me so by seeming to think—well, never mind. Only you're right in saying she's too good an opinion of herself to think of you, the saucy jade. I should like to know where she'd find a better." If these words hurt her son, the dusky light prevented him from betraying any emotion. In a minute he came up quite cheerfully to his mother, and putting one hand lightly on her shoulder, said, "Well, as I'm just as much convinced of the truth of what you have been saying as you can be, and as I have no thought or expectation of ever asking her to be my wife, you'll believe me for the future that I'm quite disinterested in speaking about her. I foresee trouble for that girl, perhaps want of motherly care, and I only wish you to be ready to be a friend to her in case she needs one. Now, Fanny," said he, "I trust you have delicacy enough to understand that it is as great an injury to Miss Hale as to me, in fact she would think it a greater, to suppose that I have any reason, more than I now give, for begging you and my mother to show her every kindly attention." "I cannot forgive her pride," said his mother. "I will befriend her, if there is need, for your asking, John. I would befriend Jezebel herself if you asked me. But this girl, who turns up her nose at us all, who turns up her nose at you— Nay, mother, I have never yet put myself, and I mean never to put myself, within reach of her contempt." "Contempt, indeed! Don't go on speaking of Miss Hale, John, if I've got to be kind to her. When I'm with her I don't know if I like or dislike her most, but when I think of her and hear you talk of her, I hate her. I can see she's given herself airs to you as well as if you told me out." "And if she has," said he, and then he paused for a moment, then went on, "I'm not a lad to be cowed by a proud look from a woman, or to care for her misunderstanding me and my position. I can laugh at it." "To be sure, and at her too, with her fine notions and haughty tosses." "I only wonder why you talk so much about her then," said Fanny. "I'm sure I'm tired enough of the subject." "Well," said her brother, with a shade of bitterness, "suppose we find some more agreeable subject. What do you say to a strike, by way of something pleasant to talk about?" "Have the hands actually turned out?" asked Mrs. Thornton with vivid interest. "Hamper's men are actually out. Mine are working out their week. Through fear of being prosecuted for breach of contract, I'd have had every one of them up and punished for it, that left his work before his time was out. The law expenses would have been more than the hands themselves were worth, a set of ungrateful knots," said his mother. "To be sure, but I'd have shown them how I keep my word, and how I mean them to keep theirs. They know me by this time." "Slickson's men are off. Pretty certain he won't spend money in getting them punished. We're in for a turnout, mother." "I hope there are not many orders in hand." "Of course there are. They know that well enough, but they don't quite understand all, though they think they do." "What do you mean, John?" Candles had been brought, and Fanny had taken up her interminable piece of worsted work, over which she was yawning, throwing herself back in her chair from time to time to gaze at vacancy and think of nothing at her ease. "Why," said he, "the Americans are getting their yarns so into the general market that our only chance is producing them at a lower rate. If we can't, we may shut up shop at once, and hands and masters go alike on tramp. Yet these fools go back to the prices paid 3 years ago. Nay, some of their leaders quote Dickinson's prices now, though they know as well as we do that, what with fines pressed out of their wages as no honourable man would extort them, and other ways which I for one would scorn to use, the real rate of wage paid at Dickinson's is less than at ours. Upon my word, mother, I wish the old combination laws were in force. It is too bad to find out that fools, ignorant, wayward men like these, just by uniting their weak, silly heads, are to rule over the fortunes of those who bring all the wisdom that knowledge and experience and often painful thought and anxiety can give. The next thing will be, indeed, we're all but come to it now, that we shall have to go and stand hat in hand, and humbly ask the Secretary of the Spinners' Union to be so kind as to furnish us with labor at their own price. That's what they want, they who haven't the sense to see that. If we don't get a fair share of the profits to compensate us for our wear and tear here in England, we can move off to some other country, and that, what with home and foreign competition, we are none of us likely to make above a fair share, and may be thankful enough if we can get that in an average number of years. Can't you get hands from Ireland? I wouldn't keep these fellows a day. I'd teach them that I was master and could employ what servants I liked. Yes, to be sure I can, and I will too if they go on long. It will be trouble and expense, and I fear there will be some danger, but I will do it rather than give in. If there is to be all this extra expense, I'm sorry we're giving a dinner just now. So am I, not because of the expense, but because I shall have much to think about and many unexpected calls on my time. But we must have had Mr. Horsfall, and he does not stay in Milton long. And as for the others, we owe them dinners, and it's all one trouble. He kept on with his restless walk, not speaking any more, but drawing a deep breath from time to time, as if endeavoring to throw off some annoying thought. Fanny asked her mother numerous small questions, all having nothing to do with the subject, which a wiser person would have perceived was occupying her attention. Consequently, she received many short answers. She was not sorry when at 10 o'clock the servants filed in to prayers. These her mother always read, first reading a chapter. They were now working steadily through the Old Testament. When prayers were ended and his mother had wished him good night, with that long, steady look of hers which conveyed no expression of the tenderness that was in her heart, but yet had the intensity of a blessing, Mr. Thornton continued his walk. All his business plans had received a check, a sudden pull-up, from this approaching turnout. The forethought of many anxious hours was thrown away, utterly wasted by their insane folly, which would injure themselves even more than him, though no one could set any limit to the mischief they were doing. And these were the men who thought themselves fitted to direct the masters in the disposal of their capital. Hamper had said, only this very day, that if he were ruined by the strike, he would start life again, comforted by the conviction that those who brought it on were in a worse predicament than he himself. For he had head as well as hands, while they had only hands, and if they drove away their market they could not follow it, nor turn to anything else. But this thought was no consolation to Mr. Thornton. It might be that revenge gave him no pleasure. It might be that he valued the position he had earned with the sweat of his brow, so much that he keenly felt its being endangered by the ignorance or folly of others, so keenly that he had no thoughts to spare for what would be the consequences of their conduct to themselves. He paced up and down, setting his teeth a little now and then. At last it struck 2. The candles were flickering in their sockets. He lighted his own, muttering to himself, "Once for all, they shall know whom they have got to deal with. I can give them a fortnight, no more. If they don't see their madness before the end of that time, I must have hands from Ireland. I believe it's Slickson's doing, confound him and his dodges. He thought he was overstocked, so he seemed to yield at first when the deputation came to him, and of course he only confirmed them in their folly, as he meant to do. That's where it spread from." End of Chapter 18. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Chapter 19 of North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma Blythe. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 19. Angel Visits. As angels in some brighter dreams call to the soul when man doth sleep, so some strange thoughts transcend our wanton themes, and into glory peep. Henry Vaughan. Mrs. Hale was curiously amused and interested by the idea of the Thornton dinner party. She kept wondering about the details, with something of the simplicity of a little child who wants to have all its anticipated pleasures described beforehand. But the monotonous life led by invalids often makes them like children. inasmuch as they have neither of them any sense of proportion in events, and seem each to believe that the walls and curtains which shut in their world and shut out everything else must of necessity be larger than anything hidden beyond. Besides, Mrs. Hale had had her vanities as a girl, had perhaps unduly felt their mortification when she became a poor clergyman's wife. They had been smothered and kept down, but they were not extinct, and she liked to think of seeing Margaret dressed for a party, and discussed what she should wear, with an unsettled anxiety that amused Margaret, who had been more accustomed to society in her 1 in Harley Street than her mother in 5 in 20 years of Helstone. "Then you think you shall wear your white silk? Are you sure it will fit? It's nearly a year since Edith was married." "Oh, yes, mamma. Mrs. Murray made it, and it's sure to be right. It may be a straw's breadth shorter or longer waisted, according to my having grown fat or thin, but I don't think I've altered in the least. Hadn't you better let Dixon see it? It may have gone yellow with lying by." "If you like, mamma. But if the worst comes to the worst, I've a very nice pink gauze, which Aunt Shaw gave me only 2 or 3 months before Edith was married. That can't have gone yellow. No, but it may have faded. Well, then I've a green silk. I feel more as if it was the embarrassment of riches." "I wish I knew what you ought to wear," said Mrs. Hale nervously. Margaret's manner changed instantly. "Shall I go and put them on, one after another, mamma, and then you could see which you liked best?" "But yes, that will be best." So off Margaret went. She was very much inclined to play some pranks when she was dressed up at such an unusual hour, to make her rich white silk balloon out into a cheese, to retreat backwards from her mother as if she were the queen. But when she found that these freaks of hers were regarded as interruptions to the serious business, and as such annoyed her mother, she became grave and sedate. What had possessed the world, her world, to fidget so about her dress, she could not understand. But that very afternoon, on naming her engagement to Bessie Higgins, apropos of the servant that Mrs. Thornton had promised to inquire about, Bessie quite roused up at the intelligence. "Dear, and are you going to dine at Thornton's at Marlborough Mills?" "Yes, Bessie. Why are you so surprised?" "Oh, I don't know. But they visit with the first folk in Milton." "And you don't think we're quite the first folk in Milton, Bessie?" Bessie's cheeks flushed a little at her thought being thus easily read. "Well," said she, "you see, they thinking a deal of money here, and I reckon you've not gotten much." "No," said Margaret, "that's very true. But we are educated people, and have lived amongst educated people. Is there anything so wonderful in our being asked out to dinner by a man who owns himself inferior to my father by coming to him to be instructed? I don't mean to blame Mr. Thornton. Few Draper's assistants, as he was once, could have made themselves what he is. But can you give dinners back in your small house? Thornton's house is 3 times as big." "Well, I think we could manage to give Mr. Thornton a dinner back, as you call it. Perhaps not in such a large room, nor with so many people, but I don't think we've thought about it at all in that way." "I never thought you'd be dining with Thorntons," repeated Bessie. "Why, the mayor himself dines there, and the members of Parliament and all. I think I could support the honour of meeting the mayor of Milton." "But them ladies dress so grand," said Bessie, with an anxious look at Margaret's print gown, which her Milton eyes appraised at 7d. a yard. Margaret's face dimpled up into a merry laugh. "Thank you, Bessie, for thinking so kindly about my looking nice among all the smart people. But I've plenty of grand gowns. A week ago I should have said they were far too grand for anything I should ever want again. But as I'm to dine at Mr. Thornton's, and perhaps to meet the mayor, I shall put on my very best gown, you may be sure." "What will you wear?" asked Bessie, somewhat relieved. "White silk," said Margaret, "a gown I had for a cousin's wedding a year ago." "That'll do," said Bessie, falling back in her chair. "I should be loath to have you looked down upon. Oh, I'll be fine enough, if that will save me from being looked down upon in Milton." "I wish I could see you dressed up," said Bessie. "I reckon you're not what folk would call pretty. You're not red and white enough for that. But don't you know, I had dreamt of you long afore ever I'd seed you. Nonsense, Bessie. Ah, but I did. Your very face, looking with your clear, steadfast eyes out of the darkness, with your hair blown off from your brow, and going out like rays round your forehead, which was just as smooth and as straight as it is now. And you always came to give me strength, which I seemed to gather out of your deep, comforting eyes. And you were dressed in shining raiment, just as you're going to be dressed. So, you see, it was you. Nay, Bessie, said Margaret gently, it was but a dream. But why might not I dream a dream in my affliction as well as others? Did not many a one in the Bible? And see visions too? Why, even my father thinks a deal of dreams. I tell you again, I saw you as plainly coming swiftly towards me, with your hair blown back, with the very swiftness of the motion, just like the way it grows, a little standing off like. And the white, shining dress on you've gotten to wear, let me come and see in it. I want to see you and touch you, as in very deed you were in my dream. My dear Bessie, it is quite a fancy of yours, fancy or no fancy. You've come, as I knew you would, when I saw you movement in my dream, and when you hear about me, I reckon I feel easier in my mind and comforted, just as a fire comforts one on a dreary day. You said it were on the 21st. Please God, I'll come and see you. Oh, Bessie, you may come and welcome, but don't talk so. It really makes me sorry, it does indeed. Then I'll keep it to myself, if I bite my tongue out. Not but what it's true for all that. Margaret was silent. At last she said, let us talk about it sometimes, if you think it true, but not now. Tell me, has your father turned out? Eh, said Bessie heavily, in a manner very different from that she had spoken in but a minute or two before. He and many another, all Hampers men, and many a one besides. The women are as bad as the men in their savageness this time. Food is high, and they mun have food for their children, I reckon. Suppose Thornton sent 'em their dinner out. The same money spent on potatoes and meal would keep many a crying babby quiet, and hush up its mother's heart for a bit. Don't speak so, said Margaret. You'll make me feel wicked and guilty in going to this dinner. No, said Bessie. Some pre-elected to sumptuous feasts and purple and fine linen. Maybe you're one on 'em. Others toil and moil all their lives long, and the very dogs are not pitiful in our days, as they were in the days of Lazarus. But if you ask me to cool your tongue with the tip of my finger, I'll come across the great gulf to you, just for the thought of what you've been to me here. Bessie, you're very feverish. I can tell it in the touch of your hand, as well as in what you're saying. It won't be division enough in that awful day, that some of us have been beggars here, and some of us have been rich. We shall not be judged by that poor accident, but by our faithful following of Christ. Margaret got up and found some water, and soaking her pocket handkerchief in it, she laid the cool wetness on Bessie's forehead, and began to chafe the stone-cold feet. Bessie shut her eyes, and allowed herself to be soothed. At last she said, you'd have been deaved out of your 5 wits, as well as me, if you'd have one body after another coming in to ask her father, and staying to tell me each one their tale. Some spoke of deadly hatred, and made my blood run cold with the terrible things they said of the masters. But more, being women, kept planing, with the tears running down their cheeks, and never wiped away nor heeded, of the price of meat, and how their children could not sleep at nights for the hunger. And do they think the strike will mend this? asked Margaret. They say so, replied Bessie. They do say trade has been good for long, and the masters have made no end of money. How much father doesn't know, but in course the union does. And, as is natural, they're wanting their share of the profits, now that food is getting dear, and the union says they'll not be doing their duty if they don't make the masters give 'em their share. But masters has gotten the upper hand somehow, and I'm feared they'll keep it now and evermore. It's like the great battle of Armageddon, the way they keep on grinning and fighting at each other, till even while they fight they are picked off into the pit. Just then Nicholas Higgins came in. He caught his daughter's last words, And I'll fight on, too, and I'll get it this time. It'll not take long for to make 'em give in, for they've getting a pretty lot of orders all under contract, and they'll soon find out they'd better give us our 5% than lose the profit they'll gain, let alone the fine for not fulfilling the contract. Ah, my masters, I know he'll win." Margaret fancied from his manner that he must have been drinking, not so much from what he said as from the excited way in which he spoke, and she was rather confirmed in this idea by the evident anxiety Bessie showed to hasten her departure. Bessie said to her, "The 21st, that's Thursday week. I may come and see you dressed with Thorntons, I reckon. What time is your dinner?" Before Margaret could answer, Higgins broke out, "Thorntons! Are they going to dine at Thornton's? Ask him to give you a bumper to the success of his orders. By the 21st, I reckon, he'll be potted in his brains how to get 'em done in time. Tell him there's 700'll come marching into Marlborough Mills the morning after he gives the 5%, and we'll help him through his contract in no time. You'll have 'em all there. My master, Hamper, he's one of the old-fashioned sort. Never meets a man but an oath or a curse. I should think he were going to die if he spoke me civil, but after all, his spark's worse than spot, and you may tell him one of his turnouts said so if you like. But you'll have a lot of prize mill owners at Thornton's. I should like to get speech of them when they're a bit inclined to sit still after dinner, and couldn't they run for the life on 'em? I'd tell 'em my mind. I'd speak up again the hard way they're driving on us." "Good-bye," said Margaret hastily. "Good-bye, Bessie. I shall look to see you on the 21st, if you're well enough." The medicines and treatment which Dr. Donaldson had ordered for Mrs. Hale did her so much good at first that not only she herself, but Margaret began to hope that he might have been mistaken, and that she could recover permanently. As for Mr. Hale, although he had never had an idea of the serious nature of their apprehensions, he triumphed over their fears with an evident relief, which proved how much his glimpse into the nature of them had affected him. Only Dickson croaked for ever into Margaret's ear. However, Margaret defied the raven, and would hope. They needed this gleam of brightness indoors, for out of doors, even to their uninstructed eyes, there was a gloomy, brooding appearance of discontent. Mr. Hale had his own acquaintances among the working men, and was depressed with their earnestly told tales of suffering and long endurance. They would have scorned to speak of what they had to bear to anyone who might, from his position, have understood it without their words. But here was this man from a distant county who was perplexed by the workings of the system into the midst of which he was thrown, and each was eager to make him a judge, and to bring witness of his own causes for irritation. Then Mr. Hale brought all his budget of grievances, and laid it before Mr. Thornton, for him, with his experience as a master, to arrange them, and explain their origin, which he always did on sound economical principles, showing that as trade was conducted, there must always be a waxing and waning of commercial prosperity, and that in the waning a certain number of masters, as well as of men, must go down into ruin, and be no more seen among the ranks of the happy and prosperous. He spoke as if this consequence was so entirely logical that neither employers nor employed had any right to complain if it became their fate. The employer to turn aside from the race he could no longer run, with a bitter sense of incompetency and failure, wounded in the struggle, trampled down by his fellows in their haste to get rich, slighted where he once was honored, humbly asking for, instead of bestowing, employment with a lordly hand. Of course, speaking so of the fate that, as a master, might be his own in the fluctuations of commerce, he was not likely to have more sympathy with that of the workmen, who were passed by in the swift, merciless improvement or alteration, who would fain lie down and quietly die out of the world that needed them not, but felt as if they could never rest in their graves for the clinging cries of the beloved and helpless they would leave behind, who envied the power of the wild bird that can feed her young with her very heart's blood. Margaret's whole soul rose up against him while he reasoned in this way, as if commerce were everything and humanity nothing. She could hardly thank him for the individual kindness which brought him that very evening to offer her, for the delicacy which made him understand that he must offer her privately every convenience for illness that his own wealth or his mother's foresight had caused them to accumulate in their household, and which, as he learned from Dr. Donaldson, Mrs. Hale might possibly require. His presence, after the way he had spoken, his bringing before her the doom which she was vainly trying to persuade herself might yet be averted from her mother, all conspired to set Margaret's teeth on edge as she looked at him and listened to him. What business had he to be the only person, except Dr. Donaldson and Dixon, admitted to the awful secret which she held shut up in the most dark and sacred recess of her heart, not daring to look at it unless she invoked heavenly strength to bear the sight, that some day soon she should cry aloud for her mother, and no answer would come out of the blank, dumb darkness? Yet he knew all. She saw it in his pitying eyes. She heard it in his grave and tremulous voice. How reconcile those eyes, that voice, with the hard reasoning, dry, merciless way in which he had laid down axioms of trade, and serenely followed them out to their full consequences? The discord jarred upon her inexpressibly, the more because of the gathering woe of which she heard from Bessie. To be sure, Nicholas Higgins, the father, spoke differently. He had been appointed a committee man, and said that he knew secrets of which the exoteric knew nothing. He said this more expressly and particularly on the very day before Mrs. Thornton's dinner party, when Margaret, going in to speak to Bessie, found him arguing the point with Boucher, the neighbor of whom she had frequently heard mention, as by turns exciting Higgins' compassion, as an unskilful workman with a large family depending upon him for support, and at other times enraging his more energetic and sanguine neighbor by his want of what the latter called spirit. It was very evident that Higgins was in a passion when Margaret entered. Boucher stood with both hands on the rather high mantelpiece, swaying himself a little on the support which his arms, thus placed, gave him, and looked wildly into the fire, with a kind of despair that irritated Higgins, even while it went to his heart. Bessie was rocking herself violently backwards and forwards, as was her wont. Margaret knew by this time, when she was agitated. Her sister Mary was tying on her bonnet, in great clumsy bows, as suited her great clumsy fingers, to go to her fustian cutting, blubbering out loud the while, and evidently longing to be away from a scene that distressed her. Margaret came in upon this scene. She stood for a moment at the door. Then, her finger on her lips, she stole to a seat on the squab near Bessie. Nicholas saw her come in, and greeted her with a gruff but not unfriendly nod. Mary hurried out of the house, catching gladly at the open door, and crying aloud when she got away from her father's presence. It was only John Boucher that took no notice whatever who came in and who went out. "It's no use, Higgins. Who cannot live long in this? Who's just sinking away, not for want of meat herself, but because who cannot stand the sight of the little ones clemmin'? Ah, clemmin'! 5 shillin' a week may do well enough for thee, with but 2 mouths to fill, and one of 'em a wench who can well earn her own meat, but it's clemmin' to us. And I tell thee plain, if hoo dies as I'm feared hoo will afore we've gotten the 5%, I'll fling the money back in the master's face, and say be dommed to you, be dommed to the whole cruel world of you, that could nae leave me the best wife that ever bore childer to a man. And look thee, lad, I'll hate thee, and thou'll back o' the Union. And chase you through heaven with my hatred. I will, lad, I will, if you're leading me astray in this matter. Thou saidst, Nicholas, on Wednesday se'nnight, and it's now Tuesday in the 2nd week, that afore a fortnight we had the masters coming a begging to us to take back our work, at our own wage, and times nearly up, and there's our little Jack lying abed, too weak to cry, but just every now and then sobbing up his heart for want of food. Our little Jack, I tell thee, lad, who's never looked up since he was born, and who loves him as if he were her very life, as he is, for I reckon he'll have cost me that precious price, our little Jack, who wakened me each morning with putting his sweet little lips to my great rough face, a-seeking a smooth place to kiss, and he lies claiming. Here's the deep sigh, choked the poor man, and Nicholas looked up with eyes brimful of tears to Margaret before he could gain courage to speak. "Hold up, man, thy little Jack shall nae clam. I hae getting brass, and will go buy the chap a sup of milk and a good 4-pounder this very minute. What's mine's thine, sure enough. I thought's once. Only don't lose heart, man," continued he as he fumbled in a teapot for what money he had. "I lay you my heart and soul will win for all this. It's but bearing on one more week, and you can just see the way the masters'll come round praying on us to come back to the mills. And the Union, that's to say, I will take care of you enough for the childer and the missus, so don't turn faint-heart and go to the tyrants a-seeking work." The man turned round at these words, turning round a face so white and gaunt and tear-furrowed and hopeless that its very calm forced Margaret to weep. "You know well that a worse a tyrant than ere the masters were say clemmed to death, and see him a-clemmed to death, ere you dare go against the Union. You know it well, Nicholas, for you're one on 'em. You may be kind hearts, each separate, but once banded together, you've no more pity for a man than a wild hunger-maddened wolf." Nicholas had his hand on the lock of the door. He stopped and turned round on Boucher, close following. "So help me God, man alive, if I think not I'm doing best for thee and for all on us. If I'm going wrong when I think I'm going right, it's their sin, who have left me where I am in my ignorance. I have thought till my brains ached. Believe me, John, I have. And I say again, there's no help for us but having faith in the Union. They'll win the day. See if they don't." Not one word had Margaret or Bessie spoken. They had hardly uttered the sighing that the eyes of each other called to the other to bring up from the depths of her heart. At last Bessie said, "I never thought to hear father call on God again, but you heard him. So help me God." "Yes," said Margaret. "Let me bring you what money I can spare. Let me bring you a little food for that poor man's children. Don't let them know it comes from any one but your father. It will be but little." Bessie lay back without taking any notice of what Margaret said. She did not cry. She only quivered up her breath. "My heart's drained dry of tears," she said. "Boucher's been in these days past a-telling me of his fears and his troubles. He's but a weak kind of chap, I know, but he's a man for all that, and though I've been angry many a time afore now, with him and his wife, as knew no more nor him how to manage, yet you see, all folks isn't wise. Yet God lets them live, and gives them some one to love, and be loved by, just as good as Solomon, and if sorrow comes to them, they love. It hurts them as sore as ever it did Solomon. I can't make it out. Perhaps it's as well such a one as Boucher has the Union to see after him, but I'd just like to see the mean as make the Union, and put 'em one by one face to face with Boucher. I reckon if they heard him they'd tell him. If I cotched 'em one by one, he might go back and get what he could for his work, even if it weren't so much as they ordered." Margaret sat utterly silent. How was she ever to go away into comfort and forget that man's voice with the tone of unutterable agony, telling more by far than his words of what he had to suffer? She took out her purse. She had not much in it of what she could call her own, but what she had she put into Bessie's hand without speaking. "Thank you. There's many on 'em gets no more, and is not so bad off. Leastwise does not show it as he does. But father won't let him want, now he knows. You see, Boucher's been pulled down with his childer, and her being so cranky, and they could pawn has come, this last 12-month. You're not to think we ha' letten 'em clem. For all we're a bit pressed ourselves. If neighbours doesn't see after neighbours, I dunno who will. Bessie seemed almost afraid lest Margaret should think they had not the will, and to a certain degree the power of helping one whom she evidently regarded as having a claim upon them. Besides, she went on, father is sure and positive the masters must give in within these next few days, that they cannot hold on much longer. But I thank you all the same. I thank you for myself as much as for Boucher, for it just makes my heart warm to you more and more. Bessie seemed much quieter today, but fearfully languid and exhausted. As she finished speaking, she looked so faint and weary that Margaret became alarmed. "It's not," said Bessie. "It's not death yet. I had a fearful night with dreams, or somewhat like dreams, for I were wide awake, and I'm all in a swounding daze to-day. Only yon poor chap made me alive again. No, it's not death yet, but death is not far off. Cover me up, and I may be asleep, if the cough will let me. Good night. Good afternoon. Mappin', I should say, but the light is dim and misty to-day." End of chapter 19, recorded by Gemma Blythe.
Chapter 20 of North and South. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 20. Men and Gentlemen. Old and young, boy, let 'em all eat, I have it. Let 'em have 10 tire of teeth apiece, I care not. Rollo, Duke of Normandy. Margaret went home so painfully occupied with what she had heard and seen that she hardly knew how to rouse herself up to the duties which awaited her. The necessity for keeping up a constant flow of cheerful conversation for her mother, who, now that she was unable to go out, always looked to Margaret's return from the shortest walk as bringing in some news. "And can your factory friend come on Thursday to see you dressed?" "She was so ill I never thought of asking her," said Margaret dolefully. "Dear, everybody is ill now, I think," said Mrs. Hale, with a little of the jealousy which one invalid is apt to feel of another. "But it must be very sad to be ill in one of those little back streets," her kindly nature prevailing and the old Helstone habits of thought returning. "It's bad enough here. What could you do for her, Margaret? Mr. Thornton has sent me some of his old port wine since you went out. Would a bottle of that do her good, think you?" "No, Mamma. I don't believe they are very poor. At least they don't speak as if they were. And at any rate, Bessie's illness is consumption. She won't want wine. Perhaps I might take her a little preserve made of our dear Helstone fruit. No, there's another family to whom I should like to give. Oh, Mamma, Mamma, how am I to dress up in my finery and go off and away to smart parties after the sorrow I have seen to-day?" exclaimed Margaret, bursting the bounds she had preordained for herself before she came in, and telling her mother of what she had seen and heard at Higgins' cottage. It distressed Mrs. Hale excessively. It made her restlessly irritated till she could do something. She directed Margaret to pack up a basket in the very drawing-room, to be sent there and then to the family, and was almost angry with her for saying that it would not signify if it did not go till morning, as she knew Higgins had provided for their immediate wants, and she herself had left money with Bessie. Mrs. Hale called her unfeeling for saying this, and never gave herself breathing time till the basket was sent out of the house. Then she said, "After all, we may have been doing wrong. It was only the last time Mr. Thornton was here that he said, 'Those were no true friends who helped to prolong the struggle by assisting the turnouts.' And this Boucher man was a turnout, was he not?" The question was referred to Mr. Hale by his wife when he came upstairs, fresh from giving a lesson to Mr. Thornton, which had ended in conversation, as was their wont. Margaret did not care if their gifts had prolonged the strike. She did not think far enough for that, in her present excited state. Mr. Hale listened, and tried to be as calm as a judge. He He recalled all that had seemed so clear not half an hour before, as it came out of Mr. Thornton's lips, and then he made an unsatisfactory compromise. His wife and daughter had not only done quite right in this instance, but he did not see for a moment how they could have done otherwise. Nevertheless, as a general rule, it was very true what Mr. Thornton said, that as the strike, if prolonged, must end in the masters bringing hands from a distance, if indeed the final result were not, as it had often been before, the invention of some machine which would diminish the need of hands at all, why, it was clear enough that the kindest thing was to refuse all help which might bolster them up in their folly. But, as to this Boucher, he would go and see him the first thing in the morning and try and find out what could be done for him. Mr. Hale went the next morning, as he proposed. He did not find Boucher at home, but he had a long talk with his wife, promised to ask for an infirmary order for her, and seeing the plenty provided by Mrs. Hale, and somewhat lavishly used by the children, who were masters downstairs in their father's absence, he came back with a more consoling and cheerful account than Margaret had dared to hope for. Indeed, what she had said the night before had prepared her father for so much worse a state of things that, by a reaction of his imagination, he described all as better than it really was. "But I will go again, and see the man himself," said Mr. Hale. "I hardly know as yet how to compare one of these houses with our Helstone cottages. I see furniture here which our labourers would never have thought of buying, and food commonly used which they would consider luxuries. Yet for these very families there seems no other resource, now that their weekly wages are stopped, but the pawn-shop. One had need to learn a different language, and measure by a different standard, up here in Milton." Bessie, too, was rather better this day. Still, she was so weak that she seemed to have entirely forgotten her wish to see Margaret dressed, if indeed that had not been the feverish desire of a half-delirious state. Margaret could not help comparing this strange dressing of hers, to go where she did not care to be, her heart heavy with various anxieties, with the old merry, girlish toilettes that she and Edith had performed scarcely more than a year ago. Her only pleasure now, in decking herself out, was in thinking that her mother would take delight in seeing her dressed. She blushed when Dixon, throwing the drawing-room door open, made an appeal for admiration. "Miss Hale looks well, ma'am, doesn't she? Mrs. Shaw's coral couldn't have come in better. It just gives the right touch of colour, ma'am. Otherwise, Miss Margaret, you would have been too pale." Margaret's black hair was too thick to be plaited. It needed rather to be twisted round and have its fine silkiness compressed into massive coils that encircled her head like a crown, and then were gathered into a large spiral knot behind. She kept its weight together by two large coral pins, like small arrows, for length. Her white silk sleeves were looped up with strings of the same material, and on her neck, just below the base of her curved and milk-white throat, there lay heavy coral beads. "Oh, Margaret, how I should like to be going with you to one of the old Barrington assemblies, taking you as Lady Beresford used to take me." Margaret kissed her mother for this little burst of maternal vanity, but she could hardly smile at it, she felt so much out of spirits. "I would rather stay at home with you, much rather, mamma." "Nonsense, darling. Be sure you notice the dinner well. I shall like to hear how they manage these things in Milton, particularly the second course, dear. Look what they have instead of game." Mrs. Hale would have been more interested, she would have been astonished, if she had seen the sumptuousness of the dinner table and its appointments. Margaret, with her London cultivated taste, felt the number of delicacies to be oppressive. One half of the quantity would have been enough, and the effect lighter and more elegant. But it was one of Mrs. Thornton's rigorous laws of hospitality, that of each separate dainty enough should be provided for all the guests to partake if they felt inclined. Careless to abstemiousness in her daily habits, it was part of her pride to set a feast before such of her guests as cared for it. Her son shared this feeling. He had never known, though he might have imagined and had the capability to relish, any kind of society but that which depended on an exchange of superb meals, and even now, though he was denying himself the personal expenditure of an unnecessary sixpence, and had more than once regretted that the invitations for this dinner had been sent out, still, as it was to be, he was glad to see the old magnificence of preparation. Margaret and her father were the first to arrive. Mr. Hale was anxiously punctual to the time specified. There was no one upstairs in the drawing-room but Mrs. Thornton and Fanny. Every cover was taken off, and the apartment blazed forth in yellow silk damask and a brilliantly flowered carpet. Every corner seemed filled up with ornament until it became a weariness to the eye, and presented a strange contrast to the bald ugliness of the lookout into the great mill yard, where wide folding gates were thrown open for the admission of carriages. The mill loomed high on the left-hand side of the windows, casting a shadow down from its many stories, which darkened the summer evening before its time. "My son was engaged up to the last moment on business. He will be here directly, Mr. Hale. May I beg you to take a seat?" Mr. Hale was standing at one of the windows as Mrs. Thornton spoke. He turned away, saying, "Don't you find such close neighborhood to the mill rather unpleasant at times?" She drew herself up. "Never. I am not become so fine as to desire to forget the source of my son's wealth and power. Besides, there is not such another factory in Milton. One room alone is 220 square yards." "I meant that the smoke and the noise, the constant going out and coming in of the work-people, might be annoying." "I agree with you, Mr. Hale," said Fanny. "There is a continual smell of steam and oily machinery, and the noise is perfectly deafening." "I have heard noise that was called music far more deafening. The engine room is at the street end of the factory. We hardly hear it except in summer weather when all the windows are open, and as for the continual murmur of the work-people, it disturbs me no more than the humming of a hive of bees. If I think of it at all, I connect it with my son, and feel how all belongs to him, and that his is the head that directs it. Just now there are no sounds to come from the mill. The hands have been ungrateful enough to turn out, as perhaps you have heard. But the very business of which I spoke when you entered had reference to the steps he is going to take to make them learn their place." The expression on her face, always stern, deepened into dark anger as she said this. Nor did it clear away when Mr. Thornton entered the room, for she saw in an instant the weight of care and anxiety which he could not shake off, although his guests received from him a greeting that appeared both cheerful and cordial. He shook hands with Margaret. He knew it was the first time their hands had met, though she was perfectly unconscious of the fact. He inquired after Mrs. Hale, and heard Mr. Hale's sanguine, hopeful account, and glancing at Margaret to understand how far she agreed with her father, he saw that no dissenting shadow crossed her face. And as he looked with this intention, he was struck anew with her great beauty. He had never seen her in such dress before, and yet now it appeared as if such elegance of attire was so befitting her noble figure and lofty serenity of countenance that she ought to go always thus apparelled. She was talking to Fanny, about what he could not hear, but he saw his sister's restless way of continually arranging some part of her gown, her wandering eyes, now glancing here, now there, but without any purpose in her observation, and he contrasted them uneasily with the large, soft eyes that looked forth steadily at one object, as if from out their light beamed some gentle influence of repose, the curving lines of the red lips, just parted in the interest of listening to what her companion said, the head a little bent forwards, so as to make a long sweeping line from the summit, where the light caught on the glossy raven hair, to the smooth ivory tip of the shoulder, the round white arms and taper hands, laid lightly across each other, but perfectly motionless in their pretty attitude. Mr. Thornton sighed as he took in all this with one of his sudden comprehensive glances, and then he turned his back to the young ladies and threw himself, with an effort, but with all his heart and soul, into a conversation with Mr. Hale. More people came, more and more. Fanny left Margaret's side and helped her mother to receive her guests. Mr. Thornton felt that in this influx no one was speaking to Margaret, and was restless under this apparent neglect. But he never went near her himself, he did not look at her. Only he knew what she was doing, or not doing, better than he knew the movements of anyone else in the room. Margaret was so unconscious of herself, and so much amused by watching other people, that she never thought whether she was left unnoticed or not. Somebody took her down to dinner. She did not catch the name, nor did he seem much inclined to talk to her. There was a very animated conversation going on among the gentlemen. The ladies, for the most part, were silent, employing themselves in taking notes of the dinner and criticizing each other's dresses. Margaret caught the clue to the general conversation, grew interested and listened attentively. Mr. Horsfall, the stranger, whose visit to the town was the original germ of the party, was asking questions relative to the trade and manufactures of the place, and the rest of the gentlemen, all Milton men, were giving him answers and explanations. Some dispute arose, which was warmly contested. It was referred to Mr. Thornton, who had hardly spoken before, but who now gave an opinion, the grounds of which were so clearly stated that even the opponents yielded. Margaret's attention was thus called to her host. His whole manner as master of the house and the entertainer of his friends was so straightforward, yet simple and modest, as to be thoroughly dignified. Margaret thought she had never seen him to so much advantage. When he had come to their house, there had been always something, either of over-eagerness or of that kind of vexed annoyance which seemed ready to presuppose that he was unjustly judged, and yet felt too proud to try and make himself better understood. But now, among his fellows, there was no uncertainty as to his position. He was regarded by them as a man of great force of character, of power in many ways. There was no need to struggle for their respect. He had it, and he knew it, and the security of this gave a fine grand quietness to his voice and ways, which Margaret had missed before. He was not in the habit of talking to ladies, and what he did say was a little formal. To Margaret herself he hardly spoke at all. She was surprised to think how much she enjoyed this dinner. She knew enough now to understand many local interests, nay, even some of the technical words employed by the eager mill owners. She silently took a very decided part in the question they were discussing. At any rate, they talked in desperate earnest, not in the used-up style that wearied her so in the old London parties. She wondered that with all this dwelling on the manufactures and trade of the place, no allusion was made to the strike then pending. She did not yet know how coolly such things were taken by the masters as having only one possible end. To be sure, the men were cutting their own throats, as they had done many a time before, but if they would be fools and put themselves into the hands of a rascally set of paid delegates, they must take the consequence. One or two thought Thornton looked out of spirits, and of course he must lose by this turnout. But it was an accident that might happen to themselves any day, and Thornton was as good to manage a strike as anyone, for he was as iron a chap as any in Milton. The hands had mistaken their man in trying that dodge on him, and they chuckled inwardly at the idea of the workmen's discomfiture and defeat, in their attempt to alter one iota of what Thornton had decreed. It was rather dull for Margaret after dinner. She was glad when the gentlemen came, not merely because she caught her father's eye to brighten her sleepiness up, but because she could listen to something larger and grander than the petty interests which the ladies had been talking about. She liked the exultation and the sense of power which these Milton men had. It might be rather rampant in its display, and savour of boasting, but still they seemed to defy the old limits of possibility, and a kind of fine intoxication, caused by the recollection of what had been achieved, and what yet should be. If, in her cooler moments, she might not approve of their spirit in all things, still there was much to admire in their forgetfulness of themselves and the present, and their anticipated triumphs over all inanimate matter at some future time which none of them should live to see. She was rather startled when Mr. Thornton spoke to her, close at her elbow. "I could see you were on our side in our discussion at the dinner, were you not, Miss Hale?" "Certainly, but then I know so little about it. I was surprised, however, to find from what Mr. Horsfall said that there were others who thought in so diametrically opposite a manner as the Mr. Morrison he spoke about. He cannot be a gentleman, is he?" "I am not quite the person to decide on another's gentlemanliness, Miss Hale. I mean, I don't quite understand your application of the word. But I should say that this Morrison is no true man. I don't know who he is. I merely judge him from Mr. Horsfall's account." "I suspect my gentleman includes your true man." "And a great deal more, you would imply. I differ from you. A man is to me a higher and a completer being than a gentleman." "What do you mean?" asked Margaret. "We must understand the words differently." "I take it that gentleman is a term that only describes a person in his relation to others, but when we speak of him as a man, we consider him not merely with regard to his fellow men, but in relation to himself, to life, to time, to eternity. A castaway, lonely as Robinson Crusoe, a prisoner immured in a dungeon for life, nay, even a saint in Patmos, has his endurance, his strength, his faith, best described by being spoken of as a man. I am rather weary of this word gentlemanly, which seems to me to be often inappropriately used, and often, too, with such exaggerated distortion of meaning, while the full simplicity of the noun man and the adjective manly are unacknowledged, that I am induced to class it with the cant of the day." Margaret thought a moment. But before she could speak her slow conviction, he was called away by some of the eager manufacturers, whose speeches she could not hear, though she could guess at their import by the short, clear answers Mr. Thornton gave, which came steady and firm as the boom of a distant minute gun. They were evidently talking of the turnout, and suggesting what course had best be pursued. She heard Mr. Thornton say, "That has been done." Then came a hurried murmur in which 2 or 3 joined. "All those arrangements have been made." Some doubts were implied, some difficulties named by Mr. Slickson, who took hold of Mr. Thornton's arm, the better to impress his words. Mr. Thornton moved slightly away, lifted his eyebrows a very little, and then replied, "I take the risk. You need not join in it unless you choose." Still some more fears were urged. "I'm not afraid of anything so dastardly as incendiarism. We are open enemies, and I can protect myself from any violence that I apprehend. And I will assuredly protect all others who come to me for work. They know my determination by this time as well and as fully as you do." Mr. Horsfall took him a little on one side, as Margaret conjectured, to ask him some other question about the strike, but in truth it was to inquire who she herself was, so quiet, so stately, and so beautiful. "A Milton lady?" asked he, as the name was given. "No, from the south of England, Hampshire, I believe," was the cold, indifferent answer. Mrs. Slickson was catechizing Fanny on the same subject. "Who is that fine, distinguished-looking girl? A sister of Mr. Horsfall's?" "Oh dear, no. That is Mr. Hale, her father, talking now to Mr. Stevens. He gives lessons, that is to say, he reads with young men. My brother John goes to him twice a week, and so he begged mamma to ask them here, in hopes of getting him known. I believe we have some of their prospectuses, if you would like to have one." "Mr. Thornton? Does he really find time to read with a tutor in the midst of all his business, and this abominable strike in hand as well?" Fanny was not sure, from Mr. Slickson's manner, whether she ought to be proud or ashamed of her brother's conduct; and like all people who try and take other people's ought for the rule of their feelings, she was inclined to blush for any singularity of action. Her shame was interrupted by the dispersion of the guests. End of Chapter 20. Recorded by Leanne Howlett.
Chapter 21 of North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma Blythe. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 21. The Dark Night. On earth is known to none the smile that is not sister to a tear. Eliot. Margaret and her father walked home. The night was fine, the streets clean, and with her pretty white silk, like Lizzie Lindsay's gown of green satin in the ballad, kilted up to her knee, she was off with her father, ready to dance along with the excitement of the cool, fresh night air. I rather think Thornton is not quite easy in his mind about this strike. He seemed very anxious tonight. I should wonder if he were not, but he spoke with his usual coolness to the others, when they suggested different things just before we came away. So he did after dinner as well. It would take a good deal to stir him from his cool manner of speaking, but his face strikes me as anxious. I should be if I were he. He must know the growing anger and hardly smothered hatred of his work-people, who all look upon him as what the Bible calls a hard man, not so much unjust as unfeeling, clear in judgment, standing upon his rights, as no human being ought to stand, considering what we and all our petty rights are in the sight of the Almighty. I am glad you think he looks anxious. When I remember Boucher's half-mad words and ways, I cannot bear to think how coolly Mr. Thornton spoke. In the first place, I'm not so convinced as you are about that man Boucher's utter distress. For the moment he was badly off, I don't doubt, but there is always a mysterious supply of money from these unions, and from what you said, it was evident the man was of a passionate, demonstrative nature, and gave strong expression to all he felt. Oh, Papa! Well, I only want to do justice to Mr. Thornton, who is, I suspect, of an exactly opposite nature, a man who is far too proud to show his feelings. Just the character I should have thought beforehand you would have admired, Margaret. So I do. So I should. but I don't feel quite so sure as you do of the existence of those feelings. He's a man of great strength of character, of unusual intellect, considering the few advantages he has had. Not so few. He has led a practical life from a very early age, has been called upon to exercise judgment and self-control, all that develops one part of the intellect. To be sure, he needs some of the knowledge of the past, which gives the truest basis for conjecture as to the future, but he knows this need, he perceives it, and that is something. You are quite prejudiced against Mr. Thornton, Margaret. He is the first specimen of a manufacturer, of a person engaged in trade, that I had ever the opportunity of studying, Papa. He is my first olive. Let me make a face while I swallow it. I know he is good of his kind, and by I shall like the kind. I rather think I am already beginning to do so. I was very interested by what the gentlemen were talking about, although I did not understand half of it. I was quite sorry when Miss Thornton came to take me to the other end of the room, saying she was sure I should be uncomfortable at being the only lady among so many gentlemen. I had never thought about it. I was so busy listening, and the ladies were so dull, Papa, oh, so dull. Yet I think it was clever, too. It reminded me of our old game of having each so many nouns to introduce into a sentence. What do you mean, child? Asked Mr. Hale. Why, they took nouns that were signs of things which gave evidence of wealth. Housekeepers, under-gardeners, extent of class, valuable lace, diamonds, and all such things, and each one formed her speech so as to bring them all in the prettiest accidental manner possible. You will be as proud of your one servant when you get her, if all is true about her that Mrs. Thornton says. To be sure, I shall. I felt like a great hypocrite tonight, sitting there in my white silk gown with my idle hands before me, when I remember all the good, thorough housework they had done today. They took me for a fine lady, I'm sure. Even I was mistaken enough to think you looked like a lady, my dear, said Mr. Hale, quietly smiling. But smiles were changed to white and trembling looks when they saw Dixon's face as she opened the door. "Oh, master, oh, Miss Margaret, thank God you are come. Dr. Donaldson is here. The servant next door went for him, for the charwoman is gone home. She's better now, but oh, sir, I thought she'd have died an hour ago." Mr. Hale caught Margaret's arm to steady himself from falling. He looked at her face, and saw an expression upon it of surprise and extremest sorrow, but not the agony of terror that contracted his own unprepared heart. She knew more than he did, and yet she listened with that hopeless expression of awed apprehension. "Oh, I should not have left her, wicked daughter that I am," moaned forth Margaret as she supported her trembling father's hasty steps upstairs. Dr. Donaldson met them on the landing. "She is better now," he whispered. "The opiate has taken effect. The spasms were very bad. No wonder they frightened your maid. But she'll rally this time. This time, let me go to her. Half an hour ago Mr. Hale was a middle-aged man. Now his sight was dim, his senses wavering, his walk tottering, as if he were 70 years of age." Dr. Donaldson took his arm and led him into the bedroom. Margaret followed close. There lay her mother, with an unmistakable look on her face. She might be better now. She was sleeping, but death had signed her for his own, and it was clear that ere long he would return to take possession. Mr. Hale looked at her for some time without a word. Then he began to shake all over, and turning away from Dr. Donaldson's anxious care, he groped to find the door. He could not see it, although several candles, brought in the sudden affright, were burning and flaring there. He staggered into the drawing-room and felt about for a chair. Dr. Donaldson wheeled one to him, and placed him in it. He felt his pulse. "Speak to him, Miss Hale. We must rouse him." "Papa," said Margaret, with a crying voice that was wild with pain, "Papa, speak to me." The speculation came again into his eyes, and he made a great effort. "Margaret, did you know of this? Oh, it was cruel of you." "No, sir, it was not cruel," replied Dr. Donaldson, with quick decision. "Miss Hale acted under my directions. There may have been a mistake, but it was not cruel. Your wife will be a different creature tomorrow, I trust. She has had spasms, as I anticipated, though I did not tell Miss Hale of my apprehensions. She has taken the opiate I brought with me. She will have a good, long sleep, and tomorrow that look which has alarmed you so much will have passed away. But not the disease. Dr. Donaldson glanced at Margaret. Her bent head, her face raised with no appeal for a temporary reprieve, showed that quick observer of human nature that she thought it better that the whole truth should be told. Not the disease. We cannot touch the disease with all our poor vaunted skill. We can only delay its progress, alleviate the pain it causes. Be a man, sir, a Christian. Have faith in the immortality of the soul, which no pain, no mortal disease can assail or touch. But all the reply I got was in the choked words, "You have never been married, Dr. Donaldson. You do not know what it is," and in the deep manly sobs which went through the stillness of the night like heavy pulses of agony. Margaret knelt by him, caressing him with tearful caresses. No one, not even Dr. Donaldson, knew how the time went by. Mr. Hale was the first to dare to speak of the necessities of the present moment. "What must we do?" asked he. "Tell us both. Margaret is my staff, my right hand." Dr. Donaldson gave his clear, sensible directions. No fear for tonight, nay, even peace for tomorrow, and for many days yet, but no enduring hope of recovery. He advised Mr. Hale to go to bed, and leave only one to watch the slumber, which he hoped would be undisturbed. He promised to come again early in the morning, and with a warm and kindly shake of the hand he left them. They spoke but few words. They were too much exhausted by their terror to do more than decide upon the immediate course of action. Mr. Hale was resolved to sit up through the night, and all that Margaret could do was to prevail upon him to rest on the drawing-room sofa. Dixon stoutly and bluntly refused to go to bed, and as for Margaret, it was simply impossible that she should leave her mother, that all the doctors in the world speak of husbanding resources, and one watcher only being required. So Dixon sat and stared and winked and drooped and picked himself up again with a jerk, and finally gave up the battle and fairly snored. Margaret had taken off her gown and tossed it aside with a sort of impatient disgust, and put on her dressing-gown. She felt as if she never could sleep again, as if her whole senses were acutely vital, and all endued with double keenness for the purposes of watching every sight and sound. Nay, even every thought touched some nerve to the very quick. For more than 2 hours she heard her father's restless movements in the next room. He came perpetually to the door of her mother's chamber, pausing there to listen, till she, not hearing his close unseen presence, went and opened it to tell him how all went on, in reply to the questions his baked lips could hardly form. At last he too fell asleep, and all the house was still. Margaret sat behind the curtain thinking. Far away in time, far away in space, seemed all the interests of past days. Not more than 36 hours ago she cared for Bessie Higgins and her father, and her heart was wrung for Boucher. Now that was all like a dream and memory of some former life. Everything that had passed out of doors seemed severed from her mother, and therefore unreal. Even Harley Street appeared more distinct. There she remembered, as if it were yesterday, how she had pleased herself with tracing out her mother's features in her Aunt Shaw's face, and how letters had come, making her dwell on the thoughts of home, with all the longing of love. Helstone itself was in the dim past. The dull grey days of the preceding winter and spring, so uneventless and monotonous, seemed more associated with what she cared for now above all price. She would fain have caught at the skirts of that departing time, and prayed it to return, and give her back what she had too little valued while it was yet in her possession. What a vain show life seemed! How unsubstantial and flickering and flitting! It was as if from some aerial belfry, high up above the stirring jar of the earth, there was a bell, continually tolling, "All are shadows, all are passing, all is past." And when the morning dawned, cool and grey, like many a happier morning before, when Margaret looked one by one at the sleepers. It seemed as if the terrible night was unreal as a dream. It, too, was a shadow. It, too, was past. Mrs. Hale herself was not aware when she awoke how ill she had been the night before. She was rather surprised at Dr. Donaldson's early visit, and perplexed by the anxious faces of husband and child. She consented to remain in bed that day, saying she certainly was tired, but the next she insisted on getting up, and Dr. Donaldson gave his consent to her returning into the drawing-room. She was restless and uncomfortable in every position, and before night she became very feverish. Mr. Hale was utterly listless and incapable of deciding on anything. "What can we do to spare Mamma such another night?" asked Margaret on the third day. "It is, to a certain degree, the reaction after the powerful opiates I have been obliged to use. It is more painful for you to see that than for her to bear, I believe. But I think if we could get a water-bed it might be a good thing. Not but what she will be better tomorrow, pretty much like herself as she was before this attack. Still, I should like her to have a water-bed. Mrs. Thornton has one, I know. I'll try and call there this afternoon." "Stay," said he, his eye catching on Margaret's face, blanched with watching in his sick room. "I'm not sure whether I can go. I've a long round to take. It would do you no harm to have a brisk walk to Marlborough Street, and ask Mrs. Thornton if she can spare it." "Certainly," said Margaret. "I could go while Mamma is asleep this afternoon. I am sure Mrs. Thornton would lend it to us." Dr. Donaldson's experience told them rightly. Mrs. Hale seemed to shake off the consequences of her attack, and looked brighter and better this afternoon than Margaret had ever hoped to see her again. Her daughter left her after dinner, sitting in her easy-chair, with her hand lying in her husband's, who looked more worn and suffering than she by far. Still, he could smile now, rather slowly, rather faintly. It is true, but a day or two before, Margaret never thought to see him smile again. It was about 2 miles from their house in Crampton Crescent to Marlborough Street. It was too hot to walk very quickly. An August sun beat straight down into the street at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Margaret went along, without noticing anything very different from usual in the first mile and a half of her journey. She was absorbed in her own thoughts, and had learnt by this time to thread her way through the irregular stream of human beings that flowed through Milton streets. But by and by she was struck with the unusual heaving among the mass of people in the crowded road on which she was entering. They did not appear to be moving on, so much as talking and listening and buzzing with excitement, without much stirring from the spot where they might happen to be. Still, as they made way for her, and wrapped up in the purpose of her errand and the necessities that suggested it, she was less quick of observation than she might have been, if her mind had been at ease. She had got into Marlborough Street before the full conviction forced itself upon her that there was a restless, oppressive sense of irritation abroad among the people, a thunderous atmosphere, morally as well as physically, around her. From every narrow lane opening out on Marlborough Street came up a low, distant roar, as if myriads of fierce, indignant voices. The inhabitants of each poor, squalid dwelling were gathered round the doors and windows, if indeed they were not actually standing in the middle of the narrow ways, all with looks intent towards one point. Marlborough Street itself was the focus of all those human eyes, that betrayed intensest interest of various kinds, some fierce with anger, some lowering with relentless threats, some dilated with fear or imploring entreaty. And as Margaret reached the small side entrance by the folding doors in the great dead wall of Marlborough Mill Yard, and waited the porter's answer to the bell, she looked round and heard the first long far-off roll of the tempest, saw the first slow surging wave of the dark crowd come, with its threatening crest, tumble over and retreat at the far end of the street, which a moment ago seemed so full of repressed noise, but which now was ominously still. All these circumstances forced themselves on Margaret's notice, but did not sink down into her preoccupied heart. She did not know what they meant. What was their deep significance? while she did know, did feel, the keen sharp pressure of the knife that was soon to stab her through and through by leaving her motherless. She was trying to realize that, in order that, when it came, she might be ready to comfort her father. The porter opened the door, cautiously, not nearly wide enough to admit her. "It's you, is it, ma'am?" said he, drawing a long breath, and widening the entrance, but still not opening it fully. Margaret went in. He hastily bolted it behind her. "The folk are all coming up here, I reckon?" asked he. "I don't know. Something unusual seemed going on. But this street is quite empty, I think." She went across the yard and up the steps to the house door. There was no near sound. No steam engine at work with beat and pant. No click of machinery or mingling and clashing of many sharp voices. But far away, the ominous gathering roar. Deep, clamoring. End of chapter 21, recorded by Gemma Bloth.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Megan Olson in Waxhaw, North Carolina, September 2007. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 22. A Blow and Its Consequences. But work grew scarce, while bread grew dear, and wages lessened too. For Irish hordes were bidders here, our half-paid work to do. Corn Law Rhymes. Margaret was shown into the drawing-room. It had returned into its normal state of bag and covering. The windows were half open because of the heat, and the Venetian blinds covered the glass, so that a grey, grim light, reflected from the pavement below, threw all the shadows wrong, and combined with a green-tinged upper light to make even Margaret's own face, as she caught it in the mirrors, look ghastly and wan. She sat and waited. No one came. Every now and then the wind seemed to bear the distant multitudinous sound nearer, and yet there was no wind. It died away into profound stillness between whiles. Fanny came in at last. "Mamma will come directly, Miss Hale. She desired me to apologize to you as it is. Perhaps you know my brother has imported hands from Ireland, and it has irritated the Milton people excessively, as if he hadn't a right to get labour where he could, and the stupid wretches here wouldn't work for him. And now they've frightened these poor Irish starvelings so with their threats, and we daren't let them out. You may see them huddled in that top room in the mill, and they're to sleep there, to keep them safe from those brutes, who will neither work nor let them work. And Mamma is seeing about their food, and John is speaking to them, for some of the women are crying to go back. Ah, here's Mamma." Mrs. Thornton came in with a look of black sternness on her face, which made Margaret feel she had arrived at a bad time to trouble her with her request. However, it was only in compliance with Mrs. Thornton's express desire that she would ask for whatever they might want in the progress of her mother's illness. Mrs. Thornton's brow contracted, and her mouth grew set, while Margaret spoke with gentle modesty of her mother's restlessness, and Dr. Donaldson's wish that she should have the relief of a water-bed. She ceased. Mrs. Thornton did not reply immediately. Then she started up and exclaimed, "They're at the gates. Call John, Fanny. Call him in from the mill. They're at the gates. They'll batter them in. Call John, I say." And simultaneously the gathering tramp, to which she had been listening instead of heeding Margaret's words, was heard just right outside the wall, and an increasing din of angry voices raged behind the wooden barrier, which shook as if the unseen maddened crowd made battering rams of their bodies, and retreated a short space, only to come with more united steady impetus against it, till their great beats made the strong gates quiver like reeds before the wind.
The women gathered round the windows, fascinated to look on the scene which terrified them. Mrs. Thornton, the women servants, Margaret, all were there. Fanny had returned, screaming upstairs as if pursued at every step, and had thrown herself in hysterical sobbing on the sofa. Mrs. Thornton watched for her son, who was still in the mill. He came out, looked up at them, the pale cluster of faces, and smiled good courage to them, before he locked the factory door. Then he called to one of the women to come down and undo his own door, which Fanny had fastened behind her in her mad flight. Mrs. Thornton herself went, and the sound of his well-known and commanding voice seemed to have been like the taste of blood to the infuriated multitude outside. Hitherto they had been voiceless, wordless, needing all their breath for their hard-labouring efforts to break down the gates. But now, hearing him speak inside, they set up such a fierce, unearthly groan that even Mrs. Thornton was white with fear as she preceded him into the room. He came in a little flushed, but his eyes gleaming, as in answer to the trumpet call of danger, and with a proud look of defiance on his face, that made him a noble, if not a handsome man. Margaret had always dreaded lest her courage should fail her in any emergency, and she should be proved to be, what she dreaded lest she was, a coward. But now, in this real great time of reasonable fear and nearness of terror, she forgot herself, and felt only an intense sympathy, intense to painfulness, in the interests of the moment. Mr. Thornton came frankly forwards.
"I am sorry, Miss Hale, you are visited us at this unfortunate moment, when, I fear, you may be involved in whatever risk we have to bear. Mother, hadn't you better go into the back rooms? I'm not sure whether they may not have made their way from Pinner's Lane into the stable-yard, but if not, you will be safer there than here. Go, Jane," continued he, addressing the upper servant.
And she went, followed by the others. "Ah, stop here," said his mother. "Where you are, there I stay." And indeed, retreat into the back rooms was of no avail. The crowd had surrounded the outbuildings at the rear, and were sending forth their awful, threatening roar behind. The servants retreated into the garrets, with many a cry and a shriek. Mr. Thornton smiled scornfully as he heard them. He glanced at Margaret, standing all by herself at the window nearest the factory. Her eyes glittered, her colour was deepened on cheek and lip. As if she had felt his look, she turned to him and asked a question that had been for some time in her mind. "Where are the poor imported work-people? In the factory, there?"
"Yes. I left them cowering up in a small room at the head of a back flight of stairs, bidding them run all risks and escape down there if they heard any attack made on the mill doors. But it is not them, it is me they want."
"When can the soldiers be here?" asked his mother, in a low but not unsteady voice. He took out his watch with the same measured composure with which he did everything. He made some little calculation.
"Supposing Williams got straight off when I told him, and hadn't to dodge about amongst them, it must be 20 minutes yet."
20 minutes, said his mother, for the first time showing her terror in the tone of her voice.
"Shut down the windows instantly, mother," exclaimed he. "The gates won't bear such another shock. Shut down that window, Miss Hale."
Margaret shut down her window, and then went to assist Mrs. Thornton's trembling fingers. From some cause or other, there was a pause of several minutes in the unseen street. Mrs. Thornton looked with wild anxiety at her son's countenance, as if to gain the interpretation of the sudden stillness from him. His face was set into rigid lines of contemptuous defiance. Neither hope nor fear could be read there. Fanny raised herself up. "Are they gone?" asked she in a whisper.
"Gone," replied he. "Listen."
She did listen. They all could hear the one great, straining breath, the creak of wood slowly yielding, the wrench of iron, the mighty fall of the ponderous gates. Fanny stood up, tottering, made a step or two towards her mother, and fell forwards into her arms in a fainting fit. Mrs. Thornton lifted her up with a strength that was as much that of the will as of the body, and carried her away. "Thank God," said Mr. Thornton, as he watched her out. "Had you not better go upstairs, Miss Hale?" Margaret's lips formed a no, but he could not hear her speak, for the tramp of innumerable steps right under the very wall of the house, and the fierce growl of low, deep, angry voices that had a ferocious murmur of satisfaction in them, more dreadful than their baffled cries not many moments before. "Never mind," said he, thinking to encourage her. "I am very sorry you should have been entrapped into all this alarm, but it cannot last long now. A few minutes more, and the soldiers will be here."
"Oh, God!" cried Margaret, suddenly. "There is Boucher! I know his face, though he is livid with rage. He is fighting to get to the front. Look! Look!"
"Who is Boucher?" asked Mr. Thornton coolly, and coming close to the window to discover the man in whom Margaret took such an interest. As soon as they saw Mr. Thornton, they set up a yell. To call it not human is nothing. It was as the demoniac desire of some terrible wild beast for the food that is withheld from his ravening. Even he drew back for a moment, dismayed at the intensity of hatred he had provoked. "Let them yell," said he. "In 5 minutes more. I only hope my poor Irishmen are not terrified out of their wits by such a fiend-like noise. Keep up your courage for 5 minutes, Miss Hale."
"Don't be afraid for me," she said hastily. "But what in 5 minutes? Can you do nothing to soothe these poor creatures? It is awful to see them."
"The soldiers will be here directly, and that will bring them to reason."
"To reason?" said Margaret quickly. "What kind of reason?"
"The only reason that does with men that makes themselves into wild beasts. By heaven, they've turned to the mill door."
"Mr. Thornton," said Margaret, shaking all over with her passion, "go down this instant, if you are not a coward. Go down and face them like a man. Save these poor strangers whom you have decoyed here. Speak to your workmen as if they were human beings. Speak to them kindly. Don't let the soldiers come in and cut down poor creatures who are driven mad. I see one there who is. If you have any courage or noble quality in you, go out and speak to them, man to man." He turned and looked at her while she spoke. A dark cloud came over his face while he listened. He set his teeth as he heard her words. "I will go. Perhaps I may ask you to accompany me downstairs, and bar the door behind me. My mother and sister will need that protection." "Oh, Mr. Thornton, I do not know. I may be wrong, only—"
But he was gone. He was downstairs in the hall. He had unbarred the front door. All she could do was to follow him quickly, and fasten it behind him, and clamber up the stairs again with a sick heart and a dizzy head. Again she took her place by the farthest window. He was on the steps below. She saw that by the direction of 1,000 angry eyes. But she could neither see nor hear anything, save the savage satisfaction of the rolling angry murmur. She threw the window wide open. Many in the crowd were mere boys, cruel and thoughtless, cruel because they were thoughtless. Some were men, gaunt as wolves, and mad for prey. She knew how it was. They were like Boucher, with starving children at home, relying on ultimate success in their efforts to get higher wages, and enraged beyond measure at discovering that Irishmen were to be brought in to rob their little ones of bread. Margaret knew it all. She read it in Boucher's face, forlornly desperate and livid with rage. If Mr. Thornton would but say something to them, let them hear his voice only. It seemed as if it would be better than this wild beating and raging against the stony silence that vouchsafed them no word, even of anger or reproach. But perhaps he was speaking now. There was a momentary hush of their noise, inarticulate as that of a troop of animals. She tore off her bonnet, and bent forwards to hear. She could only see, for if Mr. Thornton had indeed made the attempt to speak, the momentary instinct to listen to him was past and gone, and the people were raging worse than ever. He stood with his arms folded, still as a statue, his face pale with repressed excitement. They were trying to intimidate him, to make him flinch. Each was urging the other on to some immediate act of personal violence. Margaret felt intuitively that in an instant all would be uproar. The first touch would cause an explosion, in which, among such hundreds of infuriated men and reckless boys, even Mr. Thornton's life would be unsafe, that in another instant the stormy passions would have passed their bounds, and swept away all barriers of reason or apprehension of consequence. Even while she looked, she saw lads in the background stooping to take off their heavy wooden clogs, the readiest missile they could find. She saw it was the spark to the gunpowder. And, with a cry which no one heard, she rushed out of the room. Downstairs she had lifted the great iron bar of the door with an imperious force, had thrown the door open wide, and was there, in the face of that angry sea of men, her eyes smiting them with flaming arrows of reproach. The clogs were arrested in the hands that held them. The countenances, so fell not a moment before, now looked irresolute, and as if asking what this meant, for she stood between them and their enemy. She could not speak, but held out her arms towards them till she could recover breath. "Oh, do not use violence! He is one man, and you are many!" But her words died away, for there was no tone in her voice. It was but a hoarse whisper. Mr. Thornton stood a little on one side. He had moved away from behind her, as if jealous of anything that should come between him and danger. "Go," said she, once more, and now her voice was like a cry. "The soldiers are sent for, are coming. Go peaceably, go away. You shall have relief from your complaints, whatever they are." "Shall them Irish blackguards be packed back again?" asked one from out of the crowd, with fierce threatening in his voice. "Never for your bidding!" exclaimed Mr. Thornton, and instantly the storm broke. The hootings rose and filled the air, but Margaret did not hear them. Her eye was on the group of lads who had armed themselves with their clogs some time before. She saw their gesture, she knew its meaning, she read their aim. Another moment and Mr. Thornton might be smitten down, he whom she had urged and goaded to come to this perilous place. She only thought how she could save him. She threw her arms around him. She made her body into a shield from the fierce people beyond. Still, with his arms folded, he shook her off. "Go away," said he in his deep voice. "This is no place for you." "It is," said she. "You did not see what I saw." If she thought her sex would be a protection, if, with shrinking eyes, she had turned away from the terrible anger of these men, in any hope that ere she looked again they would have paused and reflected, and slunk away and vanished, she was wrong. Their reckless passion had carried them too far to stop, at least had carried some of them too far, for it is always the savage lads, with their love of cruel excitement, who head the riot, reckless to what bloodshed it may lead. A clog whizzed through the air. Margaret's fascinated eyes watched its progress. It missed its aim, and she turned sick with affright, but changed not her position, only hid her face on Mr. Thornton's arm. Then she turned and spoke again. "For God's sake, do not damage your cause by this violence. You do not know what you are doing." She strove to make her words distinct. A sharp pebble flew by her, grazing forehead and cheek, and drawing a blinding sheet of light before her eyes. She lay like one dead on Mr. Thornton's shoulder. Then he unfolded his arms and held her encircled in one for an instant. "You do well," said he. "You come to oust the innocent stranger. You fall, you hundreds, on one man. And when a woman comes before you to ask you for your own sakes to be reasonable creatures, your cowardly wrath falls upon her. You do well." They were silent while he spoke. They were watching, open-eyed and open-mouthed, the thread of dark red blood which wakened them up from their trance of passion. Those nearest the gate stole out ashamed. There was a movement through all the crowd, a retreating movement. Only one voice cried out, "The stone were meant for thee!" but thou wert sheltered behind a woman." Mr. Thornton quivered with rage.
The blood flowing had made Margaret conscious, dimly, vaguely conscious. He placed her gently on the doorstep, her head leaning against the frame.
"Can you rest there?" he asked, but without waiting for her answer, he walked slowly down the steps, right into the middle of the crowd. "Now kill me, if it is your brutal will. There is no woman to shield me here. You may beat me to death. You will never move me from what I have determined upon, not you." He stood amongst them with his arms folded, in precisely the same attitude as he had been in on the steps. But the retrograde movement towards the gate had begun, as unreasoningly, perhaps as blindly, as the simultaneous anger. Or perhaps the idea of the approach of the soldiers, and the sight of that pale, upturned face, with closed eyes, still and sad as marble, though the tears welled out of the long entanglement of eyelashes, and dropped down, and, heavier, slower plash than even tears, came the drip of blood from her wound. Even the most desperate, Boucher himself, drew back, faltered away, scowled, and finally went off, muttering curses on the master, who stood, in his unchanging attitude, looking after their retreat with defiant eyes. The moment that retreat had changed into a flight, as it was sure from its very character to do, he darted up the steps to Margaret. She tried to rise without his help. "It is nothing," she said with a sickly smile. "The skin is grazed, and I was stunned at the moment. Oh, I am so thankful they are gone." And she cried without restraint. He could not sympathize with her. His anger had not abated. It was rather rising the more as his sense of immediate danger was passing away. The distant clank of the soldiers was heard just 5 minutes too late to make this vanished mob feel the power of authority and order. He hoped they would see the troops, and be quelled by the thought of their narrow escape. While these thoughts crossed his mind, Margaret clung to the doorpost to steady herself. But a film came over her eyes. He was only just in time to catch her. "Mother, mother!" cried he. "Come down, they are gone, and Miss Hale is hurt." He bore her into the dining-room and laid her on the sofa there. Laid her down softly, and looking on her pure white face, the sense of what she was to him came upon him so keenly that he spoke it out in his pain. "Oh, my Margaret, my Margaret! No one can tell what you are to me. Dead, cold as you lie there. You are the only woman I ever loved. Oh, Margaret, Margaret!" Inarticulately as he spoke, kneeling by her, and rather moaning than saying the words, he started up, ashamed of himself, as his mother came in. She saw nothing, but her son a little paler, a little sterner than usual. "Miss Hale is hurt, mother. A stone has grazed her temple. She has lost a good deal of blood, I'm afraid." "She looks very seriously hurt. I could almost fancy her dead," said Mrs. Thornton, a good deal alarmed. "It is only a fainting fit. She has spoken to me since." But all the blood in his body seemed to rush inwards to his heart as he spoke, and he absolutely trembled. "Go and call Jane. She can find me the things I want. And do you go to your Irish people, who are crying and shouting as if they were mad with fright." He went. He went away, as if weights were tied to every limb that bore him from her. He called Jane. He called his sister. She should have all womanly care, all gentle attendance. But every pulse beat in him as he remembered how she had come down and placed herself in the foremost danger. Could it be to save him? At the time he had pushed her aside, and spoken gruffly. He had seen nothing but the unnecessary danger she had placed herself in. He went to his Irish people, with every nerve in his body thrilling at the thought of her, and found it difficult to understand enough of what they were saying to soothe and comfort away their fears. There, they declared, they would not stop, and claimed to be sent back, and so he had to think and talk and reason. Mrs. Thornton bathed Margaret's temples with eau de cologne. As the spirit touched the wound, which till then neither Mrs. Thornton nor Jane had perceived, Margaret opened her eyes. But it was evident she did not know where she was, nor who they were. The dark circles deepened, the lips quivered and contracted, and she became insensible once more. "She has had a terrible blow," said Mrs. Thornton. "Is there any one who will go for a doctor?" "Not me, ma'am, if you please," said Jane, shrinking back. "Them rabble may be all about. I don't think the cut is so deep, ma'am, as it looks." "I will not run the chance. She was hurt in our house. If you are a coward, Jane, I am not. I will go." "Pray, ma'am, let me send one of the police. There's ever so many come up, and soldiers too." "And yet you're afraid to go. I will not have their time taken up with our errands. They'll have enough to do to catch some of the mob. You will not be afraid to stop in this house," she asked contemptuously, "and go on bathing Miss Hale's forehead. Shall you? I shall not be 10 minutes away." "Couldn't Anna go, ma'am?" "Why Anna? Why any but you? No, Jane, if you don't go, I do." Mrs. Thornton went first to the room in which she had left Fanny stretched on the bed. She started up as her mother entered. "Oh, mamma, how you terrified me! I thought you were a man that had got into the house." "Nonsense. The men are all gone away. There are soldiers all round this place seeking for their work now. It is too late. Miss Hale is lying on the dining-room sofa, badly hurt. I am going for the doctor." "Oh, don't, mamma! They'll murder you!" She clung to her mother's gown. Mrs. Thornton wrenched it away with no gentle hand. "Find me someone else to go, but that girl must not bleed to death." "Bleed? How horrid! How has she got hurt?" "I don't know. I have no time to ask. Go down to her, Fanny, and do try to make yourself of use. Jane is with her, and I trust it looks worse than it is. Jane has refused to leave the house. Cowardly woman! And I won't put myself in the way of any more refusals from my servants, so I am going myself." "Oh, dear, dear," said Fanny, crying and preparing to go down rather than be left alone, with the thought of wounds and bloodshed in the very house. "Oh, Jane," said she, creeping into the dining-room, "what is the matter? How white she looks! How did she get hurt? Did they throw stones into the drawing-room?" Margaret did indeed look white and wan, although her senses were beginning to return to her. But the sickly daze of the swoon made her still miserably faint. She was conscious of movement around her, and of refreshment from the eau de cologne, and a craving for the bathing to go on without intermission. But when they stopped to talk, she could no more have opened her eyes, or spoken to ask for more bathing, than the people who lie in death-like trance can move, or utter sound to arrest the awful preparations for their burial, where they are yet fully aware, not merely of the actions of those around them, but of the idea that is the motive for such actions. Jane paused in her bathing, to reply to Miss Thornton's question. "She'd have been safe enough, miss, if she stayed in the drawing-room, or come up to us. We were in the front garret, and could see it all, out of harm's way." "Where was she, then?" asked Fanny, drawing nearer by the slow degrees, as she became accustomed to the sight of Margaret's pale face. "Just before the front door, with master," said Jane, significantly. "With John? With my brother? How did she get there?" "Nay, miss, that's not for me to say," answered Jane, with a slight toss of her head. "Sarah did—" "Sarah what?" said Fanny, with impatient curiosity. Jane resumed her bathing, as if what Sarah did or said was not exactly the thing she liked to repeat. "Sarah what?" asked Fanny sharply. "Don't speak in these half-sentences, or I can't understand you." "Well, miss, since you will have it, Sarah, you see, was in the best place for seeing, being at the right-hand window, and she says, and said at the very time too, that she saw Miss Hale with her arms about master's neck, hugging him before all the people." "I don't believe it," said Fanny. I know she cares for my brother. Anyone can see that. And I dare say she'd give her eyes if he'd marry her. Which he never will, I can tell her. But I don't believe she'd be so bold and forward as to put her arms around his neck. Poor young lady! She's paid for it dearly if she did. It's my belief that the blow has given her such an ascendancy of blood to the head as she'll never get the better from. She looks like a corpse now. Oh, I wish Mamma would come, said Fanny, wringing her hands. I never was in the room with a dead person before. Stay, miss, she's not dead. Her eyelids are quivering, and here's wet tears are coming down her cheeks. Speak to her, Miss Fanny. Are you better now? asked Fanny, in a quavering voice. No answer, no sign of recognition, but a faint pink colour returned to her lips, although the rest of her face was ashen pale. Mrs. Thornton came hurriedly in, with the nearest surgeon she could find. How is she? Are you better, my dear? As Margaret opened her filmy eyes and gazed dreamily at her. Here is Mr. Lowe come to see you. Mrs. Thornton spoke loudly and distinctly, as to a deaf person. Margaret tried to rise, and drew her ruffled, luxuriant hair indistinctly over the cut. I am better now, said she in a very low, faint voice. I was a little sick. She let him take her hand and feel her pulse. The bright colour came for a moment into her face, when he asked to examine the wound in her forehead, and she glanced up at Jane, as if shrinking from her inspection more than from the doctor's. It is not much, I think. I am better now. I must go home. Not until I've applied some strips of plaster, and you've rested a little. She sat down hastily, without another word, and allowed it to be bound up. Now, if you please, said she, I must go. Mamma will not see it, I think. It is under the hair, is it not? Quite. No one could tell. But you must not go, said Mrs. Thornton impatiently. You are not fit to go. I must, said Margaret decidedly. Think of Mamma. If they should hear... Besides, I must go, said she vehemently. I cannot stay here. May I ask for a cab? You are quite flushed and feverish, observed Mr. Lowe. It is only with being here. When I do so want to go, the air, getting away, would do me more good than anything, pleaded she. I really believe it is as she says, Mr. Lowe replied. If her mother is so ill, as you told me on the way here, it may be very serious if she hears of this riot, and does not see her daughter back at the time she expects. The injury is not deep. I will fetch a cab, if your servants are still afraid to go out. Oh, thank you, said Margaret. It will do me more good than anything. It is the air of this room that makes me feel so miserable. She leant back on the sofa, and closed her eyes. Fanny beckoned her mother out of the room, and told her something that made her equally anxious with Margaret for the departure of the latter. Not that she fully believed Fanny's statement, but she credited enough to make her manner to Margaret appear very much constrained at wishing her good-bye. Mr. Lowe returned in the cab. If you will allow me, I will see you home, Miss Hale. The streets are not very quiet yet. Margaret's thoughts were quite alive enough to the present to make her desirous of getting rid of both Mr. Lowe and the cab before she had reached Crampton Crescent, for fear of alarming her father and mother. Beyond that one aim she would not look. That ugly dream of insolent words spoken about herself could never be forgotten, but could be put aside till she was stronger, for, oh, she was very weak, and her mind sought for some present fact to steady itself upon, and keep from utterly losing consciousness in another hideous, sickly swoon. End of chapter 22.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Megan Olson in Waxhaw, North Carolina, September 2007. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 23. Mistakes. Which, when his mother saw, she in her mind was troubled sore, ne wist well what to ween. Spenser. Margaret had not been gone 5 minutes when Mr. Thornton came in, his face all aglow. "I could not come sooner. The superintendent would— Where is she?" He looked round the dining-room, and then almost fiercely at his mother, who was quietly rearranging the disturbed furniture, and did not instantly reply. "Where is Miss Hale?" he asked again. "Gone home," said she, rather shortly. "Gone home?" "Yes, she was a great deal better. Indeed, I don't believe it was so very much of a hurt, only some people faint at the least thing." "I'm sorry she has gone home," said he, walking uneasily about. "She could not have been fit for it." "She said she was, and Mr. Lowe said she was. I went for him myself." "Thank you, mother." He stopped, and partly held out his hand to give her a grateful shake. But she did not notice the movement. "What have you done with your Irish people?" "Sent to the Dragon for a good meal for them, poor wretches. And then, luckily, I caught Father Grady, and I've asked him in to speak to them, and dissuade them from going off in a body. How did Miss Hale go home? I am sure she could not walk." "She had a cab. Everything was done properly, even to the paying. Let us talk of something else. She has caused disturbance enough." "I don't know where I should have been but for her." "Are you become so helpless as to be defended by a girl?" asked Mrs. Thornton scornfully. He reddened. "Not many girls would have taken the blows on herself which were meant for me. Meant with right down good will, too." "A girl in love will do a good deal," replied Mrs. Thornton shortly. "Mother!" He made a step forwards, stood still, heaved with passion. She was a little startled at the evident force he used to keep himself calm. She was not sure of the nature of the emotions she had provoked. It was only their violence that was clear. Was it anger? His eyes glowed, his figure was dilated, his breath came thick and fast. It was a mixture of joy, of anger, of pride, of glad surprise, of panting doubt, but she could not read it. Still it made her uneasy, as the presence of all strong feeling, of which the cause is not fully understood or sympathized in, always has this effect. She went to the sideboard, opened a drawer, and took out a duster, which she kept there for any occasional purpose. She had seen a drop of eau de Cologne on the polished arm of the sofa, and instinctively sought to wipe it off. But she kept her back turned to her son much longer than was necessary, and when she spoke, her voice seemed unusual and constrained. "You have taken some steps about the rioters, I suppose. You don't apprehend any more violence, do you? Where were the police? Never at hand when they're wanted." "On the contrary, I saw 3 or 4 of them when the gates gave way, struggling and beating about in fine fashion, and more came running up just when the yard was clearing. I might have given some of the fellows in charge then, if I had had my wits about me. But there will be no difficulty. Plenty of people can identify them." "But won't they come back tonight?" "I'm going to see about a sufficient guard for the premises. I have appointed to meet Captain Hanbury in half an hour at the station." "You must have some tea first." "Tea? Yes, I suppose I must. It's 6:30, and I may be out for some time. Don't sit up for me, mother." "You expect me to go to bed before I have seen you safe, do you?" "Well, perhaps not." He hesitated for a moment. "But if I've time, I shall go round by Crampton, after I've arranged with the police and seen Emperor and Clarkson." Their eyes met. They looked at each other intently for a minute. Then she asked, "Why are you going round by Crampton?" "To ask after Miss Hale." "I will send Williams.
He must take the water-bed she came to ask for. He shall inquire how she is. I must go myself. Not merely to ask how Miss Hale is? No, not merely for that. I want to thank her for the way in which she stood between me and the mob. What made you go down at all? It was putting your head into the lion's mouth. He glanced sharply at her, saw that she did not know what had passed between him and Margaret in the drawing-room, and replied by another question. Shall you be afraid to be left without me until I can get some of the police? Or had we better send Williams for them now, and they could be here by the time we have done tea? There's no time to be lost. I must be off in a quarter of an hour. Mrs. Thornton left the room. Her servants wondered at her directions, usually so sharply cut and decided, now confused and uncertain. Mr. Thornton remained in the dining-room, trying to think of the business he had to do at the police office, and in reality thinking of Margaret. Everything seemed dim and vague, beyond, behind, besides the touch of her arms round his neck, the soft clinging which made the dark colour come and go in his cheek as he thought of it. The tea would have been very silent, but for Fanny's perpetual description of her own feelings, how she had been alarmed, and then thought they were gone, and then felt sick and faint and trembling in every limb. There, that's enough, said her brother, rising from the table. The reality was enough for me. He was going to leave the room when his mother stopped him with her hand upon his arm. You will come back here before you've gone to the Hales, said she in a low, anxious voice. I know what I know, said Fanny to herself. Why? Will it be too late to disturb them? John, come back to me for this one evening. It will be late for Mrs. Hale. But that is not it. Tomorrow you will... Come back tonight, John. She had seldom pleaded with her son at all. She was too proud for that. But she had never pleaded in vain. I will return straight here after I have done my business. You will be sure to inquire after them? After her? Mrs. Thornton was by no means a talkative companion to Fanny, nor yet a good listener while her son was absent. But on his return her eyes and ears were keen to see and to listen to all the details which he could give, as to the steps he had taken to secure himself, and those whom he chose to employ, from any repetition of the day's outrages. He clearly saw his object. Punishment and suffering were the natural consequences to those who had taken part in the riot. All that was necessary, in order that property should be protected, and that the will of the proprietor might cut to his end, clean and sharp as a sword. Mother, you know what I have got to say to Miss Hale tomorrow. The question came upon her suddenly, during a pause in which she, at least, had forgotten Margaret. She looked up at him. Yes, I do. You can hardly do otherwise. Do otherwise? I don't understand you. I mean that, after allowing her feelings so to overcome her, I consider you bound in honour. Bound in honour? Said he scornfully. I'm afraid honour has nothing to do with it. Her feelings overcome her? What feelings do you mean? Nay, John, there is no need to be angry. Did she not rush down and cling to you to save you from danger? She did, said he. But, mother, continued he, stopping short in his walk right in front of her, I dare not hope. I never was faint-hearted before, but I cannot believe such a creature cares for me. Don't be foolish, John. Such a creature! Why, she might be a duke's daughter to hear you speak. And what proof more would you have, I wonder, of her caring for you? I can believe she has had a struggle with her aristocratic way of viewing things, but I like her better for seeing clearly at last. It is a good deal for me to say, said Mrs. Thornton, smiling slowly, while the tears stood in her eyes. For after tonight I stand second. It was to have you to myself, all to myself, a few hours longer, that I begged you not to go until tomorrow. Dearest mother, Still, love is selfish, and in an instant he reverted to his own hopes and fears in a way that drew the cold, creeping shadow over Mrs. Thornton's heart. But I know she does not care for me. I shall put myself at her feet. I must. If it were but one chance in 1,000, or 1,000,000, I should do it. Don't fear, said his mother, crushing down her own personal mortification at the little notice he had taken of the rare ebullition of her maternal feelings, of the pang of jealousy that betrayed the intensity of her disregarded love. Don't be afraid, she said coldly. As far as love may go, she may be worthy of you. It must have taken a good deal to overcome her pride. Don't be afraid, John, said she, kissing him as she wished him good night. And she went slowly and majestically out of the room. But when she got into her own, she locked the door, and sat down to cry unwonted tears. Margaret entered the room, where her father and mother still sat holding low conversation together, looking very pale and white. She came close up to them before she could trust herself to speak. "Mrs. Thornton will send the water-bed, mamma." "Dear, how tired you look! Is it very hot, Margaret?" "Very hot, and the streets are rather rough with the strike." Margaret's colour came back vivid and bright as ever, but it faded away instantly. "Here has been a message from Bessie Higgins asking you to go to her," said Mrs. Hale. "But I am sure you look too tired." "Yes," said Margaret. "I am tired. I cannot go." She was very silent and trembling while she made tea. She was thankful to see her father so much occupied with her mother, as not to notice her looks. Even after her mother went to bed, he was not content to be absent from her, but undertook to read her to sleep. Margaret was alone. "Now I will think of it. Now I will remember it all. I could not before. I dared not." She sat still in her chair, her hands clasped on her knees, her lips compressed, her eyes fixed as one who sees a vision. She drew a deep breath. "I, who hate scenes, I, who have despised people for showing emotion, who have thought them wanting in self-control, I went down, and must needs throw myself into the melee, like a romantic fool. Did I do any good? They would have got away without me, I dare say." But this was overleaping the rational conclusion, as in an instant her well-poised judgment felt. No, perhaps they would not. I did some good. But what possessed me to defend that man as if he were a helpless child? "Ah!" said she, clenching her hands together. "It is no wonder these people thought I was in love with him. After disgracing myself in that way, I in love, and with him too." Her pale cheeks suddenly became one flame of fire, and she covered her face with her hands. When she took them away, her palms were wet with scalding tears. "Oh, how low I am fallen, that they should say that of me! I could not have been so brave for anyone else, just because he was so utterly indifferent to me, if, indeed, I do not positively dislike him. It made me the more anxious that there should be fair play on each side, and I could see what fair play was. It was not fair, said she vehemently, that he should stand there, sheltered, awaiting the soldiers, who might catch those poor maddened creatures as in a trap, without an effort on his part to bring them to reason. And it was worse than unfair for them to set on him as they threatened. I would do it again. Let who will say what they like of me. If I saved one blow, one cruel, angry action that might otherwise have been committed, I did a woman's work. Let them insult my maiden pride as they will, I walk pure before God." She looked up, and a noble peace seemed to descend and calm her face, till it was stiller than chiselled marble. Dickson came in. "If you please, Miss Margaret, here's the water-bed from Mrs. Thornton's. It's too late for to-night, I'm afraid, for Missus is nearly asleep, but it will do nicely for tomorrow."
"Very," said Margaret. "You must send our best thanks." Dixon left the room for a moment. "If you please, Miss Margaret, he says he's to ask particular how you are. I think he must mean Mrs., but he says his last words were to ask how Miss Hale was." "Me?" said Margaret, drawing herself up. "I am quite well. Tell him I am perfectly well." But her complexion was as deadly white as her handkerchief, and her head ached intensely. Mr. Hale now came in. He had left his sleeping wife, and wanted, as Margaret saw, to be amused and interested by something that she was to tell him. With sweet patience did she bear her pain, without a word of complaint, and rummaged up numberless small subjects for conversation, all except the riot, and that she never named once. It turned her sick to think of it.
"Good night, Margaret. I have every chance of a good night myself. You are looking very pale with your watching. I shall call Dixon if your mother needs anything. Do you go to bed and sleep like a top, for I'm sure you need it, poor child."
"Good night, Papa."
She let her colour go, the forced smile fade away, the eyes grow dull with heavy pain. She released her strong will from its laborious task. Till morning she might feel ill and weary. She lay down and never stirred. To move hand or foot, or even so much as one finger, would have been an exertion beyond the powers of either volition or motion. She was so tired, so stunned, that she thought she never slept at all. Her feverish thoughts passed and repassed the boundary between sleeping and waking, and kept their own miserable identity. She could not be alone. Prostrate, powerless as she was, a cloud of faces looked up at her, giving her no idea of fierce, vivid anger or of personal danger, but a deep sense of shame that she should thus be the object of universal regard, a sense of shame so acute that it seemed as if she would fain have burrowed into the earth to hide herself, and yet she could not escape out of that unwinking glare of many eyes. End of chapter 23.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Megan Olson in Waxhaw, North Carolina, September 2007. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 24. Mistakes Cleared Up. Your beauty was the first that won the place, and scaled the walls of my undaunted heart, which, captive now, pines in a cative case, unkindly met with rigour for desert. Yet not the less your servant shall abide, in spite of rude repulse or silent pride. William Fowler. The next morning Margaret dragged herself up, thankful that the night was over, unrefreshed, yet rested. All had gone well through the house. Her mother had only wakened once. A little breeze was stirring in the hot air, and though there were no trees to show the playful tossing movement caused by the wind among the leaves, Margaret knew how, somewhere or other, by wayside, in copses, or in thick green woods, there was a pleasant murmuring, dancing sound, a rushing and falling noise, the very thought of which was an echo of distant gladness in her heart. She sat at her work in Mrs. Hale's room. As soon as that forenoon slumber was over, she would help her mother to dress. After dinner, she would go and see Bessie Higgins. She would banish all recollection of the Thornton family. No need to think of them till they absolutely stood before her in flesh and blood. But, of course, the effort not to think of them brought them only the more strongly before her, and from time to time the hot flush came over her pale face, sweeping it into colour, as a sunbeam from between watery clouds comes swiftly moving over the sea. Dixon opened the door very softly,
and stole on tiptoe up to Margaret, sitting by the shaded window. "Mr. Thornton, Miss Margaret. He is in the drawing-room." Margaret dropped her sewing.
"Did he ask for me? Isn't Papa come in?"
"He asked for you, miss, and master is out."
"Very well. I will come," said Margaret quietly. But she lingered strangely. Mr. Thornton stood by one of the windows, with his back to the door, apparently absorbed in watching something in the street. But in truth he was afraid of himself. His heart beat thick at the thought of her coming. He could not forget the touch of her arms around his neck, impatiently felt as it had been at the time. But now the recollection of her clinging defence of him seemed to thrill him through and through, to melt away every resolution, all power of self-control, as if it were wax before a fire. He dreaded lest he should go forwards to meet her, with his arms held out in mute entreaty that she would come and nestle there, as she had done, all unheeded, the day before, but never unheeded again. His heart throbbed loud and quick. Strong man as he was, he trembled at the anticipation of what he had to say, and how it might be received. She might droop and flush and flutter to his arms, as to her natural home and resting-place. One moment he glowed with impatience at the thought that she might do this. The next, he feared a passionate rejection, the very idea of which withered up his future with so deadly a blight that he refused to think of it. He was startled by the sense of the presence of someone else in the room. He turned round. She had come in so gently that he had never heard her. The street noises had been more distinct to his inattentive ear than her slow movements in her soft muslin gown. She stood by the table, not offering to sit down. Her eyelids were drooped half over her eyes. Her teeth were shut, not compressed. Her lips were parted just over them, allowing the white line to be seen between their curve. Her slow, deep breathings dilated her thin and beautiful nostrils. It was the only motion visible on her countenance. The fine-grained skin, the oval cheek, the rich outline of her mouth, its corners deep set in dimples, were all wan and pale today, the loss of their usual natural healthy colour being made more evident by the heavy shadow of the dark hair, brought down upon the temples to hide all sign of the blow she had received. Her head, for all its drooping eyes, was thrown a little back, in the old proud attitude. Her long arms hung motionless by her sides. Altogether she looked like some prisoner falsely accused of a crime that she loathed and despised, and from which she was too indignant to justify herself. Mr. Thornton made a hasty step or two forwards, recovered himself, and went with quiet firmness to the door, which she had left open, and shut it. Then he came back, and stood opposite to her for a moment, receiving the general impression of her beautiful presence, before he dared to disturb it, perhaps to repel it, by what he had to say.
"Miss Hale, I was very ungrateful yesterday."
"You had nothing to be grateful for," said she, raising her eyes and looking full and straight at him. "You mean, I suppose, that you believe you ought to thank me for what I did." In spite of herself, in defiance of her anger, the thick blushes came all over her face, and burnt into her very eyes, which fell not, nevertheless, from their grave and steady look. "It was only a natural instinct. Any woman would have done just the same. We all feel the sanctity of our sex as a high privilege when we see danger. I ought rather," she said hastily, "to apologize to you for having said thoughtless words which sent you down into the danger."
"It was not your words. It was the truth they conveyed, pungently as it was expressed. But you shall not drive me off upon that, and so escape the expression of my deep gratitude.
He was on the verge now. He would not speak in the haste of his hot passion. He would weigh each word. He would, and his will was triumphant. He stopped in mid-career. "I do not try to escape from anything," said she. "I simply say that you owe me no gratitude, and I may add that any expression of it will be painful to me, because I do not feel that I deserve it. Still, if it will relieve you from even a fancied obligation, speak on."
"I do not wish to be relieved from any obligation," said he, goaded by her calm manner. "Fancied, or not fancied, I question not myself to know which. I choose to believe that I owe my very life to you. Ay, smile, and think it an exaggeration if you will. I believe it, because it adds a value to that life to think. Oh, Miss Hale," continued he, lowering his voice to such a tender intensity of passion that she shivered and trembled before him, "to think circumstance so wrought that whenever I exult in existence henceforward, I may say to myself, all this gladness in life, all honest pride in doing my work in the world, all this keen sense of being, I owe to her. And it doubles the gladness, it makes the pride glow, it sharpens the sense of existence, till I hardly know if it is pain or pleasure. To think that I owe it to one— Nay, you shall hear," said he, stepping forwards with stern determination, "to one whom I love, as I do not believe man ever loved woman before." He held her hand tight in his. He panted as he listened for what should come. He threw the hand away with indignation as he heard her icy tone. For icy it was, though the words came faltering out, as if she knew not where to find them. "Your way of speaking shocks me. It is blasphemous. I cannot help it, if that is my first feeling. It might not be so, I dare say, if I understood the kind of feeling you describe. I do not want to vex you, and besides, we must speak gently, for mamma is asleep, but your whole manner offends me." "How?" exclaimed he. "Offends you? I am indeed most unfortunate."
"Yes," said she, with recovered dignity, "I do feel offended. And I think justly. You seem to fancy that my conduct of yesterday—" Again the deep carnation blush, but this time with eyes kindling with indignation rather than shame, "was a personal act between you and me, and that you may come and thank me for it, instead of perceiving, as a gentleman would— Yes, a gentleman," she repeated, in allusion to their former conversation about that word, "that any woman worthy of the name of woman would come forward to shield with her reverenced helplessness a man in danger from violence of numbers."
"And the gentleman thus rescued is forbidden the relief of thanks?" he broke in contemptuously. "I am a man. I claim the right of expressing my feelings."
"And I yielded to the right, simply saying that you gave me pain by insisting upon it," she replied proudly. "But you seem to have imagined that I was not merely guided by womanly instinct, but—" and here the passionate tears, kept down for long struggled with vehemently, came up into her eyes, and choked her voice, "but that I was prompted by some particular feeling for you. You! Why, there was not a man, not a poor desperate man in all that crowd, for whom I had not more sympathy, for whom I should not have done what little I could more heartily."
"You may speak on, Miss Hale. I am aware of all these misplaced sympathies of yours. I now believe that it was only your innate sense of oppression— yes, I, though a master, may be oppressed— that made you act so nobly as you did. I know you despise me. Allow me to say, it is because you do not understand me."
"I do not care to understand," she replied, taking hold of the table to steady herself, for she thought him cruel, as indeed he was, and she was weak with her indignation.
"No, I see you do not. You are unfair and unjust."
Margaret compressed her lips. She would not speak in answer to such accusations. But, for all that, for all his savage words, he could have thrown himself at her feet, and kissed the hem of her garment. She did not speak. She did not move. The tears of her wounded pride fell hot and fast. He waited a while, longing for her to say something, even a taunt, to which he might reply. But she was silent.
He took up his hat. "One word more. You look as if you thought it tainted you to be loved by me. You cannot avoid it. Nay, I, if I would, cannot cleanse you from it. But I would not, if I could. I have never loved any woman before. My life has been too busy, my thoughts too much absorbed with other things. Now I love and will love, but do not be afraid of too much expression on my part."
"I am not afraid," she replied, lifting herself straight up. "No one yet has ever dared to be impertinent to me, and no one ever shall. But, Mr. Thornton, you have been very kind to my father," said she, changing her whole tone and bearing to a most womanly softness. "Don't let us go on making each other angry. Pray don't." He took no notice of her words. He occupied himself in smoothing the nap of his hat with his coat sleeve for half a minute or so, and then, rejecting her offered hand, and making as if he did not see her grave look of regret, he turned abruptly away, and left the room. Margaret caught one glance at his face before he went. When he was gone, she thought she had seen the gleam of unshed tears in his eyes, and that turned her proud dislike into something different and kinder, if nearly as painful, self-reproach for having caused such mortification to anyone. "But how could I help it?" she asked of herself. "I never liked him. I was civil, but I took no trouble to conceal my indifference. Indeed, I never thought about myself or him, so my manners must have shown the truth. All that yesterday he might mistake, but that is his fault, not mine. I would do it again, if need were, though it does lead me into all this shame and trouble." End of chapter 24. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 25. Frederick. Revenge may have her own. Roused discipline aloud proclaims their cause, and injured navies urge their broken laws. Byron. Margaret began to wonder whether all offers were as unexpected beforehand, as distressing at the time of their occurrence, as the two she had had. An involuntary comparison between Mr. Lennox and Mr. Thornton arose in her mind. She had been sorry that an expression of any other feeling than friendship had been lured out by circumstances from Henry Lennox. That regret was the predominant feeling on the first occasion of her receiving a proposal. She had not felt so stunned, so impressed as she did now, when echoes of Mr. Thornton's voice yet lingered about the room. In Mr. Lennox's case, he seemed for a moment to have slid over the boundary between friendship and love, and the instant afterwards to regret it nearly as much as she did, although for different reasons. In Mr. Thornton's case, as far as Margaret knew, there was no intervening stage of friendship. Their intercourse had been one continued series of opposition. Their opinions clashed, and indeed she had never perceived that he had cared for her opinions, as belonging to her, the individual. As far as they defied his rock-like power of character, his passion-strength, he seemed to throw them off from him with contempt, until she felt the weariness of the exertion of making useless protests. And now he had come, in this strange, wild, passionate way, to make known his love. For, although at first it had struck her that his offer was forced and goaded out of him by sharp compassion for the exposure she had made of herself, which he, like others, might misunderstand, yet even before he left the room, and certainly not 5 minutes after, the clear conviction dawned upon her, shined bright upon her, that he did love her, that he had loved her, that he would love her. And she shrank and shuddered, as under the fascination of some great power, repugnant to her whole previous life. She crept away, and hid from his idea. But it was of no use. to parody a line out of Fairfax's Tasso, his strong idea wandered through her thought. She disliked him the more for having mastered her inner will. How dared he say that he would love her still, even though she shook him off with contempt? She wished she had spoken more, stronger. Sharp, decisive speeches came thronging into her mind, now that it was too late to utter them. The deep impression made by the interview was like that of a horror in a dream, that will not leave the room although we waken up and rub our eyes and force a stiff rigid smile upon our lips. It is there, cowering and gibbering, with fixed ghastly eyes, in some corner of the chamber, listening to hear whether we dare to breathe of its presence to anyone. And we dare not, poor cowards that we are. And so she shuddered away from the threat of his enduring love. What did he mean? Had she not the power to daunt him? She would see. It was more daring than became a man to threaten her so. Did he ground it upon the miserable yesterday? If need were, she would do the same tomorrow, by a crippled beggar, unwillingly and gladly, but by him she would do it just as bravely, in spite of his deductions and the cold slime of women's impertinence. She did it because it was right and simple and true to save where she could save, even to try to save. Faire qui doit, advienne qui pourra. Hitherto she had not stirred from where he left her. No outward circumstances had roused her out of the trance of thought in which she had been plunged by his last words, and by the look of his deep intent, passionate eyes, as their flames had made her own fall before them. She went to the window, and threw it open, to dispel the oppression which hung around her. Then she went and opened the door, with a sort of impetuous wish to shake off the recollection of the past hour in the company of others, or in active exertion. But all was profoundly hushed in the noonday stillness of a house, where an invalid catches the unrefreshing sleep that is denied to the night hours. Margaret would not be alone. What should she do? Go and see Bessie Higgins, of course, thought she, as the recollection of the message sent the night before flashed into her mind. And away she went. When she got there, she found Bessie lying on the settle, moved close to the fire, though the day was sultry and oppressive. She was laid down quite flat, as if resting languidly after some paroxysm of pain. Margaret felt sure she ought to have the greater freedom of breathing which a more sitting posture would procure, and without a word she raised her up, and so arranged the pillows that Bessie was more at ease, though very languid. "I thought I shouldna ha' seen you again," said she at last, looking wistfully in Margaret's face. "I'm afraid you're much worse, but I could not have come yesterday. My mother was so ill, for many reasons," said Margaret, colouring. "You'd mayhappen think I went beyond my place in sending Mary for you, but the wrangling and the loud voices had just torn me to pieces. And I thought when father left, oh, if I could just hear her voice, reading me some words of peace and promise, I could die away into the silence and rest to God, just as a babby is hushed up to sleep by its mother's lullaby." "Shall I read you a chapter now?" "Aye, do. Mayhappen I shan't listen to the sense at first. It will seem far away. But when you come to the words I like, to the comforting texts, it'll seem close in my ear, and going through me as it were." Margaret began. Bessie tossed to and fro. If by an effort she attended for one moment, it seemed as though she were convulsed into double restlessness the next. At last she burst out, "Oh, don't go on reading. It's no use. I'm blaspheming all the time in my mind with thinking angrily on what cannot be helped. You'll hear of the riot, mayhappen, yesterday at Marlborough Mills. Thornton's factory, you know." "Your father was not there, was he?" asked Margaret, colouring deep. "Not he. He'd ha' given his right hand if it had never come to pass. It's that that's fretting me. He's fairly knocked down in his mind by it. It's no use telling him. Fools will always break out of bounds. You never saw a man so downhearted as he is." "But why?" asked Margaret. "I don't understand." "Why, you see, he's a committee man on this special strike. The union appointed him because, though I say it as shouldn't say it, he's reckoned a deep chap and true to the backbone, and he and all the committee men laid their plans. They were to hold together through thick and thin what the major part thought, t'others were to think, whether they would or no. And above all there was to be no going again the law of the land. Folk would go with them if they saw them striving and starving with dumb patience. But if there was once any noise of fighting and struggling, even with knobsticks, all was up, as they knew by the experience of many and many a time before. They would try and get speech of the knobsticks, and coax them, and reason with them, and mayhap and warn them off. But whatever came, the committee charged all members of the union to lie down and die, if need were, without striking a blow, and then they reckoned they were sure of carrying the public with them. And besides all that, the committee knew they were the right in their demand, and they didn't want to have right all mixed up with wrong, till folk can't separate it. No more can I the physic powder from the jelly you gave me to mix it in. Jelly is much the biggest, but powder tastes it all through. Well, I've told you at length about this'n, but I'm tired out. You just think for yourself what it must be for father to have his work undone, and by such a fool as Boucher, who must needs go right again the orders of the committee, and ruin the strike, just as bad as if he meant to be a Judas. But father'd give it him last night. He went so far as to say he'd go and tell the police where they might find the ringleader of the riot. He'd give him up to the mill owners to do what they would with him. He'd show the world that the real leaders of the strike were not such as Boucher, but steady, thoughtful men, good hands and good citizens, who were friendly to law and judgment, and would uphold order, who only wanted their right wage, and wouldn't work, even though they starved till they got 'em, but who would ne'er injure property or life, for, dropping her voice, they do say that Boucher threw a stone at Thornton's sister, that well he killed her. That's not true, said Margaret. It was not Boucher that threw the stone. She went first red, then white. You'd be there then, were you? Asked Bessie languidly, for indeed she had spoken with many pauses, as if speech were unusually difficult to her. Yes. Never mind, go on. Only it was not Boucher that threw the stone. But what did he answer to your father? He did not speak words. He were all in such a tremble with spent passion, I could not bear to look at him. I heard his breath coming quick, and at one time I thought he was sobbing. But when father said he'd give him up to the police, he gave a great cry, and struck father on the face with his closed fist, and be off like lightning. Father was stunned with the blow at first, for all Boucher were weak with passion, and with clemming. He sat down a bit, and put his hands afore his eyes, and then made for the door. I don't know where I got the strength, but I threw myself off the settle and clung to him. "Father, father," said I, "thou'll never go peach on that poor clemmed man. I'll never leave go on thee till thou sayest thou wunnot. Dunnot be a fool," says he. Words come readier than deeds to most men. I never thought of telling the police on him, though, by God, he deserves it. And I shouldn't ha' minded if someone else had done the dirty work and got him clapped up. But now he has strucken me, I could do it less nor ever, for it would be getting other men to take up my quarrel. But if ever he gets well o'er this clemming, and is in good condition, he and I'll have an up-and-down fight, purring an hour, and I'll see what I can do for him. And so father shook me off, for indeed I was low and faint enough, and his face was all clay white, where it weren't bloody, and turned me sick to look at. And I know not if I slept or waked, or were in a dead swoon, till Mary come in, and I tell her to fetch you to me. And now do not talk to me, just read out the chapter. I'm easier in my mind for having spit it out, but I want some thoughts of the world that's far away, to take the weary taste of it out of my mouth. Read me, not a sermon chapter, but a story chapter. They've pictures in them, which I see when my eyes are shut. Read about the new heavens and the new earth, and mayhappen I'll forget this."
Margaret read in her soft, low voice. Though Bessie's eyes were shut, she was listening for some time, for the moisture of tears gathered heavy on her eyelashes. At last she slept, with many starts, and muttered pleadings. Margaret covered her up, and left her, for she had an uneasy consciousness that she might be wanted at home. And yet, until now, it seemed cruel to leave the dying girl. Mrs. Hale was in the drawing-room on her daughter's return. It was one of her better days, and she was full of praises of the water-bed. It had been more like the beds at Sir John Beresford's than anything she had slept on since. She did not know how it was, but people seemed to have lost the art of making the same kind of beds as they used to do in her youth. One would think it was easy enough. There was the same kind of feathers to be had, and yet somehow, till this last night, she did not know when she had had a good, sound, resting sleep. Mr. Hale suggested that something of the merits of the feather-beds of former days might be attributed to the activity of youth, which gave a relish to rest, but this idea was not kindly received by his wife. "No, indeed, Mr. Hale, it was those beds at Sir John's. Now, Margaret, you're young enough, and go about in the day. Are the beds comfortable? I appeal to you. Do they give you a feeling of perfect repose when you lie down upon them? Or rather, don't you toss about, and try in vain to find an easy position, and waken in the morning as tired as when you went to bed?" Margaret laughed. "To tell the truth, mamma, I have never thought about my bed at all, what kind it is. I'm so sleepy at night that if I only lie down anywhere, I nap off directly, so I don't think I'm a competent witness. But then you know I never had the opportunity of trying Sir John Beresford's beds. I never was at Oxenham." "Were not you?" "Oh, no, to be sure. It was poor darling Fred I took with me, I remember. I only went to Oxenham once, after I was married, to your Aunt Shaw's wedding, and poor little Fred was the baby then, and I know Dixon did not like changing from lady's maid to nurse, and I was afraid that if I took her near her old home, and amongst her own people, she might want to leave me. But poor baby was taken ill at Oxenham, with his teething, and what with my being a great deal with Anna just before her marriage, and not being very strong myself, Dixon had more of the charge of him than she ever had before, and it made her so fond of him. And she was so proud when he would turn away from everyone and cling to her, that I don't believe she ever thought of leaving me again, though it was very different from what she had been accustomed to. Poor Fred! Everybody loved him. He was born with the gift of winning hearts. It makes me think very badly of Captain Reed when I know he disliked my own dear boy. I think it a certain proof he had a bad heart. Ah, your poor father, Margaret, he has left the room. He can't bear to hear Fred spoken of." "I love to hear of him, mamma. Tell me all you like. You never can tell me too much. Tell me what he was like as a baby." "Why, Margaret, you must not be hurt, but he was much prettier than you were. I remember when I first saw you in Dixon's arms, I said, 'Dear, what an ugly little thing!' And she said, 'It's not every child that's like Master Fred, bless him.' Dear, how well I remember it. Then I could have had Fred in my arms every minute of the day, and his cot was close by my bed. And now, Margaret, I don't know where my boy is, and sometimes I think I shall never see him again." Margaret sat down by her mother's sofa on a little stool, and softly took hold of her hand, caressing it and kissing it, as if to comfort. Mrs. Hale cried without restraint. At last she sat straight, stiff up on the sofa, and turning round to her daughter, she said with tearful, almost solemn earnestness, "Margaret, if I can get better, if God gives me a chance of recovery, it must be through seeing my son Frederick once more. It will waken up all the poor springs of health left in me." She paused, and seemed to try and gather strength for something more yet to be said. Her voice was choked as she went on, was quavering, as with the contemplation of some strange yet closely present idea. "And, Margaret, if I am to die, if I am one of those appointed to die before many weeks are over, I must see my child first. I cannot think how it must be managed, but I charge you, Margaret, as you yourself hope for comfort in your last illness, bring him to me, that I may bless him. Only for 5 minutes, Margaret. There could be no danger in 5 minutes. Oh, Margaret, let me see him before I die." Margaret did not think of anything that might be utterly unreasonable in this speech. We do not look for reason or logic in the passionate entreaties of those who are sick unto death. We are stung with the recollection of 1,000 slighted opportunities of fulfilling the wishes of those who will soon pass away from among us, and do they ask us for the future happiness of our lives, we lay it at their feet, and will it away from us. But this wish of Mrs. Hale's was so natural, so just, so right to both parties, that Margaret felt as if, on Frederick's account as well as on her mother's, she ought to overlook all intermediate chances of danger, and pledge herself to do everything in her power for its realization. The large, pleading, dilated eyes were fixed upon her wistfully, steady in their gaze, though the poor white lips quivered like those of a child. Margaret gently rose up and stood opposite to her frail mother, so that she might gather the secure fulfilment of her wish from the calm steadiness of her daughter's face. "Mamma, I will write tonight, and tell Frederick what you say. I am as sure that he will come directly to us as I am sure of my life. Be easy, mamma. You shall see him as far as anything earthly can be promised." "You will write tonight? Oh, Margaret! The post goes out at 5. You will write by it, won't you? I have so few hours left, I feel, dear, as if I should not recover, though sometimes your father over-persuades me into hoping. You will write directly, won't you? Don't lose a single post, for just by that very post I may miss him." "But, mamma, Papa is out." "Papa is out? And what then? Do you mean that he would deny me this last wish, Margaret? Why, I should not be ill, be dying, if he had not taken me away from Helstone to this unhealthy, smoky, sunless place." "Oh, mamma," said Margaret. "Yes, it is so indeed. He knows it himself. He has said so many a time he would do anything for me. You don't mean he would refuse me this last wish, prayer, if you will. And indeed, Margaret, the longing to see Frederick stands between me and God. I cannot pray till I have this one thing. Indeed, I cannot. Don't lose time, dear Margaret. Write by this very next post. Then he may be here in 22 days. For he is sure to come. No cords or chains can keep him. In 22 days I shall see my boy." She fell back, and for a short time she took no notice of the fact that Margaret sat motionless, her hand shading her eyes. "You are not writing," said her mother at last. "Bring me some pens and paper. I will try and write myself." She sat up, trembling all over with feverish eagerness. Margaret took her hand down and looked at her mother sadly. "Only wait till Papa comes in. Let us ask him how best to do it." "You promised, Margaret, not a quarter of an hour ago. You said he should come." "And so he shall, mamma. Don't cry. My own dear mother. I'll write here, now. You shall see me write, and it shall go by this very post. And if Papa thinks fit, he can write again when he comes in. It is only a day's delay. Oh, mamma, don't cry so pitifully. It cuts me to the heart." Mrs. Hale could not stop her tears,
They came hysterically, and in truth she made no effort to control them, but rather called up all the pictures of the happy past and the probable future, painting the scene when she should lie a corpse, with the son she had longed to see in life weeping over her, and she unconscious of his presence, till she was melted by self-pity into a state of sobbing and exhaustion that made Margaret's heart ache. But at last she was calm, and greedily watched her daughter as she began her letter, wrote it with swift, urgent entreaty, sealed it up hurriedly for fear her mother should ask to see it, and then, to make security most sure, at Mrs. Hale's own bidding, took it herself to the post-office. She was coming home when her father overtook her. "And where have you been, my pretty maid?" asked he. "To the post-office, with a letter to Frederick." "Oh, papa, perhaps I have done wrong, but mamma was seized with such a passionate yearning to see him. She said it would make her well again, and then she said that she must see him before she died. I cannot tell you how urgent she was. Did I do wrong?" Mr. Hale did not reply at first. Then he said, "You should have waited till I came in, Margaret." "I tried to persuade her," and then she was silent. "I don't know," said Mr. Hale, after a pause. "She ought to see him if she wishes it so much, for I believe it would do her much more good than all the doctor's medicine, and perhaps set her up altogether. But the danger to him, I'm afraid, is very great." "All these years since the mutiny, papa?" "Yes, it is necessary, of course, for government to take very stringent measures for the repression of offences against authority, more particularly in the Navy, where a commanding officer needs to be surrounded in his men's eyes with a vivid consciousness of all the power there is at home to back him, and take up his cause, and avenge any injuries offered to him, if need be. Ah, it's no matter to them how far their authorities have tyrannized, galled hasty tempers to madness, or if that can be any excuse afterwards, 'tis never allowed, for in the first instance they spare no expense. They send out ships, they scour the seas to lay hold of the offenders. The lapse of years does not wash out the memory of the offence. It is a fresh and vivid crime on the Admiralty books, till it is blotted out by blood." "Oh, papa, what have I done? And yet it seemed so right at the time. I am sure Frederick himself would run the risk." "So he would, so he should. Nay, Margaret, I'm glad it is done, though I durst not have done it myself. I'm thankful it is as it is. I should have hesitated till, perhaps, it might have been too late to do any good. Dear Margaret, you have done what is right about it, and the end is beyond our control." It was all very well, but her father's account of the relentless manner in which mutinies were punished made Margaret shiver and creep. If she had decoyed her brother home to blot out the memory of his error by his blood, she saw her father's anxiety lay deeper than the source of his latter cheering words. She took his arm and walked home pensively and wearily by his side. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of North and South. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 26. Mother and Son. I have found that holy place of rest still changeless. Mrs. Hemans. When Mr. Thornton had left the house that morning, he was almost blinded by his baffled passion. He was as dizzy as if Margaret, instead of looking and speaking and moving like a tender, graceful woman, had been a sturdy fishwife and given him a sound blow with her fists. He had positive bodily pain, a violent headache and a throbbing, intermittent pulse. He could not bear the noise, the garish light, the continued rumble and movement of the street. He called himself a fool for suffering so, and yet he could not, at the moment, recollect the cause of his suffering, and whether it was adequate to the consequences it had produced. It would have been a relief to him if he could have sat down and cried on a doorstep by a little child, who was raging and storming through his passionate tears at some injury he had received. He said to himself that he hated Margaret, but a wild, sharp sensation of love cleft his dull, thunderous feeling like lightning, even as he shaped the words expressive of hatred. His greatest comfort was in hugging his torment, and in feeling, as he had indeed said to her, that though she might despise him, condemn him, treat him with her proud sovereign indifference, he did not change one whit. She could not make him change. He loved her and would love her, and defy her and this miserable bodily pain. He stood still for a moment to make this resolution firm and clear. There was an omnibus passing, going into the country. The conductor thought he was wishing for a place and stopped near the pavement. It was too much trouble to apologize and explain, so he mounted upon it and was borne away, past long rows of houses, then past detached villas with trim gardens, till they came to real country hedgerows, and by to a small country town. Then everybody got down, and so did Mr. Thornton, and because they walked away, he did so too. He went into the fields, walking briskly, because the sharp motion relieved his mind. He could remember all about it now, the pitiful figure he must have cut, the absurd way in which he had gone and done the very thing he had so often agreed with himself in thinking would be the most foolish thing in the world, and had met with exactly the consequences which, in these wise moods, he had always foretold were certain to follow, if he ever did make such a fool of himself. Was he bewitched by those beautiful eyes, that soft, half-open, sighing mouth which lay so close upon his shoulder only yesterday? He could not even shake off the recollection that she had been there, that her arms had been around him, once, if never again. He only caught glimpses of her, he did not understand her altogether. At one time she was so brave, and at another so timid, now so tender and then so haughty and regal proud. And then he thought over every time he had ever seen her once again, by way of finally forgetting her. He saw her in every dress, in every mood, and did not know which became her best. Even this morning how magnificent she had looked, her eyes flashing out upon him at the idea that, because she had shared his danger yesterday, she had cared for him the least. If Mr. Thornton was a fool in the morning, as he assured himself at least 20 times he was, he did not grow much wiser in the afternoon. All that he gained in return for his 6-penny omnibus ride was a more vivid conviction that there never was, never could be, anyone like Margaret, that she did not love him and never would, but that she, no, nor the whole world, should never hinder him from loving her. And so he returned to the little market-place and remounted the omnibus to return to Milton. It was late in the afternoon when he was set down near his warehouse. The accustomed places brought back the accustomed habits and trains of thought. He knew how much he had to do, more than his usual work, owing to the commotion of the day before. He had to see his brother magistrates, he had to complete the arrangements only half made in the morning for the comfort and safety of his newly imported Irish hands. He had to secure them from all chance of communication with the discontented workpeople of Milton. Last of all, he had to go home and encounter his mother. Mrs. Thornton had sat in the dining-room all day, every moment expecting the news of her son's acceptance by Miss Hale. She had braced herself up many and many a time at some sudden noise in the house, had caught up the half-dropped work and begun to ply her needle diligently, though through dim spectacles and with an unsteady hand, and many times had the door opened and some indifferent person entered on some insignificant errand. Then her rigid face unstiffened from its grey frost-bound expression, and the features dropped into the relaxed look of despondency, so unusual to their sternness. She wrenched herself away from the contemplation of all the dreary changes that would be brought about to herself by her son's marriage. She forced her thoughts into the accustomed household grooves. The newly married couple-to-be would need fresh household stocks of linen, and Mrs. Thornton had clothes-basket upon clothes-basket, full of tablecloths and napkins, brought in, and began to reckon up the store. There was some confusion between what was hers and consequently marked G.H.T. for George and Hannah Thornton, and what was her son's, bought with his money, marked with his initials. Some of those marked G.H.T. were Dutch damask of the old kind, exquisitely fine. None were like them now. Mrs. Thornton stood looking at them long. They had been her pride when she was first married. Then she knit her brows and pinched and compressed her lips tight and carefully unpicked the GH. She went so far as to search for the turkey-red marking thread to put in the new initials, but it was all used, and she had no heart to send for any more just yet. So she looked fixedly at vacancy, a series of visions passing before her, in all of which her son was the principal, the sole object, her son, her pride, her property. Still he did not come. Doubtless he was with Miss Hale. The new love was displacing her already from her place as first in his heart. A terrible pain, a pang of vain jealousy shot through her. She hardly knew whether it was more physical or mental, but it forced her to sit down. In a moment she was up again as straight as ever, a grim smile upon her face for the first time that day, ready for the door opening and the rejoicing triumphant one who should never know the sore regret his mother felt at his marriage. In all this there was little thought enough of the future daughter-in-law as an individual. She was to be John's wife. To take Mrs. Thornton's place as mistress of the house was only one of the rich consequences which decked out the supreme glory, all household plenty and comfort, all purple and fine linen, honor, love, obedience, troops of friends would all come as naturally as jewels on a king's robe, and to be as little thought of for their separate value. To be chosen by John would separate a kitchen wench from the rest of the world. And Miss Hale was not so bad. If she had been a Milton lass, Mrs. Thornton would have positively liked her. She was pungent and had taste and spirit and flavour in her. True, she was sadly prejudiced and very ignorant, but that was to be expected from her southern breeding. A strange sort of mortified comparison of Fanny with her went on in Mrs. Thornton's mind, and for once she spoke harshly to her daughter, abused her roundly, and then, as if by way of penance, she took up Henry's Commentaries and tried to fix her attention on it, instead of pursuing the employment she took pride and pleasure in, and continuing her inspection of the table linen. His step at last. She heard him, even while she thought she was finishing a sentence, while her eye did pass over it, and her memory could mechanically have repeated it word for word. She heard him come in at the hall door. Her quickened sense could interpret every sound of motion. Now he was at the hat-stand, now at the very room door. Why did he pause? Let her know the worst. Yet her head was down over the book. She did not look up. He came close to the table and stood still there, waiting till she should have finished the paragraph which apparently absorbed her. By an effort she looked up. "Well, John?" He knew what that little speech meant, but he had steeled himself. He longed to reply with a jest. The bitterness of his heart could have uttered one, but his mother deserved better of him. He came round behind her so that she could not see his looks, and bending back her grey, stony face, he kissed it, murmuring, "No one loves me, no one cares for me, but you, Mother." He turned away and stood leaning his head against the mantelpiece, tears forcing themselves into his manly eyes. She stood up, she tottered. For the first time in her life the strong woman tottered. She put her hands on his shoulders. She was a tall woman. She looked into his face. She made him look at her. "Mother's love is given by God, John. It holds fast for ever and ever. A girl's love is like a puff of smoke. It changes with every wind. And she would not have you my own lad, would not she?" She set her teeth. She showed them like a dog for the whole length of her mouth. He shook his head. "I am not fit for her, Mother. I knew I was not." She ground out words between her closed teeth. He could not hear what she said, but the look in her eyes interpreted it to be a curse, if not as coarsely worded, as fell in intent as ever was uttered. And yet her heart leapt up light to know he was her own again. "Mother," said he, hurriedly, "I cannot hear a word against her. Spare me, spare me. I am very weak in my sore heart. I love her yet. I love her more than ever." "And I hate her," said Mrs. Thornton in a low, fierce voice. "I tried not to hate her, when she stood between you and me, because I said to myself, she will make him happy, and I would give my heart's blood to do that. But now I hate her for your misery's sake. Yes, John, it's no use hiding up your aching heart from me. I am the mother that bore you, and your sorrow is my agony, and if you don't hate her, I do." "Then, Mother, you make me love her more. She is unjustly treated by you, and I must make the balance even. But why do we talk of love or hatred? She does not care for me, and that is enough, too much. Let us never name the subject again. It is the only thing you can do for me in the matter. Let us never name her." "With all my heart. I only wish that she and all belonging to her was swept back to the place they came from." He stood still, gazing into the fire for a minute or two longer. Her dry, dim eyes filled with unwanted tears as she looked at him, but she seemed just as grim and quiet as usual when he next spoke. "Warrants are out against 3 men for conspiracy, Mother. The riot yesterday helped to knock up the strike." And Margaret's name was no more mentioned between Mrs. Thornton and her son. They fell back into their usual mode of talk, about facts, not opinions, far less feelings. Their voices and tones were calm and cold. A stranger might have gone away and thought that he had never seen such frigid indifference of demeanour between such near relations. End of chapter 26. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Chapter 27 of North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Liz Thompson. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 27. Fruit Piece. For never anything can be amiss when simpleness and duty tender it. A Midsummer Night's Dream. Mr. Thornton went straight and clear into all the interests of the following day. There was a slight demand for finished goods, and, as it affected his branch of the trade, he took advantage of it and drove hard bargains. He was sharp to the hour at the meeting of his brother magistrates, giving them the best assistance of his strong sense, and his power of seeing consequences at a glance, and so coming to a rapid decision. Older men of long standing in the town, men of far greater wealth, realised and turned into land, while his was all floating capital, engaged in his trade, looked to him for prompt, ready wisdom. He was the one deputed to see and arrange with the police, to lead in all the requisite steps. And he cared for their unconscious deference, no more than for the soft west wind that scarcely made the smoke from the great tall chimneys swerve in its straight upward course. He was not aware of the silent respect paid to him. If it had been otherwise, he would have felt it as an obstacle in his progress to the object he had in view. As it was, he looked to the speedy accomplishment of that alone. It was his mother's greedy ears that sucked in, from the womenkind of these magistrates and wealthy men, how highly Mr. This or Mr. That thought of Mr. Thornton, that if he had not been there, things would have gone on very differently, very badly indeed. He swept off his business right and left that day. It seemed as though his deep mortification of yesterday, and the stunned purposeless course of the hours afterwards, had cleared away all the mist from his intellect. He felt his power and revelled in it. He could almost defy his heart. If he had known it, he could have sung the song of the miller who lived by the River Dee. I care for nobody, nobody cares for me. The evidence against Butcher and other ringleaders of the riot was taken before him. That against the 3 others for conspiracy failed, but he sternly charged the police to be on the watch, for the swift right arm of the law should be in readiness to strike as soon as they could prove a fault. And then he left the hot, reeking groom in the Borough Court, and went out into the fresher but still sultry street. It seemed as though he gave way all at once. He was so languid that he could not control his thoughts. They would wander to her. They would bring back the scene, not of his repulse and rejection the day before, but the looks, the actions, of the day before that. He went along the crowded streets, mechanically winding in and out among the people, but never seeing them, almost sick with longing for that 1/2 hour, that one brief space of time, when she clung to him, and her heart beat against his, to come once again. "Why, Mr. Thornton, you're cutting me very cruelly, I must say. And how is Mrs. Thornton? Brave weather this. We doctors don't like it, I can tell you." "I beg your pardon, Dr. Donaldson. I really didn't see you. My mother's quite well, thank you. It is a fine day, and good for the harvest, I hope. If the wheat is well got in, we shall have a brisk trade next year, whatever you doctors have." "Aye, aye, each man for himself. Your bad weather and your bad times are my good ones. When trade is bad, there's more undermining of health and preparation for death going on among you Milton men than you're aware of. Not with me, Doctor. I'm made of iron. The news of the worst bad debt I ever had never made my pulse vary. This strike, which affects me more than anyone else in Milton, more than hamper, never comes near my appetite. You must go elsewhere for a patient, Doctor. By the way, you've recommended me a good patient, poor lady. Not to go on talking in this heartless way, I seriously believe that Mrs. Hale, that lady in Crampton, you know, hasn't many weeks to live. I never had any hope of cure, as I think I told you, but I've been seeing her today, and I think very badly of her. Mr. Thornton was silent. The vaunted steadiness of pulse failed him for an instant. "Can I do anything, Doctor?" he asked in an altered voice. "You know, you would see that money is not very plentiful. Are there any comforts or dainties she ought to have?" "No," replied the doctor, shaking his head. "She craves for fruit. She has a constant fever on her. But jargonelle pears will do as well as anything, and there are quantities of them in the market." "You will tell me if there's anything I can do, I'm sure," replied Mr. Thornton. "I rely upon you." "Oh, never fear. I'll not spare your purse. I know it's deep enough. I wish you'd give me carte blanche for all my patients, and all their wants." But Mr. Thornton had no general benevolence, no universal philanthropy. Few even would have given him credit for strong affections. But he went straight to the first fruit shop in Milton, and chose out the bunch of purple grapes with the most delicate bloom upon them, the richest coloured peaches, the freshest vine leaves. They were packed into a basket, and the shopman awaited the answer to his inquiry. "Where shall we send them to, sir?" There was no reply. "To Marlborough Mills, I suppose, sir?" "No," Mr. Thornton said. "Give the basket to me. I'll take it." It took up both his hands to carry it, and he had to pass through the busiest part of the town for feminine shopping. Many a young lady of his acquaintance turned to look after him, and thought it strange to see him occupied, just like a porter or an errand boy. He was thinking, "I will not be daunted from doing as I choose by the thought of her. I like to take this fruit to the poor mother, and it is simply right that I should. She shall never scorn me out of doing what I please. A pretty joke indeed, if for fear of a haughty girl, I failed in doing a kindness to a man I liked. I do it for Mr. Hale. I do it in defiance of her." He went at an unusual pace, and was soon at Crampton. He went upstairs 2 steps at a time, and entered the drawing-room before Dixon could announce him. His face flashed, his eyes shining with kindly earnestness. Mrs. Hale lay on the sofa, heated with fever. Mr. Hale was reading aloud. Margaret was working on a low stool by her mother's side. Her heart fluttered, if his did not, at this interview. But he took no notice of her, hardly of Mr. Hale himself. He went up straight with his basket to Mrs. Hale, and said in that subdued and gentle tone, which is so touching when used by a robust man in full health, speaking to a feeble invalid. "I met Mr. Donaldson, ma'am, and as he said fruit would be good for you, I have taken the liberty, the great liberty, of bringing you some that seemed to me fine." Mrs. Hale was excessively surprised, excessively pleased, quite in a tremble of eagerness. Mr. Hale, with fewer words, expressed a deeper gratitude. "Fetch a plate, Margaret, a basket, anything." Margaret stood up by the table, half afraid of moving or making any noise, to arouse Mr. Thornton into a consciousness of her being in the room. She thought it would be awkward for both to be brought into a conscious collision, and fancied that, from her being on a low seat at first, and now standing behind her father, he had overlooked her in his haste, as if he did not feel the consciousness of her presence all over, though his eyes had never rested on her. "I must go," said he. "I cannot stay. If you will forgive this liberty, my rough ways, too abrupt, I fear, but I will be more gentle next time. You will allow me the pleasure of bringing you some fruit again, if I should see any that is tempting. Good afternoon, Mr. Hale. Good-bye, ma'am." He was gone. Not one word, not one look to Margaret. She believed that he had not seen her. She went for a plate in silence, and lifted the fruit out tenderly, with the points of her delicate taper fingers. It was good of him to bring it, and after yesterday, too. "Oh, it is so delicious," said Mrs. Hale in a feeble voice. "How kind of him to think of me. Margaret, love, only taste these grapes. Was it not good of him?" "Yes," said Margaret quietly. "Margaret," said Mrs. Hale rather querulously, "you won't like anything Mr. Thornton does." I never saw anybody so prejudiced. Mr. Hale had been peeling a peach for his wife, and, cutting off a small piece for himself, he said, "If I had any prejudices, the gift of such delicious fruit as this would melt them all away. I have not tasted such fruit, no, not even in Hampshire, since I was a boy, and to boys I fancy all fruit is good. I remember eating sloes and crabs with a relish. Do you remember the matted-up currant bushes, Margaret, at the corner of the west wall in the garden at home? Did she not? Did she not remember every weather stain on the old stone wall, the grey and yellow lichens that marked it like a map, the little crane's bill that grew in the crevices? She had been shaken by the events of the last 2 days. Her whole life just now was a strain upon her fortitude, and somehow these careless words of her father's, touching on the remembrance of the sunny times of old, made her start up, and dropping her sewing on the ground, she went hastily out of the room, into her own little chamber. She had hardly given way to the first choking sob, when she became aware of Dixon standing at her drawers, and evidently searching for something. "Bless me, miss, how you startled me! Missus is not worse, is she? Is there anything the matter?" "No, nothing. Only I'm silly, Dixon, and want a glass of water." "What are you looking for? I keep my muslins in that drawer." Dixon did not speak, but went on rummaging. The scent of lavender came out, and perfumed the room. At last Dixon found what she wanted. What it was, Margaret could not see. Dixon faced round, and spoke to her. "Now I don't like telling you what I wanted, because you've fretting enough to go through, and I know you'll fret about this. I meant to have kept it from you till night, maybe, or such times as that." "What is the matter? Pray tell me, Dixon, at once." "That young woman you go to see, Higgins, I mean." "Well?" "Well, she died this morning, and her sister is here, come to beg a strange thing. It seems the young woman who died had a fancy for being buried in something of yours, and so the sister's come to ask for it, and I was looking for a nightcap that wasn't too good to give away." "Oh, let me find one," said Margaret in the midst of her tears. "Poor Bessie! I never thought I should not see her again." "Why, that's another thing. This girl downstairs wanted me to ask you if you would like to see her." "But she's dead," said Margaret, turning a little pale. "I never saw a dead person." "No, I would rather not. I should never have asked you, if you hadn't come in. I told her you wouldn't." "I will go down and speak to her," said Margaret, afraid lest Dixon's harshness of manner might wound the poor girl. So taking the cap in her hand, she went to the kitchen. Mary's face was all swollen with crying, and she burst out afresh when she saw Margaret. "Oh, ma'am, she loved you, she did indeed." And for a long time Margaret could not get her to say anything more than this. At last her sympathy and Dixon's scolding forced out a few facts. Nicholas Higgins had gone out in the morning, leaving Bessie as well as on the day before. But in an hour she was taken worse. Some neighbour ran to the room where Mary was working. They did not know where to find her father. Mary had only come in a few minutes before she died. It were a day or 2 ago she had to be buried in somewhat a yawn. She were never tired of talking of you. She used to say you were the prettiest thing she'd ever clapped eyes on. She loved you dearly. Her last words were, 'Give her my affectionate respects, and keep father for a drink.' You'll come and see her, ma'am. She would have thought it a great compliment, I know." Margaret shrank a little from answering. "Yes, perhaps I may. Yes, I will. I'll come before tea. But where's your father, Mary?" Mary shook her head, and stood up to be going. "Miss Hale," said Dixon in a low voice, "where's the use you're going to see the poor thing laid out? I'd never say a word against it, if it could do the girl any good, and I wouldn't mind a bit going myself, if that would satisfy her. They've just a notion, these common folks, of it being a respect to the departed." "Here," said she, turning sharply round, "I'll come and see your sister. Miss Hale is busy and can't come, or else she would." The girl looked wistfully at Margaret. Dixon's coming might be a compliment, but it was not the same thing to the poor sister, who had had her little pangs of jealousy during Bessie's lifetime, at the intimacy between her and the young lady. "No, Dixon," said Margaret with decision, "I will go. Mary, you shall see me this afternoon." And for fear of her own cowardice she went away, in order to take from herself any chance of changing her determination. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma Blythe. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 28. Comfort in Sorrow. Through cross to crown, and through thy spirit's life, trials untold assail with giant strength. Good cheer, soon ends the bitter strife, and thou shalt reign in peace with Christ at length. Cosgarden. As sooth we feel too strong in will to meet thee on that road, but woe being come, the soul is dumb that crieth not on God. Mrs. Browning. That afternoon she walked swiftly to the Higginses' house. Mary was looking out for her, with a half-distrustful face. Margaret smiled into her eyes to reassure her. They passed quickly through the house-place, upstairs, and into the quiet presence of the dead. Then Margaret was glad that she had come. The face, often so weary with pain, so restless with troublous thoughts, had now the faint, soft smile of eternal rest upon it. The slow tears gathered into Margaret's eyes, but a deep calm entered into her soul, and that was death. It looked more peaceful than life. All beautiful scriptures came into her mind. They rest from their labors. The weary are at rest. He giveth his beloved sleep. Slowly, Margaret turned away from the bed. Mary was humbly sobbing in the background. They went downstairs without a word. Resting his hand upon the house-table, Nicholas Higgins stood in the midst of the floor, his great eyes startled open by the news he had heard, as it came along the court, from many busy tongues. His eyes were dry and fierce, studying the reality of her death, bringing himself to understand that her place should know her no more, for she had been sickly, dying so long that he had persuaded himself she would not die, that she would pull through. Margaret felt as if she had no business to be in there, familiarly acquainting herself with the surroundings of death which he, the father, had only just learnt. There had been a pause of an instant on the steep, crooked stair, when she first saw him, but now she tried to steal past his abstracted gaze, and to leave him in the solemn circle of his household misery. Mary sat down on the first chair she came to, and throwing her apron over her head, began to cry. The noise appeared to rouse him. He took sudden hold of Margaret's arm, and held her till he could gather words to speak, seemed dry. They came up thick and choked and hoarse. "Were you with her? Did you see her die?" "No," replied Margaret, standing still with the utmost patience. Now she found herself perceived. It was some time before he spoke again, but he kept his hold on her arm. "All men must die," said he at last, with a strange sort of gravity, which first suggested to Margaret the idea that he had been drinking, not enough to intoxicate himself, but enough to make his thoughts bewildered. "But she were younger than me." Still he pondered over the event, not looking at Margaret, though he grasped her tight. Suddenly he looked up at her with a wild, searching inquiry in his glance. "You sure and certain she's dead? Not in a drown? A faint? She's been so before, often." "She is dead," replied Margaret. She felt no fear in speaking to him, though he hurt her arm with his grip, and wild gleams came across the stupidity of his eyes. "She is dead," she said. He looked at her still with that searching look which seemed to fade out of his eyes as he gazed. Then he suddenly let go his hold of Margaret, and throwing his body half across the table, he shook it and every piece of furniture in the room with his violent sobs. Mary came trembling towards him. "Get thee gone, get thee gone," he cried, striking wildly and blindly at her. "What do I care for thee?" Margaret took her hand and held it softly in hers. He tore his hair. He beat his head against the hard wood. Then he lay exhausted and stupid. Still his daughter and Margaret did not move. Mary trembled from head to foot. At last, it might have been a quarter of an hour, it might have been an hour, he lifted himself up. His eyes were swollen and bloodshot, and he seemed to have forgotten that anyone was by. He scowled at the watchers when he saw them. He shook himself heavily, gave them one more sullen look, spoke never a word, but made for the door. "Oh, father, father," said Mary, throwing herself upon his arm, "not tonight. Any night, but not tonight. Oh, help me, he's going out to drink again. Father, I'll not leave you. You may strike, but I'll not leave you. She told me last of all to keep you from drink." But Margaret stood in the doorway, silent yet commanding. He looked up at her defyingly. "It's my own house. Stand out of the way, wench, or I'll make you." He had shaken off Mary with violence. He looked ready to strike Margaret, but she never moved a feature, never took her deep, serious eyes off him. He stared back on her with gloomy fierceness. If she had stirred hand or foot, he would have thrust her aside with even more violence than he had used to his own daughter, whose face was bleeding from her fall against a chair. "What are you looking at me in that way for?" asked he at last, daunted and awed by her severe calm. "If you think for to keep me from going what gate I choose, because she loved you, and in my own house too, where I never asked you to come, you're mistaken. It's very hard upon a man that he can't go to the only comfort left." Margaret felt that he had acknowledged her power. What could she do next? He had seated himself on a chair, close to the door, half conquered, half resenting, intending to go out as soon as she left her position, but unwilling to use the violence he had threatened not 5 minutes before. Margaret laid her hand on his arm. "Come with me," she said. "Come and see her." The voice in which she spoke was very low and solemn, but there was no fear or doubt expressed in it, either of him or of his compliance. He sullenly rose up. He stood, uncertain, with dogged irresolution upon his face. She waited him there, quietly and patiently waited for his time to move. He had a strange pleasure in making her wait, but at last he moved toward the stairs. She and he stood by the corpse. Her last words to Mary were, "Keep my father from drink." "It cannot hurt her now," muttered he. "Naught can hurt her now." Then, raising his voice to a wailing cry, he went on, "We may quarrel and fall out. We may make peace and be friends. We may climb to skin and bone, and not all our griefs will ever touch her more. Who's had her portion on 'em? What we hard work first, and sickness at last? Who's led the life of a dog, and to die without knowing one good piece of rejoicing in all her days? Nay, wench, whatever who said, who can know naught about it now? And I mun have a sup of drink just to steady me again sorrow." "No," said Margaret, softening with his softened manner, "you shall not. If her life had been what you say, at any rate she did not fear death as some do. Oh, you should have heard her speak of the life to come, the life hidden with God, that she is now gone to." He shook his head, glancing sideways up at Margaret as he did so. His pale, haggard face struck her painfully. "You are sorely tired. Where have you been all day? Not at work?" "Not at work, sure enough," he said, with a short, grim laugh. "Not at what you call work. I were at the committee, till I was sickened out with trying to make fools hear reason. I were fetched to Boucher's wife afore 7 this morning. She's bedfast, but she went raving and raging to know where a dunder-headed brute of a chap was, as if I'd to keep him, as if he were fit to be ruled by me. That damned fool! He has put his foot in all our plans, and I've walked my feet sore with going about for to see men who wouldn't be seen, now the law is raised again us. And I was sore-hearted too, which is worse than sore-footed, and if I did see a friend who asked to treat me, I never knew who lay a-dying here. Bess, lass, thou'd believe me, thou wouldst thou?" turning to the poor dumb form with wild appeal. "I am sure," said Margaret, "I am sure you did not know. It was quite sudden. And now you see it would be different. You do know. You do see her lying there. You hear what she said with her last breath. You will not go?" No answer. In fact, where was he to look for comfort? "Come home with me," said she at last, with a bold venture, half trembling at her own proposal as she made it. "At least you shall have some comfortable food, which I'm sure you need." "Your father's a parson?" asked he, with a sudden turn in his ideas. "He was," said Margaret shortly. "I'll go and take a dish of tea with him, since you asked me. I've many a thing I often wish to say to a parson, and I'm not particular as to whether he's preaching now or not." Margaret was perplexed. His drinking tea with her father, who would be totally unprepared for his visitor, her mother so ill, seemed utterly out of the question, and yet if she drew back now it would be worse than ever, sure to drive him to the gin shop. She thought that if she could only get him to their own house, it was so great a step gained that she would trust to the chapter of accidents for the next. "Good-bye, old wench. We've parted company at last, we have. But thou'st been a blessing to thy father ever sin' thou were born. Bless thy white lips, lass. They've a smile on 'em now, and I'm glad to see it once again, though I'm lone and forlorn for evermore." He stooped down and fondly kissed his daughter, covered up her face, and turned to follow Margaret. She had hastily gone downstairs to tell Mary of the arrangement, to say it was the only way she could think of to keep him from the gin palace, to urge Mary to come too, for her heart smote her at the idea of leaving the poor affectionate girl alone. But Mary had friends among the neighbours, she said, who would come in and sit a bit with her. It was all right. But father, he was there by them, and she would have spoken more. He had shaken off his emotion, as if he was ashamed of having ever given way to it, and had even overleaped himself so much that he assumed a sort of bitter mirth, like the crackling of thorns under a pot. "I'm going to take my tea with her father, I am." But he slouched his cap low down over his brow as he went out into the street, and looked neither to the right nor to the left, while he tramped along by Margaret's side. He feared being upset by the words, still more the looks, of sympathizing neighbours, so he and Margaret walked in silence. As he got near the street in which he knew she lived, he looked down at his clothes, his hands and shoes. "I should mayhappen have cleaned myself first." It certainly would have been desirable, but Margaret assured him he would be allowed to go into the yard and have soap and towel provided. She could not let him slip out of her hands just then, while he followed the house servant along the passage and through the kitchen, stepping cautiously on every dark mark in the pattern of the oilcloth in order to conceal his dirty footprints. Margaret ran upstairs. She met Dixon on the landing. "How's Mamma? Where's Papa?" Mrs. was tired and gone into her own room. She had wanted to go to bed, but Dixon had persuaded her to lie down on the sofa and have her tea brought to her there. It would have been better than getting restless by being too long in bed. So far, so good. But where was Mr. Hale? In the drawing-room. Margaret went in half breathless with the hurried story she had to tell. Of course, she told it incompletely, and her father was rather taken aback by the idea of the drunken weaver awaiting him in his quiet study, with whom he was expected to drink tea, and on whose behalf Margaret was anxiously pleading. The meek, kind-hearted Mr. Hale would have readily tried to console him in his grief, but unluckily the point Margaret dwelt upon most forcibly was the fact of his having been drinking, and her having brought him home with her as the last expedient to keep him from the gin shop. One little event had come out of another so naturally that Margaret was hardly conscious of what she had done, till she saw the slight look of repugnance on her father's face. "Oh, Papa, he really is a man you will not dislike, if you won't be shocked to begin with. But, Margaret, to bring a drunken man home, and your mother so ill." Margaret's countenance fell. "I am sorry, Papa. He is very quiet. He is not tipsy at all. He was only rather strange at first, but that might be the shock of poor Bessie's death." Margaret's eyes filled with tears. Mr. Hale took hold of her sweet, bleeding face in both his hands and kissed her forehead. "It is all right, dear. I'll go and make him as comfortable as I can, and do you attend to your mother. Only, if you can come in and make a third in the study, I shall be glad." "Oh, yes, thank you." And as Mr. Hale was leaving the room, she ran after him. "Papa, you must not wonder at what he says. He does not believe in much of what we do." "Oh, dear, a drunken infidel weaver," said Mr. Hale to himself in dismay. But to Margaret he only said, "If your mother goes to sleep, be sure you come directly." Margaret went into her mother's room. Mrs. Hale lifted herself up from a doze. "When did you write to Frederick, Margaret? Yesterday or the day before?" "Yesterday, mamma." "Yesterday? And the letter went?" "Yes, I took it myself." "Oh, Margaret, I'm so afraid of his coming. If he should be recognized, if he should be taken, if he should be executed after all these years that he has kept away and lived in safety. I keep falling asleep and dreaming that he is caught and being tried." "Oh, mamma, don't be afraid. There will be some risk, no doubt, but we will lessen it as much as ever we can, and it is so little. Now, if we were at Helstone, there would be 20, 100 times as much. There everybody would remember him, and if there was a stranger known to be in the house, they would be sure to guess it was Frederick. While here nobody knows or cares for us enough to notice what we do. Dixon will keep the door like a dragon. Won't you, Dixon, while he is here?" "They'll be clever if they come in past me," said Dixon, showing her teeth at the bare idea. "And he need not go out, except in the dusk, poor fellow." "Poor fellow," echoed Mrs. Hale. "But I almost wish you had not written. Would it be too late to stop him if you wrote again, Margaret?" "I'm afraid it would, mamma," said Margaret, remembering the urgency with which she had entreated him to come directly, if he wished to see his mother alive. "I always dislike the doing things in such a hurry," said Mrs. Hale. Margaret was silent. "Come now, ma'am," said Dixon, with a kind of cheerful authority. "You know seeing Master Frederick is just the very thing of all others you're longing for. And I'm glad Miss Margaret rode off straight without shilly-shallying. I had a great mind to do it myself, but we'll keep him snug, depend upon it. There's only Martha in the house that would not do a good deal to save him on a pinch, and I've been thinking she might go and see her mother just at that very time. She's been saying once or twice she should like to go, for her mother has had a stroke since she came here. Only she didn't like to ask. But I'll see about her being safe off as soon as we know when he comes, God bless him. So take your tea, ma'am, in comfort, and trust to me." Mrs. Hale did trust in Dixon more than in Margaret. Dixon's words quieted her for the time. Margaret poured out the tea in silence, trying to think of something agreeable to say, but her thoughts made answers something like Daniel O'Rourke, when the man in the moon asked him to get off his reaping hook. "The more you asks us, the more we won't stir." The more she tried to think of something, anything besides the danger to which Frederick would be exposed, the more closely her imagination clung to the unfortunate idea presented to her. Her mother prattled with Dixon, and seemed to have utterly forgotten the possibility of Frederick's being tried and executed. Utterly forgotten that at her wish, if by Margaret's deed, he was summoned into this danger. Her mother was one of those who threw out terrible possibilities, miserable probabilities, unfortunate chances of all kinds, as a rocket throws out sparks. But if the sparks light on some combustible matter, they smoulder first, and burst out into a frightful flame at last. Margaret was glad, when her filial duties gently and carefully performed, she could go down into the study. She wondered how her father and Higgins had got on. In the first place, the decorous, kind-hearted, simple, old-fashioned gentleman had unconsciously called out, by his own refinement and courteousness of manner, all the latent courtesy in the other. Mr. Hale treated all his fellow creatures alike. It never entered into his head to make any difference because of their rank. He placed a chair for Nicholas, stood up till he, at Mr. Hale's request, took a seat, and called him, invariably, Mr. Higgins, instead of the curt Nicholas or Higgins, to which the drunken infidel weaver had been accustomed. But Nicholas was neither a habitual drunkard nor a thorough infidel. He drank to drown care, as he would have himself expressed it, and he was infidel so far as he had never found any form of faith to which he could attach himself, heart and soul. Margaret was a little surprised, and very much pleased, when she found her father and Higgins in earnest conversation, each speaking with gentle politeness to the other, however their opinions might clash. Nicholas, clean, tidied, if only at the pump trial, and quiet-spoken, was a new creature to her, who had only seen him in the rough independence of his own Helstone. He had slicked his hair down with the fresh water, he had adjusted his neck-handkerchief, and borrowed an odd candle-end to polish his clogs with, and there he sat, enforcing some opinion on her father, with a strong Yorkshire accent, it is true, but with a lowered voice, and a good earnest composure on his face. His father, too, was interested in what his companion was saying. He looked round as she came in, smiled, and quietly gave her his chair, and then sat down afresh as quickly as possible, and with a little bow of apology to his guest for the interruption. Higgins nodded to her as a sign of greeting, and she softly adjusted her working materials on the table, and prepared to listen. "As I was saying, sir, I reckon you not have much belief in you if you lived here, if you've been bred here. I ask your pardon if I use wrong words, but what I mean by belief just now is a thinking on sayings and maxims and promises made by folks you never saw, about the things in the life you never saw, nor no one else. Now you say these things are true, and true sayings, and a true life. I just say, where's the proof? There's many a one wiser, and scores better learned than I am, around me. Folk who've had time to think on these things, while my time has had to be given up to be getting my bread. Well, I sees these people. Their lives is pretty much open to me. They're real folk. They don't believe in the Bible, not they. They may say they do, for form's sake. But, Lord, sir, do you think their first cry in the morning is, what shall I do to get hold on eternal life? Or what shall I do to fill my purse this blessed day? Where shall I go? What bargain shall I strike? The purse and the gold and the notes is real things, things as can be felt and touched. Them's realities, and eternal life is all a talk. Very fit for, I ask your pardon, sir. You're a parson out of work, I believe. Well, I'll never speak disrespectful of a man in the same fix as I'm in myself. But I'll just ask you another question, sir, and I do not want you to answer it, only to put it in your pipe and smoke it, afore you go for to set down us, who only believe in what we see as fools and naughties. If salvation, and life to come, and what not was true, not in men's words, but in men's heart's core, don't you not think they din us with it, as they do with political economy? They're mighty anxious to come round us with that piece of wisdom, but the other would be a greater conversion, if it were true. But the masters have nothing to do with your religion. All that they are connected with you in is trade, so they think, and all that it concerns them, therefore, to rectify your opinions in is the science of trade. I'm glad, sir, said Higgins, with a curious wink in his eye, that you put it, so they think. I'd have thought you a hypocrite, I feared, if you hadn't, for all you're a parson, or rather, because you're a parson. You see, if you'd spoken of religion as a thing that, if it was true, it didn't concern all men to press on all men's attention above everything else in this vassal earth, I should have thought you're a knave for to be a parson, but I'd rather think you a fool than a knave. No offence, I hope, sir. None at all. You consider me mistaken, and I consider you far more fatally mistaken. I don't expect to convince you in a day, not in one conversation, but let us know each other, and speak freely to each other about these things, and the truth will prevail. I should not believe in God if I did not believe that. Mr. Higgins, I trust, whatever else you have given up, you believe. Mr. Hale's voice dropped low in reverence. You believe in him. Nicholas Higgins suddenly stood straight, stiff up. Margaret started to her feet, for she thought by the working of his face he was going into convulsions. Mr. Hale looked at her dismayed. At last Higgins found words. Man, I could fell you to the ground for tempting me. What in business have you to try me with your doubts? Think of her lying there, after the life who's led, and think then how you deny me the only sole comfort left, that there is a God, and that he set her for life. I don't believe she'll ever live again, said he, sitting down and drearily going on, as if to the unsympathizing fire. I don't believe in any other life than this, in which she dreaded such trouble, and had such never-ending care, and I cannot bear to think it were all a set of chances that might have been altered with a breath of wind. There's many a time when I've thought I did not believe in God, but I never put it fair out before me in words, as many men do. I may have laughed at those who did, to brave it out like, but I have looked round at after, to see if he heard me, if so be there was a he. But today, when I'm left desolate, I will not listen to you with your questions and your doubts. There's but one thing steady and quiet in all this reeling world, and reason or no reason, I'll cling to that. It's a very well for happy folk. Margaret touched his arm very softly. She had not spoken before, nor had he heard her rise. Nicholas, we do not want to reason. You misunderstand my father. We do not reason. We believe, and so do you. It is the one sole comfort in such times. He turned round and caught her hand. It is, brushing away the tears with the back of his hand. But you know, she's lying dead at home, and I'm welly dazed with sorrow, and at times I hardly know what I'm saying. It's as if speeches folk have made, clever and smart things, as I've thought at the time, come up now my heart's welly brosen. The strikes failed as well. Don't you know that, miss? I was coming home to ask her, like a beggar as I am, for a bit of comfort in their trouble, and I were knocked down by one who tell me she were dead, just dead. That were all, but that were enough for me. Mr. Hale blew his nose and got up to snuff the candles in order to conceal his emotion. He's not an infidel, Margaret. How could you say so? Muttered he, reproachfully. I've a good mind to read him the 14th chapter of Job. Not yet, Papa, I think. Perhaps not at all. Let us ask him about the strike, and give him all the sympathy he needs and hope to have from poor Bessie. So they questioned and listened. The workmen's calculations were based, like too many of the masters, on false premises. They reckoned on their fellow men as if they possessed the calculable powers of machines, no more, no less. No allowance for human passions getting the better of reason, as in the case of Boucher and the rioters, and believing that the representations of their injuries would have the same effect on strangers far away, as the injuries, fancied or real, had upon themselves. They were consequently surprised and indignant at the poor Irish, who had allowed themselves to be imported and brought over to take their places. This indignation was tempered, in some degree, by contempt for them Irishers, and by pleasure at the idea of the bungling way in which they would set to work, and perplex their new masters with their ignorance and stupidity, strange exaggerated stories of which were already spreading through the town. But the most cruel cut of all was that of the Milton workmen, who had defied and disobeyed the commands of the Union to keep the peace, whatever came, who had originated discord in the camp, and spread the panic of the law being arrayed against them. "And so the strike is at an end," said Margaret. "Miss, it's save as save can. The factory doors will need open wide tomorrow to let in all who be asking for work, if it's only just to show they'd naught to do with a measure, which if we'd been made of the right stuff, would have brought wages up to a point they'd not been at this 10 year. You'll get work, shan't you?" asked Margaret. "You're a famous workman, are you not?" "Hamper'll let me work at his mill, but he cuts off his right hand, not before and not after," said Nicholas quietly. Margaret was silenced and sad. "About the wages," said Mr. Hale. "You'll not be offended, but I think you made some sad mistakes. I should like to read you some remarks in a book I have." He got up and went to his bookshelves. "You needn't trouble yourself, sir," said Nicholas. "Their book stuff goes in one ear and out up the other. I can make naught on it. Afore Hamper and me had the split, the overlooker telled him I was stirring up the men to ask for higher wages, and Hamper met me one day in the yard. He'd a thin book in his hand, and says he, 'Higgins, I'm told you're one of those damn fools that think you can get higher wages for asking for them, and keep 'em up, too, when you're forced 'em up. Now I'll give you a chance, and try if you've any sense in you. Here's a book written by a friend of mine, and if you'll read it you'll see how wages find their own level, without either masters or men having aught to do with them, except the men cut their own throats with striking, like the confounded noodles they are. Well now, sir, I put it to you, being a parson, and having been in the preaching line, and having had to try and bring folk over to what you thought was a right way of thinking, did you begin by calling 'em fools and such like, or didn't you rather give 'em some kind of words at first, to make 'em ready for to listen and to be convinced, if they could? And in your preaching, did you stop every now and then and say half to them and half to yourself? But you're such a pack of fools that I've a strong notion it's no use my trying to put sense into you. I were not in the best state, I'll own, for taking in what Hamper's friend had to say. I was so vexed at the way it were put to me, but I thought, come, I'll see what these chaps has got to say, and try if it's them or me as is the noodle. So I took the book and tugged at it. But, Lord bless you, it went on about capital and labor and capital, till it fair sent me off to sleep. I never could rightly fix in my mind which was which, and it spoke on 'em as if they were virtues and vices, and what I wanted to know were the rights of men, whether they were rich or poor, so be they only were men. But for all that, said Mr. Hale, and granting to the full the offensiveness, the folly, the unchristianness of Mr. Hamper's way of speaking to you and recommending his friend's book, yet if it told you what he said it did, that wages find their own level, and that the most successful strike can only force them up for a moment, to sink in far greater proportion afterwards, in consequence of that very strike, the book would have told you the truth. Well, sir, said Higgins, rather doggedly, it might, or it might not. There's two opinions go to settle in that point. But suppose it was truth double strong. It were no truth to me if I couldn't take it in. I dare say there's truth in yon Latin book on your shelves, but it's gibberish and not truth to me, unless I know the meaning of the words. If you, sir, or any other knowledgeable patient man come to me and says he'll learn me what the words mean, and not blow me up if I'm a bit stupid, or forget how one thing hangs on another, why, in time I may get to see the truth of it, or I may not. I'll not be bound to say I shall end in thinking the same as any man, and I'm not one who think truth can be shaped out of words, all neat and clean, as the men at the foundry cut out sheet iron. Same bones won't go down with every one. It'll stick here in this man's throat, and there in the other's. Let alone that, when down, it may be too strong for this one, too weak for that. Folk who sets up to doctor the world with their truth must suit different for different minds, and be a bit tender in the way of giving it too, or the poor sick fools may spit it out in their faces. Now Hamper first gives me a box on my ear, and then he throws his big bullets at me, and says he reckons it'll do me no good. I'm such a fool. But there it is. I wish some of the kindest and wisest of the masters would meet some of you men, and have a good talk on these things. It would surely be the best way of getting over your difficulties, which I do believe arise from your ignorance. Excuse me, Mr. Higgins, on subjects which it is for the mutual interest of both masters and men should be well understood by both. I wonder," half to his daughter, "if Mr. Thornton might not be induced to do such a thing. Remember, Papa," she said in a very low voice, "what he said one day about governments, you know." She was unwilling to make any clear allusion to the conversation they had held on the mode of governing work-people, by giving men intelligence enough to rule themselves, or by a wise despotism on the part of the masters, for she saw that Higgins had caught Mr. Thornton's name, if not the whole of the speech. Indeed, he began to speak of him. "Thornton? He's the chap as rode off as one for those Irishers, and led it to the riot that ruined the strike. Even Hampton, with all his bullying, would have waited a while, but it's a word and a blow with Thornton. And now, when the Union would have thanked him for following up the chase after Boucher, and then chaps as went right against our commands, it's Thornton who steps forward and coolly says that, as the strike's at an end, he, as party injured, doesn't want to press the charge against the rioters. I thought he'd had more pluck. I thought he'd had carried his point and had his revenge in an open way. But says he, one in court told me his very words, they are well known. They will find the natural punishment of their conduct in the difficulty they will meet with in getting employment. That would be severe enough. I only wish they'd caught Boucher and had him up before Hamper. I see that old tiger sitting on him. Would he have let him off? Not he. Mr. Thornton was right, said Margaret. You are angry against Boucher, Nicholas, or else you would be the first to see that when the natural punishment would be severe enough for the offence, any farther punishment would be something like revenge. My daughter is no great friend of Mr. Thornton, said Mr. Hale, smiling at Margaret, while she, as red as any carnation, began to work with double diligence. But I believe what she says is the truth. I like him for it. Well, sir, this strike has been a weary piece of business to me, and you'll not wonder if I'm a bit put out with seeing it fail, just for a few men who would ne'er suffer in silence, and held out, brave and firm. You forget, said Margaret. I don't know much about you, but the only time I saw him, it was not his own sufferings he spoke of, but those of his sick wife, his little children. True, but he were not made of iron himself. He'd have cried out for his own sorrows next. He were not one to bear. How came he into the Union? Asked Margaret innocently. You don't seem to have much respect for him, nor gain much good from having him in. Higgins' brow clouded. He was silent for a minute or two. Then he said, shortly enough, It's not for me to speak of the Union. What they does, they does. Them that is of a trade might hang together. And if they're not willing to take their chance along with the rest, the Union has ways and means. Mr. Hale saw that Higgins was vexed at the turn the conversation had taken, and was silent. Not so Margaret, though she saw Higgins' feeling as clearly as he did. By instinct she felt that if he could be brought to express himself in plain words, something clear would be gained on which to argue for the right and the just. And what are the Union's ways and means? He looked up at her, as if on the point of dogged resistance to her wish for information, but her calm face, fixed on his, patient and trustful, compelled him to answer. Well, if a man doesn't belong to the Union, them as works next looms has orders not to speak to him. If he's sorry or ill, it's all the same. He's out of bounds. He's none of us. He comes among us, he works among us, but he's none of us. In some places, them's fine to speak to him. You try that, miss. Try living a year or two among them as looks away if you look at 'em. Try working within 2 yards of crowds of men who you know have a grinding grudge at you in their hearts, to whom if you say you're glad, not an eye brightens nor a lip moves, to whom if your heart's heavy, you can never say naught, because they'll never take notice on your sighs or sad looks. And a man's no man who'll groan out loud about folk asking him what's the matter. Just you try that, miss, 10 hours for 300 days, and you'll know a bit what the Union is. Why, said Margaret, what tyranny this is. Nay, Higgins, I don't care one straw for your anger. I know you can't be angry with me if you would, and I must tell you the truth, that I never read, in all the history I have read, of a more slow, lingering torture than this. And you belong to the Union, and you talk of the tyranny of the masters? Nay, said Higgins, you may say what you like. The dead stand between you and every angry word of mine. Do you think I forgot who's lying there, and how who loved you? And it's the masters as has made us sin, if the Union is a sin. Not this generation, maybe, but the fathers. Their fathers ground our fathers to the very dust, ground us to powder. Parson, I reckon I've heard my mother read out a text. The fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge. It's so with them. In those days of sore oppression, the unions began. It were a necessity. It's a necessity now, according to me. It's a withstanding of injustice past, present, or to come. It may be like war. Along with it come crimes, but I think it were a greater crime to let it alone. Our only chance is binding men together in one common interest, and if some are cowards and some are fools, they mun come along and join the great march, whose only strength is in numbers. Oh, said Mr. Hale, sighing, your union in itself would be beautiful, glorious. It would be Christianity itself, if it were but for an end which affected the good of all, instead of that of merely one class as opposed to another. I reckon it's time for me to be going, sir, said Higgins, as the clock struck 10. Home, said Margaret very softly. He understood her and took her offered hand. Home, miss. You may trust me, though I am one of the Union. I do trust you most thoroughly, Nicholas. Stay, said Mr. Hale, hurrying to the bookshelves. Mr. Higgins, I'm sure you'll join us in family prayer. Higgins looked at Margaret doubtfully. Her grave, sweet eyes met his. There was no compulsion, only deep interest in them. He did not speak, but he kept his place. Margaret the churchwoman, her father the dissenter, Higgins the infidel, knelt down together. It did them no harm. End of chapter 28, recorded by Gemma Blythe.
Chapter 29 of North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Fou de Besson. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 29, A Ray of Sunshine. Some wishes crossed my mind and dimly cheered it, and one or two poor melancholy pleasures, each in the pale and warming light of hope, silvering its flimsy wing, flew silent by, moths in the moonbeam. Coleridge. The next morning brought Margaret a letter from Edith. It was affectionate and inconsequent like the writer. But the affection was charming to Margaret's own affectionate nature, and she had grown up with inconsequence, so she did not perceive it. It was as follows. Oh, Margaret, it is worth a journey from England to see my boy. He is a superb little fellow, especially in his caps, and most especially in the one you sent him, you good, dainty-fingered, persevering little lady. Having made all the mothers here envious, I want to show him to somebody new, and hear a fresh set of admiring expressions. Perhaps that's all the reason. Perhaps it is not. Nay, possibly there is just a little cousinly love mixed with it. But I do want you so much to come here, Margaret. I'm sure it would be the very best thing for Aunt Hale's health. Everybody here is young and well, and our skies are always blue, and our sun always shines, and the band plays deliciously from morning till night. And to come back to the burden of my ditty, my baby always smiles. I'm constantly wanting you to draw him for me, Margaret. It does not signify what he is doing. That very thing is prettiest, gracefulest, best. I think I love him a great deal better than my husband, who is getting stout and grumpy, what he calls busy. No, he is not. He has just come in with news of such a charming picnic given by the officers of the HASTE at anchor at the bay below. Because he has brought in such a pleasant piece of news, I retract all I said just now. Did not somebody burn his hand for having said or done something he was sorry for? Well, I can't but mine, because it was hurt me, and the scar would be ugly, but I'll retract all I said as fast as I can. Cosmo is really quite as great a darling as baby, and not a bit stout, and as ungrumpy as ever husband was. Only sometimes he is very, very busy. I may say that without love. Wifely duty... Where was I? I had something very particular to say, I know, once. Oh, it is this. Dearest Margaret, you must come and see me. It would do Aunt Hale good, as I said before. Get the doctor to order it for her. Tell him it's the smoke of Milton that does her harm. I have no doubt that it is, really. 3 months, you must not come for less, of this delicious climate, all sunshine, and grapes as common as blackberries would cure her. I don't ask my uncle. Here the letter became more constrained and better written. Mr. Hale was in the corner, like a naughty child, for having given up his living. Because, I dare say, he disapproves of war, and soldiers, and bands of music. At least I know that many dissenters are members of the Peace Society, and I am afraid he would not like to come. But if he would, dear, pray say that Cosmo and I will do our best to make him happy, and I'll hide up Cosmo's red coat and sword, and make the band play all sorts of grave solemn things, or, if they do play pomps and vanities, it shall be in double slow time. Dear Margaret, if he would like to accompany you and Aunt Hale, we will try and make it pleasant, though I am rather afraid of anyone who has done something for conscience' sake. You never did, I hope. Tell Aunt Hale not to bring many warm clothes, though I'm afraid it will be late in the year before he can come. But you have no idea of what a heat here. I tried to wear my grey beauty Indian shawl at a picnic. It kept myself up with proverbs as long as I could. Pride must abide, and such wholesome piece of pith. But it was of no use. I was like Mamma's little dog Tinny, with an elephant's trappings on, smothered, hidden, killed for my finery. So I made it into a capital carpet for our son to sit down upon. Here's this boy of mine, Margaret. If you don't pack up your things as soon as you get this letter, and come straight off to see me, I shall think you're descended from King Herod. Margaret did long for a day of Edith's life. Her freedom from care, her cheerful home, her sunny skies. If a wish could have transported her, she would have gone off just for one day. She yearned for the strength which such a change would give, even for a few hours to be in the midst of all that bright life and to feel young again. Not yet 20. And she had to bear up against such hard pressure that she felt quite old. That was her first feeling after reading Edith's letter. Then she read it again, and forgetting herself, was amused at its likeness to Edith's self, and was laughing merrily over it when Mrs. Hale came into the drawing-room, leaning on Dixon's arm. Margaret flew to adjust the pillows. Her mother seemed more than usually feeble. "What are you laughing at, Margaret?" asked she, as soon as she had recovered from the exertion of settling herself on the sofa. "A letter I have had this morning from Edith. Shall I read it to you, Mamma?" She read it aloud, and for a time it seemed to interest her mother, who kept wondering what name Edith had given to her boy, and suggesting all probable names and all possible reasons why each and all of these names should be given. Into the very midst of these wonders, Mr. Thornton came, bringing another offering of fruit for Mrs. Hale. He could not, rather he would not, deny himself the chance of the pleasure of seeing Margaret. He had no end in this but present gratification. It was the sturdy wilfulness of a man most reasonable and self-controlled. He entered the room, taking in at a glance the fact of Margaret's presence, but after the first cold distant bow, he never seemed to let his eyes fall on her again. He only stayed to present his peaches, to speak some gentle, kindly words, and then his cold, offended eyes met Margaret's with a grave farewell, and he left the room. She sat down, silent and pale. "Do you know, Margaret, I really begin to quite like Mr. Thornton." No answer at first. Then Margaret forced out an icy, "Do you?" "Yes, I think he is really getting quite polished in his manners." Margaret's voice was more in order now. She replied, "He is very kind and attentive, there is no doubt of that. I wonder Mrs. Thornton never calls. She must know I am ill, because of the waterbed." "I dare say she hears how you are from her son." "Still, I should like to see her. You have so few friends here, Margaret." Margaret found what was in her mother's thoughts, a tender craving to bespeak the kindness of some woman toward the daughter that might so soon be left motherless. But she could not speak. "Do you think," said Mrs. Hale after a pause, "that you could go and ask Mrs. Thornton to come and see me? Only once. I don't want to be troublesome." "I will do anything if you wish, mamma. But when Frederick comes—" "Ah, to be sure, we must keep our doors shut. We must let no one in. I hardly know whether I dare wish him to come or not. Sometimes I think I would rather not. Sometimes I have such frightful dreams about him. Oh, mamma, we'll take good care. I will put my arm in the ball sooner than he should come to the slightest harm. Trust the care of him to me, mamma. I will watch over him like a lioness over her young." "When can we hear from him?" "Not for a week yet, certainly. Perhaps more. We must send Martha away in good time. It would never do to have her here when he comes, and then send her off in a hurry." "Dixon is sure to remind us of that. I was thinking that, if we wanted any help in the house while he is here, we should perhaps get Mary Higgins. She is very slack of work, and is a good girl, and would take pains to do her best, I am sure, and would sleep at home, and need never come upstairs so as to know who is in the house." "As you please, as Dixon pleases. But, Margaret, don't get to use these horrid Milton words. Slack of work. It is a provincialism. What will your Aunt Shaw say if she hears you use it in her return?" "Oh, mamma, don't try to make a bugbear of Aunt Shaw," said Margaret, laughing. "Edith picked up all sorts of military slang from Captain Lennox, and Aunt Shaw never took any notice of it." "But yours is factory slang." "And if I live in a factory town, I must speak factory language when I want it. Why, mamma, I could astonish you with a great many words you have never heard in your life. I don't believe you know what a knobstick is." "Not I, child. I only know it has a very vulgar sound, and I don't want to hear her using it." "Very well, dearest mother, I won't. Only I shall have to use a whole explanatory sentence instead." "I don't like this Milton," said Mrs. Hale. "Edith is so right enough in saying it's the smoke here that has made me so ill." Margaret started up as her mother said this. Her father had just entered the room, and she was most anxious that the faint impression she had seen in his mind that the Milton air had injured her mother's health should not be deepened, should not receive any confirmation. She could not tell whether he had heard what Mrs. Hale had said or not, but she began speaking hurriedly of other things, unaware that Mr. Thornton was following him. "Mamma is accusing me of having picked up a great deal of vulgarity since we came to Milton." The vulgarity Margaret spoke of, referring purely to the use of local words, and the expression arose out of the conversation they had just been holding. But Mr. Thornton's brow darkened, and Margaret suddenly felt how her speech might be misunderstood by him. So in the natural and sweet desire to avoid giving unnecessary pain, she forced herself to go forwards with a little greeting, and continue what she was saying, addressing herself to him expressly. "Now, Mr. Thornton, though knobstick has not a very pretty sound, is it not expressive? Could I do without it in speaking of the thing it represents? If using local words is vulgar, I was very vulgar in the forest, was I not, mamma?" It was unusual with Margaret to obtrude her own subject of conversation on other, but in this case she was so anxious to prevent Mr. Thornton from feeling annoyance at the words he had simply overheard, that it was not until she had done speaking that she coloured all over with consciousness, more especially as Mrs. Thornton seemed hardly to understand the exact gist or bearing of what she was saying, but passed her by, with a cold reserve of ceremonious movement, to speak with Mrs. Hale. The sight of him reminded her of the wish to see his mother, and commend Margaret to her care. Margaret, sitting in burning silence, vexed and ashamed of her difficulty in keeping her right place, and her calm and consciousness of heart, when Mr. Thornton was by, heard her mother's slow entreaty that Mrs. Thornton would come and see her soon, tomorrow if it were possible. Mr. Thornton promised that she should, conversed a little, and then took his leave. And Margaret's movement and voice seemed at once released from some invisible chains. He never looked at her, and yet the careful avoidance of his eye betokened that in some way he knew exactly where, if they fell by chance, they would rest on her. If she spoke, she gave no sign of attention, and yet his next speech to anyone else was modified by what she had said. Sometimes there was an express answer to what she had remarked, but given to another person, as though unsuggested by her. It was not the bad manners of ignorance. It was the wilful bad manners arising from deep offence. It was wilful at the time, repented of afterwards. But no deep plan, no careful cunning could have stood in him in such good stead. Margaret thought about him more than she had ever done before, not with any tinge of what is called love, but with regret that she had wounded him so deeply, and with a gentle, patient striving to return to their former position of antagonistic friendship. For a friend's position was what she found that she had held in her regard, as well as in that of the rest of the family. There was a pretty humility in her behaviour to him, as if mutely apologizing for the overstrong words which were the reactions from the deed of the day of the riot. But he resented those bitterly. They rung in his ears, and he was proud of the sense of justice which made him go on in every kindness he could offer to her parents. He exulted in the power he showed in compelling himself to face her, whenever he could think of any action which might give her father or mother pleasure. He thought that he disliked seeing one who had mortified him so keenly, but he was mistaken. It was a stinging pleasure to be in the room with her, and feel her presence, but he was no great analyzer of his own motives, and was mistaken, as I have said. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 30. Home at Last. The saddest birds a season find to sing. Southwell. Never to fold the robe o'er secret pain, never, weighed down by memory's clouds again, to bow thy head, thou art gone home. Mrs. Hemans. Mrs. Thornton came to see Mrs. Hale the next morning. She was much worse. One of those sudden changes, those great visible strides towards death, had been taken in the night, and her own family were startled by the grey, sunken look her features had assumed in that 12 hours of suffering. Mrs. Thornton, who had not seen her for weeks, was softened all at once. She had come because her son asked it from her as a personal favour, but with all the proud, bitter feelings of her nature in arms against that family of which Margaret formed one. She doubted the reality of Mrs. Hale's illness. She doubted any want beyond a momentary fancy on that lady's part, which should take her out of her previously settled course of employment for the day. She told her son that she wished they had never come near the place, that he had never got acquainted with them, that there had been no such useless languages as Latin and Greek ever invented. He bore all this pretty silently, but when she had ended her invective against the dead languages, he quietly returned to the short, curt, decided expression of his wish that she should go and see Mrs. Hale at the time appointed, as most likely to be convenient to the invalid. Mrs. Thornton submitted with as bad a grace as she could to her son's desire, all the time liking him the better for having it, and exaggerating in her own mind the same notion that he had of extraordinary goodness on his part in so perseveringly keeping up with the Hales. His goodness verging on weakness, as all the softer virtues did in her mind, and her own contempt for Mr. and Mrs. Hale, and positive dislike to Margaret, were the ideas which occupied Mrs. Thornton, till she was struck into nothingness before the dark shadow of the wings of the angel of death. There lay Mrs. Hale, a mother like herself, a much younger woman than she was, on the bed from which there was no sign of hope that she might ever rise again, no more variety of light and shade for her in that darkened room, no power of action, scarcely change of movement, faint alternations of whispered sound and studious silence, and yet that monotonous life seemed almost too much. When Mrs. Thornton, strong and prosperous with life, came in, Mrs. Hale lay still, although from the look on her face she was evidently conscious of who it was. But she did not even open her eyes for a minute or two. The heavy moisture of tears stood on the eyelashes before she looked up. Then, with her hand groping feebly over the bedclothes for the touch of Mrs. Thornton's large firm fingers, she said, scarcely above her breath. Mrs. Thornton had to stoop from her erectness to listen. "Margaret, you have a daughter. My sister is in Italy. My child will be without a mother, in a strange place. If I die, will you—" And her filmy wandering eyes fixed themselves with an intensity of wistfulness on Mrs. Thornton's face. For a minute there was no change in its rigidness, it was stern and unmoved. Nay, but that the eyes of the sick woman were growing dim with the slow-gathering tears, she might have seen a dark cloud cross the cold features. And it was no thought of her son or of her living daughter Fanny that stirred her heart at last, but a sudden remembrance, suggested by something in the arrangement of the room, of a little daughter, dead in infancy, long years ago, that, like a sudden sunbeam, melted the icy crust behind which there was a real tender woman. "You wish me to be a friend to Miss Hale," said Mrs. Thornton, in her measured voice, that would not soften with her heart, but came out distinct and clear. Mrs. Hale, her eyes still fixed on Mrs. Thornton's face, pressed the hand that lay below hers on the coverlet. She could not speak. Mrs. Thornton sighed. "I will be a true friend if circumstances require it. Not a tender friend, that I cannot be." To her, she was on the point of adding, but she relented at the sight of that poor anxious face. "It is not my nature to show affection even where I feel it, nor do I volunteer advice in general. Still, at your request, if it will be any comfort to you, I will promise you." Then came a pause. Mrs. Thornton was too conscientious to promise what she did not mean to perform, and to perform anything in the way of kindness on behalf of Margaret, more disliked at this moment than ever, was difficult, almost impossible. "I promise," said she, with grave severity, which, after all, inspired the dying woman with faith as in something more stable than life itself, flickering, flitting, wavering life. "I promise that in any difficulty in which Miss Hale—" "Call her Margaret," gasped Mrs. Hale. "In which she comes to me for help, I will help her with every power I have, as if she were my own daughter. I also promise that if ever I see her doing what I think is wrong—" "But Margaret never does wrong, not wilfully wrong," pleaded Mrs. Hale. Mrs. Thornton went on as before, as if she had not heard. "If ever I see her doing what I believe to be wrong, such wrong not touching me or mine, in which case I might be supposed to have an interested motive, I will tell her of it, faithfully and plainly, as I should wish my own daughter to be told." There was a long pause. Mrs. Hale felt that this promise did not include all, and yet it was much. It had reservations in it which she did not understand, but then she was weak, dizzy, and tired. Mrs. Thornton was reviewing all the probable cases in which she had pledged herself to act. She had a fierce pleasure in the idea of telling Margaret unwelcome truths, in the shape of performance of duty. Mrs. Hale began to speak. "I thank you. I pray God to bless you. I shall never see you again in this world, but my last words are, I thank you for your promise of kindness to my child." "Not kindness," testified Mrs. Thornton, ungraciously truthful to the last. But having eased her conscience by saying these words, she was not sorry that they were not heard. She pressed Mrs. Hale's soft, languid hand, and rose up and went her way out of the house without seeing a creature. During the time that Mrs. Thornton was having this interview with Mrs. Hale, Margaret and Dixon were laying their heads together and consulting how they should keep Frederick's coming a profound secret to all out of the house. A letter from him might now be expected any day, and he would assuredly follow quickly on its heels. Martha must be sent away on her holiday. Dixon must keep stern guard on the front door, only admitting the few visitors that ever came to the house into Mr. Hale's room downstairs, Mrs. Hale's extreme illness giving her a good excuse for this. If Mary Higgins was required as a help to Dixon in the kitchen, she was to hear and see as little of Frederick as possible, and he was, if necessary to be spoken of to her, under the name of Mr. Dickinson, but her sluggish and incurious nature was the greatest safeguard of all. They resolved that Martha should leave them that very afternoon for this visit to her mother. Margaret wished that she had been sent away on the previous day, as she fancied it might be thought strange to give a servant a holiday when her mistress's state required so much attendance. Poor Margaret! All that afternoon she had to act the part of a Roman daughter, and give strength out of her own scanty stock to her father. Mr. Hale would hope, would not despair, between the attacks of his wife's malady. He buoyed himself up in every respite from her pain, and believed that it was the beginning of ultimate recovery. And so, when the paroxysms came on, each more severe than the last, they were fresh agonies and greater disappointments to him. This afternoon he sat in the drawing-room, unable to bear the solitude of his study, or to employ himself in any way. He buried his head in his arms, which lay folded on the table. Margaret's heart ached to see him, yet, as he did not speak, she did not like to volunteer any attempt at comfort. Martha was gone. Dixon sat with Mrs. Hale while she slept. The house was very still and quiet, and darkness came on, without any movement to procure candles. Margaret sat at the window, looking out at the lamps in the street, but seeing nothing, only alive to her father's heavy sighs. She did not like to go down for lights, lest the tacit restraint of her presence being withdrawn he might give way to more violent emotion, without her being at hand to comfort him. Yet she was just thinking that she ought to go and see after the well-doing of the kitchen fire, which there was nobody but herself to attend to, when she heard the muffled door ring with so violent a pull that the wires jingled all through the house, though the positive sound was not great. She started up, passed her father, who had never moved at the veiled, dull sound, returned and kissed him tenderly, and still he never moved, nor took any notice of her fond embrace. Then she went down softly, through the dark, to the door. Dixon would have put the chain on before she opened it, but Margaret had not a thought of fear in her preoccupied mind. A man's tall figure stood between her and the luminous street. He was looking away, but at the sound of the latch he turned quickly round. "Is this Mr. Hale's?" said he, in a clear, full, delicate voice. Margaret trembled all over. At first she did not answer. In a moment she sighed out, "Frederick," and stretched out both her hands to catch his and draw him in. "Oh, Margaret," said he, holding her off by her shoulders after they had kissed each other, as if even in that darkness he could see her face, and read in its expression a quicker answer to his question than words could give. "My mother, is she alive?" "Yes, she is alive, dear, dear brother. She, as ill as she can be, she is, but alive, she is alive." "Thank God," said he. "Papa is utterly prostrate with this great grief." "You expect me, don't you?" "No, we have had no letter." "Then I have come before it, but my mother knows I am coming?" "Oh, we all knew you would come. But wait a little. Step in here. Give me your hand. What is this? Oh, your carpet-bag. Dixon has shut the shutters, but this is Papa's study, and I can take you to a chair to rest yourself for a few minutes, while I go and tell him." She groped her way to the taper and the lucifer matches. She suddenly felt shy when the little feeble light made them visible. All she could see was, that her brother's face was unusually dark in complexion, and she caught the stealthy look of a pair of remarkably long-cut blue eyes, that suddenly twinkled up with a droll consciousness of their mutual purpose of inspecting each other. But though the brother and sister had an instant of sympathy in the reciprocal glances, they did not exchange a word. Only, Margaret felt sure that she should like her brother as a companion as much as she already loved him as a near relation. Her heart was wonderfully lighter as she went upstairs. The sorrow was no less in reality, but it became less oppressive from having someone in precisely the same relation to it as that in which she stood. Not her father's desponding attitude had power to damp her now. He lay across the table, helpless as ever, but she had the spell by which to rouse him. She used it perhaps too violently in her own great relief. "Papa," said she, throwing her arms fondly round his neck, pulling his weary head up in fact with her gentle violence, till it rested in her arms, and she could look into his eyes and let them gain strength and assurance from hers. "Papa, guess who is here?" He looked at her. She saw the idea of the truth glimmer into their filmy sadness, and be dismissed thence as a wild imagination. He threw himself forward and hid his face once more in his stretched-out arms, resting upon the table as heretofore. She heard him whisper. She bent tenderly down to listen. "I don't know. Don't tell me it is Frederick. Not Frederick. I cannot bear it. I am too weak. And his mother is dying." He began to cry and wail like a child. It was so different to all which Margaret had hoped and expected that she turned sick with disappointment, and was silent for an instant. Then she spoke again, very differently, not so exultingly, far more tenderly and carefully. "Papa, it is Frederick. Think of Mamma, how glad she will be. And oh, for her sake, how glad we ought to be. For his sake, too, our poor, poor boy." Her father did not change his attitude, but he seemed to be trying to understand the fact. "Where is he?" asked he at last, his face still hidden in his prostrate arms. "In your study, quite alone. I lighted the taper and ran up to tell you. He is quite alone, and will be wondering why—" "I will go to him," broke in her father, and he lifted himself up and leant on her arm as on that of a guide. Margaret led him to the study door, but her spirits were so agitated that she felt she could not bear to see the meeting. She turned away and ran upstairs, and cried most heartily. It was the first time she had dared to allow herself this relief for days. The strain had been terrible, as she now felt, but Frederick was come. He, the one precious brother, was there, safe, amongst them again. She could hardly believe it. She stopped her crying and opened her bedroom door. She heard no sound of voices, and almost feared she might have dreamt. She went downstairs and listened at the study door. She heard the buzz of voices, and that was enough. She went into the kitchen and stirred up the fire and lighted the house and prepared for the wanderer's refreshment. How fortunate it was that her mother slept. She knew that she did, from the candle-lighter thrust through the keyhole of her bedroom door. The traveller could be refreshed and bright, and the first excitement of the meeting with his father all be over before her mother became aware of anything unusual. When all was ready, Margaret opened the study door and went in like a serving-maiden with a heavy tray held in her extended arms. She was proud of serving Frederick, but he, when he saw her, sprang up in a minute and relieved her of her burden. It was a type, a sign of all the coming relief which his presence would bring. The brother and sister arranged the table together, saying little, but their hands touching and their eyes speaking the natural language of expression so intelligible to those of the same blood. The fire had gone out, and Margaret applied herself to light it, for the evenings had begun to be chilly, and yet it was desirable to make all noises as distant as possible from Mrs. Hale's room. Dixon says it is a gift to light a fire, not an art to be acquired. "Poeta nascitur non fit," murmured Mr. Hale, and Margaret was glad to hear a quotation once more, however languidly given. "Dear old Dixon, how we shall kiss each other," said Frederick. "She used to kiss me, and then look in my face to be sure I was the right person, and then set to again. But, Margaret, what a bungler you are! I never saw such a little awkward, good-for-nothing pair of hands. Run away and wash them, ready to cut bread and butter for me and leave the fire. I'll manage it. Lighting fires is one of my natural accomplishments." So Margaret went away, and returned, and passed in and out of the room, in a glad restlessness that could not be satisfied with sitting still. The more wants Frederick had, the better she was pleased, and he understood all this by instinct. It was a joy snatched in the house of mourning, and the zest of it was all the more pungent, because they knew in the depths of their hearts what irremediable sorrow awaited them. In the middle they heard Dixon's foot on the stairs. Mr. Hale started from his languid posture in his great armchair, from which he had been watching his children in a dreamy way, as if they were acting some drama of happiness which it was pretty to look at, but which was distinct from reality, and in which he had no part. He stood up and faced the door, showing such a strange, sudden anxiety to conceal Frederick from the sight of any person entering, even though it were the faithful Dixon, that a shiver came over Margaret's heart. It reminded her of the new fear in their lives. She caught at Frederick's arm and clutched it tight, while a stern thought compressed her brows and caused her to set her teeth. And yet they knew it was only Dixon's measured tread. They heard her walk the length of the passage, into the kitchen. Margaret rose up. "I will go to her and tell her, and I shall hear how Mamma is." Mrs. Hale was awake. She rambled at first, but after they had given her some tea she was refreshed, though not disposed to talk. It was better that the night should pass over before she was told of her son's arrival. Dr. Donaldson's appointed visit would bring nervous excitement enough for the evening, and he might tell them how to prepare her for seeing Frederick. He was there in the house, could be summoned at any moment. Margaret could not sit still. It was a relief to her to aid Dixon in all her preparations for Master Frederick. It seemed as though she never could be tired again. Each glimpse into the room where he sat by his father, conversing with him about she knew not what, nor cared to know, was increase of strength to her. Her own time for talking and hearing would come at last, and she was too certain of this to feel in a hurry to grasp it now. She took in his appearance and liked it. He had delicate features, redeemed from effeminacy by the swarthiness of his complexion and his quick intensity of expression. His eyes were generally merry-looking, but at times they and his mouth so suddenly changed and gave her such an idea of latent passion that it almost made her afraid. But this look was only for an instant, and had in it no doggedness, no vindictiveness. It was rather the instantaneous ferocity of expression that comes over the countenances of all natives of wild or southern countries, a ferocity which enhances the charm of the childlike softness into which such a look may melt away. Margaret might fear the violence of the impulsive nature thus occasionally betrayed, but there was nothing in it to make her distrust or recoil in the least from the new-found brother. On the contrary, all their intercourse was peculiarly charming to her from the very first. She knew then how much responsibility she had had to bear, from the exquisite sensation of relief which she felt in Frederick's presence. He understood his father and mother, their characters and their weaknesses, and went along with a careless freedom, which was yet most delicately careful not to hurt or wound any of their feelings. He seemed to know instinctively when a little of the natural brilliancy of his manner and conversation would not jar on the deep depression of his father, or might relieve his mother's pain. Whenever it would have been out of tune and out of time, his patient devotion and watchfulness came into play, and made him an admirable nurse. Then Margaret was almost touched into tears by the allusions which he often made to their childish days in the New Forest. He had never forgotten her, or Helstone either. All the time he had been roaming among distant countries and foreign people. She might talk to him of the old spot, and never fear tiring him. She had been afraid of him before he came, even while she had longed for his coming. 7 or 8 years had, she felt, produced such great changes in herself that, forgetting how much of the original Margaret was left, she had reasoned that if her tastes and feelings had so materially altered, even in her stay-at-home life, his wild career, with which she was but imperfectly acquainted, must have also substituted another Frederick for the tall stripling in his middy's uniform, whom she remembered looking up to with such admiring awe. But in their absence they had grown nearer to each other in age, as well as in many other things, and so it was that the weight, this sorrowful time, was lightened to Margaret. Other light than that of Frederick's presence she had none. For a few hours the mother rallied on seeing her son. She sat with his hand in hers. She would not part with it even while she slept, and Margaret had to feed him like a baby, rather than that he should disturb her mother by removing a finger. Mrs. Hale wakened while they were thus engaged. She slowly moved her head round on the pillow, and smiled at her children, as she understood what they were doing, and why it was done. "I am very selfish," said she, "but it will not be for long." Frederick bent down and kissed the feeble hand that imprisoned his. This state of tranquillity could not endure for many days, nor perhaps for many hours. So Dr. Donaldson assured Margaret. After the kind doctor had gone away, she stole down to Frederick, who, during the visit, had been adjured to remain quietly concealed in the back parlour, usually Dixon's bedroom, but now given up to him. Margaret told him what Dr. Donaldson said. "I don't believe it," he exclaimed. "She is very ill. She may be dangerously ill, and in immediate danger, too, but I can't imagine that she could be as she is if she were on the point of death. Margaret, she should have some other advice, some London doctor. Have you never thought of that?" "Yes," said Margaret, "more than once, but I don't believe it would do any good. And, you know, we have not the money to bring any great London surgeon down, and I am sure Dr. Donaldson is only second in skill to the very best, if indeed he is to them." Frederick began to walk up and down the room impatiently. "I have credit in Cadiz," said he, "but none here, owing to this wretched change of name. Why did my father leave Helstone? That was the blunder." "It was no blunder," said Margaret gloomily, "and above all possible chances, avoid letting papa hear anything like what you have just been saying. I can see that he is tormenting himself already with the idea that mamma would never have been ill if we had stayed at Helstone, and you don't know papa's agonizing power of self-reproach." Frederick walked away as if he were on the quarter-deck. At last he stopped right opposite to Margaret, and looked at her drooping and desponding attitude for an instant. "My little Margaret," said he, caressing her, "let us hope as long as we can. Poor little woman! What? Is this face all wet with tears? I will hope. I will, in spite of 1,000 doctors. Bear up, Margaret, and be brave enough to hope." Margaret choked in trying to speak, and when she did it was very low. "I must try to be meek enough to trust. Oh, Frederick, mamma was getting to love me so, and I was getting to understand her, and now death comes to snap us asunder." "Come, come, come, let us go upstairs and do something, rather than waste time that may be so precious. Thinking has, many a time, made me sad, darling, but doing never did in all my life. My theory is a sort of parody on the maxim of, 'Get money, my son, honestly, if you can, but get money.' My precept is, 'Do something, my sister, do good if you can, but at any rate, do something.'" "Not excluding mischief," said Margaret, smiling faintly through her tears. "By no means. What I do exclude is the remorse afterwards. Blot your misdeeds out, if you are particularly conscientious, by a good deed, as soon as you can, just as we did a correct sum at school on the slate, where an incorrect one was only half rubbed out. It was better than wetting our sponge with our tears, both less loss of time where tears had to be waited for, and a better effect at last." If Margaret thought Frederick's theory rather a rough one at first, she saw how he worked it out into continual production of kindness in fact. After a bad night with his mother, for he insisted on taking his turn as a sitter-up, he was busy next morning before breakfast, contriving a leg rest for Dixon, who was beginning to feel the fatigues of watching. At breakfast time he interested Mr. Hale with the vivid, graphic, rattling accounts of the wild life he had led in Mexico, South America, and elsewhere. Margaret would have given up the effort in despair to rouse Mr. Hale out of his dejection. It would even have affected herself and rendered her incapable of talking at all. But Fred, true to his theory, did something perpetually, and talking was the only thing to be done besides eating at breakfast. Before the night of that day, Dr. Donaldson's opinion was proved to be too well founded. Convulsions came on, and when they ceased, Mrs. Hale was unconscious. Her husband might lie by her shaking the bed with his sobs. Her son's strong arms might lift her tenderly up into a comfortable position. Her daughter's hands might bathe her face, but she knew them not. She would never recognize them again till they met in heaven. Before the morning came, all was over. Then Margaret rose from her trembling and despondency, and became as a strong angel of comfort to her father and brother. For Frederick had broken down now, and all his theories were of no use to him. He cried so violently when shut up alone in his little room at night that Margaret and Dixon came down in a fright to warn him to be quiet, for the house partitions were but thin, and the next-door neighbours might easily hear his youthful, passionate sobs, so different from the slower, trembling agony of after-life, when we become inured to grief, and dare not be rebellious against the inexorable doom, knowing who it is that decrees. Margaret sat with her father in the room with the dead. If he had cried she would have been thankful. But he sat by the bed quite quietly, only from time to time he uncovered the face and stroked it gently, making a kind of soft, inarticulate noise, like that of some mother animal caressing her young. He took no notice of Margaret's presence. Once or twice she came up to kiss him, and he submitted to it, giving her a little push away when she had done, as if her affection disturbed him from his absorption in the dead. He started when he heard Frederick's cries, and shook his head. "Poor boy, he said, and took no more notice. Margaret's heart ached within her. She could not think of her own loss in thinking of her father's case. The night was wearing away, and the day was at hand, when, without a word of preparation, Margaret's voice broke upon the stillness of the room, with a clearness of sound that startled even herself. "Let not your heart be troubled," it said, and she went steadily on through all that chapter of unspeakable consolation. End of chapter 30. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Chapter 31 of North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 31. Should old acquaintance be forgot? Show not that manner, and these features all, the serpent's cunning, and the sinner's fail. Crabbe. The chill, shivery October morning came, not the October morning of the country, with soft, silvery mists, clearing off before the sunbeams that bring out all the gorgeous beauty of colouring, but the October morning of Milton, whose silver mists were heavy fogs, and where the sun could only show long, dusky streets, when he did break through and shine. Margaret went languidly about, assisting Dixon in her task of arranging the house. Her eyes were continually blinded by tears, but she had no time to give way to regular crying. The father and brother depended upon her, while they were giving way to grief. She must be working, planning, considering. Even the necessary arrangements for the funeral seemed to devolve upon her. When the fire was bright and crackling, when everything was ready for breakfast, and the tea kettle was singing away, Margaret gave a last look round the room, before going to summon Mr. Hale and Frederick. She wanted everything to look as cheerful as possible, and yet, when it did so, the contrast between it and her own thoughts forced her into sudden weeping. She was kneeling by the sofa, hiding her face in the cushions, that no one might hear her cry, when she was touched on the shoulder by Dixon. "Come, Miss Hale, come, my dear. You must not give way, or where shall we all be? There is not another person in the house fit to give a direction of any kind, and there is so much to be done. There's who's to manage the funeral, and who's to come to it, and where it's to be, and all to be settled. And Master Frederick's like one crazed with crying, and Master never was a good one for settling, and, poor gentleman, he goes about now as if he was lost. It's bad enough, my dear, I know, but death comes to us all, and you're well off never to have lost any friend till now." Perhaps so, but this seemed a loss by itself, not to bear comparison with any other event in the world. Margaret did not take any comfort from what Dixon said, but the unusual tenderness of the prim old servant's manner touched her to the heart, and more from a desire to show her gratitude for this than for any other reason. She roused herself up, and smiled in answer to Dixon's anxious look at her, and went to tell her father and brother that breakfast was ready. Mr. Hale came, as if in a dream, or rather with the unconscious motion of a sleep-walker, whose eyes and mind perceive other things than what are present. Frederick came briskly in, with a forced cheerfulness, grasped her hand, looked into her eyes, and burst into tears. She had to try and think of little nothings to say all breakfast time, in order to prevent the recurrence of her companion's thoughts too strongly to the last meal they had taken together, when there had been a continual strained listening for some sound or signal from the sick room. After breakfast she resolved to speak to her father about the funeral. He shook his head, and assented to all she proposed, though many of her propositions absolutely contradicted one another. Margaret gained no real decision from him, and was leaving the room languidly to have a consultation with Dickson, when Mr. Hale motioned her back to his side. "Ask Mr. Bell," said he, in a hollow voice. "Mr. Bell," said she, a little surprised. "Mr. Bell, of Oxford?" "Mr. Bell," he repeated. "Yes, he was my groomsman." Margaret understood the association. "I will write to-day," said she. He sank again into listlessness. All morning she toiled on, longing for rest, but in a continual whirl of melancholy business. Towards evening Dickson said to her, "I've done it, miss. I was really afraid for master, that he'd have a stroke with grief. He's been all this day with poor missus, and when I've listened at the door, I've heard him talking to her, and talking to her as if she was alive. When I went in, he would be quite quiet, but all in a maze like. So I thought to myself, he ought to be roused, and if it gives him a shock at first, it will, maybe, be the better afterwards. So I've been and told him that I don't think it's safe for Master Frederick to be here, and I don't. It was only on Tuesday, when I was out, that I met a Southampton man, the first I've seen since I came to Milton. They don't make their way much up here, I think. Well, it was young Leonard's, old Leonard's, the draper's son, as great a scamp as ever lived, who plagued his father almost to death, and then ran off to sea. I never could abide him. He was in the Orient at the same time as Master Frederick, I know, though I don't recollect if he was there at the mutiny." "Did he know you?" said Margaret, eagerly. "Why, that's the worst of it. I don't believe he would have known me, but for my being such a fool as to call out his name. He were a Southampton man, in a strange place, or else I should never have been so ready to call cousins with him. A nasty good-for-nothing fellow. Says he, Miss Dickson, who would have thought of seeing you here? But perhaps I mistake, and you're Miss Dickson no longer. So I told him he might still address me as an unmarried lady, though if I hadn't been so particular, I'd had good chances of matrimony. He was polite enough. He couldn't look at me and doubt me, but I were not to be caught with such chaff from such a fellow as him, and so I told him, and, by way of being even, I asked him after his father, who I knew had turned him out of doors, as if they was the best friends as ever was. So then, to spite me, for you see we were getting savage, for all we were so civil to each other, he began to inquire after Master Frederick, and said, what a scrape he'd got into, as if Master Frederick's scrapes would ever wash George Leonard's white, or make him look otherwise than nasty, dirty black, and how he'd be hung for mutiny if ever he were caught, and how £100 reward had been offered for catching him, and what a disgrace he had been to his family, all to spite me, you see, my dear, because before now I've helped old Mr. Leonards to give George a good rating down in Southampton. So I said there were other families be thankful if they could think they were earning an honest living as I knew, who had far more cause to blush for their sons, and too far away from home. To which he made answer, like the impudent chap he is, that he were in a confidential situation, and if I knew of any young man who had been so unfortunate as to lead vicious courses, and wanted to turn steady, he'd have no objection to lend him his patronage. He, indeed! Why, he'd corrupt a saint. I've not felt so bad myself for years as when I was standing talking to him the other day. I could have cried to think I couldn't spite him better, for he kept smiling in my face, as if he took all my compliments for earnest, and I couldn't see that he minded what I said in the least, while I was mad with all his speeches. But you did not tell him anything about us, about Frederick? Not I, said Dixon. He had never the grace to ask where I was staying, and I shouldn't have told him if he had asked. Nor did I ask him what his precious situation was. He was waiting for a bus, and just then it drove up, and he hailed it. But, to plague me to the last, he turned back before he got in, and said, "If you can help me to trap Lieutenant Hale, Miss Dixon, we'll go partners in the reward. I know you'd like to be my partner, now wouldn't you? Don't be shy, but say yes." And he jumped on the bus, and I saw his ugly face leering at me with a wicked smile to think how he had the last word of plaguing. Margaret was made very uncomfortable by this account of Dixon's. "Have you told Frederick?" asked she. "No," said Dixon. "I were uneasy in my mind at knowing that bad Leonards was in town, but there was so much else to think about that I did not dwell on it at all. But when I saw master sitting so stiff, and with his eyes so glazed and sad, I thought it might rouse him to have to think of Master Frederick's safety a bit. So I told him all, though I blushed to say how a young man had been speaking to me. And it has done master good, and if we're to keep Master Frederick in hiding, he would have to go, poor fellow, before Mr. Bell came. Oh, I'm not afraid of Mr. Bell, but I am afraid of this Leonards. I must tell Frederick. What did Leonards look like?" "A bad-looking fellow, I can assure you, miss. Whiskers such as I should be ashamed to wear, they are so red. And for all he said, he'd got a confidential situation. He was dressed in fustian just like a working man." It was evident that Frederick must go too, when he had so completely vaulted into his place in the family, and promised to be such a stay and staff to his father and sister. Go, when his cares for the living mother, and sorrow for the dead, seemed to make him one of those peculiar people who are bound to us by a fellow love for them that are taken away. Just as Margaret was thinking all this, sitting over the drawing-room fire, her father, restless and uneasy under the pressure of this newly aroused fear, of which he had not as yet spoken, Frederick came in. His brightness dimmed, but the extreme violence of his grief passed away. He came up to Margaret and kissed her forehead. "How wan you look, Margaret," said he in a low voice. "You have been thinking of everybody, and no one has thought of you. Lie on this sofa, there is nothing for you to do." "That is the worst," said Margaret in a sad whisper, but she went and lay down, and her brother covered her feet with a shawl, and then sat on the ground by her side. The two began to talk in a subdued tone. Margaret told him all that Dixon had related of her interview with young Leonards. Frederick's lips closed with a long few of dismay. "I should say like to have it out with that young fellow. A worse sailor was never on board ship, nor a much worse man either. I declare, Margaret, you know the circumstances of the whole affair." "Yes, mamma told me." "Well, when all the sailors who were good for anything were indignant with our captain, this fellow, to curry favour, pah! And to think of his being here! Oh, if he'd a notion I was within 20 miles of him, he'd ferret me out to pay off old grudges. I'd rather anybody had the £100 they think I am worth than that rascal. What a pity poor old Dixon could not be persuaded to give me up, and make a provision for her old age." "Oh, Frederick, hush! Don't talk so." Mr. Hale came towards them, eager and trembling. He had overheard what they were saying. He took Frederick's hand in both of his. "My boy, you must go. It is very bad, but I see you must. You have done all you could. You have been a comfort to her." "Oh, papa, must he go?" said Margaret, pleading against her own conviction of necessity. "I declare, I've a good mind to face it out, stand my trial, if I could only pick up my evidence. I cannot endure the thought of being in the power of such a blackguard as Leonard's. I could almost have enjoyed, in other circumstances, this stolen visit. It has all the charm which the French woman attributed to forbidden pleasures." "One of the earliest things I can remember," said Margaret, "was your being in some great disgrace, Fred, for stealing apples. We had plenty of our own, trees loaded with them, but someone had told you that stolen fruit tasted sweetest, which you took au pied de la lettre, and off you went a-robbing. You have not changed your feelings much since then." "Yes, you must go," repeated Mr. Hale, answering Margaret's question, which she had asked some time ago. His thoughts were fixed on one subject, and it was an effort to him to follow the zigzag remarks of his children, an effort which he did not make. Margaret and Frederick looked at each other. That quick momentary sympathy would be theirs no longer if he went away. So much was understood through eyes that could not be put into words, but coursed the same thought till it was lost in sadness. Frederick shook it off first. "Do you know, Margaret, I was very nearly giving both Dixon and myself a good fright this afternoon. I was in my bedroom. I had heard a ring at the door, but I thought the ringer must have done his business and gone away long ago, so I was on the point of making my appearance in the passage, when as I opened my room door, I saw Dixon coming downstairs, and she frowned and kicked me into hiding again. I kept the door open, and heard a message given to some man that was in my father's study, and that then went away." "Who could it have been? Some of the shopmen?" "Very likely," said Margaret, indifferently. "There was a little quiet man who came up for orders about 2 o'clock. But this was not a little man, a great powerful fellow, and it was past 4 when he was here." "It was Mr. Thornton," said Mr. Hale. They were glad to have drawn him into the conversation. "Mr. Thornton," said Margaret, a little surprised. "I thought—" "Well, little one, what did you think?" asked Frederick, as she did not finish her sentence. "Oh, only," said she, reddening and looking straight at him, "I fancied you meant someone of a different class, not a gentleman, somebody come on an errand." "He looked like someone that kind," said Frederick carelessly. "I took him for a shopman, and he turns out a manufacturer." Margaret was silent. She remembered how at first, before she knew his character, She had spoken and thought of him just as Frederick was doing. It was but a natural impression that was made upon him, and yet she was a little annoyed by it. She was unwilling to speak. She wanted to make Frederick understand what kind of person Mr. Thornton was, but she was tongue-tied. Mr. Hale went on. He came to offer any assistance in his power, I believe, but I could not see him. I told Dixon to ask him if he would like to see you. I think I asked her to find you, and you would go to him. I don't know what I said. He has been a very agreeable acquaintance, has he not? Asked Frederick, throwing the question like a ball for anyone to catch who chose. A very kind friend, said Margaret, when her father did not answer. Frederick was silent for a time. At last he spoke. Margaret, it is painful to think I can never thank those who have shown you kindness. Your acquaintances and mine must be separate, unless, indeed, I run the chances of a court-martial, or unless you and my father would come to Spain. He threw out this last suggestion as a kind of feeler, and then suddenly made the plunge. You don't know how I wish you would. I have a good position, the chance of a better, continued he, reddening like a girl. That Dolores Barbour that I was telling you of, Margaret, I only wish you knew her. I am sure you would like, no, love is the right word. Like is so poor. You would love her, father, if you knew her. She is not 18, but if she is in the same mind another year, she is to be my wife. Mr. Barbour won't let us call it an engagement. But if you would come, you would find friends everywhere, besides Dolores. Think of it, father. Margaret, be on my side. No, no more removals for me, said Mr. Hale. One removal has cost me my wife. No more removals in this life. She will be here, and here will I stay out my appointed time. Oh, Frederick, said Margaret, tell us more about her. I never thought of this, but I am so glad. You will have someone to love and care for you out there. Tell us all about it. In the first place, she is a Roman Catholic. That's the only objection I anticipated. But my father's change of opinion, nay? Margaret, don't sigh. Margaret had reason to sigh a little more before the conversation ended. Frederick himself was Roman Catholic in fact, though not in profession as yet. This was, then, the reason why his sympathy in her extreme distress at her father's leaving the church had been so faintly expressed in his letters. She had thought it was the carelessness of a sailor, but the truth was that even then he was himself inclined to give up the form of religion into which he had been baptized, only that his opinions were tending in exactly the opposite direction to those of his father. How much love had to do with this change, not even Frederick himself could have told. Margaret gave up talking about this branch of the subject at last, and, returning to the fact of the engagement, she began to consider it in some fresh light. But for her sake, Fred, you surely will try and clear yourself of the exaggerated charges brought against you, even if the charge of mutiny itself be true. If there were to be a court-martial, and you could find your witnesses, you might, at any rate, show how your disobedience to authority was because that authority was unworthily exercised. Mr. Hale roused himself up to listen to his son's answer. In the first place, Margaret, who is to hunt up my witnesses? All of them are sailors, drafted off to other ships, except those whose evidence would go for very little, as they took part or sympathized in the affair. In the next place, allow me to tell you, you don't know what a court-martial is, and consider it as an assembly where justice is administered, instead of what it really is, a court where authority weighs 9/10 in the balance, and evidence forms only the other tenth. In such cases, evidence itself can hardly escape being influenced by the prestige of authority. But it is not worth trying to see how much evidence might be discovered and arrayed on your behalf. At present, all those who knew you formerly believe you guilty without any shadow of excuse. You have never tried to justify yourself, and we have never known where to seek for proofs of your justification. Now, for Miss Barbara's sake, make your conduct as clear as you can in the eye of the world. She may not care for it. She has, I am sure, that trust in you that we all have. But you ought not to let her ally herself to one under such a serious charge, without showing the world exactly how it is you stand. You disobeyed authority. That was bad, but to have stood by, without word or act, while the authority was brutally used, would have been infinitely worse. People know what you did, but not the motives that elevated out of a crime into an heroic protection of the weak. For Dolores's sake, they ought to know. But how must I make them know? I am not sufficiently sure of the purity and justice of those who would be my judges, to give myself up to a court-martial, even if I could bring a whole array of truth-speaking witnesses. I can't send a bellman about to cry aloud and proclaim in the streets what you are pleased to call my heroism. No one would read a pamphlet of self-justification so long after the deed, even if I put one out. Will you consult a lawyer as to your chances of exculpation? Asked Margaret, looking up and turning very red. I must first catch my lawyer and have a good look at him and see how I like him before I make him into my confidant. Many a briefless barrister might twist his conscience into thinking that he could earn £100 very easily by doing a good action in giving me, a criminal, up to justice. Nonsense, Frederick, because I know a lawyer on whose honour I can rely, of whose cleverness in his profession people speak very highly, and who would, I think, take a good deal of trouble for any of Aunt Shaw's relations, Mr. Henry Lennox, Papa. I think it is a good idea, said Mr. Hale, but don't propose anything which will detain Frederick in England. Don't, for your mother's sake. You could go to London tomorrow evening by a night train, continued Margaret, warming up into her plan. He must go tomorrow, I'm afraid, Papa, said she tenderly. We fixed that because of Mr. Bell and Dixon's disagreeable acquaintance. Yes, I must go tomorrow, said Frederick decidedly. Mr. Hale groaned. I can't bear to part with you, and yet I am miserable with anxiety as long as you stop here. Well then, said Margaret, listen to my plan. He gets to London on Friday morning. I will, you might know, it would be better for me to give him a note to Mr. Lennox. You will find him at his chambers in the Temple. I will write down a list of all the names I can remember on board the Orion. I could leave it with him to ferret them out. He is Edith's husband's brother, isn't he? I remember your naming him in your letters. I have money in Barbara's hand. I can pay a pretty long bill, if there is any chance of success. Money, dear father, that I had meant for a different purpose, so I shall only consider it as borrowed from you and Margaret. Don't do that, said Margaret. You won't risk it if you do. and it will be a risk, only it is worth trying. You can sail from London as well as from Liverpool. To be sure, little goose, wherever I feel water heaving under a plank, there I feel at home. I'll pick up some craft or other to take me off, never fear. I won't stay 24 hours in London, away from you on the one hand, and from somebody else on the other." It was rather a comfort to Margaret that Frederick took it into his head to look over her shoulder as she wrote to Mr. Lennox. If she had not been thus compelled to write steadily and concisely on, she might have hesitated over many a word, and been puzzled to choose between many an expression, in the awkwardness of being the first to resume the intercourse of which the concluding event had been so unpleasant to both sides. However, the note was taken from her before she had even had time to look it over, and treasured up in a pocket-book, out of which fell a long lock of black hair, the sight of which caused Frederick's eyes to glow with pleasure. "Now you would like to see that, wouldn't you?" said he. "No, you must wait till you see her herself. She is too perfect to be known by fragments. No mean brick shall be a specimen of the building of my palace." End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 32. Mischances. What? Remain to be denounced, dragged, it may be, in chains. Werner. All the next day they sat together, they three. Mr. Hale hardly ever spoke but when his children asked him questions and forced him, as it were, into the present. Frederick's grief was no more to be seen or heard, the first paroxysm had passed over, and now he was ashamed of having been so battered down by emotion, and though his sorrow for the loss of his mother was a deep, real feeling, and would last out his life, it was never to be spoken of again. Margaret, not so passionate at first, was more suffering now. At times she cried a good deal, and her manner, even when speaking on indifferent things, had a mournful tenderness about it, which was deepened whenever her looks fell on Frederick, and she thought of his rapidly approaching departure. She was glad he was going, on her father's account, however much she might grieve over it on her own. The anxious terror in which Mr. Hale lived lest his son should be detected and captured far outweighed the pleasure he derived from his presence. The nervousness had increased since Mrs. Hale's death, probably because he dwelt upon it more exclusively. He started at every unusual sound, and was never comfortable unless Frederick sat out of the immediate view of anyone entering the room. Towards evening he said, "You will go with Frederick to the station, Margaret? I shall want to know he is safely off. You will bring me word that he is clear of Milton at any rate." "Certainly," said Margaret. "I shall like it if you won't be lonely without me, Papa." "No, no. I should always be fancying someone had known him, and that he had been stopped, unless you could tell me you had seen him off. And go to the Outwood station. It is quite as near, and not so many people about. Take a cab there. There is less risk of his being seen. What time is your train, Fred?" 10 minutes past 6, very nearly dark. So what will you do, Margaret?" "Oh, I can manage. I am getting very brave and very hard. It is a well-lighted road all the way home if it should be dark, but I was out last week much later." Margaret was thankful when the parting was over, the parting from the dead mother and the living father. She hurried Frederick into the cab in order to shorten a scene which she saw was so bitterly painful to her father, who would accompany his son as he took his last look at his mother. Partly in consequence of this, and partly owing to one of the very common mistakes in the Railway Guide as to the times when trains arrive at the smaller stations, they found, on reaching Outwood, that they had nearly 20 minutes to spare. The booking office was not open, so they could not even take the ticket. They accordingly went down the flight of steps that led to the level of the ground below the railway. There was a broad cinder path diagonally crossing a field which lay alongside of the carriage road, and they went there to walk backwards and forwards for the few minutes they had to spare. Margaret's hand lay in Frederick's arm. He took hold of it affectionately. "Margaret, I'm going to consult Mr. Lennox as to the chance of exculpating myself, so that I may return to England whenever I choose, more for your sake than for the sake of anyone else. I can't bear to think of your lonely position if anything should happen to my father. He looks sadly changed, terribly shaken. I wish you could get him to think of the Cadiz plan, for many reasons. What could you do if he were taken away? You have no friend near. We are curiously bare of relations." Margaret could hardly keep from crying at the tender anxiety with which Frederick was bringing before her an event which she herself felt was not very improbable, so severely had the cares of the last few months told upon Mr. Hale. But she tried to rally as she said, "There have been such strange, unexpected changes in my life during these last 2 years that I feel more than ever that it is not worth while to calculate too closely what I should do if any future event took place. I try to think only upon the present." She paused. They were standing still for a moment, close on the field side of the stile leading into the road. The setting sun fell on their faces. Frederick held her hand in his and looked with wistful anxiety into her face, reading there more care and trouble than she would betray by words. She went on. "We shall write often to one another, and I will promise, for I see it will set your mind at ease, to tell you every worry I have. Papa is—" She started a little, a hardly visible start, but Frederick felt the sudden motion of the hand he held, and turned his full face to the road, along which a horseman was slowly riding, just passing the very stile where they stood. Margaret bowed. Her bow was stiffly returned. "Who is that?" said Frederick, almost before he was out of hearing. Margaret was a little drooping, a little flushed, as she replied, "Mr. Thornton. You saw him before, you know." "Only his back. He is an unprepossessing-looking fellow. What a scowl he has!" "Something has happened to vex him," said Margaret apologetically. "You would not have thought him unprepossessing if you had seen him with mamma." "I fancy it must be time to go and take my ticket. If I had known how dark it would be, we wouldn't have sent back the cab, Margaret." "Oh, don't fidget about that. I can take a cab here if I like, or go back by the railroad, when I should have shops and people and lamps all the way from the Milton station house. Don't think of me. Take care of yourself. I am sick with the thought that Leonards may be in the same train with you. Look well into the carriage before you get in." They went back to the station. Margaret insisted upon going into the full light of the flaring gas inside to take the ticket. Some idle-looking young men were lounging about with the station-master. Margaret thought she had seen the face of one of them before, and returned him a proud look of offended dignity for his somewhat impertinent stare of undisguised admiration. She went hastily to her brother, who was standing outside, and took hold of his arm. "Have you got your bag? Let us walk about here on the platform," said she, a little flurried at the idea of so soon being left alone, and her bravery oozing out rather faster than she liked to acknowledge even to herself. She heard a step following them along the flags. It stopped when they stopped, looking out along the line and hearing the whiz of the coming train. They did not speak. Their hearts were too full. Another moment and the train would be here, a minute more and he would be gone. Margaret almost repented the urgency with which she had entreated him to go to London. It was throwing more chances of detection in his way. If he had sailed for Spain by Liverpool, he might have been off in 2 or 3 hours. Frederick turned round, right facing the lamp, where the gas darted up in vivid anticipation of the train. A man in the dress of a railway porter started forward. A bad-looking man, who seemed to have drunk himself into a state of brutality, although his senses were in perfect order. "By your leave, miss," said he, pushing Margaret rudely on one side and seizing Frederick by the collar. "Your name is Hale, I believe." In an instant, how, Margaret did not see, for everything danced before her eyes, but by some sleight of wrestling, Frederick had tripped him up, and he fell from the height of 3 or 4 feet, which the platform was elevated above the space of soft ground by the side of the railroad. There he lay. "Run, run!" gasped Margaret. "The train is here. It was Leonards, was it? Oh, run! I will carry your bag." and she took him by the arm to push him along with all her feeble force. A door was opened in a carriage. He jumped in, and as he leant out to say, "God bless you, Margaret," the train rushed past her, and she was left standing alone. She was so terribly sick and faint that she was thankful to be able to turn into the ladies' waiting room and sit down for an instant. At first she could do nothing but gasp for breath. It was such a hurry, such a sickening alarm, such a near chance. If the train had not been there at the moment, the man would have jumped up again and called for assistance to arrest him. She wondered if the man had got up. She tried to remember if she had seen him move. She wondered if he could have been seriously hurt. She ventured out. The platform was all alight, but still quite deserted. She went to the end and looked over, somewhat fearfully. No one was there, and then she was glad she had made herself go and inspect, for otherwise terrible thoughts would have haunted her dreams. And even as it was, she was so trembling and affrighted that she felt she could not walk home along the road, which did indeed seem lonely and dark as she gazed down upon it from the blaze of the station. She would wait till the down train passed and take her seat in it. But what if Leonards recognized her as Frederick's companion? She peered about before venturing into the booking office to take her ticket. There were only some railway officials standing about and talking loud to one another. "So Leonards has been drinking again," said one, seemingly in authority. "He'll need all his boasted influence to keep his place this time." "Where is he?" asked another, while Margaret, her back towards them, was counting her change with trembling fingers, not daring to turn round until she heard the answer to this question. "I don't know. He came in not 5 minutes ago with some long story or other about a fall he'd had, swearing awfully, and wanted to borrow some money from me to go to London by the next up train. He made all sorts of tipsy promises, but I'd something else to do than listen to him. I told him to go about his business, and he went off at the front door." "He's at the nearest vaults, I'll be bound," said the first speaker. "Your money would have gone there, too, if you'd been such a fool as to lend it." Catch me. I knew better what his London meant. Why, he has never paid me off that 5 shillings. And so they went on. And now all Margaret's anxiety was for the train to come. She hid herself once more in the ladies' waiting room, and fancied every noise was Leonard's step, every loud and boisterous voice was his. But no one came near her until the train drew up, when she was civilly helped into a carriage by a porter, into whose face she durst not look till they were in motion, and then she saw that it was not Leonard's. End of chapter 32. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Chapter 33. North and South. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. North and South by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 33. Peace. Sleep on, my love, in thy cold bed, never to be disquieted. My last good night. Thou wilt not wake, till I thy fate shall overtake. Dr. King. Home seemed unnaturally quiet after all this terror and noisy commotion. Her father had seen all due preparation made for her refreshment on her return, and then sat down again in his accustomed chair, to fall into one of his sad waking dreams. Dixon had got Mary Higgins to scold and direct in the kitchen, and her scolding was not the less energetic because it was delivered in an angry whisper, for, speaking above her breath, she would have thought irreverent, as long as there was any one dead lying in the house. Margaret had resolved not to mention the crowning and closing affright to her father. There was no use in speaking about it. It had ended well. The only thing to be feared was lest Leonards should in some way borrow money enough to effect his purpose of following Frederick to London, and hunting him out there. But there were immense chances against the success of any such plan, and Margaret determined not to torment herself by thinking of what she could do nothing to prevent. Frederick would be as much on his guard as she could put him. and in a day or two at most he would be safely out of England. "I suppose we shall hear from Mr. Bell to-morrow," said Margaret. "Yes," replied her father, "I suppose so. If he can come, he will be here to-morrow evening, I should think. If he cannot come, I shall ask Mr. Thornton to go with me to the funeral. I cannot go alone. I should break down utterly." "Don't ask Mr. Thornton, papa. Let me go with you," said Margaret impetuously. "You, my dear, women do not generally go." "No, because they can't control themselves. Women of our class don't go, because they have no power over their emotions, and yet are ashamed of showing them. Poor women go, and don't care if they are seen overwhelmed with grief. But I promise you, papa, that if you will let me go, I will be no trouble. Don't have a stranger and leave me out. Dear papa, if Mr. Bell cannot come, I shall go. I won't urge my wish against your will, if he does." Mr. Bell could not come. He had the gout. It was a most affectionate letter, and expressed great and true regret from his inability to attend. He hoped to come and pay them a visit soon, if they would have him. His Milton property required some looking after, and his agent had written to him to say that his presence was absolutely necessary, or else he had avoided coming near Milton as long as he could. And now the only thing that would reconcile him to this necessary visit was the idea that he should see, and might possibly be able to comfort, his old friend. Margaret had all the difficulty in the world to persuade her father not to invite Mr. Thornton. She had an indescribable repugnance to this step being taken. The night before the funeral came a stately note from Mrs. Thornton to Miss Hale, saying that, at her son's desire, their carriage should attend the funeral, if it would not be disagreeable to the family. Margaret tossed the note to her father. "Oh, don't let us have these forms," she said. "Let us go alone, you and me, papa. They don't care for us, or else he would have offered to go himself, and not have proposed this sending an empty carriage." "I thought you were so extremely averse to his going, Margaret," said Mr. Hale in some surprise. "And so I am. I don't want him to come at all, and I should especially dislike the idea of our asking him. But this seems such a mockery of mourning that I did not expect it from him." She startled her father by bursting into tears. She had been so subdued in her grief, so thoughtful for others, so gentle and patient in all things, that he could not understand her impatient ways tonight. She seemed agitated and restless, and at all the tenderness which her father, in his turn, now lavished upon her, she only cried the more. She passed so bad at night that she was ill prepared for the additional anxiety caused by a letter received from Frederick. Mr. Lennox was out of town. His clerk said that he would return by the following Tuesday at the latest, that he might possibly be at home on Monday. Consequently, after some consideration, Frederick had determined upon remaining in London a day or two longer. He had thought of coming down to Milton again. The temptation had been very strong, but the idea of Mr. Bell domesticated in his father's house, and the alarm he had received at the last moment at the railway station, had made him resolve to stay in London. Margaret might be assured he would take every precaution against being tracked by Leonards. Margaret was thankful that she received this letter while her father was absent in her mother's room. If he had been present he would have expected her to read it aloud to him, and it would have raised in him a state of nervous alarm which she would have found it impossible to soothe away. There was not merely the fact, which disturbed her excessively, of Frederick's detention in London, but there were allusions to the recognition at the last moment at Milton, and the possibility of a pursuit, which made her blood run cold. And how then would it have affected her father? Many a time did Margaret repent of having suggested and urged on the plan of consulting Mr. Lennox. At the moment it had seemed as if it would occasion so little delay, add so little to the apparently small chances of detection, and yet everything that had since occurred had tended to make it so undesirable. Margaret battled hard against this regret of hers, for what could not now be helped, this self-reproach for having said what had at the time appeared to be wise, but which after events were proving to have been so foolish. But her father was in too depressed a state of mind and body to struggle healthfully. He would succumb to all these causes for morbid regret over what could not be recalled. Margaret summoned up all her forces to her aid. Her father seemed to have forgotten that they had any reason to expect a letter from Frederick that morning. He was absorbed in one idea, that the last visible token of the presence of his wife was to be carried away from him, and hidden from his sight. He trembled pitifully as the undertaker's man was arranging his crape draperies around him. He looked wistfully at Margaret, and when released, he tottered towards her, murmuring, "Pray for me, Margaret. I have no strength left in me. I cannot pray. I give her up because I must. I try to bear it, indeed I do. I know it is God's will. But I cannot see why she died. Pray for me, Margaret, that I may have faith to pray. It is a great strait, my child." Margaret sat by him in the coach, almost supporting him in her arms, and repeating all the noble verses of holy comfort, or texts expressive of faithful resignation, that she could remember. Her voice never faltered, and she herself gained strength by doing this. Her father's lips moved after her, repeating the well-known texts, as her words suggested them. It was terrible to see the patient struggling effort to obtain the resignation which he had not strength to take into his heart as a part of himself. Margaret's fortitude nearly gave way as Dickson, with a slight motion of her hand, directed her notice to Nicholas Higgins and his daughter, standing a little aloof, but deeply attentive to the ceremonial. Nicholas wore his usual fustian clothes, but had a bit of black stuff sewn round his hat, a mark of mourning which he had never shown to his daughter Bessie's memory. But Mr. Hale saw nothing. He went on repeating to himself, mechanically as it were, all the funeral service as it was read by the officiating clergyman. He sighed twice or thrice when all was ended, and then, putting his hand on Margaret's arm, he mutely entreated to be led away, as if he were blind, and she his faithful guide. Dickson sobbed aloud. She covered her face with her handkerchief, and was so absorbed in her own grief that she did not perceive that the crowd, attracted on such occasions, was dispersing, till she was spoken to by someone close at hand. It was Mr. Thornton. He had been present all the time, standing with bent head behind a group of people, so that, in fact, no one had recognised him. "I beg your pardon, but," can you tell me how Mr. Hale is? And Miss Hale, too? I should like to know how they both are." "Of course, sir, they are much as is to be expected. Master is terribly broke down. Miss Hale bears up better than likely." Mr. Thornton would rather have heard that she was suffering the natural sorrow. In the first place, there was selfishness enough in him to have taken pleasure in the idea that his great love might come in to comfort and console her, much the same kind of strange passionate pleasure which comes stinging through a mother's heart when her drooping infant nestles close to her, and is dependent upon her for everything. But this delicious vision of what might have been, in which, in spite of all Margaret's repulse, he would have indulged only a few days ago, was miserably disturbed by the recollection of what he had seen near the outward station. Miserably disturbed, that is not strong enough. He was haunted by the remembrance of the handsome young man with whom she stood in an attitude of such familiar confidence, and the remembrance shot through him like an agony, till it made him clench his hands tight in order to subdue the pain. At that late hour, so far from home, it took a great moral effort to galvanize his trust, erewhile so perfect, in Margaret's pure and exquisite maidenliness, into life. As soon as the effort ceased, his trust dropped down head and powerless, and all sorts of wild fancies chased each other like dreams through his mind. Here was a little piece of miserable, gnawing confirmation. She bore up better than likely under this grief. She had then some hope to look to, so bright that even in her affectionate nature it could come in to lighten the dark hours of a daughter newly made motherless. Yes, he knew how she would love. He had not loved her without gaining that instinctive knowledge of what capabilities were in her. Her soul would walk in glorious sunlight if any man was worthy, by his power of loving, to win back her love. Even in her mourning she would rest with a peaceful faith upon his sympathy. His sympathy, whose? That other man's, and that it was another was enough to make Mr. Thornton's pale grave face grow doubly wan and stern at Dixon's answer. "I suppose I may call," said he coldly, "on Mr. Hale, I mean. He will perhaps admit me after tomorrow or so." He spoke as if the answer were a matter of indifference to him, but it was not so. For all his pain, he longed to see the author of it. Although he hated Margaret at times, when he thought of that gentle familiar attitude and all the attendant circumstances, he had a restless desire to renew her picture in his mind, a longing for the very atmosphere she breathed. He was in the charabids of passion, and must perforce circle and circle ever nearer round the fatal centre. "I dare say, sir, master will see you. He was very sorry to have to deny you the other day, but circumstances were not agreeable just then. For some reason or other, Dixon never named this interview that she had had with Mr. Thornton to Margaret. It might have been mere chance, but so it was that Margaret never heard that he had attended her poor mother's funeral. End of chapter 33.